This is a green fish king weighing only 83 catties, but it has caused anglers around the world to burst their rods, even with no effect from spiral steel and aircraft carrier arresting cables. All of this is because you have obtained a fishing ground sacred system. As long as you use the fish given by the system to make anglers burst their rods, you can collect emotional values and exchange various cheating skills. The first green fish given to you by the system not only can erupt with a pulling force 5 times its own weight in a mechanism that must bite the hook once a day, but also increases 2 catties in weight every time it pulls a person into the water. Just as you put the green fish into your own fish pond, you see a man walking over. Brother, do you know where there are rivers and lakes nearby? I haven't fished for many days, and I'm almost going crazy. As he was speaking, he heard a splash, and saw a huge green fish tail flick, and then sank. The angler's eyes lit up at this. Hey, buddy, the fish in this pond is quite big. Can I fish here? I don't want the fish. I just want to have some fun. I can give you money. $200. Let me fish for 4 hours. Upon hearing this, you felt happy, but in order to attract more anglers, you propose to only charge an 80 yuan for 5 hours. You can take away the grass carp and catfish, but the mandarin fish will cost 300 each. Seeing you being so generous and straightforward, the angler didn't hesitate and directly paid the fishing fee to start fishing. In just 2.5 hours, he caught 7 or 8 catfish. Just when he was wondering if this fish pond only raised catfish, he suddenly saw the fishing rod on the turret rack sliding rapidly forward. Oh my god! Lu Shang exclaimed loudly, quickly stood up, grabbed the fishing rod, and excitedly lifted it. The rod instantly bent into a big bow shape, and a buzzing sound echoed across the fish pond. Is this the sound of the wind line? LV Shang couldn't help but have this thought. LV Shang is also a senior angler of 20 years, but he has never caught a big fish, the biggest one weighing only about 10 kilograms. The first time he caught a big fish, the howl of the wind line touched his heartstrings. No wonder they say this is the most wonderful sound that an angler can hear. As you took out your phone on the side and opened the video recording function, bang, a muffled sound was heard, and you looked in astonishment at the screen of your phone. You only saw LV Shang's fishing rod break directly, and the front part of the fishing rod quickly rushed into the water. Before LV Shang could react, he saw the fishing rod floating to the center of the pond. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in your mind. Detected LV Shang's rod explosion. System points added. At this moment, Lu Shan looked at the broken fishing rod in his hand, unable to recover for a while. The contrast was too great. How did the fish that had already been hooked suddenly run away? Even the patient Lu Shan was almost faint with anger. You quietly walked over, looked at Lu Shang's fishing rod. Brother Lu, don't be discouraged. This rod is of poor quality. Otherwise, you would definitely have caught this fish. Lu Shang regained his composure. You're right. Okay, Brother Lu, I won't fish today. I didn't bring any extra fishing rods when I came out, and now that the fishing rod is broken, I'll leave first. Next time, I'll buy a good fishing rod and come back. It's a pity this time. After speaking, Lu Shang began to pack up his tools. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He grabbed you and asked, Brother Lu, do you have a fishing group here? Add me to it. I also know many fishing friends. I'll help promote it for you. The fish here are really huge. The fish I just caught felt like it weighed over 50 catties. The feeling was really amazing. I've been fishing for so long, and this is the first time I've experienced it. It's really cool. I haven't set up a fishing group yet. How about this? Brother Lu, add me on WeChat first. When I set up the fishing group, I'll invite you in. Soon, the two became friends. However, in order to ensure a good experience for the fishermen later on, you spent the afternoon clearing the weeds and dividing the fishing spots. When you just got home in the evening, you saw a voice message from LV Shang. Brother Lu, today when I go back, I helped promote you in the fishing group. Many fishing friends are asking me. I don't know if your fishing spot group is ready? Add me in. I'll help you bring in some people. Listening to LV Shang's message, you were greatly moved and quickly set up a miraculous large fishing spot group. Then you perfected the fishing spot rules and set them as group announcements. Grand opening special. 80 yuan for 6 hours. Can take away 10 catties. The fishing spot is currently a mixed breeding pond, with a depth of 4 meters. Current fish species, crucian carp, grass carp, and silver carp totaling about 10,000 catties. Fish below 50 catties can be taken away. No return. Fish over 50 catties must be returned at 300 yuan each. There is also a big prize pool, with a 83 catty fish king in the pond. Every time a fisherman comes, an additional 10 yuan is added. The fishing spot limits the rod to 6.3 meters, with a total line length not exceeding 14 meters, and wheel use is prohibited. LV Shang just entered, and another private message came over. Brother Lu Hang, you are generous. Silver carp at 300 yuan each, and there is a big prize pool. Since that's the case, Master LV. Will also take it seriously. This big prize pool must be mine. Master LV. Looking at Lu Shang's words, the corner of Lu Hang's mouth turned up. The masters? The one who slaughters himself is the master. The fish sent by the system can be so good to catch, suggesting that Master Lu still go to peace of mind to fish grassbream to practice. After Lu Hang and Lu Shang made sure there was nothing wrong with the announcement, they posted the edited announcement inside the group. Soon Lu Shang pulled in about 30 new members, and it looked like they should be the fishing guys inside the fishing group he was talking about. The group became 37 members in a flash, and all of a sudden it was buzzing. Lao Lu. This is which you say which has more than 50 pounds of mackerel which fishing ground. Yo! Mackerel back to the fish 300A, and 83 pounds of prize pool fish king, the boss big money is a little far away, or I high and low to go to the boss a lesson. Boss, is it true what you said about the 83 pounds of mackerel? Do you have a picture? Send it out for a look? Yes, it is best to send a video. Before seeing the big fish are some of the online posting, and the net is some of the foreign fishing. The domestic so big fish have not seen it. It just so happens that when Lu Hang was releasing the mackerel, he thought that it was also the first time he had encountered such a big fish, and he took several photos when he put it on the bank, so it was just the right time to post it in the group. The group exploded right after it was posted. Asterisk. There really is a mackerel as big as this one. Boss wait, I'm going to buy a ticket. I'll take this big jackpot. Master Zhao, will take it. Old Zhao on you still masters. This big jackpot is definitely my old Wang. You'd better go to the back of the line. Che, just the two of you are one farther away than the other. I'm near the fishing grounds right now. I'm going to dish out this king tomorrow. Chapter 5, Angler Attraction Card. Looking at the group inside this group of people chat, Lu Hang remembered the previous system to send the Angler Attraction Card. Today on a Lu Shang can pull more than 30 people. If these days I use these several Angler Attraction Card all, then the group shall not have more than 300 people inside. Thinking about it, Lu Hang first took out a low-level Angler Attraction Card. Ding! Low-level Angler Attraction Card used successfully. The fishing guys will be here tomorrow. After using the Angler Attraction Card, Lu Hang opened the Fishing Points interface again. Fishing Points, 1. It can be used for upgrading fish ponds, System Lottery, and System Mall. Fish Pond Level, 0. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 0%. The average fish pulls about 3 times its normal weight inside the water. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 10. Systematic Raffle, not yet opened. System Mall, opened. It's amazing how this fish pond level can improve the pull of the fish. Looks like I'm going to be spending all my fishing points on upgrading my ponds for the next while, it's just snowballing. The greater the fish pull, the more you pop the rod, the more you pop a shot, the more points you get, the more points you have, the higher your rank, the higher the grade, the greater the pull, the higher the pull, the more you pop the rod. It's almost like the chicken lays the egg and the egg lays the chicken. After thinking for a while, Lu Hang opened the System Mall page. He felt that there would definitely be a lot of good things in here that could help him open this fishing ground better. As soon as he opened the mall page, Lu Hang directly looked at both eyes. Look at the items inside the mall and drool. Ancestral designated fish bait 1 copy price, 10 points description of effect, able to attract designated fish. The temptation for the designated fish is huge. As long as thrown into the water, then the designated fish in this piece of water will come over. Low-level fishing rod strengthening card 1 price, 100 points description of effect, strengthens the toughness of your fishing rod, increasing the weight of the fish your rod can withstand by 100 pounds. Low-level fishing line strengthening card 1 price, 100 points description of effect, strengthens the fishing line, increasing the weight of the fish your line can hold by 100 pounds. Low-level fish hook reinforcement card 1 price, 100 points description of effect, reinforce the strength of your fish hooks, so that the weight of the fish that your hooks can withstand increases by 100 pounds. Low-level angler attraction card price, 100 points description, you can attract an angler to come to the fishing ground to fish, within 24 hours of the arrival time, and must come during the day. Fishing ground professional management personnel card 1 price 2,000 points description of effect, attracts a person with professional fishing ground management to apply for a job at a fishing ground. Note, the host is required to pay the manager's salary. When the salary is not reasonable, the manager may leave the job within 3 months. Fishery professional breeder card 1 price 2,000 points effects, attract. Fishing professional rescuer card 1 price. Fish pond construction team card price, 10,000 points description, temporarily summons a team to build a fish pond. One-on-one professional construction for the habits of the fish species you need to raise and the size of the fish. The survival rate of the fish in the pond built by the professional team is 100%. Note, this is a disposable item. Each time you use it, you will only be able to build one fish pond. And when you are done, it will leave, and you will need to resummon it for the next time. Fish finding compass 1 price 1,000,000 points. Description of effect: you can find all the fish you want to find with the fish compass. These professionals, if you need to find come fishing in the real world, it takes a lot of work to hire them. At least invite the opposite side to leave to come to their own fishery. Tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars is not less. After all, there is no point in the actual benefits of who will jump ship to you. After reading the basic cards category, open the fishing techniques category. 18 fish fishing series, Dokoroku 9 fishing series, Holistic fishing methods series, Join fishing series, Joyang fishing method series, Jiankuan de Nua fish series. Of course, the prices are all first class and you can only learn one trick at a time. The least you can do is 10,000 system points. You know, 10,000 system points. Even a person continuous burst of shots need to burst 141 times in a row to have 10 points. However, when the fishing grounds get bigger, more people, and the fish ponds are higher ranked, the rod popping rate will still be quite high, and the points should accumulate very quickly by then. There is also a line of fishing rods and a line of mutant fish meat in the back. Seeing so many goodies, Lu Hang was even more impressed. After exiting the system mall, Lu Hang took out 2 more low-level angler attraction cards and used them. There are too many good things inside the mall. He must quickly run the fishing farm up, and all the things inside the system mall will be mine by then. A good night's sleep. Early in the morning at dawn, after a quick breakfast, Lu Hong went to the fishing ground to wait for the arrival of the anglers. The time passed quickly, and a battery-operated vehicle was seen coming slowly this way. This wouldn't be the angler attraction card that attracts anglers. Thinking of this, Lu Hang walked over with his ass in the air. As soon as the old man in the battery car saw someone coming, he immediately asked happily, "Little brother, I've heard that there's a big miracle fishing ground in this neighborhood. Do you know where it is?" Sure enough, it's the attraction cards that attract. Brother, that's right, this is the Miracle Great Fishing Ground. You can park the electric car this way. There's no one else around here. It's a safe class. After parking the battery car, Lu Hang brought the middle-aged man to the edge of the fish pond. After paying the money, the middle-aged man then searched for a fishing spot on his own. The middle-aged man had just sat down and started mixing the bait when another group of people came up behind him. Next to him, Lu Hang quickly greeted him again. "Brother, what are you guys doing here?" "I'm a fishing anchor from Shocking Sound. ID called Toothless Fishing. I heard that there's a miracle big fishing spot over here with over 80 pounds of mackerel in it, so I wanted to come over here and dish out the big prize pool of this fishing spot. I don't know if it's here or not." Hello? This is Miracle Big Fishing. The pond is right in front. Need a fish guard? It's free. This way I'll take you there. Price? It's okay, no money this time. Just as long as you can post what you can about this fishing trip on Shocktone. Before we could bring the group of toothless fishing anchors to the fish pond, we heard someone behind us shouting, "Brother Lu Hang, I'm here again." Lu Hang looked back and realized that yesterday's Lu Shan was here again, but this time he had brought 2 young men along with him. "Lu brother, yesterday the fishing rod was burst. As a result, I went back half a day froze. Early this morning I found a fishing tackle store to rebuy a high-strength fishing rod, and came over again." Chapter 6, Consecutive Blasts. See these 2 around me. They were buying rods at the tackle store today. They saw me buying a giant rod, and as soon as they heard I was coming to fish for giant mackerel, they all came over too. Looks like your jackpot pool might be about to shatter before you've even saved it up. Brother Lu, see what you say. I open fishing grounds can still be afraid of being disc. I can't wait for you guys to catch the king mackerel. Come on brother this way. Just after collecting the money on this side, there's someone else in the back. Little brother, is this the Miracle Big Fishing Ground? Right. Brother is here to fish too. I'm Blossom Fortune from the group. I heard you had an 83-pound kingfish over here and a couple dozen pounds of mackerel, so I thought I'd come over here and feel what a giant mackerel feels like. That feeling's good. Flower brother car parked this side. Fish pond in front of me, I take you there. Yo, it's not brother Lu. You're here again today. Oh, woo brother this is not yesterday's rod was fished to pull burst it. The more the evening thought more angry. Today came over again, and also specially brought a giant rod. Have to compete with the big fish. Why isn't it that the group has heard about the big mackerel of the 83rd degree and has itchy hands as well? Looking at the several people who had come in this short while, Lu Hang revealed a pleased expression. Sure enough, it's the giants that attract the anglers. As soon as they heard there was a big fish, 1 or 2 of them rushed over. Sure enough, distance is not a problem for the anglers. As long as there are fish to be caught and big fish to be caught, even the ends of the earth will find them for you. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard another shout from the back. Boss, do you know which way the big miracle fishing ground is? Turning back, I saw 3 more fishing guys coming. This is the miracle fishing ground. You're here to fish, too. Boss, I heard you have 83 pounds of big mackerel here. Today our brother and 3 are running for it today. Well, come this way old brother. Fishing on our side is $80 for 5 hours, and the fishing spot is your choice. As he spoke, he brought the man to the edge of the fish pond. Looking at the fish farm, only a moment's effort to come so many people. Lu Hang instantly felt that his fishery to fire awe. Thinking about it, Lu Hang went home and took out all the fish protectors and headed for the fish pond. Just saw a fishing guy sitting on the side smiling and chatting one by one. Lu Hang was just about to ask if anyone needed a fish guard when he heard a whirring sound from the side. The fishing guy on the side also looked over with a curious face when he heard the commotion. Just saw a guy off to the side with his rod in a big curved bow state and the wind line whistling. The fishing guys in the whole fishing ground were all looking at him with envy, and a few of them directly took out their cell phones and started recording. And Wu Hang also hurriedly took out his cell phone and started recording. I saw the line on top of that rod whirring and disappearing at a rapid pace, and in no time at all it emptied, after which I saw the rod getting more and more bent. Ding! +1 system point for the first cut line detected by the angler. As a result, that angler's rod shaft had returned to normal, while the angler was now patting his thigh with a regretful face. The 6+5 cord I used was cut. Boss here is not said well. Inside the pond there are 83 pounds of king mackerel. How do you still use such a big point of line? Really is a pity. The angler on the sideline said with a look of regret. The result was that before he could say 2 words, another man's rod, on the side, bent, and a whirring sound came out. But not for a few seconds before a bang was heard. Pung! The front half of a fishing rod was seen drifting rapidly toward the center of the pond. Grass! A sad curse echoed across the pond. Ding! System points +1 for detecting angler's first blowout. Lu Hang looked at the surface of the water, thinking that the good guy is worthy of the system gift of the bluegill. Is fierce the rod said to burst. A little leeway does not stay I just bought a ing fishing rod, and all of a sudden it blew up on me. My money, my kitty. Angler patted his chest with a distressed look on his face. Bought the wrong fishing rod, didn't you? Ha 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 ha. We're all switching straight to giant rods now, and you're still using a regular rod. Too bad. Alas. Why don't you eat my hook? You're wasting this hard 1x2 inch. What's the pity? Can be on once, can be on a second time? Boss, this pond inside the mackerel ferocious a batch. Brothers directly disc this mackerel. Directly bar the boss's pants are stripped to him. That's it. Boss, this mackerel is too arrogant. A come up to cut a line also exploded a rod. Boss, this mackerel king. Do not give him a disc up. Today I will not go. The atmosphere inside the fishing ground suddenly came alive with fishing guys talking to each other. Lu Hang looked at these two righteous indignation, thinking that this group of people probably do not need fish protection. I'll ask them if they need a fish guard when I see who has caught bream or grass carp. Just then, another whirring sound came out, and turning his head, he saw that it was whichever toothless anchor was hooked on shock tone, and that the rod was bent into a large ball-like shape. Wu Hang hurriedly took out his cell phone again and turned on the video, only to hear Yang Gang's voice. ********, cut the line again. Boss, there's something about this mackerel. Brothers, directly change the large size line. Boss, this fish is a bit unusual. Rubbing and rubbing. Guys, I don't seem to be carrying a big enough line. Any of you guys have a big size line, lend it to me. I'll use it. I'll pay for it. Here Toothless was still in the act of readying his line when he saw another man's rod bend, and in the next instant another cry was heard. Pung! Popped another rod. This fishing guy is still in a daze. Is this fish really only 83 pounds? This force you say 110 pounds is not too much. Dumbfounded, he stared at the half-completed rod, still not reacting to what was going on. Popped another fishing rod. Boss, you are not lying about the fish. You sure you only 83 pounds of this mackerel, not 183 pounds, which is properly 100 pounds of giant rod. You say this fish burst to burst? Ouch. King mackerel, you come to bite my rod. I rod spent more than 500 to buy high-strength 100 pounds of giant rod is not afraid of. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge force suddenly came from the fishing rod in his hand, causing his entire body to flinch. What kind of a pull is this? The next instant he just felt the sensation of his people being pulled down. That angler's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Just the fight was gone in a flash, only to see the fishing rod he had just bragged about break in half with a thud straight away as well. This fish is definitely more than the 83 pounds that the boss said. A giant pole of 100 pounds gave a burst at once. This big bluegill is killing crazy today. The anglers inside the fishing grounds were all excited as they watched another rod pop up. Chapter 7, Falling into the Water. Ding! Detected first cut line by angler, +1 system point. Ding. Detected angler's first burst of rod, +1 system point. Ding. Detected angler's first burst of rod, +1 system point. And the angler guy who had just popped his rod was still sitting there dumbfounded, looking at his half-completed rod and reminiscing about the momentary sense of weariness he had just felt. That feeling reminded him, when he was a child and his cousin was wrenching. It was this feeling of complete powerlessness, a complete lack of reciprocal power. It was this feeling. I never understood why one of them either cut the line or blew the rod before. Now he understands the feeling. It's really too big, and it's really too good to pull up. He shivered, dropped the half-assed rod in his hand over the edge, and picked up his rod bag again. The result just opened. He was dumbfounded. He went out this time with a giant rod. Now inside, where there is still a giant rod, are on some small fishing rods. Hey, 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 come on, cut the line again. Ding. Detected first cut line by angler, +1 system point. This is definitely the king of the mackerel. If we don't exhaust this mackerel's strength today, it looks like we'll have a hard time catching it. Over here Toothless had already changed the line, and not only had he changed the line, but the rod had been replaced with a thicker one. Lu Hang's side couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this fishing rod. Over here, Toothless was seen holding 3 finger-thick rods and starting to cast. Here we go again. The kings are biting again. That's a lot of pull. Brother, hold steady, I'll help you. I saw one of the anglers on the side drop his rod straight away and run over to help stabilize the rod together. Holy crap! This rod, this arc, this king mackerel has so much pull. This king mackerel is mad as a dog and biting like crazy. After holding out for almost half a minute or so, a thud was heard and the 2 anglers fell straight to the ground. The 2 men were still holding the rods tightly in their hands, but the line on top of the rods had snapped. Ding! Detected a second line cut by angler, +2 system points. Are the 2 brothers okay? How are they feeling? Asterisk. Mega cool. This king mackerel pulls so damn hard. If my line wasn't all cut up, I would have pulled him up. Asterisk. Whoever has a bigger line on either side, I'll pay for it and sell me a cut. Only one of my rods and king mackerel can live today. Sitting on the sidelines looking at one by the mackerel popped rod, cut line fishing guy. Lu Hang's smile mouth cannot close together. Lu Hang realized that his system points already have 9 points. As long as another popped a rod or cut a line, he can have 10 points. 10 points on their own will get their fish pond up a level. I just don't know what the effect will be when the fish pond is upgraded in level. Will it get bigger, deeper, or will it give me new fish? That's when Lu Hang wondered if I could take a little video of the angler getting his rod blown up and post it on Shocktone, and just took out his cell phone and tapped on the video. The toothless anchor's drift was seen sinking straight down. Immediately following this was the whimpering sound of the wind line as the toothless anchor's rod bent straight down. The toothless anchor crouched backwards after the hook, and the rod bent into a half-moon shape straight away. And then the rod was seen to be getting more and more bent as well, and Toothless began to relax the weight that was pressed down on top of the rod in order to prevent it from breaking off straight away. Just the weight just let go a little. Saw the whole rod directly off the hand flew out. In the fishing man are not yet reacted to the time. Saw Toothless directly laid forward to pull the fishing rod. Then he saw the sprawling Toothless directly being pulled slowly into the water by the mackerel with a pull. The most edge of the fishing man saw directly ran over 2 people, a person directly hold a leg, together with the Toothless to the shore. The sight of the several fishing man also put down the fishing rod ran over. One man rushed off to help with the rod while the other helped pull Toothless up. It's just that the guy who came to help with the rod had never caught a mackerel before and more or less underestimated the strength of the mackerel. Just saw the fishing guy who had just received the fishing rod directly fly directly down with the rod. One of the few anglers on the side looked and went down another guy and immediately dropped Toothless to go down and pull another angler. Then the released Toothless was seen sliding his entire body directly into the pond, without the pull of the fish. Though, Toothless quickly adjusted his weight to climb up on his own. Just the edge of the pond and dumplings, one after another, popped down several people, and then saw a few people desperately pulling the fishing rod. On the shore have not been able to fight the king of mackerel, to the water and how it is possible to fight. The bottom of the water itself is more slippery, not good to force, by the king of mackerel pulled. A few people directly on the ground, and then saw the fishing rod directly drifted to the center of the water. A couple of fishing guys climbed up one by one as well when they saw the rods were gone. Only the lower half of his body was wet, and the water's edge was slippery, so it took a couple of people a couple of tugs to climb up. Toothless looked at as only one giant rod was pulled into the water is also revealed a wave of helplessness. Yesterday heard the fan said, there is a nearby fishing ground inside a 83 pounds of big mackerel. I thought I'd come over and take a plate, and I had a giant rod and a regular rod, and I was thinking that I'd take the regular rod first to try out the fish. And then I'd use the giant rod to catch the fish afterward. I did not expect to just replace the giant rod. Not even 10 minutes. The rod directly into the center of the water. Now well certainly cannot go down to get it. Can only wait until the evening? Everyone scattered and then go to fish. Looking at the remaining ordinary fishing rod, Toothless thought to forget about fishing for mackerel today, and then took out the other baits inside the fish box and reopened them. Ding! Detected Toothless falling into the water for the first time, plus 10 system points. Mackerel weight plus 2. Ding! Detected angler's first fall into the water, plus 10 system points. Mackerel weight plus 2. It's strange though, the mackerel haven't bit since this continuous drop. And not only mackerel, other fish haven't been biting much either. With the increasingly hot temperatures, Lu Hang looked up and realized that it was already noon. Lu Hang also asked if there was a need for instant noodles and drinks. After a morning of wrestling with the mackerel, one and all were hungry. Boss, give me a bottle of iced tea and 2 buckets of noodles. Sauerkraut flavored. Brother Lu, bring me a bottle of Red Bull and a bucket of instant noodles. I want spicy ones. Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water and 2 buckets of instant noodles. I want spicy too. Boss, bring me a bucket of pickle-flavored instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. Boss, the old. Lu Hang used his cell phone to note that each person needed instant noodles and drinks and started walking back. Chapter 8 Sweepstakes Fishing Techniques. Lu Hang first took all the drinks everyone wanted, then returned and carried a portable folding table to the edge of the fish pond. Again and again, he brought both boiling water and instant noodles. Then buckets and buckets of it were given to be soaked and delivered. After making instant noodles for all of them, Lu Hang went back to cooking with an empty bottle of boiling water and a portable folding table. Midday was also the hottest time, and Wu Hang didn't go directly to the fish pond, but turned around and went back to the house to lie on the bed. The System Points interface was opened. System Points, 29. System Lottery, opened. System Mall, opened. When I opened the system draw, I saw a big carousel, which only had grids of various colors, which were either big or small, just not showing what was there. Only a big question mark there. Lu Hang looked at the huge button in the center and pressed it with anticipation. Whether to draw or not, 10 system points required for the first draw. Then I saw the carousel start to turn slowly, and as time passed the speed of the carousel got faster and faster until it was completely invisible from behind, and then it started to slowly slow down again. Lu Hang looked at the scene in front of him, and the BGM of good luck came directly to his heart. Just 10 seconds later, looking at the stopped carousel, the needle pointed to a small purple area. Ding! Congratulations on winning the 18 fish fishing trips, Fishing Trip 16, a fishing trip to open the Heavenly Gate. Ding! Detecting whether to learn the fishing technique 18 fishing techniques for surrendering fish 16th fishing technique, 1 fishing technique opens the gate of heaven. Yes. Then Lu Hang felt a surge of knowledge pouring into his head. And just for a moment the feeling disappeared. Lu Hang slowed down for a while and also understood the principle of fishing techniques. Converge your lower body strength into your legs. Then concentrate all your upper body strength into one arm. While storing up your strength, the fish will let down their guard because the pull becomes smaller, then explode out in a flash, so that the fish won't be able to react in time, and fly the fish up directly without giving the fish a chance to react. However, this move is also very eating physical requirements. With his current body, after using this move, his arm should rest for at least a week, during which he can't hold heavy objects, or he may be left with permanent trauma. It seems that the future body exercise cannot be left behind. The mall there are so many fishing techniques. If there is not a good body behind may not even be able to use a fishing technique, then how cowardly. Suddenly a voice could be heard speaking from the doorway. I think this is the owner's house, isn't it? Yes, that's the one. That's the one. I saw the owner take something inside this house. Hearing the voice, Wu Hang hurriedly climbed up and went to the door to take a look. Seeing the few people who came to the door, Wu Hang directly ran over and welcomed the crowd into the house. Come in and have a drink first. Take a break. No. We have almost time ready to go. Here to come is also Boss You Fish Guard and Plunge Net. The beginning of the fishing big fish fishing is too good. Behind the rod broken fishing small fish feel no fun. Next time again. That fish guard will just go over here. I'll clean up the rest. Boss, you this mackerel really powerful but unfortunately did not catch. Can only come back next time? This side cannot add a super letter. See the boss so hot I'm afraid that the next time I come over there is no place. Yes. Just this king mackerel. The boss business will certainly be red hot in the future. Not to help save the location may really not be able to catch. Plus super letter. Small things. This side you sweet me. This side also happens to have a fishing group. I pull you into the group. When you want to come, if you directly inside the group at me on good, I will help you to keep the location. If you have any friends also like to fish at that time can also help to recommend it. Okay, Boss, I'll leave the stuff here. I'll just go ahead. Okay, old brother, go slowly. As the first wave of anglers left, one by one behind them began to pack up as well. Brother Lou, do you have a membership here? I want to fill up a membership. I want to be resident. The big fish you have here are too good to catch. Brother Lou, this fishing ground of mine has just opened up. It's still very early to get members. When the back is done and open, I'll notify you at the first time. Gotta go. Brother Lou, I'll leave first. Next time I'll come back. Okay, Brother Lou, take care. Come back next time when you're free. After Lu Shan left, Lu Hang came to the edge of the pond and saw that there was only one last group left. The Toothless group. The reason why Toothless has not yet left, the main reason is still ready to people are gone, so that the water to go to their own that giant rod back. Ordinary fishing rod, even if that giant fishing rod, but at that time spent more than 2,000 red tickets to buy down, directly on the loss of how can not afford to give up. Boss, no one's here now. I wonder if you have any tools on your side. I'd like to get that fishing rod of mine back. Lu Hang heard this, directly to the pond intermediate looked over, did not pay attention to the main look at the pond intermediate saw several fishing rods floating. In addition to the Toothless that a complete fishing rod, the other floating are on the half of the cut. In this instant, Lu Hang had a feeling that this cyprinid was not a collector's item, pulling one fishing rod after another all the way to the center. Okay, you wait, I'll get my stuff and I'll help you fish over here. The center of my pond is still full of depths. It's too dangerous for you to fish it out yourself. Wu Hang was then seen taking out a pump and something made of rubber from inside the small room next door to the house, which looked a bit like a small kayak or something like that. Wu Hang was seen skillfully picking up a pump and starting to pump up the rubber item. It didn't take long for the rubber item to turn into a small-sized kayak, which was then placed inside the pond and went back inside to get a fishing rod. Back at the pond, took down the life jacket from the pole and put it on. Got in the kayak propped up with a fishing pole and started paddling to the middle of the pond. First, I scooped up a couple of half-built rods to remove the hooks on them and put them in the kayak, and finally grabbed the Toothless giant pole and put it in the kayak and started paddling toward shore. As soon as Wu Hang reached the shore, Toothless came over impatiently to get his fishing rod. Since Toothless' pole was thick and long, far too big for Wu Hang's kayak, he didn't reel in the bottom line. Toothless got his own rod and started reeling in the line, only just for a moment before he felt the line pulling. Didn't think much about it, just assumed that Wu Hang didn't lift it up when he pulled it back, causing the hook to hang up on something under the water, so he was ready to cut the line. Just asked my assistant to help me get the scissors inside the box. A huge pull was felt coming from the pole, and the pole bent right down. Chapter 9, The First Use of Fishing Techniques. Toothless was no less a fishing anchor and reacted quickly, pulling the rod straight away and then lowering his center of gravity to start pulling the cart with the fish. Lu Hang, who had just reached the shore and was just about to pull up his kayak in the water, also saw the scene and thought to himself that it couldn't be that the mackerel was still on the hook. Thinking of this, Lu Hang again pulled out his cell phone and opened the camera to start recording. Watching this fish, one man started his own stalemate again, and within 2 minutes of the stalemate we saw the rod and Toothless being dragged to the water's edge by the fish again. Seeing this situation, Lu Hang also hurriedly put away his cell phone and ran over to take the fishing rod. Lu Hang got the fishing rod in an instant to experience the feeling of the group of fishing guys this morning. Ding! Detected Toothless falling into the water for the second time, plus 20 system points. A moment of pulling force made Lu Hang remember the feeling of the tug-of-war competition back in his student days, where a few people from our side pulled the opposite side of a team after their teammate fell. Lu Hang got the rod and also began to lower his center of gravity and began to fight a war of attrition with the fish. After spending a minute or two, Toothless also climbed up from the water, and then the two of them pulled the rod together. It went on like this for 10 minutes or so, and finally, feeling the power waning, the two began to slowly close the line. The two spent another 10 minutes or so before the power suddenly disappeared all at once, and then the two collapsed on their asses, just as another huge pull came from the rod. Fortunately, Lu Hang has been pulling the fishing rod, did not let go tightly pulling the rod, but consumed more than half an hour of the strength of the fish is not as big as the beginning of the time. Wu Hang, a person can also pull, holding the rod with his right hand on one side, and propping himself up with his left hand on the other side to stand up, and feeling the pull he could carry. Lu Hang remembered the fishing technique he drew at noon, and thought to give it a try. Then he saw Lu Hang turn around and lower his center of gravity, pulling the fishing rod backward with his right hand, standing motionless, even as his center of gravity was somewhat pulled backward a bit by the fishing rod in his right hand. In this instant, Lu Hang felt that his legs seemed to have turned into a jackhammer and his legs were fixed on the ground. Even if his center of gravity was pulled backward, his legs could still stand firmly on the ground, and he could not fall down at all. After holding this position for 20 to 30 seconds, I saw Lu Hang shouting, "One fish! opened the door to heaven and then violently slammed the fishing rod directly from the back to the front. Immediately after that, he saw something gray and green flying directly out of the water and flung onto the shore. Toothless, who had just gotten up, was also confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And how did the fish come up? How did it come up? Why did it come up? Why did the boss throw his arm? And why did the boss yell, "One fish, open the door to heaven"? The little assistant man on the side was straight up in a daze as what flew straight up. The only one there who wasn't confused was the little brother who had been filming with his cell phone. And he was seen with an excited look on his face holding his cell phone as he took a shot at the fish kookaburra, and even gave a close-up of the fish. After Lu Hang finished using the fishing technique for the first time, he instantly felt a sense of powerlessness, and then a tingling pain came directly from his right hand. If I'm not wrong, the right arm should be a muscle strain. It's true that the physique is still too poor. Just use a fishing technique. The right hand directly muscle strain. It looks like a short period of time is certainly not the second time. And then use this arm is certainly ruined. Both legs are also just with the fishing technique when the legs like a jackfish how to pull knot. Now two legs directly as soft. People directly kneel down. So kneeling for about a minute. Lu Hang can barely stand up. Just got up. Lu Hang saw the anchor holding the fish to let the side of the filming boy to take pictures of him. That face directly smiled open flowers. After filming for half a day and seeing Lu Hang slowly and leisurely stand up, Toothless hurriedly ran directly over to help Lu Hang. Boss is great. Such a big fish you gave a fly straight up. Boss, you're not a hidden fishing master, are you? How did you fly this fish up? Yeah, and I heard you yell something about a fishing trip to open the gates of heaven. That's what that was. Lu Hang heard the small assistant ask that sentence of fishing open the door to heaven. The face directly read. In fact, do not have to shout out fishing skills, just the cartoon of the previous life of all the people with the skills inside the skill when the skill name shouted out. Lu Hang is also a brain pump. That is, the name to shout out. After shouting regret, and then looked at no one attention to their own or going to look at the fish. Just thought of dodging a robbery social death. I did not expect this little assistant. And then Dave out. That one. Ah, that one is my style of fishing. A personal original. What's the catch? Boss, can you teach me? It feels awesome. This is not very teachable. This is to concentrate all my power in one hand and then explode in a flash to fly the fish directly up. Only the aftermath is rather large after using it. Fishing for small fish is fine. Fishing for big fish can easily cause dislocation of the arm or muscle strain. There is no way for you to learn it without a good constitution. And it can also easily cause you physical damage. Okay, boss, do you have a scale here? I want to see how much this fish of yours actually weighs. I feel that this fish is simply more than the 83 pounds you said. There is a scale, but I need one of you to hold it for me. I don't have much strength in my body right now to hold it. I'll do it. Boss, you say where it is and I'll go with you to get it. It took a few minutes for Lu Hang and Toothless to bring the scales as well, and then a few of them worked together to hold the fish on top of the scales. 44.6 kilograms. Boss, this fish of yours is almost 90 pounds. You're completely lying about it. Then a few people took turns holding the fish for a few more pictures before releasing it back inside the pond. After taking pictures of Toothless, several people also began to pack up their things ready to go. Toothless picked up the fish guards to dump all the fish inside back into the water. Back on the fishing gear, and Wu Hang exchanged super letter. Also went. Lu Hang also approached the filming guy to ask for the video of the bit where he was fishing. Lying in bed at night, Wu Hang, touching a burst of tingling right hand. A face of depression. I would have known not to install this B. The physique cannot keep up with this fishing skills, simply cannot be used. With a waste of half a month. Are fast catching up with the anime in the previous life to see a thick eyebrow inside the skill to use a direct seal permanently. Then Lu Hang remembered the video that the filming boy had sent to him today, and thought of applying for a shocking sound number as well. Thinking of posting the video to advertise his fishery. Chapter 10 Fishing Fires. Lu Hang took out his cell phone and realized that the WeChat side was a direct message 99+. When I opened it, I found that the 37 people in the fishing group had turned into 126 people, and then a few fishermen from the fishing group sent the video of this morning's rod explosion to the group, and then the group exploded. Although there are no fish seen inside the video, but one after another popping rod. No need to think that the fish inside the water must not be small. A pang, at nevertheless. Where is this location again? Is there a locator? Not to be ashamed of, positioning is fishing field positioning. You can look inside the group announcement. This hand is really big. That fish rod inferior like, one after another all burst. LV defeat LV war, burst pole are said to be light. You do not know. The back of the time directly 2 people were to the water inside. Drinker, so did anyone catch the fish today? I'd like to see how big an 83-pound mackerel really is. Looking at the densely packed chats inside the group, Lu Hang felt that he could add another fire to them, and then posted the picture of the green fish at night. Then he clicked on the group announcement again and started to modify the group announcement, only to see the photo just posted up inside the group and water dropped into the oil inside directly exploded. Muggle, is there really a fish that big? Melon, asterisk. Is that the owner's 83-pound fish? Which big guy caught it? Contentment, is there really such a great fishing ground in Xianshu? The size of this half-man is definitely more than 80 pounds at a glance. I thought the boss was exaggerating. Yo-yo, without further ado, boss, I'm booking a fishing spot tomorrow. Even if there's no prize pool, I'm going to catch that kingfish. Gee Bachu, everyone, look at the group announcement. The kingfish has grown again. 89 pounds. Han, at Fishing Ground Lu Hang Group Master you, this photo will not be a fake. Right. The prize pool has gone up again. Meaning does not mean that today no fishing guy to fish the king of the fish. So where did this photo come from? Muggle, yeah. Groupie, you wouldn't have intentionally photoshopped a picture from the internet for the sake of business, would you? Lu Hang just changed the group announcement and saw that the wind inside the group was directly off, and began to suspect that the photo was P. Looking at the direction of the wind inside the group, Lu Hang again sent the video that little brother sent over today. After sending it, Lu Hang exited WeChat, and then he saw one WeChat message start to pop out. Lu Hang looked at the WeChat group inside more and more people. Suddenly felt that his fishing ground may also need some people to help manage together. Lu Hang then took out the Fishing Farm Professional Manager card and Fishing Farm Professional Breeder card inside the newbie gift pack. Ding! Fishing Professional Manager's card used successfully. The job posting has been sent out and the professional managers are expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Ding! Successful use of Fishing Pro Breeder card. The job posting has been sent out and the professional managers are expected to arrive tomorrow morning. The back and Lu Hang opened the vibrating sound. Registered an account. Then barred today's intermittent video editing. It was posted on the top of the account. After doing this, Lu Hang opened his super letter and calculated today's income. Fishing $80 a person. 9 people $720. Noodles $5 a bucket. 15 buckets of $75. Just fishing and soaking noodles alone earned almost $800, which was considered Lu Hang's first objective to this world. If every day with this income, to calculate a month is also $24,000. After counting the money, Lu Hang fell asleep. Woke up the next day. Lu Hang ate breakfast and then took a lounge chair to the pond. The time is still early, people are still not here. Lu Hang first took out his cell phone to see the information of the super letter. I just opened the super letter, and my cell phone, which has been used for 3 years, was directly stuck. And then I saw 99 plus messages inside the group, and the group members became 500. There are also about a dozen messages inside the group at their own, and then more than 20 private messages to themselves. Then look at your address book, which has dozens of messages to add friends. Lu Hang then sat on the edge of the pond and began to look at them one by one. The first thing I read were the messages inside the group, which were frantically discussing that one mackerel and how the group leader had single-handedly brought the fish up on the fly. Lu Hang looked at the messages inside the group while laughing and picking up money. After reading the messages inside the group, started to look at private messages. But the private messages are basically asking Lu Hang how he did that trick with the flying fish and wanting to learn from Lu Hang. After reading the private letter, Lu Hang and began to reply one by one. Sorry, this move is in fact an ordinary dumping rod. Need a strong body and skillful technique. Otherwise easy to cause physical injury. So do not outwardly, also do not imitate. And now their own right hand, there are those who have a slight muscle strain, or to exercise their own body is better. After replying to the message, Lu Hang opened his vibrato again. Then he saw that the video he posted last night already had 15.2 W likes, and the comments below also had 9,317. Then Lu Hang began to click on the comments to read the comments. When I opened the comments section, I saw that one by one they were all asking where this fishing place was and if there was a locator. Either that or they are asking how heavy the fish is and who the fly fisherman is. Looking at so many inquiries about fishing locations inside the comments section, Lu Hang decisively posted the location of his fishing grounds and topped the comments. Lu Hang also knows that this wave will also just be able to advertise their fishing grounds, but there will be no one who will actually come over. More than 9,000 comments, averaged across the country. In fact, there may only be a handful of people who can actually be in the vicinity. After posting the comments, started brushing up the comments section again. Suddenly a phone call came in. Hello, which one? I see on my side that Miracle Big Fishing is hiring fishing wardens. Then make an appointment to come to the fishing grounds to talk more about it. Lu Hang had just finished hanging up the phone when another call came in. Hey, who's there? I saw over here that Miracle Big Fishing is hiring fishing feeders, and I just thought I'd call and ask if the people are full? No, Chatted for a few more minutes, then Jean was also having the opposite party come to the fishing grounds to talk more about it. After making the call, Lu Hang fell asleep on the recliner, until a shout came, "Brother Lu, I'm here again." Lu Hang had just opened his hazy eyes when he saw Lu Shan walking over with his fishing rod and fishing gear again. "Yo, Louie, you're so early." "That can't be early, looking at so many people inside the group. I'm afraid that if I come over later you won't have any fishing space here." "How will?" "Not and Lu brother, you said it. As long as you come to the super letter to send me a message, I here directly to help you stay position." Chapter 11 New Employee at the Fishery. "Louie, why did you change to a smaller rod again today? What's the matter? Is you're not interested in the mackerel inside my pond anymore?" "Brother Lu, look at what you're saying. How could you not be interested? This is not yesterday fishing all day. Looked at the mackerel, popped so many rods. A look at the low quality rod simply cannot catch your that mackerel. Last night back to me to find a friend to go to help me customize a giant rod. Wait for a period of time my new rods to arrive. And then come back to dish your that mackerel. More than $2,000 for a fishing rod. Ah, LV, this wave is a big deal. It seems like LV you are determined to get my mackerel. Ha 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 ha, that's a must. It's the first time I've seen such a big freshwater fish. I'm sorry for my 10 years of fishing experience if I don't catch it once. Yo yo yo, hooked up. Ha ha, a 2-pound grass carp. Brother Lu, your fish situation here is really good. Not fishing for mackerel. Other fish are really plentiful. That must be. Open this fishing ground. I this pond inside but put about 8,000 kilograms of fish it. Just bream is another 4 or 5,000. There are 1 or 2,000 grass carp inside. The amount is certainly enough." Lu Hang just lay down in the recliner and watched Lu Shang fishing, and the two of them chatted here without a word. "Hey, big brother, may I ask if this is the Miracle Grand Fishing Ground?" As soon as Lu Hang inclined his head, he saw that there were two men who were 1 meter 7 or 8 in height, standing at the entrance of his house and shouting to this side. When Lu Hang heard this, he hurriedly replied, "Yes, this is the Miracle Great Fishing Ground. Are you here to fish too?" "No, I'm here to apply for a job. I called the boss this morning and didn't get through, so I came over to see if you guys know where the boss is." When Lu Hang heard this, he stood up and headed for the road, which seemed to be the talent attracted by the attraction card last night. "Hello, the owner of the Miracle Fishing Farm, Lu Hang. How do you two call? My last name is Su Zhejiang. Usually you can just call me Lao Su. I'm here to apply for the job of fishing farm management. My name is Chu Iyen. Just call me Iyen. I'm here to apply for a job as a fishing farm breeder. Came to apply for fishing management called Su Zhejiang. Su Zhejiang is a local. Before has been in the field to fight. Before working in an aquaculture base. A breeding base is the main species of fish farming, but also dry fishing business. Just cannot be taken away for free. To take away need to spend money to buy. But the price will be a little cheaper than the market. But also no better. Almost belong to the kind of earning extra money look. In the farm for 12 years. From the basic employees to the manager. The wage is also very good. The annual salary is also a good 200,000. The company's business is getting better and better. And more under the people. Originally, everything is to the good place. But just last month, his mother suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. Su Zhejiang rushed to take leave to run back. Accompanied by half a month. His mother is only a little better. Just look at his mother's white hair and has been 8 or 9 years old son. Fought to stay at home with the family. His mother is old. And then do not accompany. For fear of the next time his mother is sick again. May not have the opportunity to do so. After his mother got well, Su Zhejiang went back to the aquatic base to submit an application for resignation. Just last week and took over the manager to complete the handover of the business. Yesterday, I happened to see the Miracle Big Fishing Recruiter again. And seeing that the address is about half an hour away from my home, I thought I'd come and take a look. After all, it's a similar job to the last one I had. Spent about half an hour talking to both guys about pay and hours. Originally, after chatting, Lu Hang wanted to bring 2 people to the pond to let them look at the working environment and work content. But now there are already people fishing. It is not good to introduce to Chu Iyen. Let Chu Iyen go first. Come over early tomorrow and Chu Iyen in detail. Saying that, he brought Su Zhejiang to the pond. And as he walked, he introduced to Su Zhejiang the current fishing fees and activities. Seeing that Su Zhejiang had memorized the basic things of the fishing ground, he let Su Zhejiang look at it for a while he himself rode his own small 3-wheeler to the town. Lu Hang went straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to do a special bank card for fishing, specifically used to collect money in the future, and go to the business bureau for the fishing business license, print the 2 labor contracts. In order to avoid writing mistakes, Lu Hang also printed a few more copies. Just as Lu Hang was about to go back, He suddenly seemed to remember something and ran to the electronics store to buy a few surveillance cameras. Lu Hang returned home when it has been more than 12 o'clock. As soon as he arrived at home to see the fishing ground inside, there have been more than a dozen anglers. Su Zijiang is also over there and the anglers chatting hot. When Su Zijiang saw Lu Hang come back, he immediately came over and transferred all the $1,506 he received to Lu Hang. Lu Hang also took a sip of water, and then handed the printed labor contract to Su Zijiang, stating that he would look at it, and if there was no problem we would sign it like this. For Su Zijiang, Lu Hang is also more optimistic, the wage to the more generous. In the 5,000 yuan base salary on the basis of 5% of the fishing fee commission, the fishing field tuba lunch. Lu Hang eat what he ate what, and Su Zijiang said the future of the development direction of the fishing ground, but also said that in the future he will certainly not be too much time in the fishing ground. The matter of the fishing ground will be handed over to him. There are any small problems directly on their own decision on it. If there is any decision, cannot give Lu Hang call. After Su Zijiang signed the contract, Lu Hang went to make lunch. Su Zijiang had nothing to do, so he went back to the fishing ground to chat with the fishing guy again. In the afternoon, after the fishing guys were gone, Lu Hang brought Su Zijiang to the pond again, and dragged out his kayak from inside the hut on the side, paddled to the center with a bamboo pole, and packed up a few broken fishing rods inside. Back on shore, Lu Hang threw all the broken rods into a ditch a couple hundred meters from the pond. Su Zijiang looked at the small pile of broken fishing rods inside the ditch and still asked what he had always wanted to ask. Boss, just how big are the fish inside that pond of ours? After you went to town in the morning, boss, I saw several anglers' rods being pulled and blown out directly all morning. And there were even 2 anglers who were dragged directly into the water. Lao Su, you want to ask the king of the mackerel? Ah, that is my friend heard that I want to open the fishing ground to send me. This mackerel and ferocious and can eat, just came when only 83 pounds, raised for a period of time. The last time to catch up now already have 90 pounds. Here you see the rod, are on the pulled by him burst. After that, Lu Hang let Su Zijiang off work after chatting with him for a couple more sentences. At night, Lu Hang lay on his bed and opened his panel data again. Chapter 12, Enhancement of Fishing Grounds. Host, Lu Hang. Age, 22. Fishing realm of fishing newbie. Fishing method, 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip 16, a fishing trip to open the heavenly gates. System backpack, 8 out of 10. System storage space for fish, 500 pounds, can temporarily store fish. Number of fish ponds 1. Pond name, pond number 1, kingfish weight, 93 caddies. Fish pond level is 0. Fishing points, 46. System jackpot, opened. System store, opened. Number of fish, 1. 611 grass carp. 5,003 bream and 47 eels. Looking at the 46 system points, he tapped the fish pond level again. Fish pond level, 0. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 0%. Currently lifting fish weight by 0%. The average fish pulls about 3 times its normal weight inside the water. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 10. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Fish pond level, 1. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 10%. Currently lifting fish weight by 2%. The average fish pulls about 3 times its normal weight inside the water. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 100. Looking at the remaining 36 points, Lu Hang tapped on the lottery system again. A huge carousel was shown again. System points required for lucky draw, 30. Raffle. The huge carousel began to slowly rotate, and after 10 seconds, it began to slowly stop. But this time it wasn't as lucky as the last time, only to see the pointer stop at a large white area. Ding! Congratulations on winning 266-pound common grass carp. The fish have been placed in fish pond number 1. Lu Hang saw the draw of 66 pounds of grass carp feel a little tasteless. Since I have seen the system sent the power of the green fish, and now see this ordinary fish do not have much feeling. But for the current fishery, used to enrich the first fish pond is still good. Just to make up for the fish pond inside the upper and lower gap is too big problem. Looking at only 6 points of system points left, Lu Hang also silently closed the system interface to sleep. In the morning, Lu Hang was washing up when Chu Yin came. Good morning, boss. Date. You had a moment while I tie a face. Wash up. Lu Hang took Chu Yin to the pond. And he will be the situation of the pond, and Chu Yin told again. Chu Yin rearing experience is not so full. So Lu Hang told more detailed. The fishing grounds do not need to eat enough. Eat enough fish do not like to bite the hook. Fishing man has been Air Force will not come back. But you can't let them be too hungry either. If they're too hungry, they'll bite like crazy and the fishing grounds will lose money. According to the number of anglers every day. To control the number of daily need to feed. To let the fish has been kept half hungry half full state. So that feed out of the fish to maintain a certain degree of wildness. But also will have a more powerful pull. More powerful pull will also give anglers to provide a better fishing feel. Chui Yan, a graduate student in aquatic biology, has recently been following his mentor to do fish observation records, just in time for vacation. He also came out to travel and relax. Yesterday the town saw the recruitment information, so he wanted to come over to observe a variety of freshwater fish up close. Chui Yan has no experience in freshwater fish breeding, but he still knows more about the habits of freshwater fish. Chui Yan is also very honest. He said that he has not had experience in breeding, but he can learn. He is a graduate student, recently in the observation of freshwater fish. Just like in the land aviation internship, the salary does not have to be very high. Just hope that they give him a chance to observe freshwater fish up close. Just after hearing that there are only 3 kinds of fish now, it is obvious to see Chui Yuan's obvious disappointment. After hearing Lu Hang say that there is a close to 90 pounds of mackerel here, especially able to eat, weight grows particularly fast. Chui Yan instantly said with glowing eyes, please make sure to give him a chance. He can even not want to be paid. Just beg to give him a chance to be able to observe that bluegill up close. Lu Hang knows that this is the person attracted by the attraction card. Then it will definitely be a person who takes his work seriously. So Lu Hang is also willing to give him a chance. However, Lu Hang also said very clearly with Chui Yan that he could make observation records of the mackerel, but could not take the initiative to fish for it. But you can take pictures and observe when the fishing guy catches the mackerel up. But you can't go and hurt the fish. But the fish scales that fall off while fishing can be allowed to be taken away by him. However, Lu Hang still gave him a salary. Internship period of 1 month. Within a month if the breeding is good can be transferred. If the breeding is not good to continue the internship or leave. Internship salary of 4,000 yuan a month. But the internship period in the middle of the fish scales Chui Yan cannot be taken away. Only after the transfer of fish scales formally belonged to the Chui Yan all. And Chui Yan just introduced the fish pond. Signed the contract. Su Zijiang came. Lu Hang look at the time is only 7:30. After pulling the 2 people to eat breakfast, took the fishing rod to the mountains. Now the fishing ground with Su Zijiang and Chui Yan. There is no need to worry too much. Recently watched this group of fishing guys themselves also itchy. Just in their own fishing grounds fishing always feels strange. Just behind the mountain there is a lake. Around a few mountains above the stream are also flowing to the lake. Inside the fish should be very good. After walking for almost an hour or so, Lu Hang finally walked to the edge of the lake and took out the rookie fishing rod and a pack of universal bait that was given by the system gift package. After hitting the nest, Lu Hang threw his confident first shot, worthy of the universal bait sent by the system. Only just 5 minutes after the nest was made, we saw dense bubbles rising from the water surface. Throwing the first rod with full confidence, I saw the fish drift sink directly. Lu Hang power a pull, a white bar of about 6 tails, threw the white bar into the system fish pond, hung a new bait, and threw another rod. Fishing until noon, the speed of the fish began to decrease. Not the beginning of the speed of the fish. Lu Hang took out the morning out of the time with the rice ball, was ready to eat a mouthful, just sent to his mouth to see the fishing rod was the fish directly pulled out. It was too late to eat the rice ball. Rushed to get the fishing rod in the hands of the rice ball also fell directly to the ground. The rod bent quickly, directly into the shape of a large bow, and the whirring of the wind line resounded over the lake. Big fish. It's a big fish, at least 30 pounds or more. Feeling the tension in his hands, Lu Hang's entire body began to desperately lean back. Just when the rod head was about to touch the water surface, Lu Hang began to rapidly fling the rod. The pole, which had been all but touching the water, was seen to be gradually drawn up again. Lu Hang held onto the fishing rod and began to slowly back away. Although there were a lot of branches on the side, but it didn't affect Lu Hang's maneuvering. 10 minutes soon passed in the exertion of one loose and one retracted. And in the end it had been consuming 30 to 40 minutes before Lu Hang pulled this fish up. Chapter 13, Group Membership Soars. Looking at the chub that was pulled up to about a meter, Lu Hang directly laughed his head off. After putting the chub into the system fish pond, Lu Hang also stopped fishing and happily put away his fishing gear to go home. When he walked to the place where he could already see his home, Lu Hang stopped, took out the huge chub fish from inside the system's fishery, and used a rope to tie you directly to his back, carrying this fish on my back, and happily returning home. After arriving home Lu Hang ran straight to the pond. Su Zijian and Chui Yan, who were at the fishing ground, saw Lu Hang walking over with a big fish on his back and immediately came over to help. But Lu Hang kept walking to the edge of the pond as if he hadn't seen the 2 men. Seeing the boss like this, Lao Su, a human savant, instantly knew what the boss meant. Boss, where did you catch this chub? You say this I also lake fishing. This fish can be strong, and I spent more than an hour it, but I did not bring the weighing do not know how much weight. That old Su You take Xiaochu to the house on the left and help me with that scale. Listening to Lu Hang and the others, the pond anglers also turned their heads one by one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu brother, where did you catch this fish? It looks like it's less than 30 pounds. Awesome. It's okay. It's only 30 or 40 pounds. We'll weigh it later and put it in the pond. Soon, Su Zijiang and Chu Yan came out carrying the scale, put the scale on the ground, and put a plastic box on top of it. The two quickly helped Lu Hang put the fish into the box, but the fish was still too big, and a small half of the tail was still leaking out, but it didn't affect it. The crowd gathered around the edge, staring at the ever-changing numbers on top of that electronic scale. 48.5 pounds. The boss is awesome. It's really big. It must taste good when you use it for braising. Such a big fish you only think of braising. How wasteful braising is. Look at this fish head divided into two, half chopped into pieces, fried in oil until golden and fished out, and then slowly stewed in a casserole. The other half is boiled over high heat, then put in the tofu and simmer over low heat. This fish tail, cut into small strips, covered with batter, and fried in oil, sliced down the meat on both sides, after which the fish bone chopped into small pieces, fried in oil until golden, and then the onion, ginger and garlic stir-fried, and then braised. Then take the meat from the back of the fish and slice it. Big brother, stop it. I'm going to drool if you say it again. Lu Hang didn't pay attention to the other people's chit-chat, and directly asked Lao Su to take his own cell phone, hold the chub himself, and take a few pictures for himself. Only then did he carry the silver carp to the edge of the fish pond and put it inside. The anglers on the side, seeing the fish put into the water, soon caused another cheer. The chub that was put inside the water, with a wag of the tail, dove in headfirst and quickly disappeared. Lu Hang scooped some water from the edge of the pond with his hand, washed his hands, cleaned the slime in his hands, walked to the side of Su Zijiang, took his own cell phone, and sent a few photos he had just taken to the group. After sending the photo, Lu Hang also opened his mouth and said, "This chub I put inside the pond, only 48.5 pounds. According to the rules of the fishing ground, less than 50 pounds of fish can be taken away. The person who caught it can choose to take away. Do not want to take away. You can also look for me. I'm 300 yuan back to the fish, but we have to hurry up. 48 pounds and a half. Only 1.5 pounds short of 50 pounds. Want to take away. Hurry up to go fishing it. Boss, are you telling the truth? It can't be a gimmick set on purpose for popularity. One size does not fit all. The rules will certainly not be broken. And can I not afford to have fun if I run a fishing lodge? As long as I can catch the fish before it grows to 50 pounds, I can take it away." The fishing guys gathered around the side, hearing Lu Hang's words. Their eyes were almost glazed over, and then one by one, they rushed to their rods, replaced the bait, and casted the rods. Lu Hang watched them all go fishing, and he himself also walked towards home, and while walking, he heard the fishing man behind him muttering, "The owner of the fishing ground is really enterprising. 48 pounds of chub, said to take away and let it go. That's not even the point. The point is that the owner didn't blink when he said that, as if a 48-pound fish wasn't a big fish at all. Boss, there's a nearly 90-pound mackerel in there. How can you bar the chub looking so heavy?" "That's right. Look at how easily the boss brought back a 48-catty chub. Not even much sweat on his body. The boss must have exaggerated when he said it took more than an hour. I suspect that the boss flew straight up here, and for fear of blowing us off, he purposely said that it took so long." Lu Hang returned home, walked to the backyard, boiled a kettle of boiling water, took out the bathtub, took off his clothes and took a shower, changed into clean clothes, which made him comfortable. After taking a shower, Lu Hang made himself a bucket of spicy noodles and sat on a stool while brushing the messages inside the group and giggling, with the photos that had just been taken and the boo-boo that could be taken away. Even Lu Hang's fish release and talk were recorded and sent to the group by Su Zijiang. Looking at the video inside the group, Lu Hang nodded. It's not much more appealing than some grand prize pool. A 93-pound king mackerel isn't for everyone, but a 48-pound chub can be caught by anyone with a slightly better rod. Looking at the chat messages that kept popping up inside the fishing group, in just 5 minutes, dozens of messages had already popped up, and the members inside the group had become 818. 822 people now, and 4 new members have come in. Lu Hang slowly slid to the top level of the chat log and began to slowly read it. Ginger, chub? How big? Did the owner catch this fish from inside the fishing grounds too? June, this is the boss's new catch from outside. 48.5 pounds. Just given to be put inside the fishing grounds. Ginger, asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, are you playing against? Why I came when you do not put? I just today did not come you put new fish. Is not afraid that I give you to catch away. Shujo enthusiast, the boss not only put it in the pond, but also can take the fish away as long as he catches it before the chub grows to 50 pounds. Ginger, damn it, this class on the broken class is totally not going to get on a bit. Wufa Wutian, the man is on his way. With photos. Unforgettable, just for the atmosphere of the boss. I'm ready to get a membership. Ginger, just you, get in line. I haven't even opened a membership yet, and even if I do, I'll be the first one to do it, and I'll be the first to go to the Miracle Grand Fishing Grounds. Muggle, who says the one who gets to the fishing grounds first gets to do it first, and if I have to do it surely I'll do it first. Chapter 14, Fishing Surveillance. And then after that, all the fishing guys who had dived inside the group were all getting active. Long Shao, grass. Why do so many of you want to go over to fish? What if the boss doesn't have enough fishing space by then? Sleepless, who do you blame for your own late arrival? You still have the nerve to say, fishing space is limited, first come first served. Not to mention my friend and I set off first. Blooming rich, Ed, go ahead and plate that chub tomorrow. If you don't go to the chub again you might not even be able to grab one of the chub's scales. Lu Hang looked at the messages that kept scrolling inside the group. His mouth was grinning. And then he sent the photos of the 2 grass carp and the video he put into the group as well. At the same time also picked a few photos sent to the group inside. Now there is no use. And so on the fishery fire. Then friends fishing more up. People open my circle of friends to see. Inside the one giant fish. TSK, TSK, that shall not be gluttony to death them. Long Shao, boss. I'm going to reserve a spot tomorrow. Make sure you save one for me. Ginger, don't ask if there's a spot. Go and do it straight away. If there's no fishing spot, take off your clothes and go into the water to catch it. If you can't catch a fish, pump it. Sleepless, the boss is going to be shivering when he sees what you're saying, and he won't be able to sleep for the rest of the night. June, no more. Guys, I'm going to keep fishing. I saw several people hooked up on the side. Boss, the fish bite frequency here is really high. Exploding blow. Long Shao, I'm envious. Tomorrow I'm going to experience the boss's Bakudo fish pond. Seeing what Jiang Zia said inside the group, Lu Hang also got scared. Then Lu Hang found out the surveillance he bought before and took it towards the fishing ground. Old Sue, let's go and install surveillance. You know how to install it? Mustn't this be done by a professional? No need. This is simple enough. Just hang it up. There are instructions here as well. If you really can't do it, just do it Wandu. Take it apart first. I'll study the instructions. Boss, you see where it's good to mount it. It just so happens that we still need the ladder. I'll move the ladder. Take the monitor out and use the key to scratch the surface film. The Chui Yen on the side saw the two of them working on something, and also bumbled over. This thing is surveillance? Don't you guys pull the cord on this one ahead of time? No, this is solar monitoring. No wires to pull. This one over here is the solar panel, and this one over here is the electrical energy savings. 3 people squatted on the ground, touching the east and looking at the west. 3 people then surrounded the monitor here to study up. 3 people studied half a day. The study is almost the same. The basic things are assembled. After getting it right, Su Zijiang ran to get the ladder. Lu Hang then looked for the location of the installation. After the foundation is assembled, the subsequent installation is also very fast. The monitoring function is also more comprehensive. As long as someone enters the monitoring area will send out a prompt, and then the camera will automatically follow the entrant to move, and also can zoom in the perspective. With this thing, in the future, not only can prevent some people maliciously come over to steal the fish, but also in the future every night through the monitoring record to see everyone's fish moments. By the time to edit a little bit can be put on top of the shocking sound number. The process of installing the surveillance was also recorded by June's curiosity, and then it was also casually posted to the fishing group. June, hard-working boss, video. Long Shao, at Ginger. Well, the boss was scared by you and directly installed surveillance overnight. It seems that there is no way for you to go into the water to catch fish. Ha 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 ha. Sleepless, I have familiarized myself with the rules of the group and have already prepared for tomorrow. No pumping, dog head, is prohibited at the Miracle Big Fishing Ground. Ha 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 ha. Ginger, a day has not seen the fishing field changes again. No, I also want to go fishing. Today I will give the matter busy finish. I want to go to the plate chub, plate big grass, plate big green. This crap business who love to run who run. Muggle, at Ginger there is no need brother. Directly with the A party to the Miracle of the Big Fishing Ground. On the boss that big green to him to pull a pull. What business talk is not good? Boss, see if this is high enough. A ladder was set up on a poplar tree at the edge of the fish pond, and Su Zijiang stood at the top of the ladder and asked Lu Hang and Chui Yen who were holding the ladder downwards. Lu Hang looked up and then turned his head around and said, a little more to the left, a little more to the left. Yes, right here. It's good. It's perfect. Originally, Lu Hang wanted to go up and install it, But how Su Zijiang is also a workplace veteran. How could he let his boss go in this situation? Let's just say he has experience installing them. And then he climbed up with the solar panel and monitor in one hand. Old Su, use your cell phone to see if the picture is clear. Su Zijiang, who had just come down from the ladder, heard Lu Hang's words and took out his cell phone from his pocket to look at the surveillance screen. Good. Clear picture and good location. That's fine. Right. Try that autofollow system again. With that, Lu Hang walked out of the surveillance area and then walked back in. Su Zijiang looked at the monitor and said it was good to follow Lu Hang's movement. After setting up the surveillance, Su Zijiang and Chu Yiyan carried the ladder back to the utility room. After installing it, Su Zijiang talked to Lu Hang again about the problems he had discovered in the past 2 days. Recently the weather is getting hotter and hotter. We need a refrigerator to launch cold drinks and also sell some ice cream. But I recommend the ice company. The new popsicles, the big diced milk and so on too expensive, not many people will like it. In the past 2 days I also found more mosquitoes in the pond. We also need to prepare some mosquito coils and eau de cologne. To ensure that the fishing experience of the anglers is also an important condition to ensure that the regular customers. The consumption of instant noodles has also been high in the past 2 days. And the sausages and marinated eggs that go with the noodles we can keep a little on hand as well. If the traffic can stay this high or greater in the future, we might be able to launch business. After saying this, Lu Hang also nodded. Worthy of being a former manager. It was easy to find out the needs of the fishing ground. Take your time. One bite won't make you fat. Refrigerator, ice cream, instant noodles, flour water. I can purchase these things tomorrow. As for the cafeteria, we'll observe for a few more days. If the numbers are guaranteed, I'll go find a chef, and then we can get out of the lunch business. But you need to set the price of the lunch, and the content of the lunch in advance. The price is too high, no one wants it. The price is too low, it is easy to lose money. And the amount of the lunch should also have a standard. Okay, I'll prepare these in advance. By the way, boss, when I worked at the breeding base again before, there would be a very obvious decrease in foot traffic in summer and winter at that time. And then I asked those anglers who came to fish before I realized that the fish are seldom foraging for food after the heat of the day. So is it not necessary to make preparations in advance on our side as well? Chapter 15, A New Side Quest. Listening to Su Zijiang's report, Lu Hang also remembered the time when he used to fish. It was too hot in summer, especially at noon. It was so hot that the fish didn't bite at all, and he was hot enough. After 2 experiences, Lu Hang never went fishing in the daytime anymore. He waited until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then took his own tools to go night fishing, and there were quite a lot of people fishing at night. Ding! Trigger Side Quest 3. A great fishing mecca definitely needs to give a quality fishing experience as well. Over the course of a month, make it possible for Fishing Ground 1 to keep the fishing temperatures up and give summer fishermen a great experience. Task requirement, within 1 month, make the cooling system of the number 1 fishery. Mission startup amount, 20 million yuan, already transferred to the host's bank card with reasonable income. Reward for mission completion, 1 Imperial Chef attraction card and 1 Fishing Environment correction card. Mission failure penalty, return $20. 000 and won't catch more than 2 tails of fish for a week straight. What? This thing has a mission? That's fine. But Lao Su, do you have any way to deal with this point? My idea of building a completely sexually enclosed environment and installing air conditioning afterward would minimize the fishing environment throughout the fishing grounds. Is there any better way? I want to do a little better thermostat system. Since we are going to do it, let's do the best. I will give you 15,000,000 startup capital. You this side to do a construction plan for me. This side I want you to be able to finish within 20 days again. After chatting with Su Zijiang, Lu Hang returned to his yard, took out his own teapot and took a sip, pulling out his own cell phone and looking at it. Just such a moment of effort. The group inside the message and do not know how many more. Just open the super letter to see the fishing field group side of the red 99+. But most of the water is watered down bragging and farting. But there are a few people's speeches to make the corners of the mouth of Lu Hang curl up, although I don't know if what these people are saying is true or not. If it's all true, there will be at least 32 people coming tomorrow. Looking at it this way, tomorrow could see a surge in points. And with the 26 system points I have now, it looks like I'll be able to upgrade fish pond number 1 once more soon. Or maybe I can draw another prize. It's just that the points requirement goes up after each draw, so I really can't afford to draw anymore. As it began to get dark, one by one people began to start packing up and getting ready to go. June, boss, let's go. Well, take care and come back next time you have time. June, boss, when can the fishing ground road rest? Every time you have to walk more than 20 minutes of road is a bit far. Good. Over here I'll find someone to ask and see how this road will be repaired by then. And when I've looked at it, I'll find someone to fix it. Lu Hang thought in his heart this road where is said to be repaired. Even if you want to repair and the government to report and pass before repair. After the development of the fishery into a popular fishing spot and then say it. Ah June, just for the sake of the boss. I'll come back tomorrow. And I'll bring a few more friends over then. Lu Hang laughed, building the road is fake. And plating my chub is real, right? June, ha 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 ha. That's just it, but it's also true about the road. If you had a little better road here boss, I'm sure more people would come. After chatting with Lu Hang for a couple of minutes, June also left with his own things. Looking at one after another left fishing guy, Lu Hang is also very happy. If you do a good job of the fishing service, the future of the fishing ground will certainly be more and more repeat customers. Add to that the fishing thermostat system that will be built soon. And once that's done, there will be a mad rush of summer anglers with no place to go to the Miracle Grand. By the time there are more anglers, you really need to get a membership. But with a membership, you definitely need to give members a discount as well. It's only $80 for 5 hours. So if you discount the price again it's going to be a little too low. Forget about it. When the time comes to throw the problem to Lao Su, he used to work as a manager. For these more or less will have some understanding. After sending off all the fishing guys, Lu Hang went back to the fish pond and Su Zijiang to deal with the garbage left by the pond. Looking at Su Zijiang from the fish pond to pick up over a few fishing rods, Lu Hang suddenly thinking, their own here if also open a fishing tackle store, is not to earn fly. On this day several rod burst rate, small count 1 day burst 3, 1 day to sell 3 rods. What if fish their own pond inside the fish do not burst rod? Rods at least $1,000 to start. 1 day to sell 3 is 3,000. Minus the price of goods can earn 600. If you can find a manufacturer to cooperate with their own production, then you can earn more. But Lu Hang thought for a moment, or forget it. If they do not burst the rod by then how to earn points do not rely on others to fall into the water? In the future, we will fish a lot of people's skills will certainly be higher, and the cumulative points of the burst rod is not lower than the water. After packing up the garbage from the fishing grounds, everyone dismissed to go home, and Lu Hang also headed straight to the backyard and started counting the things he would buy tomorrow, taking out his cell phone to make a memo as he did so. Refrigerator A, yes also want a freezer, Lao Su said reasonable. Now the weather began to heat up ice cream is also a good selling point, but this thing is heavier. When the time to buy and then have to people to send a little, ice cream should also buy. First set a few kinds of cheap to buy a box of the same time. See how the sale. Mosquito coils and floral water should be bought as well. Coke, Sprite, and Blue Ox have been selling fast lately too, so you can buy a few more boxes tomorrow when you get there too. It's time to get a little bit of bubbly in, and sausage and marinated eggs can come in too. By the way, there is not much meat in the house. Buy some more meat. By the way, buy some dumpling skin home can wrap some dumplings. Then at noon you can also sell dumplings. Dumplings burned is also simple. Do not need any technical content. The money for this purchase is still going on the fishing account. And in the future, your own money will be counted separately from the fishing account, to avoid the trouble of counting in the future. After a good dinner, Lu Hang went to the fish pond by himself again, and put the whitebait, carp, and chub that he caught in the morning. All of them were put inside their own ponds. Although it wasn't a big fish, it could more or less supplement the problem of the lack of fish species in fish pond number 1. Anyway, these kinds of fish can coexist, as long as the feed is enough. There will be no problem of killing each other. After releasing the fish, Lu Hang ran to the kitchen and boiled a kettle of boiling water to take a shower, and then went directly back to the house and went to bed. Opened the cell phone to look at the number of people inside the group and information. Lu Hang also whimsical inside the group sent a message. Every Sunday in the future will then be sent inside the group 5 red packets. Each red packet of 20 yuan divided into 10 packets, which grab the red packet of the King of the Hand can be to the fishing ground for free to fish for 5 hours. The use of the time for the Monday to Friday. Chapter 16, Explosive Protection. After finishing inside the group, this one was added to the group announcement. A pattering rain fell outside the house, and the sound of steady breathing came out from Lu Hang. The next day, Lu Hang did not sleep until the alarm clock went off. Naturally woke up. Last night just had a light rain, and now outside the house is still filled with the aroma of soil. Looking at the whitening sky outside, he climbed up with a yawn, and I don't know whether it was because there was no more pressure from work or because the rain last night made him sleep peacefully. At this moment, he only felt refreshed. He walked out of his room in his slippers, and after a good breakfast, he changed his clothes and got ready to go to town. Walking out of the house, looking at the rain-soaked dirt road, realized that today it seems like I can't go to the town. Looking at the rotten dirt road, Lu Hang thought in his heart, this road really needs to be repaired. Wait for Lao Su to come and ask Lao Su. He should be more clear about the process. People were basically still sleeping now. and there weren't many active people inside the group, but when they saw the photo Lu Heng posted, the group was also instantly lively. Demon, asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, you can't be PING this photo. What's that black 2-meter long one? The king mackerel? And the 2 1-meter ones on the side. Huang Tianji, boss, this fishing ground, so many big fish. Standing Air Force, you guys see there's another 1 meter or so of fish on the side. That should be as the chub that the owner put in yesterday. Dujingji, am I the only one who noticed how many fish are inside the boss's fish pond? Monk's milk, no. I noticed that too. There were chub, carp, grass carp, and especially bream a lot, but it seems like there was only 1 mackerel to be seen. Demon, I remember the owner said there was more than 1 mackerel inside the pond. I think it didn't surface, so I didn't see it. After Lu Heng posted the photos, he walked towards the pond, ready to clean the rainwater inside the trash can. When he walked to the pond and looked at the garbage, he realized that all the lime powder in the fishing spot he had divided had also been rinsed and messed up. Hey, the fishing ground seems to need to rest on the side. The side of the fishing position also want to use some of the division of the thought of Lu Heng with a cell phone memo to put this thing down. Then he continued to pour the water, and after spending more than 10 minutes pouring all the water, Lu Heng also had a rare moment of leisure, and after sending a message to Su Zijiang, he picked up his own fishing box again, and headed for the lake where he had fished yesterday. Walked to the mountain lake place. Here on the water also has a group of fish swimming in the water, especially in the center of the lake, where Lu Heng also saw a few sizes not weaker than their own mackerel fish. In addition to the largest fish, there are still a dozen of more than a meter of fish on the side of the meter, or so there are more than 20 fish. Dozens of centimeters of fish is more than countless. When Lu Heng saw this group of fish, Lu Heng had already made plans to move all the big fish inside this lake to his fish pond. In the future, they will have to go to other places. All the large fish inside the water, all the fishing back, and then open a giant fish pond. Inside all the more than 100 pounds of fish, when this fish pond is certainly very popular. While thinking about this, he walked to the place where he fished yesterday. Since he had used the universal bait yesterday, Lu Heng also knew the power of the universal bait, and looking at the big fish in the center of the water, Lu Heng also hit the nest a little farther this time. As soon as Lu Heng threw the bait over, all the fish in the water went under at once as well. After Lu Heng had finished his nest, he began to circle around the lake, which was connected to a creek on 3 nearby hills. The 3 mountains were connected, and the creeks all ran down halfway up the mountain, and by the time they reached the bottom of the mountain the 3 creeks merged into one, and then connected to the lake. Around the lake around a circle back, has been more than half an hour. Lu Heng from the system space inside took out the novice fishing rod. Adjust the float. Just after the rain is not suitable and yesterday the same fishing bottom to float fishing. Hang up the bait. Hard to throw. Will be thrown to the hook's nesting place. Fishing is relatively good when it rains, especially in summer. It becomes cooler when it rains, and also the rain brings in some oxygen and food into the water as it drips into the water, and the fish are a little more active because of these factors. The rod was just thrown down, directly as sinking. The line also instantly came the sound of whistling wind. Lu Heng quickly grabbed the rod, began to pull back, began to slip up the fish. It took 5 minutes for Lu Heng to get the fish to the shore, and then he picked up the net and fished the fish into the net. The first one was a grass carp of more than 10 pounds, and Lu Heng put the fish inside the system fish pond before seeing that it was a 17-pound grass carp. Put away the grass carp and rehooked up a new bait and made another cast. Not 5 minutes later another grass carp was on. Only this one wasn't as big as the one we just had. Only 12 pounds. Fished for over 2 hours in a row. Caught 8 grass carp, 3 carp, 2 chub, 5 crushing carp, during which the smallest was a 6-pound crushing carp, and the largest was a 27-pound grass carp. The consecutive fish caught made Lu Heng extra excited. Especially each one was a big fish. Another bite, this time with extra pulling power. And Lu Heng hurriedly lowered his center of gravity and fell back and started to slip the fish. After slipping and sliding for a couple minutes in a row, I pulled the fish to the edge of the lake and also saw that the bite was another grass carp. As the fish was too big for the plunge net to be small enough to catch, it took a few more minutes. Finally dragged the fish to the shore. Put into the fish pond. Lu Heng also saw that this is a weight of 57 pounds of grass carp, and this grass carp fight for nearly an hour. Lu Heng is also tired enough to fill the nest, and then sit and rest for a while. Lu Heng once again threw a rod. After a few hours of continuous fishing, suddenly began to no fish on the hook. Looking at the fish have been nearly 10 minutes no fish on the hook. They opened the bait is also used up. Lu Heng and do not want to open again. Thinking of closing the rod home. Suddenly a huge tension came from the rod. Lu Heng did not react for a moment and was almost dragged into the water. He quickly reacted and lowered his center of gravity to try to slip the fish, but the pull was too great to hold down the rod. A look at the rod simply cannot be pressed. Lu Hang also decisively began to release the line. And then he turned directly behind the poplar tree to run to the side of the tree, Lu Hang directly pulling the rod directly around the poplar tree. The rod and the poplar tree tied together. Chapter 1700 Catty Carp. After successfully tying the fishing rod and the poplar tree together, Lu Hang also finally got a breath of reprieve. Feeling the unbeatable pull of the fishing rod, Lu Hang's first reaction was that he had caught a fish that was no weaker than the mackerel inside his own fish pond. There is no one on the side can help. Lu Hang are ready to cut the line. Thinking that not far behind them there is a half-meter thick poplar tree, also decided to fight. Looking at the taut straight line, Lu Hang also can't help but sigh. Worthy of the system out of the rod. Is awesome. So much tension did not cut the line. Just watch the line stay taut for 20 minutes before it finally started to loosen up. Lu Hang saw that the fishing line just loosened down, decisively untied the rod tied to the tree, began to collect the line. Collected a moment, Lu Hang began to feel the pressure again. Lu Hang held the poplar tree while reeling in the line and clamped the poplar tree with his legs. As soon as he felt the fish start to force, he immediately tied the fishing rod to the poplar tree again. One loose, one loose, one loose. And so it took 2 hours to pull the fish to the lake. And Lu Hang finally saw what he had caught, a 100-pound carp. After slowly consuming the fish to the lake, and then Lu Hang once again tied the fishing rod to the poplar tree. He walked to the lake directly with his hands, directly dragged the fish to the shore. Just when I wanted to put the carp into the system fish pond, the system popped up a notification of insufficient capacity. Seeing the tips, Lu Hang also reacted. Today's fish caught, although not as much as yesterday, but the weight are bigger than yesterday. Looking at the fish pond inside that a dozen or so pounds, 2 dozen pounds of fish, Lu Hang also had to start pulling out small fish. First a 6 catty crushing carp, then an 8 catty grass carp, another 12 catty grass carp, 12 catty crushing carp, 14 catty grass carp, 16 catty grass carp, 17 catty crushing carp, pulling out 8 fish in a row before finally and reluctantly releasing 100 pounds of crushing carp into the system's fish pond. Looking at the 8 fish on the ground, Lu Hang didn't want to release them, so he found a rope and put it through directly from the gill position. Gathering up his rod, he picked up his fish box and fish and started to walk back, and halfway there, Lu Hang saw a pile of vines on a tree at the side. Lu Hang directly walked over to directly remove all the tree vines, and then the blind dick made up into a huge unknown-like thing. Taking this unknown-like thing, has been walking to see the location of the home. Lu Hang and once again stopped, and then the 100 pounds of crushing carp from the system inside the fish pond to take out to the vine, and then use the rope to the fish to the fixed on the top. Taking out the 57-pound grass carp from inside the system's fish pond again, he tied the fish to his back with a rope and began dragging the vines as he started for home, almost to the door of the house. Lu Hang found that today to the fish pond is really a lot of people. Fish ponds on both sides of the fishing space basically to be full, especially see the edge of the Lu Shang. June. Toothless Lu Hang found a lot of old customers have come today. After walking to the door of the house, Lu Hang is also tired enough, but think of a moment to be able to pretend. Lu Hang excited again, and dragged began to walk home. Lao Su, Xiao Chu, come here and help me pull it. Su Zijian looked up as soon as he heard Lu Hang's voice, and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise when he saw Lu Hang carrying a meter or so of fish on his back and dragging something else. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The anglers on the side all looked up one by one when they heard the exclamation, and then they saw Lu Hang carrying the fish, one by one. When they saw Lu Hang who was carrying a fish on his back one by one, they all ran over to take a look at the grass carp on his back, and they all thought of taking a few pictures of the fish. When one ran to the road and saw the carp that Lu Hang was dragging behind him, a group of people were directly stunned. Chui Yen also pushed out the electronic scale from the utility room and took out a large basin from the utility room. Old Su also rushed over to help Lu Hang put down the grass carp on his back. This time the tub was one of those bathtubs that used to be used for bathing, and it was perfectly big enough for grass carp. 57 pounds. I'm tired. This one that's over a meter is 57 pounds. The one on the side that's about 2 meters is going to weigh a lot. It's horrible. Looking at so many people, Lu Hang also hugged the grass carp in the basin with an excited face. Xiao Chu, take a picture, take a picture. Take a handsome picture of me, help me send it to the group. After waiting for the picture to be taken, Lao Su helped Lu Hang lift the grass carp out. He started to accompany Lu Hang again and started to untie the rope on top of the carp, and after the rope was untied, the fishing guys on the side were all excited to help Lu Hang lift the carp into the basin one by one. 143 pounds. Holy, 143 pounds of carp. I'm straight up on my knees for the boss. Boss, are you selling this fish? I'll buy it for $800. $800 and you want to buy this 143 pounds of carp from the boss? I'll offer 1,000 boss to sell me. I'll give you one. $200. 1,500. I'll give you two. 000. Stop. Stop. Everyone be quiet. I'm not selling this fish. I'll put this fish inside the number 1 fish pond. Then everyone can go fishing, and the person who catches it will be rewarded with $500. After saying that, Lu Hang picked up this carp again. Shui Yan also took his cell phone and started to click to start a shot. After shooting, Lu Hang also did not immediately put the fish into the fish pond but gave everyone 5 minutes to let everyone take pictures. After shooting, everyone also helped to lift the fish into the fish pond. Come fishing at the boss's house. When you're done, we'll need a rope around our waist. Enough said, I'm getting excited already. 140 pounds, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Fishing field inside the fishing man one by one began to crazy general shouting up. Give vent to the inner excitement. More than 100 pounds of freshwater fish. How many people do not say fishing? The reality of seeing have not seen. Lu Hang watched them all shouting and casting in excitement, and walked himself to the backyard to give himself a bath. After the bath, Lu Hang opened and cleaned all those 8 dressed up fish. After washing the fish and going to the backyard to pull a few onions, he took the washed onions and fish and walked to the kitchen. Using a lighter, he lit a handful of dry leaves, and after dropping the lit dry leaves into the stove, he took out a couple of thin twigs and put them on top of the dry leaves before adding a couple of pieces of coarse firewood. Marinate the grass carp with cooking wine, salt and soy sauce. Pour in the canola oil. Put the carp in and fry both sides over low heat until golden brown. Add green onion, ginger and garlic and stir in the wine. Then follow with some salt, soy sauce, oyster sauce, a little bit of sugar, and a big bowl of water. Bring to a boil over high heat. Reduce heat to medium-low, and simmer, covered, for a few minutes. Simmer until almost reduced. Sprinkle with scallions and serve. Clean the pot. Add a few more tablespoons of water to it and bring it to a boil over high heat. Again, stuff the stomach of the grass carp with green onions, ginger, and garlic and place it on the steamer. Steam the fish for 10 minutes or so, and when it's cooked, remove it. On top of the top, pour steamed fish soy sauce, put shredded green onions and sprinkle with hot oil. Chapter 18, The Giant Pond. The inside of the fishing ground was as noisy as a food market, and a group of people were sitting on the edge of the fishing ground, chatting while catching fish. Lu Hang looked at the scene in front of him, and Lu Hang couldn't help but curled his mouth. The more lively it was, the more people there were. Old Sui, Lu Hang shouted, and Su Zhejiang directly turned his head to look over. Lao Su, Xiao Chu, come to help me to come and get the dishes. Today I am happy, please all the fishing friends to eat fish. Hearing this, Su Zhejiang and Shui Yan froze, and the anglers froze as well. Then a shocking shout erupted. Luckily there were no other homes nearby, or else they would have more or less thought this was a pyramid scheme meeting. When Lu Shang heard Lu Hang's words, he couldn't help but clap his hands, and the fishing buddies next to him saw Lu Shang clap his hands, which made Lu Hang a little embarrassed. Su Zhejiang laughed and shook his head as he walked towards the kitchen, and Shui Yan followed. In no time, Shui Yan carried a folding table over, and behind him, Lu Hang with Su Zhejiang was carrying a pot of fish in one hand. Putting the fish on the table, the three went back into the house and carried out 2 more plates of fish and a pot of rice. Taking the bowls out from the house, Lu Hang shouted, "Okay, everyone come and beat the rice. 1 bowl for each person. Eat as much as you can and beat as much as you can." Lu Shang just needed the bait's hand without even having time to wash it, and shouted with an excited face, "Thank you, brother Lu. Thanks, boss. The boss is awesome." The 8 fish were divided among the anglers in a while, and everyone thanked Lu Hang when they called for dinner. The smile on Lu Hang's face never disappeared. It was always on his face, and he gave a bowl to both Su Zhejiang and Shui Yan next to him as well. "I do too. Thanks, boss," Shui Yan said with a flattering face. "Yes, yes, yes, everyone," he said, taking another bowl and giving himself one as well. Lu Hang smiled and picked up the bowl to eat as well. After lunch, everyone has returned their bowls as well. Lu Hang also cleared his throat at this time, and said loudly, "Ahem. Thank you for coming to our miracle big fishing ground today to support the field. Today the fish seems to be everyone's food is also very happy. And here I also say that the miracle big fishing ground is officially open from tomorrow. Starting from today, every week in the future, the Japanese fishing grounds will start a red packet lottery inside the fishing group, in which the king of the hand can come to the miracle grand fishing ground to fish for free once, but the use of the time is only used for every Monday through Friday. Miracle Big Fishing will update the group every day with the number of all the 50-pound fish inside the fishery as well as the species, and if someone can take the big mackerel jackpot pool, then all the fishing fees for all the anglers for that day will be waived. The anglers in the fishing grounds were stunned by this statement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? Such a big deal? That's if you agree with your friends what you're going to catch and prepare your bait and rods ahead of time. then anything over 50 pounds is a casual catch. Who wouldn't want a $300 reward? And to experience the thrill of the boondoggle and get a $300 reward? No, can't think about it. My mouth is watering. Boss, I want to fill up my membership. I don't want a discount. I want to be resident. I want exclusive fishing spots. Inside the fishing ground is boiling. Lu Hang is satisfied with everything in front of the fishing ground. The sight of Su Zijiang is a face of sadness but did not interrupt. After waiting for a while, the atmosphere dropped, and Lu Hang coughed his throat again and spoke again. Is the fish put inside the fish pond today big enough for everyone to have fun eating it? Happy. The giant did not catch. White hoard the boss a lunch. Boss, that fish at a glance are more than 10 pounds. I'm happy to die. Ha 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 ha. Boss, atmosphere. It can be. Boss is awesome. Lu Hang paused and spoke again. Ha ha. It's good that you all like it. I love the feeling of catching huge fish, and I'm sure you guys are enjoying it too. But 143 pounds of carp will not be the biggest fish in the fishing ground, nor will it be the only 143 pounds of fish. Here we can tell you that in the future, the fishing ground will specially open a giant pond, the smallest of which is 100 pounds of big fish. For the sake of everyone's fishing safety, the 143 pounds of carp king inside the number 1 fish pond is for everyone to practice. Only from the number 1 fishery inside the 143 pounds of people can catch this. Only qualified to go to the giant pond inside the fishing. In the future, every person who catches 143 pounds of carp king inside the number 1 fish pond, in addition to the 800 yuan reward given to the angler, I will also go to the group to send a big red packet. The size of the red packet is determined by the time interval between fishing 2 sessions of the angler, plus 100 yuan every other day, capped at 1,000 yuan. When he finished, the fishing guys in the fishing grounds were all applauding. Boss, atmosphere. This is only interesting. Fishing for small fish, what is the meaning? To fish big. Not for that 800 yuan reward on the charge of that giant pond qualification. Carp king, I fish fixed. Not bad. Not bad. That makes me even more motivated to catch carp. Ha 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 ha. That's what makes fishing fun. There's nothing like fishing for giants. If anything, it's fishing for bigger ones. Lu Hang nodded in satisfaction when he heard everyone's words. Then he and Su Zijiang and Chu Yan packed up the dishes and went back to the kitchen. Boss, I've made the construction plans for fishing ground number 1. Do you want to take a look over here? No need to look. It's too much trouble. Just give me a brief dictation. Considering the owner's time constraints, we intend to use containerized assembly, directly purchasing specific sizes of building materials and then directly transporting them to the fishing grounds for assembly. With the roof set up as a controllable skylight, the skylight is set up as 2 layers. The outermost layer is AH32 type steel, and the inner layer is a double-layer design of tempered glass and heat-insulating glass, with a 1-meter interval between the inner and outer layers. In spring and fall, you only need to open the sunroof, and in summer, close the steel layer, then close the glass layer and open the internal thermostat system. Wintertime is to open the steel layer, closed on the glass layer. With the glass of the spotlight, will make the internal temperature is much higher than the outside temperature. Boss, you see, can I directly contact the construction team tomorrow? Can old Sue? You let go of the dry on it. My side of the only requirement is 20 days can be completed. The best is to be able to discuss with the construction side of the construction time and our opening time separate. If you need to suspend business in advance, and I said, don't ask why the construction can be done at night. Ask is the other world's people's physique is not the same. By the way, Lao Su, after the completion of the fishing ground, I expect to build a parking lot over here. You will find someone to help you look at it then. How much money is needed to talk to me at that time? And then help me find a digging team. My side is ready to open another pond. The site, you can rest assured. My side signed a lease contract. This pond I expect to open 20,000 square feet. We engage in a giant pond specifically for fishing guys who like to challenge themselves to use. The future can also be used as a major attraction of our fishing grounds. Chapter 19 Fishing Group Bonus. At night, Lu Hang just laid down on the bed, took out his cell phone and opened the fishing group. Today is Sunday, but also the fishing field lucky red packet activity of the first article. Now only 9:05. Lu Hang look at a moment inside the group of fishing friends chat. Wait until the 9:30 time on time to send red packets. Rods are often broken. At Group Master, I heard that there was another new carp of 143 pounds inside the fishing ground today. Is it true? June, really? I watched my boss bring it here today, with pictures. Ginger, the boss not only caught a 143-pound carp today, but also a 57-pound grass carp. Xingxing, did you guys just notice the boss's 2 fish? Hasn't anyone noticed that all the fish that the boss invited us to eat today are on the dozen or so pounds? June, yes. Oh, if you don't say it, I didn't even notice. The fish the boss invited us to eat today are all exceptionally large as well. the smallest one. A crushing carp looks like it's 5 or 6 kilograms, and all the other fish are relatively large as well. Xing, today we have 40 or so fishing guys, and with Lao Su and Xiao Chu and the boss, there are barely 50 of us to just finish eating. Swiping through the chat logs and noting the time to 9:27, Lu Hang also sent several messages in a row. At all. In order to thank you for your friends like, Miracle Big Fishing Field is currently being perfected. Every week will be on Sunday night 9:30 p.m. to start every 10 minutes to send a red packet. A total of 5. Each red packet of the King of the Hand can be in the next Monday to Friday during the period of the Miracle of the Big Fishing Field to carry out free fishing once. Fishing times can only be used in the next Monday to Friday. Free of charge. Fishing times are non-transferable and will not expire. June, Boss Atmosphere. Xing, waiting for 9:30. Blossom, Boss 666. As soon as they heard there was a red packet, even some of the usual divers popped up, posting all sorts of cheering and clapping emoticons. One by one, the emoticons of anticipation exploded inside the group and then inside the group again. With 9:30 on time, Lu Hang will also be the first 20 yuan red packets sent out. Originally Lu Hang wanted to 20 yuan 5 packets. Looking at the number of people inside the group thought, so many people send 5 packets may not be much participation. A second to grab the end, or modify the number of red packets. 20 yuan 20 packets average a package of 1 yuan. Red packets, mainly to have fun. Red packets basically issued on the instant clearance. Lu Hang looked at that a red packet of their hands are stupid, but also afraid of their own, grabbed the hand of the king of the embarrassment at that time. Froze to restrain the stupid hand. June, *******. I grabbed 82 cents. Lei Wei, you at least grabbed 82 cents. I just grabbed 2 cents. Shepherd, ha 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 ha. I hit it. I grabbed $7.64. I'm the king of luck. Blossom, grass up. I grabbed $7.61. Just 3 cents short. Ginger, don't panic. There are 4 more behind us. Maybe the next handicap king will be mine. Long Xiao, that's right. Which gambling dog loses every day? Which child cries every day? 5 chances. Round up the odds of winning is 10,000%. June, good lord. Is that how you use rounding? Long Xiao, you don't understand this, do you? This is my Long Xiao 5 entry method. Lu Ham, congratulations to it Shepherd for winning the handicap king. You can chat privately with the group owner the day before you come. You can reserve your fishing spot in advance. Please don't let the expiration date expire due to forgetting the fishing time. The next red packet will be issued at 9:40. As the red packets are distributed, the group is getting more and more lively. The fishing guys who grabbed the red packets are sending out emoticons of thanks to the boss. And the fishing guys who didn't grab the red packets are sending out emoticons of anticipation. Lu Hang looked at the group inside the message. Know that this is also a publicity fishing a channel. Spend $100 can let the group inside the minimum of 5 people to fishing inside the fishing grounds. Although the fishing fee is waived, but the flow of people from Monday to Friday can be worn up. Fishing is like that. The more fish there are, the more people there are, and the more people there are, the more lively it is, and the more people like to come. Anglers fish for no more than 3 purposes. Purpose number 1, to go out and fish without the Air Force, and to be able to catch fish to take home. Purpose 2, go out fishing to catch a big fish to go home. The bigger the better. And when you get home, strap it to your back or car, and go around the neighborhood 10 times anyhow. Purpose 3, catching a big fish thinking a bunch of people can see it. The more regular people the better. And if the person who sees you catch a big fish is a fishing guy, that's even better. Even Lu Hang can't avoid this. Lu Hang is not the kind of person who has a fish and thinks of putting it inside the fishing ground immediately. Mainly because he wants a bunch of people to see the fish and then praise him a bit. Otherwise, Lu Hang would not have to take out the fish every time he arrives home and carry them over, just to get a compliment from people after they see the fish. However, it is fortunate that the fish is long and big, or else Lu Hang would have given the fish dry over the gas in these few strokes. 10 minutes passed quickly, and at 9:40 Lu Hang also sent out the second red packet on time. June, is this red packet toxic? I grabbed another 82 cents. Blossom, what's 82 cents to you? I'm 3 cents short again this time. Munch, you at least grabbed the red packet. I got stuck for 2 seconds when I clicked on it, and the red packet was gone straight away. Rod off and broken, ha 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 ha. This time the king of the hand I'll take. $8.88. This is to let me hair ah. This time to the boss fishing ground. I'm sure I can be a big catch and return. The king of the mackerel, the king of the carp are all mine. Lei Wei, no. The group owner of this free fishing cannot be the person who grabbed the least well. I have been 2 consecutive times in the bottom of the first. The last hand I also grabbed 2 points. This hand I grabbed a point. Lu Hang saw that the king of hand luck came out, also immediately sent a message of congratulations. Lu Hang, congratulations at rod often broken to obtain the king of the hand. You can come to the miracle of the big fishing field for free fishing once. Fishing time is 5 hours. During the fishing catch can take away 10 pounds. Fishing to 48 pounds of chub can be taken away directly. Catching more than 50 pounds of fish in accordance with the price of the provisions of the fishing field to recover. Fishing time for the next week from Monday to Friday. To come to the day before you can chat privately with the group master. You can please don't forget the fishing time because of the expiration of the void. The next red packet will be issued at 9:50 inch. A night of 5 red packets was quickly grabbed by all of them. Lu Hang recorded 5 king of the hand of the respective winners of the after also went to bed. The 5 winners of the handicap king are, Shepherd, Rods Are Always Broken, July Running Water Years Long, Pathfinder, and Shen Cohen. Chapter 20, Completion of Fishing Ground 1. After sending out the red packets Lu Hang, he sent all the names of the handicap king to Su Zijiang, and then spoke to Su Zijiang about the handicap king event. After sending the message, Lu Hang also rested peacefully. The next consecutive week, Lu Hang are in the lake and fishing ground between the 2 points of a one-line rotation. The fishing ground is completely handed over to Su Zijiang to take care of. In this series of half a month, Lu Hang caught a total of 100 plus fish, a 80 plus fish, 270 plus fish, a 60 plus fish and a 50 plus fish. The back of the system gifts of universal bait ran out, using their own in town to buy the bait. After that, never caught a 50 plus pound walleye, but caught a bunch of fish under 50 pounds. Only since catching 143 pounds of carp Lu Hang is not so excited about catching big fish, mainly if every day to carry a big fish. By the time people are also eyeing his lake how to do. Lu Hang also sneaked inside the fishing ground by himself every day after everyone had left at night and put in all the fish he had caught during the day. Now Lu Hang's fish pond has a bunch of large fish inside, and the anglers who come to fish every day are getting more and more every day. No angler can escape the seductive power of a giant. If there is one, it's two. Originally, the fisherman's greatest fear is the Air Force, but to come to the fishing ground of the land navigation, in the dense school of fish, even a novice fisherman can catch bream, so that the fishermen here have a sense of pride. The anglers who didn't come over did get stronger, with 66-pound grass carp being pulled up twice and 86-pound chub once during the period. But today Lu Hang did not go to the lake fishing again. Today, just last night, the indoor fishing ground completed, because the use of the assembly type of building method during the period also did not affect the normal operation of the fishing ground during the day. In fact, the Real Assembly only spent a week. The rest of the time are in the installation of indoor air conditioning and lights. Originally Su Zijiang also thought of the lights of the night fishing to go to where to purchase. And then Lu Hang then the newbie gift pack of the time a full set of night fishing equipment he took it to Su Zijiang. The notification of mission completion came from the system this morning as well. Ding! Side Quest 3 Fishing Farm Cooling System has been completed. 1 Reward Imperial Chef Attraction Card and 1 Fishing Farm Environmental Repair Card have been placed in the backpack. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was coming to the fishing ground yet, Lu Hang took out the Fishing Ground Environment Repair Card that he had just sent and used it as well. Ding! Fishing Environment Modification Card has been used. Please select the direction of correction. Option 1, the road is repaired. The width of the road is expanded, and the quality of the road is increased. Option 2, groom the fishery and remove nearby weeds and ditches. Option 3, fix up the house and update the neighborhood fishing house to make it look new. Looking at the 3 choices, Lu Hang remembered the words of Ah Jun on that day. If the road is better, it will be convenient for everyone to come over. After thinking about it for a while, he decisively chose 1. Ding! Successful selection. Communication with the transportation department has been completed. The system has been funded in the name of the host 50,000,000 yuan to build an asphalt road from the tip of the town to the miracle of the big fishing ground. The construction team has set out the estimated completion time of 3 days. Tap the fish pond panel again. Number of fish ponds 1. Pond name, fish pond number 1, kingfish weight, 143 caddies. Fish pond level 1. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 10%. Currently boosting fish weight gain rate by 2%. The average fish pulls about 3 times its normal weight inside the water. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 100. Fishing points, 841. System prize pool, 50 points required for drawing. System store, open. Fish count of 1576 grass carp, 4836 bream, 37 crushing carp, 22 silver carp, 19 carp, 145 whitebait, 47 eels. Upgrade 1 fish pond. Ding! Fish pond 1 was successfully upgraded. Fish pond leveled 2. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 20%. Currently boosting fish weight gain rate by 5%. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 500. Remaining system points, 741. Upgrade 1 fish pond. Ding! Fish Pond 1 was successfully upgraded. Fish Pond Level 3 currently boosts fish pulling power by 30%. Currently lifting fish weight gain rate of 9%. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 1000. Remaining system points, 241. Looking at the remaining 241 points, Lu Hang decided to go for another wave of lottery. It would be great if he could get a premium fishing rod. Open the system for a raffle. That one giant system carousel popped up again. Pressing the center sweepstakes button, the dial began to slowly spin. Ding! 50 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 191. Congratulations! You have drawn one fishing farm building card. It has been put into the system space. Looking at the drawn building card, Lu Hang pressed the center draw button again, and the carousel that had just stopped began to spin again. Ding! 70 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 121. Congratulations! You have drawn 10 pounds of roasted dragon head tilapia meat from the system. Permanent preservation, which has been put into the system space. What is the leading tilapia? Thinking about it, Lu Hang clicked on the introduction of the leading tilapia. Mutant species, dragon head tilapia. Mutated from tilapia. It is named dragon head tilapia because its head resembles a dragon. Its meat can treat minor internal injuries such as broken bones, strains and dislocations in the body, and can give a small boost to one's physical fitness. Fractures or mild internal injuries? Fish meat can also cure broken bones? This is an elixir, right? This is not a mutation. This is a tilapia cultivating immortality. Watching the introduction of the system, Lu Hang decided to make more efforts. Stick to a point. 90 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 31. And looked at the slowly turning up the carousel. Lu Hang looks extraordinarily excited. Really did not expect the carousel inside even the dragon's head. Luo Fei, this kind of thing can be drawn. This thing, but any take out a piece of sent to the country. Lu Hang feel that they can get at least a second prize. With this thing, how many difficult problems can be solved? Watching the fast rotating turntable began to slow down. Passing through the white area, passing through the red area, passing through the blue area, passing through the purple area, passing through the orange area. Finally the pointer stopped at the green area. Congratulations on your draw, 18 fish drop, fish number 1, steady as an old dog. Ding, detected the fishing technique, 18 fishing techniques, first fishing technique, steady as an old dog. Learning. With a stream of knowledge into his brain, Lu Hang felt as if he had been born with the 18 fishing techniques, first fishing technique, steady as an old dog. Concentrate the strength of your lower body on your legs, so that your legs and the earth become one, reducing your physical exertion and giving you greater stabilizing power. Concentrate your upper body strength on your arms. Hold the rod tightly and jam the reel at the same time, so that the rod and your arms become one, and completely stabilize the rod to reduce the probability of rod damage. And after you have perfected this technique, you can explode the stability of your own 5 times pulling force. Ness. Chapter 21, Fishing Chat. Another fishing technique, and does not require too high physical quality requirements. And the last time I drew the 18 fishing, 16th fishing, a fishing open the door to heaven is still the same kind of fishing. Last time I used a fishing open the door to heaven. The arm directly on the slight strained, and made himself to the present do not dare to use it. The last time I used it, my arm was slightly strained and I didn't dare to use it now. Lu Hang now remembers that after using it, the whole person seemed to be moving bricks for a day, and his legs and hands directly had no strength at all, and he knelt on the ground directly after using it. This time to draw to the fishing method does not require such high requirements, mainly as the core is the fishing method of proficiency and personal pull. The more skilled fishing method can play the stability of the higher. To the strength of the Lu Hang now use stable as an old dog. At least 200 pounds, this pound is calculated by the weight of the fish, not by the pull of the fish, of the stability of the force. Looking at the remaining 31 points, Lu Hang exchanged 3 bags of universal bait. Since there is no bait, Lu Hang is also a deep feeling of the system produced bait in the end. How good. Since there is no bait, Lu Hang wants 50 pounds of fish have not been caught. After using the system points, Lu Hang is also a face of refreshing. Today is a Tuesday, fishing guys are not much. And then took out his own fishing rod, intends to experience the Su Zijiang built the first fish pond by himself. Take out their own fishing box, Lu Hang directly into the first fish pond inside. In their own fish pond, Lu Hang cannot afford to use the universal bait. They casually adjusted the bait on the direct fishing fish. After casting a confident first shot, Lu Hang began to wait for the fish to take the bait. Just wait a few minutes. There is a fish bites. Feel the rod from the slight tension. Lu Hang directly forced to give the fish fly up. A caddy about a small grass carp. Lu Hang got up and brought a fish guard from the side and threw the grass carp directly into it. And fishing for a while, Su Zijiang and Shui Yan also arrived. The two came to see Lu Hang in the fishing ground fishing. Also feel curious. Usually Lu Hang is not in the fishing ground fishing. Lu Hang would like to fish will go to the mountain inside the lake. Their own fishing in the fishing ground fishing is the first time. The two men saw Lu Hang fishing there and also one of them moved a chair to the side of Lu Hang and chatted with Lu Hang. Boss, why do you want to get up and fish at the fishing grounds today? This is not to see the old so you almost finished this well. Thought to experience. Internal experience where there is no good can also be changed in time. Boss guessed it really well. Our fish pond was finished last night. Originally I wanted to say that I would give you a surprise today, but I didn't expect you to guess it yourself. Boss, we spent a total of $12,467,000 on our number one fishery this time, and we have $2,533,000 left over here. Only spend this much? I was afraid you wouldn't have enough and thought about making up some more for you. By the way, Lao Si, you did not say before that you want to build a canteen. The rest of the money you arranged to build a canteen. You can build a little larger. The future of the fishing ground will certainly be more people. Then if it cannot accommodate this group of fishing guys at noon to eat, how embarrassing. And by the way, to build a parking lot, the parking space is first set 200 bar. Boss, our road here is still inconveniently open to traffic now. Isn't it a bit redundant to build a parking lot now? Not much. A few days ago when I just communicated with the transportation department, this side of my personal money to repair a town to the fishing grounds of the road. No accident. Today the construction team should be almost there. At the latest is tomorrow the construction team will be here. The repair of the asphalt road, 24 hours later can be used. I said I came when the town inside how in the repair of the road. The town road repair announcement are not. It is the boss funded to repair the road to the fishing ground. Boss, when I came over just now, I saw that the town was building roads again. It would be great if we built them here as well. There will definitely be a lot of people coming here then. The three of them chatted here, and it wasn't long before the first fishing guy arrived. Yo, the boss is fishing too. It's June. This is not the first fishing ground has just been completed well. This is not thinking of the first to experience it well. Hey, since that's the case then I'm going to be the second one to experience it. I also want to try how the owner's experience of this freshly constructed fishing ground is. What is this fishing experience you guys are talking about? I'd like to try it. Toothless, you're here today too. That's for sure. Today I'm here to take revenge. Today I'm sure I'm going to dish up that biggest king mackerel of the bosses. Since the last time I missed I've gone back to work out for more than half a month. Today I'll surely be able to make a clean sweep. Toothless, it seems that during this period of time you are indeed burying your head in the sand. You don't know that the biggest one in Lu Boss's fishing ground now is not the king of mackerel. The biggest one in the fishing ground now is the king of crucian carp, which is more than 143 catties. Except for the king of crucian carp there is also a king of chub which is 126 catties. And you're even still staring at the king of mackerel only. What now, there is 143 pounds of carp king inside the fishing ground? I've been exercising my arm strength all this time and haven't even paid attention to the group. I didn't realize that the fishing grounds have changed so much in just over half a month. The changes in the fishing grounds can be more than that. June. Toothless. When you guys came over today didn't you realize that the road is being repaired right now? You'll be able to drive here directly after a few days. So it'll be much easier for you to come and go then. Boss, atmosphere. Last time I just casually said. I did not expect boss you really want to repair the road. That's sure. A military last time and I talked after I thought for a long time. This road does have to be repaired. Only to repair the road this thing is more troublesome. And cannot be selfish to repair, if only to fill in a little bit and not much sense. The road is too small, cars come in hard to go out. Not as direct as repairing the new road. This is not to talk about a lot of days and finally got the permission to do so. Here I have to congratulate the boss. To be honest, if not the boss here, fish and big from my home is also relatively close to me, may not be too to the boss here. Really too much trouble from the town to walk over to the need for half an hour or so, but also to take the fish box. Really more tired. But the boss, this time the road is repaired. And later you can drive over to come to the time of the people will certainly be more. Yes, you can drive over here then. And fishing spots may be hard to come by later. Boss of this fishing ground, not to say Xuancheng, even in Jinzhou province is absolutely one of the best. Then I hope the boss can see our old customers to help save a fishing space. Or come a little late may not have fishing space. The two jokes. Fishing heat all depends on everyone to appreciate the show. And this side of the second fish pond is also ready to start digging. By then the second fish pond will make everyone more satisfied. You do not have to be afraid that there is no fishing space, only afraid that there is a fishing space no one can fish. Chapter 22, Fishing for the Carp King. To you guys this don't know it, our boss look at the fishing ground, too many big fish. Size mixed together for some novice fishermen is not too friendly. Novice fishermen would have just wanted to fish for small fish to practice a little bit of fishing feel. The result was a big fish to burst the rod. So our boss intends to open a second fish pond. Mainly put some more than 100 pounds of big fish. Only can catch the king of carp inside the first fish pond can go to the second fish pond fishing. If not, even if you are more skilled, you can't go to the second fish pond fishing. Only those who can catch the king of carp in the first fish pond can go to fish in the second fish pond. If not, even if you are more skillful, you can't go to fish in the second fish pond. Giant pond? Boss is so bold. But boss, you want to open a giant thing pond? Only relying on such a few giants at the moment is still not enough. Brother Toothless, this you don't have to worry about. I dare to have this idea of opening a giant pond. Then I naturally have a way of getting 100 pounds of giants to come in. The quantity is definitely not enough in the beginning, but the back of it is more than enough to save up. Woo, 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 woo. A sound of a wind line came out. Good luck, June. You got a big fish right off the bat. June is worthy of the old customers of the fishing ground. Once you come to find the best fishing good location. I have been sitting for more than an hour. The biggest on is a more than a catty grass carp. June is a big fish once you come to. Woo, 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 woo. June had only just hooked the fish when the rod was pulled straight into a full moon, and there was a lot of whimpering inside the fishing area. Lu Hang looked at is also greedy, but where they have the good luck of the army. Their fish pond has long been full of big fish. Boss Lu, I've been working out for a long time lately. Let's see how I can dish out your big fish today. Boss, look at a June rod so bent. Just do not know to catch which big fish. If you can catch the boss of that king mackerel, you can give the boss of the big prize pool to take away. Just do not know the boss of this big prize pool after more than half a month how much the amount of money. You said the jackpot pool accumulated how much? I'm not sure. This will have to ask the old Sue. Old Sue, our fishing ground. Now this mackerel jackpot pool inside has accumulated how much money? Based on what the owner said about accumulating $10 into the jackpot for every person that comes to the fishing grounds, it's already accumulated $3.760 since we opened. And in a day or two it could be $4.000. June heard it. Now catch the king of the mackerel can get $3,800 it. Quickly catch this fish to see if it is the king of the mackerel. The minutes ticked by, and June was steadily wearing down the fish here and there. Watching June's constant reeling in and releasing of the line, it was obvious that June had really practiced well recently as well. During the period, there are also constantly fishing people over. See June here slipping fish also did not say anything or standing quietly at the edge of the watch. Toothless, come over here and help me skate for a while. I'll take a break, this fish is too big. I'm a little worn out. Toothless, no need to rush. This fish I reckon is that 126 pounds chub. There's still a lot of strength left. It will take at least an hour or more. Toothless took the fishing rod and began to skate up the same fish as June. Time passed slowly, and the two, Toothless and June, kept exchanging sneaky fish. 100 pounds of giant, terrifying as it is. The fish underwater a little force. The two rushed to release the line, or simply cannot pull the fish. People will be dragged to the water's edge. Look at the fish once the force. Two people and hasten to close the line. The fish to pull up to continuously consume the fish's physical strength. No fish is too big to withstand the exertion of two people taking turns, and after close to 2 hours of exertion, the fish's stamina was basically exhausted and the fish was pulled out of the water. Not the king chub as expected at the beginning, but the biggest carp king in the fishing ground. After another 20 minutes or so of exertion, the carp king, after being yanked out of the water 4 more times repeatedly, finally lost the strength to struggle and just swam gently and powerlessly on the surface of the water again. If it isn't the biggest king of carp in the fishery. Brothers, hold steady. You must reel up the king of carp. Steady, steady, steady. The stomach is half turned up. There's no strength left. Brother June, I'll help you pull the rod. You go pull the fish. A group of anglers gathered around the edge of the fishing ground, each one shouting and cheering. And any angler who has fished a little bit for bigger fish knows that the king of carp in front of him is completely exhausted. Fish belly turns sideways. Seem to lie non-lying. This time is under the net time. But the king carp is too big. The net certainly cannot be used. Can only use the hand to catch the mouth directly pull up. But said so, no one dares to pull. Which if the hand slips and pull away, then certainly finished. June didn't hesitate, handing the rod to Toothless next to him, while he himself went straight over to the water's edge, moving precisely and quickly, with a dashing posture, pulling his hand directly over the gill position. Without a moment's hesitation, the direct force pulled the fish's head straight out of the water. The inside of the fishing ground cheered all of a sudden, and the corner of June's mouth, who was half kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but turn up as he struggled to pull the whole fish out of the water. June didn't care about what was on the ground, and with a straight leg, he pulled the fish backwards, and the whole thing lay on the ground. The 4 or 5 anglers on the side, who saw the fish landed, also helped to move the fish away from the water's edge, fearing that the big fish would jump back into the water. The whole fishing ground is also a cheer. Su Zijiang saw this situation decisively, also from the pocket out of 5 100 yuan bill handed Lu Hang. Boss, electronic scale, electronic scale. Shu Yiyan also hurriedly pushed the electronic scale to the edge. Jun saw the electronic scale coming and also immediately held the fish to it. 72.1 kilograms, 144 pounds. Awesome. First one to catch a king carp in the fishery. I'm tired. It's awesome. 22 pounds of big green is my record. And then people end up catching 144 pounds. TSK, it's awesome. Jun was also excited as he took out his cell phone from inside his pocket and handed it to Lu Hang. Boss, help me take pictures. Help me take pictures. After saying that, he also ignored the mucus on the fish and hugged the fish on the electronic scale. Boss, take more shots. After the picture was taken, Jun was grinning from ear to ear. If you want to take a picture, just take one for me and post it inside your circle of friends for free. Everyone who wants to take pictures should do so quickly. The fish can't be delayed for too long. The fish are worn out with little strength, and they will easily die if they stay on the bank for too long. Hearing Jun's words, Lu Hang is not worried. As long as the fish still have a breath, put inside the fish pond can survive. Looking at a group of happy fishing guys, Lu Hang also walked to the side of Jun, who was washing his hands, and took out the 5 100 yuan given by Su Zijiang from inside his pocket and handed it over. Jun received the money, also said to Lu Hang in a hurry, "Thank you, boss." Boss atmosphere. The onlookers on the sidelines were also more lively when they saw this scene, and one of them was also... Chapter 23, The Angler's Strange Conjecture. Boss Lu, Brother Lu, I'm happy today. I'll treat you all to drinks. A case of Red Bull first. Hearing this, the fishing guys in the room froze for a moment, and then a shocking cry erupted. Lu Hang also directly applauded when he heard Jun's words, and the fishing guys on the side also let out a sound of praise when they heard this. Jun also gradually lost himself in the sound of "Thank you, boss. Boss great. Boss atmosphere. Boss really handsome." As soon as he heard that someone wanted to buy a drink, Shu Yiyan directly farted and ran to carry the drink. Came to the fishing ground, Shu Yiyan basically stared at a few big fish to observe. Fishing ground anglers' number is also relatively large. Do not need Shu Yiyan how to busy. Then Shu Yiyan also followed the side of Su Zijiang to do some miscellaneous work. Walking over to Jun's fishing spot, he looked at the king carp on the ground and sighed in his heart. When I caught the king of carp, it was all by luck and trickery. I happened to catch the insufficient oxygen in the water after the rain, and the king of carp was pulled up in no time because of the insufficient oxygen. Unlike Aju and Toothless, who was pulled up by strength. So it seems that I have to work hard. After everyone had taken a good picture, Jun also carefully put the fish back into the water with the fishing guy on the side. And when the king carp reached the water with a swing of its tail, it just plunged into the water and disappeared. Here comes the Red Bull. Hearing Chu Yiyan shouting, Jun also looked his side over. Looking at Chu Yiyan, who carried the Red Bull, Jun also shouted with a face of excitement. Okay, the Red Bull is here. Everyone come and get the Red Bull. One person, one can. Thanks, boss. Boss atmosphere. The boss is awesome. The boss is handsome. The Red Bull was unwrapped, and Jun also handed out cans and cans to the anglers. And the anglers who got the Red Bull also let out a sound of thanks to Jun. The smile on Jun's face grew whiter and whiter. The corners of his mouth never closed, and even the three people on the side, Lu Hang and Su Zijiang, were given a can. I have one too, Lu Hang said with a smile on his face. Yes, 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 all of you in the room. I broke my own fishing record today. I'm happy. All of you drink. Ha 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 ha. Jun laughed ha 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 and saw an angler guy who had just entered the door, picked up another bottle and handed it over, while the angler guy who had just come in took it with a dumbfounded look on his face, put the rest of the Red Bulls on the side, and hand them out to the people in the back if they come in the back. Just don't return them. Old Su also nodded when he heard Jun's words and picked up his cell phone to count. 6 yuan a bottle. A box of 24 bottles. A total of 144 yuan. Heard Su Zijiang's words. Jun also took out his cell phone, decisively swept over. How can you collect the award money? It's a trophy for catching 144 pounds of your own. Take it back and frame it. After the Red Bull, Jun is also happy to walk back to the fishing position, pick up the water bucket to wash his hands, and then sat on the fishing box to open the Red Bull, happy to drink a mouthful. Cool. Lu Hang watched as the anglers dispersed to find their own fishing spots, and Lu Hang returned to his own spot to continue his fishing. There was also a lively chat inside the fishery, and it was clear that the anglers hadn't yet recovered from the king carp they had just caught. Hey, here it comes. Lu Hang pulled hard for another 6-2 bream. It's not bad. I didn't catch any big fish, but the bite rate is still very high, and that's what makes it so much fun, to satisfy all kinds of people's fishing desires. Lu Hang nodded with satisfaction and casually threw the bream into the fish guard, then continued casting. The minnows in this fishery are still comfortable to fish. Dense, casting for a while and then being dragged around. The fishing is really good. Yeah, when I go to other fishing grounds or in the field, every time I make a cast it's a half hour or so an hour with no movement, and with just a little bit of bad luck being a little bit farther away from the fish. Air force is the norm. Suddenly, the sound of the whistling wind lines sounded again inside the fishing ground. Lu Hang, Jun and others heard the sound, also subconsciously looked over. An angler was seen holding the end of a rod in his hand while the shaft of this rod bent into a full moon curved bow. And then the next second, pong! I saw the fishing rod that was bent like a full moon's recurve bow break right into several sections. Asterisk 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 exploded the pole. The angler looked with regret at the rod that had broken into several pieces. You have to let go of the line. How can you use a hard pull on a big fish? Fishing is just like fighting. You can't be too hasty. The 16 words of truth can be used perfectly for fishing. What's that supposed to mean, brother? You see how the original 16 words of truth is: the enemy into my retreat, the enemy stationed my interference, the enemy fatigued my fight, the enemy retreated my chase. Converted into fishing is: fish hair my release, fish stop my pull, fish tired my return, fish turn over my copy. Learned, big brother, good technique. Listening to the fishing man inside talking about fishing 16 words of truth, Lu Hang feel is also very fun, although a little far-fetched, but really is also no problem. Listening to the two fishing guys chatting, Lu Hang also nodded approvingly at the side, and was about to interject a sentence as well when the sound of a whirring wind line came from the side again. Turning his head to look over, he saw the familiar scene again. Another angler's rod bent into a full moon bow, but this time the angler, the technique was more skillfully reeling in and letting go of the line, slipping the fish here and there, when suddenly a mistake was made in not letting go of the line in time, and a sound of a popping rod was heard, and the rod turned straight into a straight pattern. The angler slapped his thigh with a chagrined look on his face. That's too bad. I definitely could have caught this fish today without missing this one. Gee, this must be a 70+ pound fish, or it couldn't have just missed the line for a second and cut the line. This time, the inside of the fishing ground became more lively, and the fishing guys all talked to each other again. Boss, this pond inside the fish is not right. The usual fish which is so fast to cut the line. I suspect. What do you suspect, old man? The owner gave the fish hormones? Eh? What are you guessing at? I was going to say if the owner feeds the fish meat from time to time. Usually fish that eat meat are more aggressive and have a little more pull than the average fish. Older brother. Can't be. This if feed meat, boss, how much money to spend? According to the boss said he put 8,000 pounds of fish. This if feed meat. This one day a meal to spend less than a few $1,000s. Brother, you do not think too much. Boss, this pond inside the big fish are the boss from the outside to catch up. Our wild fish. Tension must be big, but also feed the meat. This if you feed the meat that shall not become a piranha. Ha 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 ha. I overthink it. It's not like I'm thinking of this as a carnivorous fish because I see the boss has a bigger fish pull here. Chapter 24, Flying the Green Fish King again. Listening to the confident words of these fishing guys, Lu Hang also opened his mouth and didn't say anything. But one thing was guessed correctly. Because of the system, the fish inside the fishing ground is a bigger pull than the fish outside. Just then, there was another windline sound over in the corner, but this time the sound only came out for a few seconds before it was gone, and then the sound of a raised pole popped up. Turning his head, he realized that the angler had cut the line himself. Ha 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 ha, it's a good thing I cut it fast. I'm sure this fishing rod for small fish is going to be pulled out. I just want to come here to catch some small fish to relax and unwind. Who knows that as soon as I come here I'll be on a big fish. This time, the fishing field directly completely crazy. Brothers change rods, change lines. Fishing inside the king mackerel began to kill again in a chaotic manner. Brothers, this mackerel king is bullying us fishing guys too much. Follow me to change the giant pole. With our boss Jun here, we can definitely dish out the mackerel king today. If I still get popped by a king mackerel on this giant rod today, I'm going to have to go find someone to build me a threaded bar rod. Ha ha ha, today I just reeled in the carp king, and now the mackerel king is here. So I'll take this big prize pool today. Lu Hang looked at the fishing ground inside the fishing man one by one to see the king of the green fish of the expression of the two eyes. Let Lu Hang himself is a little lost in thought. Come to see the fishing ground of the fishing man has been bitter king of the green fish for a long time. Then saw the fishing field inside the fishing guys. One by one either cut the line or burst rod. Lu Hang is also red. Lu Hang today to the fishing field was to try their new fishing method. Froze not hooked. On the contrary, This group of fishing guys sighed one after another hooked. Since the opening of the time with a fishing open sky door caught up a king of mackerel, after the fishing ground inside the people have not been able to catch up this king of mackerel, the majority of months down. Do not know now king of mackerel to grow to how big, but look at the system inside the largest king of fish labeled or 144 pounds. Know that the king of mackerel is not yet more than the weight of the king of crucian carp. Lu Hang remembers that when the system sent the king mackerel, there was a label that this king mackerel could burst out 5 times the pull, and at that time the mackerel was only 89 pounds. The fishing ground level was also level 0, and now the fishing ground level 3. The mackerel's weight is also surely more than 100 pounds, and now a moment of the burst out of the pull may even have 700 pounds. Now Lu Hang dares to say that inside the fishing ground, if you want to catch this king mackerel by yourself, no one else except yourself may not be able to catch the king mackerel, but if you can cooperate with a few people and have a good fishing rod, you may still have a chance to catch the king mackerel. Suddenly a force suddenly came from the rod in Lu Hang's hand, and pulling up the rod violently, he heard a burst of whirring sound coming out from the rod. The power coming from the fishing rod made Lu Hang lose his concentration violently. It was a moment of power that felt as if it was pulling a runaway bull. The force was almost twice as great as the last king chub he had caught. The next moment it felt as if his entire body was going to be dragged by the fish. Lu Hang did not hesitate, decisively bent his legs and sunk his center of gravity, holding the rod with both hands and jamming the spinning wheel with his wrist. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. Fishing trip number 1, steady as an old dog. After seeing Lu Hang's center of gravity sink, his body was pulled forward a little bit by the fish, and after that, his whole body didn't move. And then he saw that the rod head was getting more and more bent, and even though it was bent more than the angle that the angler had perceived, it didn't disconnect. As time passed by, Lu Hang also clearly felt that the tension on the fishing rod was also getting smaller and smaller. Half an hour later, Lu Hang had clearly felt that the fish's pull was now less than half of what it had been at the beginning. After another half an hour, the pulling force on his hand felt less than a quarter of what it was at the beginning. Even if he didn't need to lower the fish. 18 fishing, the first fishing, Lu Hang felt that he could pull it, but in order to be on the safe side, Lu Hang still didn't lift the state of being steady as an old dog. After about another 10 minutes or so, it already felt that the fish no longer had any pull, and Lu Hang was feeling that the time was up at this time. Afterwards, Lu Hang was seen lifting the steady as an old dog posture at the beginning, holding the pole with one hand, while he himself turned backward and pressed down with his legs spread out. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Fish number 16, one fish opens the door to heaven. Lu Hang violently threw the hand holding the rod from behind to in front of him, and then the rod was slapped to the ground between them, only to see that Su Zhejiang's newly repaired fishing spot was directly slapped out of a thin pit by Lu Hang, and then only to see that a close to 2-meter-sized mackerel flew directly out from inside the number 1 fish pond. Asterisk. What did I see? Boss Lu flew a mackerel close to 2 meters in size straight up. My day. This is what people can do. I've seen people fishing 200 or 300 pounds of fish in the people, but even this kind of fishing master does not have the ability to say can directly fly up 100 pounds of fish, are slowly copied up. Ha 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 ha. Someone can fly over 100 pounds of fish. Ha 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 ha. I must not be awake. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, bro, you be normal. I'm a little scared when you're like this. Boss Lu is awesome. With a cheer from the fishing ground, Shu Yan directly pushed the electronic scale that Ajun had just finished using to Lu Hang's side. As Lu Hang had eaten the dragon head Luo Fei meat, the physique also changed a lot along with it. At least this time, after using the one fishing to open the door of heaven, Lu Hang's arm didn't strain directly like last time, just briefly felt a little bit of arm off, and didn't have the slightest feeling of pain. The fishermen on the side saw Lu Hang didn't pick up this fish for half a day and also reached out their hands to help Lu Hang carry the fish to the electronic scale. 61 kilograms. 122 pounds. I'm tired. Another 100-pound walleye. Great boss. However, because Ajun had previously caught the 144 catty carp king, and now after Lu Hang had caught another 122 catty mackerel king, people weren't as in awe of the fish as they had been at first. The marveling was more about Lu Hang's fishing method. However, Lu Hang didn't say much, and everyone attributed Lu Hang's fishing skills to his personal special fishing habits. Although so still many people surrounded the green fish in the continuous photo. During the most excited is Chu Yan. He had come to observe a growth process of the recorded fish, and was especially excited to see this particular individual, the king mackerel. I saw Chu Yan holding his cell phone to the mackerel. Click, 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 click. A shot. The sight of a few also want to take pictures of fishing guys cannot grab a position. Lu Hang saw the scene, face instantly black. Chu Yan, this appearance is too embarrassing. Fortunately the ground is a fish, but if a person, Lu Hang would have to think that this is a pervert. Chapter 25 System Space Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully catching 100 pounds of mackerel with his own strength, and the fishing realm has been elevated from fishing novice to fishing expert. System backpack space upgraded from 10 to 20 compartments. System fish storage space upgraded from 500 pounds to 5,000 pounds. When he heard the system's voice, Lu Hang thought to go back and check it out. And anyway, Lu Hang had achieved the purpose of the day. The big bluegill was released, and then Lu Hang reeled in his rod and headed home, just in time for noon. Today was meant to experience the cooling system of Su Zihan's well-built fishing ground and his newly learned fishing method. Su Zihan's well-built fishing ground is really good. Fishing from morning to noon. It is obviously summer now, but it's not hot at all. As for the heating system, although it can't be tried in summer now, there is no problem with cooling, but there's basically no problem with heating. Secondly, I want to test today's newly learned fishing method. It seems to just stand there, but as a jackhammer, as long as the body strength to keep up, the fish simply cannot pull, but also better protection of the rod will not be easily damaged. As soon as he returned home, Lu Hang was also the first to open his system panel to check it out. Host, Lu Hang. Age, 22. Fishing realm of fishing masters, single man catching 100 pounds of fish by strength. Fishing for 18 fish, the first fishing, steady as an old dog. Fishing for 18 fish, the 16th fishing, a fishing to open the door to the sky. System backpack, 8 of 20. System storage space for fish, 5,000 pounds, can temporarily store fish. Number of fish ponds 1. Pond name, fish pond number 1, kingfish weight, 143 caddies. Fish pond level 3. Fishing points, 9. System prize pool, 100 points required for drawing. System store, opened. Fish count 1. 576 grass carp. 4. 836 bream. 37 crushing carp. 22 silver carp. 19 carp. 145 whitebait. 47 eels and 1 mackerel. Before Lu Hang was still thinking that the system fish storage space is too small, only 500 pounds is not enough. Now directly 5,000 pounds. This time just want to test the fishing skills. I did not expect to raise the fishing realm. I just don't know how the fishing realm progresses, whether it raises one realm for every 100 pounds or something else. Close the system panel. Lu Hang also went to the kitchen, began to do up lunch. Originally Lu Hang also thought to do a few dishes. Remembered today with the fishing open the door to heaven, our arms surprisingly did not hurt. Think it is because of the dragon head Luo Fei brought. Then look at the introduction of the dragon head Luo Fei have said that can be a small enhancement of the individual's physical fitness. They still have a few pounds of roasted dragon head Luo Fei meat. Think also directly to the dragon head Luo Fei took out to eat. Steamed a pot of rice. Lu Hang also took out 2 pounds of dragon head tilapia meat from inside the system space and ate it. After eating lunch, Lu Hang obviously felt as if another stream of heat flowed through his body, and the powerlessness of the aftereffects in the morning after using a catch to open the door to heaven disappeared. In the afternoon, Lu Hang decided to go to the town to purchase some things. Now the system backpack also expanded. After going out, can also bring some camping equipment without running back and forth every day. To the town, Lu Hang is also straight to the target point. First to the fishing tackle store inside the various baits like to buy a bag. Then went straight to the town's largest supermarket. Bought a sleeping bag, a tent, a pile of self-heating rice. Looking at the back of the small tricycle, there is a lot of space. Lu Hang also ran a wholesale market. Into the drink. When he arrived home in the evening, the fishing guys at the fishing ground had pretty much left, so Lu Hang called Su Zijiang over, and the fishing ground was handed over to Chui Yen to watch. Lao Sua. We are now the first fishing ground is also completely finished. The first fishing ground lighting equipment are also installed. Night fishing, I think we can also get up. There are more and more anglers now, and it won't be possible to rely on you and shout you all the time. You originally came over when you applied for the fishing ground management personnel, but at that time there were fewer people, also let you first do the work of ordinary employees. Now the first fishing ground is completed. The second fishing ground I am also ready to excavate. Night fishing can also get up. This side of it you first recruit 6 employees at daytime 3, night 3, 2 shifts, do 6 rest 1, monthly salary of about 4,000, but then the rest to be forked off rest, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. The base salary of 2,000 yuan, more than the time is counted as overtime. You have done before the manager, I will not go into detail, you should understand. And then when the cafeteria over here is finished, we can pack 3 meals here, but on the condition that you hit as much as you can eat, no waste. Boss, I have a couple ideas. What idea? Boss, this fishing ground now and the vibration of the sound above is still very hot. Basically every Saturday and Sunday there are people are running to our fishing ground, giant fish, but they come to the distance or relatively far, often come to this side of the side after we closed, and then they are in the town to find a hotel to stay one night. the next day to come over to fish. Fishing is done in a hurry to go. In this case for the anglers the experience is still very poor. You see if we can get a lodging in the fishing ground. And that is, these fishing guys inside the Patriot is still quite a lot. But we do not sell Huazi here. Often some fishing guys to come when they did not pay attention to. Come over not long Huazi is gone. And then cannot fish for a long time on the rod away. You see we cannot also apply for a license. And then also sell Huazi. Can. But the accommodation problem it. To wait until after your canteen is completed. As for the Huazi card I can go to the town tomorrow to walk. Then go to apply for it. But after the Huazi card comes down, the weekly purchase needs to be completed by you. By the way, boss, I have another idea. I see that the frequency of bursting rods of our fishing guys here is still very high. On average, 1 to 2 rods a day is a normal thing. If we catch up with the rest a day may burst up to 4 or 5 rods are normal. I think we cannot also sell fishing rods. Lao Sua. This point then, it is a little inappropriate. You also know that we have a high frequency of popping rods here. But the reason for this high, it is not the problem of the rod, but the fish I have here are wild fish. Ferocious nature. This kind of fish here, unless you use a high quality giant rods, you use the average rods are going to pop. And the ones that won't pop are also very susceptible to line cutting. So what we are not fit to sell fishing rods. If one day there's a fishing guy and he buys a rod, and then he directly meets a king mackerel or a king carp bite, and the rod just explodes, do you think it's counted for the fishing ground or for the fishing guy? At that time our fishing ground will be in a very embarrassing situation. But Lao Su you have a point. Fish rods we can indeed sell, but this sold rods we have to go to the actual inspection. We only sell high quality rods. Chapter 26 Mission 100-Pound Fish Pond. The boss has a point. Indeed we are not suitable to sell general fishing rods here. Otherwise when the time comes to encounter a case of what you said boss, when the time comes someone makes a fuss to deal with it is indeed troublesome. I'll run to the manufacturer myself when the time comes for this rod problem. It's not something that can be fixed overnight anyway. By the way, Lao Sua, this side of the second fish pond can first get up in advance. After a while I may have to go out to look for fish to go. My side of it is also put out the word that we want to engage in 100 pounds of giant pond. Since I put out the word, then I certainly also have to get up. This side of the time to trouble you to watch a little more. Your side of the people can now be recruited up. If you have some friends have done fishing similar work, you can also pull over. After all, experienced people dry up snappy. If people come I'm not in the can let them first dry. By the time I come back when the contract directly to the work of the day on the right. Okay, boss. Alright, it's alright. You go and watch it. And on my side, I'll also go in contact to see if anyone has a good fish resource. Ding. Side quest 2. Attract 300 anglers to the fishing ground has been completed. The reward of 74 pounds of mackerel has been directly into the first fish pond. Ding. Trigger side quest 4. Being the owner of a fishing mecca, surely you have to do what you say you're going to do. 6 months to open the 100-pound fish pond. Task requirement 1. Open the 100-pound fish pond. Task requirement 2. The total weight inside the 100-pound fish pond must not be less than 5,000 pounds. Task requirement 3. The number of fish inside the fish pond must not be less than 20 fish. And the number of fish must not be less than 100 pounds each. Task help 1. 100 pounds of fish seeking card has been added to temporarily join the system mall. The initial points of 100. Each time after the purchase of the required points plus 20. After the completion of the task to the mall at the time of the price of permanently added to the system mall. Quest help 2. 100 pounds of special bait for fish has been added to the system mall. With initial points of 100. And the required points plus 50 after each purchase. And you will learn how to make 100 pounds of bait after the quest is completed. Reward for quest completion. The growth rate of the fish in fish pond number 2 increases by 1000%. The weight of the fish will not exceed 999 pounds. And the fish in fish pond number 2 will randomly evolve by 2. Mission failure penalty. Get a fishing muscle weakness buff, as long as the grip on the fishing rod will be weak. Lasting 60 days. The mission punishment is just to urge the protagonist to complete the construction of the fishing ground. Will not be fishing to lose their minds. There will not be any wipeout or other punishments. There will only be a fishing guys for an incredibly disgusting punishment then such as every fishing will be empty. It's really worthy of the system. It really just doesn't give a bit of a break. One is just finished and the other one picks up again. And makes a set. But it's good. I was going to make a whole 100-pound giant fish pond. And now with the system's quests and help. This fish pond is even easier. Originally 100 pounds of giant pond inside the most difficult is to find fish. Now no is also inside the lake may still have so 200 or 300 pounds of fish outside do not know where there are still 100 pounds of fish. Now with the help of the system to find the fish is good to find. The next day, early in the morning Lu Hang rode a small 3-way to the town Huazi bureau. Spend half a day to apply for the Huazi license. Fill out the address to receive the license. Lu Hang came straight back. Once back home, Lu Hang put the self-heating self-heating hot pot into the system backpack. Note, the same kind of items can be stacked. The stacking limit of 100, to avoid people have questions, and put a few buckets of 10 L of mineral water into the backpack, with a tent, sleeping bag, mosquito incense, a few rechargeable treasures, carrying their own fish box, and Su Zijian greeted Lu Hang directly into the mountains. This time Lu Hang intended to directly catch all of those 200 or 300 pounds of fish inside the lake at once. Come to the lake. Lu Hang this time did not use the same as before pure universal bait nest. Universal bait is too good. The attraction of the fish is very great. Especially some time ago, the universal bait is gone after the fish on the obviously a lot of small. This time Lu Hang thought to try it out. The universal bait and the ordinary bait mixed with open. If the effect can be the same, can save half of the universal bait. Universal bait is too expensive a time. Is 10 points. Make Lu Hang have no spare food. It's 10 points. So Lu Hang doesn't have any leftovers. Hit the nest. Waiting for the time, Lu Hang in the vicinity to find camping place. Although this is the foot of the mountain, but surrounded by mountains on all sides, the night close to the water to sleep is also still very dangerous. The night if a predatory animal to come to the water's edge to drink water, they can be a meal for others. Has been to the edge of the almost 1 kilometer or so. Lu Hang from the system backpack inside the tent. The first time to set up a tent. Lu Hang while reading the instructions while setting up. Spent more than half an hour Lu Hang tent set up. When back to the lake. Has seen the nesting place of the water surface with a bunch of blisters. Take out your own rod. Hang up your bait and cast your first confident shot of the day. Fishing rod just thrown out, not yet half a minute. The float sank directly. Lu Hang decisively lifted the rod. Felt the rod's side of the force is not big. Probably only a dozen pounds. And then violently force. Directly pull the fish up. A 10-pound grass carp. Replenish the bait and cast the rod out again. As soon as I cast, the float sank straight back down again and lifted the rod again for another small 8-pound grass carp. In this time and again on the casting rod. Lu Hang gradually began to lose themselves a little bit. Really is too good. This fish is like a queue of bites. One after another on. The fish is not a small fish. If you put outside any one of the fishing grounds, more than 10 pounds of fish absolutely belong to a big fish. But if he's fished to Lu Hang's own fishing grounds inside, then can only say that this is a practice fish. In Lu Hang's own words, a mere dozen pounds of fish is not enough to even move his arms and legs. After fishing for several hours in a row, the largest one is a carp weighing 33 pounds, but a dozen or so pounds of fish is a bunch of fish. Lu Hang looked at his original 5,000 pounds of system fish storage space, and now there is only about 2,800 pounds of space. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Hang also decisively put away the rod, carrying his own fish box to the place where he pitched his tent. Back at the tent, Lu Hang looked for some dead branches on the side and took out the lighter in his pocket to light a campfire. Taking out mineral water and self-heating rice from his backpack again and heating it up, Lu Hang skimmed a branch from a nearby scrub tree, then swept out a barrier around his tent. Chapter 27, Exploding Rods. Returned to the campfire, picked up the heated rice, with the lucky draw to the leading tilapia meat. A mouthful of rice, a mouthful of meat eat up. After eating the meal, Lu Hang added a little firewood to the campfire inside the tent directly back to take out the sleeping bag directly to sleep. In this place far away from the smoke of the city, the night is so calm. There is no network, and the cell phone is just a tool to see the time. Accompanied by the squeaking of the cicadas, Lu Hang quickly fell asleep. When the sky just dawned, Lu Hang naturally woke up, walked out of the tent, listened to a cooing sound that came from time to time, stretched, and began to cook today's breakfast. Another serving of self-heating rice. While the rice was heating up, Lu Hang took out his own toothpaste and toothbrush from inside his own fish box and started to wash up. After breakfast, Lu Hang went straight to the lake. Today Lu Hang wanted to test the universal bait without mixing other baits to see what the effect is like. After opening the bait and making a good fish nest, Lu Hang thought of taking a look at the lower reaches of the lake. The first few fishing trips, Lu Hang also just looked upstream, along the edge of the lake all the way to find. Spent more than an hour, circled around the lake. Lu Hang also did not find the outlet. It seems that the bottom of this lake should have a bottom river. Back at the fishing spot, get out the novice rods and hook up the universal bait. Throwing the first shot of the day with confidence. Phew, 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 phew. Just thrown down the lake float directly sunk into the water. Pull up the fishing rod. Fishing rod on the wind line directly were unceasingly. A huge pulling force on the hands of Lu Hang. Lu Hang didn't react for a moment. He only felt as if he had pulled a brute. And just now that time Lu Hang clearly felt as if his arm had been strained. Since he had eaten the leading roofies, Lu Hang obviously felt that his physical fitness had become stronger. but it was still strained in a split second. Lu Heng felt that he could not pull this fish, and resolutely stabilized his rod. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. The center of gravity is gradually shifted downward. The legs are slightly bent, the arms are directly around the rod, and the wrists are directly around the spinning wheel. It was pulled forward another step in distance, and then Lu Heng didn't move an inch while the front part of the rod kept bending. Snap! Only to see the fishing rod bounced back. The bouncing back of the fishing rod directly hit Lu Heng's face. The face directly fishing rod hit a red trace. Originally, Lu Heng also thought to use fish 18 fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog, to consume this fish, but never thought that the size of this fish exceeded the system rod's tolerance. Although the rod has fish 18 fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog, to protect the rod, but the fishing line was not able to protect it. Although the rod has the 18 fish fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog, to protect the rod, but the fishing line has no way to protect, and was directly cut line. It looks like there are big fish inside the lake, and the rods given by the system are definitely not going to explode or cut the line when fishing for fish under 150 pounds. This time not only the line was cut, the front part of the rod was also pulled and burst. It seems that the weight of this fish inside the lake is definitely more than 150 pounds. The line is damaged, and the face is bruised, so it seems that the fish can't be caught today. But Lu Heng remembers that there is a fishing rod repair card inside the system mall, but it requires 100 points. Yesterday Lu Heng only just used up his points, and he only accumulated 46 points from yesterday to today, so he needs to have a 2-day period if he wants to redeem the fishing rod repair card. And the fishing rod repaired also cannot. The lake inside that fish must be more than 150 pounds. From the rod above to the hand inside the force, it feels that the fish at least 200 pounds or so. Their own fishing rod also need to strengthen or replace the new. Otherwise come here again. The fishing rod is also exempted from exploding the rod. The damage to the fishing rod and the red marks on his face made Lu Heng get up the idea of going home first. Packed up his fish box, threw all the opened bait directly into the lake, took the fish box and went back to his tent first. After putting away the tent and putting it into the system backpack, Lu Heng set off on his way home. On the way home, Lu Heng took out all the remaining roasted faucet tilapia meat, and ate it while walking, and just finished eating it while walking to the house. And after eating it, Lu Heng obviously felt that the strain on his arm had been good for 8 or 9% of the time, and the fiery pain on his face that was hit by the fishing rod had also disappeared. As soon as I got back to my neighborhood, I saw a bunch of people gathered in front of the house. With questions, Lu Heng directly found Lao Su from inside the crowd. Lao Su, what happened here? How people all gathered here? Oh boss, this is not the road repair to this side well. And then today to fishing man, gathered in this side on the chat up. There is nothing. A moment people will be scattered. But boss, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you were going away for several days? Lao Su, hey, this time I was careless, not prepared, caught a big fish. Only a few minutes to pull my rod to break, said Lu Heng while taking out from behind the bag inside a rod that has obviously broken the front end. Boss, I remember you even flew up a 122-pound king mackerel with this rod last time, right? How big of a fish have you encountered this time? Such a good rod has blown up. Hey, I don't know, this time I didn't even see the fish, directly burst, but according to the feel of it, less than 180 pounds, when I just pulled the rod, the fish line directly hula directly to the outside. Okay, Lao Su, you continue to go busy. I have been recently, by the way, to find a good fishing rod. You just happened to find the recruitment of people. I signed the labor contract by the way. After returning home, Lu Heng didn't have anything he could do. And seeing that the road had been repaired to the front door of his house, Lu Heng remembered the construction card he had drawn earlier. Ding! Fishing building card is successfully used. Please select the desired fishing building. Option 1, Fishing for the Mutant Fish Institute. Fish ponds are not rated high enough to induce mutations in the fish population. Option 2, Trolling and Fishing Association. The host does not have enough prestige to convince the fishing guys. Option 3, Fishing Fields Fishing Rod Strength Research Institute. The host's fishing realm is insufficient for the fishing fields researcher to research better rods. Option 4, Fishing 10-star hotels. 99% of the world's anglers are not enough in the realm to reach the 10-star hotel stay requirement. Option 5, Fishing Farms Fish Fry Professional Cultivation Bases. Fishing farms with insufficient personnel and facilities and equipment to cultivate 99.99% of the fish fry. Option 6, Institute for Special Effects of Mutant Fish and Fishing Grounds. No mutant fish and fishing grounds at this time to study. Option 7, Fishing. Chapter 28, Direction of Development of Fishing Rods. Lu Heng looked at this pile of buildings. His eyes were directly lit up into 2 light bulbs, but basically because of the current lack of hard conditions, even if they were built out, there was no way to use them. The only two that are available now are the fishing-specific B&B and the fishing-specific staff quarters. However, Lu Hang looked at the choice 4 inside the 10-star hotel. When the hotel and the B&B is in conflict, why not build a staff dormitory first? When the time comes to eat and live, the staff are in the fishing ground, but also can better manage the whole fishing ground. Successful selection. Option 98 has been selected. Communication with the builder has been completed. The builder will come to the fishing ground construction tomorrow. The construction of the first funds have been paid into the hands of the builder. The builder's final payment has been legally credited to the host's bank card. Project construction contract. Construction safety responsibility. The other contracts have been submitted to Shenandoah Post and are expected to be delivered to the host's home in 3 days. TSK. 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 Worthy of the system, everything is arranged. All that's left is to figure out how to get a better fishing rod. Open the system mall and find the fishing rods page. Ancient bamboo poles, 200 points bamboo poles made in the ancient method. Traditional hand-rolled hemp threads, can bear 50 pounds constantly. Carbon fiber fishing rod, 500 points carbon fiber body made of high-tech production. Made of polyethylene fibers made of super strong materials made of fishing line. Has a high tensile strength. The work of the great success of the modern technology. Can bear the weight of 100 pounds constantly. Stainless steel fishing rods, 800 points made with modern stainless steel craftsmanship wrapped in a rod that has a higher hardness that can hold up to 150 pounds constantly. Purple gold bamboo pole, 2,000 points. A fishing line made of 100-year-old purple gold bamboo pole is the body in 50-year-old Tenzing hemp, which can hold up to 3,500 pounds. Threaded rod, 10,000 points. A rod made from the threaded steel bars of the main body of the house, with a fishing line made from the carrier's blocking ropes. Capable of carrying 100,000 pounds. Alloy threaded rod, 20,000 points. Threaded steel rod body made of high-strength alloy, which makes the rod's hardness strengthened and can bear 200,000 pounds of weight. Enchanted threaded rod, 50,000 points. The enchantment technology has been researched on the basis of the threaded rod, which makes the threaded rod even harder, and it can bear 300,000 pounds of weight. Bronze threaded rod, 80,000 points. Bronze substance enchantment has been added to the base of the enchanted threaded rod, making the hardness of the threaded rod even higher, and it can support a weight of 500,000 pounds. Silver threaded rod, 100,000 points. Silver substance enchantment has been added to the enchanted threaded rod, making the hardness of the threaded rod far greater than that of bronze threaded rod, and it can hold up to 800,000 pounds of weight. Platinum threaded rod, 200,000 points. The platinum substance enchantment has been added to the base of the enchanted threaded rod, which strengthens the hardness of the threaded rod immensely, allowing it to bear 1,000 pounds. Gold threaded rod, 500,000 points. And the magic threaded rod on the basis of the addition of gold material enchantment, so that the hardness of the threaded rod to get a huge strengthening of the case, more powerful flexibility. In the absence of twice the load-bearing case or not burst its rod, can be load-bearing 500,000 pounds. Diamond threaded rod, 1,000 points. Diamond substance enchantment has been added on top of the enchanted threaded rod, which makes the hardness of the threaded rod reach its peak, and although it loses the flexibility of a fishing rod, it also makes the rod indestructible, and it can bear a weight of 5,000 pounds. Novice fishing rod max, not for sale at this time. An ordinary bamboo fishing rod, an ordinary nylon line, strengthened by the system to make it reach unparalleled strength, can withstand the weight of 1,000 times the host's strength plus 150 pounds. Looking at the system mall inside the fishing rod, Lu Hang's mouth watered down, especially the gold threaded rod and diamond threaded rod. Even if you do not look at the strength of the load bearing, just like this look out of the handsome, the proverbial good load bearing is only a momentary thing. Handsome is a lifetime of things. However, looking at the last novice fishing rod max, Lu Hang just wanted to say that the novice fishing rod is awesome. But even if you don't know how this reinforcement is done, Lu Hang remembers that there seemed to be a reinforcement card in the previous page of the card. Open the cards page and tap on the enhanced cards introduction. Low-level fishing rod enhancement card, 100 points. Can be used to enhance all fishing rods up to +10. At +10 and above, the success rate of enhancement decreases by 20% for each additional level, and the success rate will not fall below 0.0001%. Intermediate fishing rod enhancement card, 10,000 points. Can be used to enhance all fishing rods up to +20. At +20 and above, the success rate of enhancement decreases by 20% for each additional level, and the success rate will not fall below 0.001%. Advanced fishing rod enhancement card, 1,000 000 points can be used to enhance all fishing rods up to +30. At +30 and above, the success rate of enhancement decreases by 20% for each additional level, and the success rate will not fall below 0.01%. Super Fishing Rod Enhancement Card, 100. 000 points can be used to enhance all fishing rods up to +40. At +40 and above, the success rate of enhancement is reduced by 20% for each additional level, and the success rate will not fall below 0.1%. It seems that the reinforcement card is used to strengthen the fishing rod. I just don't know whether the reinforcement card can be used to strengthen other rods. If so, Liu Hang would like to strengthen a max diamond threaded rod. Looking at the points required for high-grade reinforcement cards and threaded rods, Liu Hang just hated his shyness. But Liu Hang also thought, well, he will strengthen the system to send their own rookie fishing rod is good. Rookie fishing rod max behind that, similar to the rules of the class bearing, is simply the world's bug. Now Liu Hang's main plan was to wait until he saved up enough 200 points to repair the novice fishing rod first, and after that, strengthen the novice fishing rod by one level to see how much the rod would be strengthened after the strengthening. Closing the panel of the system mall, Liu Hang then walked directly towards the fishing ground. Now without a fishing rod, the fishing ground matter was also handed over to Su Zhejiang, and now he has nothing to do. Inside the fishing ground, looking at a fishing man burst rod cut line, Liu Hang on the surface showed a regretful expression. In reality, but inwardly, he was thinking, another 2 points, another 3 points, and XXX points short of buying a fishing rod reinforcement card. Having been at the fishing ground for 2 days, the points finally reached 126, and Liu Hang prioritized redeeming a 100 rod repair card to fix the novice rod first. Chapter 29, Strengthen Fishing Rods. Liu Hang looked at his tight points and was helpless. It seems that the fishing ground is still too few people. If there were more people in the fishing ground, his points could go up a little faster. Thinking about, Liu Hang began to think about it again. The fishing ground and how to develop. In fact, now the fishing ground has been considered the development of a very good. Saturday and Sunday are able to do full. Just Monday to Friday everyone basically go to work. So the talent is a lot less. The only way to attract people to come to the fishing grounds Monday through Friday is to make them feel that coming to the fishing grounds is better than going to work if they are going to be crowded as well. After thinking for half a day, Liu Hang didn't come up with a solution. Then Liu Hang gave up. Give up thinking. From inside the pocket opened the vibrating sound. Began to brush the inside of a black silk long legs. And then an occasional brush to a National Fishing Invitational online live broadcast. Looking at the live broadcast inside the hundreds of thousands of viewers, Liu Hang also seems to have found a publicity of their own fishing ground a good way. Although they do not have the means to make most of the working class Monday to Friday to their own fishing ground fishing, but Liu Hang can let those professional fishing people to come to their own fishing ground fishing, especially when they see their own fishing ground inside the 100 kilograms of giant fish. More can stir up their winning heart. So this time back and forth will not be able to recruit a group of people, especially the group of fishing anchors. Once they broadcast live, by the time their fans watch, they can't believe that there will be people who are not excited about their 100 pounds of giant fish. As long as they are excited, people will come. It seems that there is a chance that he can also organize a fishing tournament. He can wait for the second fish pond to be built, then take the second fish pond to open this tournament, then invite this group of professional fishing guys or professional fishing anchor. As long as the organization is good, his fishing field will never be short of people in the future. After another week at the fishing grounds, Liu Hang was also finally able to strengthen a wave of his own rods. Fishing points, 573. System price pool, 100 points required for drawing. System store, open. Opening his system store, Liu Hang directly purchased a low-grade fishing rod enhancement card. Ding! Purchasing a low-level fishing rod reinforcement card was successful, with 473 system points remaining. Ding! Successfully use a low-level rod enhancement card on a novice rod. Reinforcement successful. Beginner's rod +1. A once reinforced bamboo fishing rod that has been systematically strengthened to give the rod a greater capacity to fish up to 250 pounds. The next enhancement requires fishing rod enhancement card X2. Watching the rod increase by 100 pounds from the capacity, Liu Hang decisively purchased 2 more low-level rod strengthening cards. Ding! Purchase of low-level fishing rod enhancement card X2 successful. System points remaining 273. Ding! Successfully use low-level fishing rod enhancement card X2 on a novice fishing rod. Reinforcement successful. Beginner's rod +2. A once reinforced bamboo fishing rod that has been systematically strengthened to give the rod a greater capacity to fish up to 450 pounds. Next enhancement requires fishing rod enhancement card X3. Looking at the rod that had been strengthened once again, Liu Hang realized that the more the rod was strengthened, the higher the weight-bearing capacity was, the higher the strengthening level was. However, There were not enough system points for Lu Hang to strengthen the novice fishing rod to +3. Looking at the remaining points that were not enough to strengthen the fishing rod again, Lu Hang opened the system lottery again. Ding! 100 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 173. Congratulations! You have drawn 5 pounds of roasted kunai meat, which has been put into the system backpack. Looking at the newly drawn grilled koan meat, Lu Hang remembered the grilled dragon head tilapia meat that he had drawn earlier. The dragon head tilapia had the effect of healing injuries, so he didn't know what effect this koan meat had. Tap on the introduction of the roasted kunai inside the system backpack. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is koan. The size of the koan is unknown for thousands of kilometers. It turns into a bird, and its name is rock. The back of the rock is not known for thousands of kilometers. The koan has the effect of flesh and bones of the dead. Putting the intact head of a person who died in an accident into the koan's body can bring back the dead person. Or putting the cells of a disabled person into the koan's body can cultivate the damaged part of the disabled person. Moreover, the meat of the koan has the effect of strengthening the body for human beings, which can greatly enhance the physical quality of human beings. So the tragic human fishing, resulting in most of the koan for human extraordinarily hate. Basically, meat is the point of life and death. When the kunai reaches the end of its lifespan, it grows feathers and flies out of the water, unable to stop because it is not bipedal, until it reaches the kunai mound, after which it dies peacefully. Snap! Asterisk 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 ouch. There really is a koan in this world, and it can also resurrect dead people. Is this sure it's the real world and not a mythical world? I'll admit it if you have a koan, but you can also resurrect people, and you can also revive severed limbs. Not much thought. Lu Hang directly from the system backpack inside the koan meat out. Maybe the koan is relatively large. 5 pounds of meat out to see up to a common roasted meat block, even which part of the can not be seen. Koan meat into the stomach. Lu Hang felt a burst of body heat, as if the body inside a fire. After a while the heat receded. Directly feel a burst of body relief. Looking at his obviously thicker arm, Lu Hang feels that he now even without a fishing open heavenly gate can fly fishing field of that 100 pounds of mackerel king. Not worthy of the previous life in the mountain and see scripture inside the record of the legendary species. In his previous life, when he saw these records in the classic of mountains and seas, Lu Hang thought that these were the marvelous fantasies of the ancients, but he did not expect to know the existence of the koan in this world. And although he did not see the full picture of the koan, he ate pure koan meat. After eating the koan meat, Lu Hang felt that he had no more fish to resist, took his freshly strengthened novice fishing rod, carried his own fish box and decided to go back to the lake to fight the 200 pounds of giant fish one more time. Casually and Su Zhejiang greetings. Lu Hang almost jogging into the mountains, to the lake. This time Lu Hang did not directly begin to open the bait nest, but first opened the system mall. Directly redeem a packet of 100 pounds of fish special bait. Today Lu Hang then proudly said to the district tens of pounds of small fish how worthy of letting me out. Today I only fish 100 pounds of big fish. Thought Lu Hang opened this package of bait. Pour out a little to the inside of the basin. Add some water to start kneading. Spent a few minutes. Lu Hang to bait directly open. Thinking of this fishing fish are relatively large. Basically will live in the center of the lake. So hit the nest or relatively far. Just hit the nest. Not even 2 minutes. Saw hit the nest. Began to emerge from the inside of a huge bubbles. Not to be outdone. The 100 pounder's special bait just appeals to the fish. So get out your rookie rod and hook up the special bait. Throwing a confidence-inspiring first shot. Hey! Chapter 30 Red Carp. Throwing a confidence-inspiring first shot. Hey! Looking at the fish hook above the bait just fell into the water. Directly a huge pull from the water inside out. Lu Hang decisively forced to lift the rod. Feeling the tension coming from the rod in his hand. It was about 150 pounds. A little more tension than the last time he fished for Carp King. But this time Lu Hang didn't feel as much pressure as he did last time at all. Without even using the fishing method. Directly pulling the rod and the fish consumed about half an hour. The fish was pulled down to the surface, and at this time Lu Hang also clearly saw that it was a chub of about 2 meters. Slowly turning the argyle wheel, he pulled the fish to the edge of the lake, walked over to a tree and tied the rod to it, then walked over to the water's edge and grabbed the fish directly by the gills with one hand, and yanked the fish with a violent force straight to the shore. Looking at the chub just pulled up, Lu Hang sighed. Thanks to the koan meat effect is good. If not eat the koan meat. Want to catch this 150 pounds of chub? At least you have to use their own 18 fishing, the first fishing, stable as an old dog, to spend more than an hour. But now I only used more than half an hour to exhaust the fish until it lost its strength. Removing the hook and putting the fish into the system fish storage space, Lu Hang also finally saw the weight of the chub. 148 pounds. This 100-pound fish special bait worked really well. And the first fish that came up was a 148-pound fish. Collecting the fish, Lu Hang sat on top of the fish box and rested for 10 minutes, hung up a new bait and threw a new shot again. Phew, 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 come on pull, another big fish. Phew, 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 phew. Luckily I beefed up the rod this time, and I'm sure I'll be able to catch this fish this time. Phew, 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 phew. Yo, this one's a little big. Aha, come on up here for me. Looking at his own feet which were gradually being dragged towards the lake, Lu Hang also knew that his own strength seemed to be unable to fight this fish. 18 fishing trips for descending fish, the first one, steady as an old dog. It was then seen that Lu Hang, who had been gradually dragged towards the water, stopped moving forward, on the rod held in both hands. All that could be seen was a transparent fishing line plunging straight into the water and then stirring continuously. With the use of Lu Hang's fishing method, the two sides fell into a stalemate, and then with the passage of time, it was obvious to see that the fishing line, which had been pulled straight before, seemed to have produced a slight bend. Feeling the tension coming from the rod, Lu Hang knew that the strength of the fish had also started to decline, and now the fish was no longer as powerful as it was at the beginning. Withdrawing the 18 fishing tackle 1, steady as an old dog, Lu Hang began to use the aramid to keep reeling in the line. As the line continued to be retrieved, the fish inside the water began to show its head. A red head? I was just thinking of pulling the fish out of the water to have a look, when another huge pull came from the rod in my hand, and I saw the head of the fish, which had already been pulled to the surface, scurry back into the water. Phew, 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 phew. Lu Hang has just put up the line. Once again the fish pulled out. Fortunately after just a wave of consumption of fish tension is not as big as at the beginning of the time. After releasing the line for a while, Lu Hang once again stabilized the spinning wheel. Straight away the force started to pull the fish upwards, and the pull on the already spent fish was not as strong as it had been at the beginning, and after a few more minutes of exertion, the force coming from the rod was once again felt to be less. Turning the aramid to retrieve the line again, this time the fish was pulled up even more, and Lu Hang got his first full view of the fish. A reddish fish head, clad in red scales. This was a pure red carp. It was clearly only over a meter long, but the power coming from it was greater than a 200-pound fish. I had only just gotten a good look at the fish when I saw the tail slap the fish into the water once more. Once again the sound of the wind line came, telling Lu Hang that the fish inside the water was still struggling. One of the fish's power-ups also stoked Lu Hang's excitement about fish, especially a rare red carp. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Taking only 7 steps made Lu Hang feel as if he was pulling a stubborn ox hard. After only 7 steps, Lu Hang directly felt that he was already sweating. Lu Hang still wanted to take the 8th step, and just as he lifted that one left foot, he felt the force on his shoulders suddenly become bigger all of a sudden. That left foot that was just about to move forward was directly pulled backward 2 steps in a row before it could stabilize its stance. Just as soon as he stabilized his stance, he felt the strength on his shoulder decrease again, and it seemed that just now was also a wave of dying struggle from that red carp. Seizing the opportunity of this wave of reduced power, Lu Hang also directly carried the fishing rod and directly took several consecutive steps forward. After feeling the tension on the rod getting smaller and smaller, Lu Hang also turned around and kept recycling the fishing line. This time the red carp seemed to be consumed enough by Lu Hang, and there was not much struggle anymore, and it was directly dragged to the water's edge by Lu Hang. Looking at the water inside the district a little more than a meter of red carp, Lu Hang also slowed down a breath, and then fierce force, directly from the lake directly pulled the fish to the shore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutant fish for the first time. The mutant fish icon has been activated. The host can view it on the fishing surface meal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching his first mutant red carp. The mutant red carp has been accepted into the mutant fish iconography. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant red carp activated. Reward system points plus 100. All carp in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into red carp every year. Looking at the red carp that was pulled ashore, Lu Hang also walked to the side of the red carp with a face of excitement, fearing that the red carp would run into the water. Lu Hang also directly picked up the red carp and walked directly to the shore for a distance of more than 10 meters. A meter 2 or 3 or so of red carp. So that Lu Hang C is also very happy. Before although I have seen the red carp, but the size of only 1 or 2 pounds of the appearance. And this kind of fish are generally used as a pond as a lucky fish. It seems that this one red carp will be their own pond in time will be the lucky fish. After looking at this red carp for a while, and putting the red carp into the system fish storage space, Lu Hang also directly lay down on the dead leaves on the ground, and opened the mutant fish icon that was just announced by the system in passing. Fish name, red carp. Fish quality, carp. Mutation level, 1. Fish description, in actuality, this is just a long, relatively large carp that developed a bloodlust after accidentally eating a basketball-playing koan, resulting in a genetic mutation of the original carp, which turned it into a red carp with a reddish color all over its body. Chapter 31 Green Carp. Fish introduction. Actually this is just a long bigger carp. In a chance to eat it will play basketball koan. Produced a bloodthirsty desire, resulting in the original carp gene mutation, thus becoming a full-body red carp. Long-term consumption can slightly increase people's physical fitness. Often these carp are seen in pairs, and usually there is a green carp accompanying the red carp where it appears, and the two fish are accompanied by a meteoric rise. Looking at the introduction of the red carp inside the mutant fish icon, Lu Hang's eyes directly lit up. Originally Lu Hang was just thinking that he was just lucky to catch a red mutant carp, but he didn't realize that there might be a green mutant carp inside this water. The heart is not as good as action. Lu Hang decisively climbed up, hung the bait on the hook, and threw the fishing rod out directly with force. Fish hooks just into the water, not yet sunk into the water. A huge pull directly out. Fortunately Lu Hang rod gripped firm. Almost the rod off the hand flew out, pulling hard on the rod. All of a sudden I felt the huge force coming from the rod that was almost the same as the red carp just now. Just finished fighting with red carp, have not had a good rest for a while. And excitement on the direct rod. This time a force came. Lu Hang directly is not pull. Rod on the line and kite like hoo straight out of the run. In order to save energy and stabilize the fishing line, Lu Hang once again used the 18 fishing, the first fishing, stable old dog. In order to save energy and stabilize the fish line, Lu Hang once again used the 18 fishing fishes, the first fishing fish, steady as an old dog. This fishing, nothing else ability, the main one-hand control of the fish, skillful stabilization of the fish after the land navigation is also slowly resting to recover their strength. As time passed by, Lu Hang's stamina was gradually recovering, but the fish was as if it knew that Lu Hang seemed to be using some kind of trick, except for dragging the hook very hard at the beginning. When Lu Hang finished using the 18 fish fishing techniques, first fishing technique, steady as an old dog, the fish would not make so much effort. That is to say, every time he made a little effort, as long as he kept himself in the state of steady as an old dog, then the fish would not make any effort. Just like the art of war. The enemy does not move, I do not move. If the enemy moves, I move first. Every few minutes this fish will try. This time this man and a fish also play up their own little plan. The fish want to take advantage of the Lu Hang, do not pay attention to the time directly to the Lu Hang rod ripped off. Lu Hang is thinking, you do not move. I also do not move. First wait for me to recover almost the physical strength, and then directly use the 18 fish fishing, 16th fishing directly to the fish fly up. Do not give this fish and their own opportunity to fight. Then this man and the fish consumed an hour in their own way, and Lu Hang felt that his strength was almost recovered. And then he kept waiting again, waiting for this one fish to make another push. After waiting for a few more minutes, Lu Hang once again felt a tug on the rod, but after pulling for a short while and realizing that he couldn't pull, the tug was depleted again. Lu Hang then felt the first time after the disappearance of the tension, directly lifted the 18 fish subduing fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog, and then directly turned around, the right hand back single-handedly holding the rod, and directly unfolded the 18 fish subduing fishing. Then he turned around, holding the pole with his right hand backward, and directly launched the 18 fish subduing fishing techniques, 16th fishing technique, 1 fishing technique to open the gate of heaven. Just like this, to maintain this position of storing power does not move until the fishing rod once again won the tension. Lu Hang decisively threw his right hand forward and directly used the 18 fish fishing, 16th fishing, 1 fishing to open the gate of heaven. Then I saw that the fishing line, which was originally pulled straight by something in the water, directly began to fly up directly to the shore, and kept flying for 2 or 3 seconds, and then a green thing flew out directly from inside the water. It had been flying out from inside the water past Lu Hang's head and directly in front of Lu Hang. At a closer look, it was a fish very similar to the red carp, except that the red carp was reddish in color, while this one was a dark green carp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching his first mutated green carp. Mutant green carp has been accepted into the Mutant Fish Atlas. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant green carp activated. Rewarded with plus 100 system points. The chance of all carp in the host's fishing grounds mutating into red carp is increased to 0.1%. Ding! It was detected that the host had put together a red carp and a green carp to put together a bonding double. When all carp in the host's fishing grounds mutate into red carp, the closest fish of the opposite sex to that fish mutates into green carp, and when either the red or green carp dies, the other fish also dies within 24 hours. Lu Hang looked at this directly from the water inside the green carp fly up. The heart is also very emotional. There really are red carp and green carp, just do not know there is no a donkey. Look at the green carp. Looks Lu Hang also put this green carp back to the system fish storage space. After successfully catching the green carp, Lu Hang also used up all his strength, and also directly found a seat on the side, and took out a box of self-heating rice and a box of self-heating hot pot from inside the system space, and just ate it up, rested for a while, once again walked to the fishing point and replenished a little nesting material, and sat for a while, to see the nest inside the dense bubbles began to rise again. Lu Hang once again picked up the fishing rod and cast out, this time after the bait into the water, but the fish drift did not sink immediately as in the beginning. It looks and feels as if the fish has grown a memory. I had been waiting for 4 or 5 minutes before I saw the fish swish and disappear into the water. Phew, 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 feeling the pull coming from the rod. Great, but not as great as the red and green carp that had just been there. He reeled in the rod with direct force and saw the 2-meter carp directly below the surface. As the fish struggled, Lu Hang also directly put the collected line out again, watching the line sinking slower and slower. Lu Hang again turned up the spinning wheel again to collect the line. With the spinning wheel of the spinning wheel once again, the carp pulled back to the surface of the water. Clattering, the fish once again submerged in the water. With the Lu Hang and the carp back and forth pulling a few times, the fish is also completely without the strength to struggle, slowly pulling the fish down to the shore. And direct force will be directly from the water inside the fish pulled the fish to the shore. It seems that carp are the dominant fish in this lake. 1 or 2 of the fish caught here are basically carp. Relatively speaking, other big fish are also there but especially few. However, Lu Hang knows, although he caught a few big fish here, but a week ago to burst their own rod of that one fish has not yet hooked. Lu Hang to now remember, when that one fish power is simply too big to be outrageous. Originally their own rods are able to catch 150 pounds of fish. With their fishing skills, fishing at 200 pounds of big fish should not be a problem, but still directly burst the rod. Chapter 32 Active Tangent. Thinking back to the last encounter, Lu Hang knows that he still has a hard battle here, so every time he casts, Lu Hang is basically restored to full strength before he casts the next rod. While Lu Hang's resting again, Lu Hang also saw that the number of bubbles in the place of his fish nest was getting less and less, but the size of the bubbles was getting bigger and bigger. And looking at this situation, Lu Hang also knew that there was a big fish coming into the nest, and this one was bigger than all the fish that he had caught before. In the midst of his excitement, Lu Hang eased himself, and with trembling hands put a new bait on the hook once again, and threw the hook directly to the place with the most blisters. Looking at the lack of movement after falling inside the water, Lu Hang's heart was apprehensive. The surface of the water had been constantly bubbling with huge air bubbles, but his own fish float was not moving at all. Just like this, he kept quietly looking at the water, and Lu Hang's heart began to feel a little anxious. This fish has become a spirit? Why doesn't it bite? Looking at the huge bubbles on the surface of the water, Lu Hang knew that there must be a big fish in this position, but this fish just doesn't bite. It just hangs around near the hook, molesting itself here and there, making itself look like a clown. In this way, one person and one fish stood still, until about half an hour or so later, Lu Hang finally couldn't hold back, and decided to put away the fishing rod and relay the nest. Asterisk 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 asterisk, hanging off the bottom? It won't pull. Then Lu Hang directly exerted a fierce force. Phew, 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 phew. The fishing rod was directly pulled into the shape of a full moon bow, and since the beginning of getting this novice fishing rod, Lu Hang had never seen a novice fishing rod pulled into the shape of a full moon bow. Feeling the tension coming from the rod, Lu Hang was also clear that his hard pull was definitely not a match for this fish, and then he directly made it. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. With Lu Hang's 18 fish fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog, the rod's curvature was stabilized, but this time Lu Hang didn't stabilize his body directly as before. On the contrary, after stabilizing the rod, the person was also still being pulled by the fish continuously into the water. As he got closer and closer to the water's edge, Lu Hang gradually panicked a little, and finally when he was still about 2 steps away from the water's surface, Lu Hang directly cut the fishing line himself. Looking at the rod that was once again damaged, Lu Hang knew that this time he had lost to this fish again, and just stood at the edge of the water looking towards the fish nest for a long time. For a long time. In the end, Lu Hang just sighed silently. Lu Hang clearly felt the gap between himself and this fish this time. After eating the roasted koan meat himself, Lu Hang was still confident in his strength originally, not to mention that more than 200 pounds of fish he could still just catch, and in the case of using fishing techniques he could catch a 300 pounds. But this time I have already used the 18 fish fishing, the first fishing, steady as an old dog, cannot pull the rod. If not his own initiative to cut the line, he will certainly be pulled into the water by the fish, and finally left to their own either loose rod or drowning. In the surface of the water lamented for a long time. Lu Hang also gave up to continue fishing, although he still has points to repair the fishing rod. But now his strength is not enough to fish up the fish inside the water. It is better to leave first, and wait for some more time. After his strength becomes stronger, then come back to fight with this fish. Packing up his equipment, Lu Hang also went straight back. This time although he lost again. But Lu Hang did not come for nothing. Caught 200-pound giants, and 200-pound mutant carp, especially these 2 mutant carp, which clearly only weigh about 150 pounds, but can explode to about 250 pounds of strength. Unfortunately, the second fish pond has not yet begun to dig. These 4 fish can only be placed inside the system fish storage space first. Just wait for the completion of the second fish pond. Lu Hang will then these 4 fish in. When Su Zijiang saw Lu Hang come back, he was also full of joy and walked over to greet him. Then he saw Lu Hang's melancholy face and knew that Lu Hang was afraid of being blown out of the pole again this time. And then Su Zijiang didn't say any more words. Lu Hang saw Su Zijiang walked over, directly thought of their own space inside the 400 pounds of fish. Now there is no place to raise it. It is time to ask the old Su first to dig out the second pond. Old Su, why is something wrong? No. This is not to see the boss came back. Just think of the boss walking hard. Come over to help the boss carry a little something. While talking, Su Zijiang took the fish box from Lu Hang. Old Su, how long will it take for that cafeteria of ours to be completed? Know a completion time so that I can also look for a chef. Boss chef, how simple. Now chef direct town recruitment is good. 5-star chef may not be good to find. 3-star 4-star chef our town is still good to find. Lao Su, you do not understand. Since we are looking for the chef of the fishing grounds, then certainly to find the best chef. On those ordinary 3-star 4-star chef can do not do after our fishing meals. Boss, I understand. Then I'll post the job posting in advance now. Otherwise it's too hard to recruit good chefs. Lao Su, this is not necessary. I know a chef here. His ancestor was an imperial chef inside the palace. With the overthrow of the imperial power also came out from inside the palace, and later opened his own store called Zhuge Lao. And then because of the war, the store had to be closed as well. I met him by chance, and when you proposed to build a cafeteria, I remembered him. I didn't expect the boss to know such a person. The descendant of the imperial chef, then the taste of the dishes made must be extraordinary. It seems that our fishing ground will have a big feature again in the future. When I'm afraid that there will be a lot of people in order to have a taste of the dishes in the cafeteria will also run over to the side. Right, old Su? That second fish pond will start digging now. Put. My side has found the source of goods. Your side can find someone to dig out the second fish pond in advance. This time the fish pond should be dug a little bigger. This second fish pond is an outdoor fish pond. Do not need to be like the number 1 fish pond. I wonder where the boss is digging this second fish pond, and how big it will be, and what kind of fish it will need to hold. The second fish pond is dug in the first fish pond 500 meters to the north. The size of it, on the first fish pond 20 times the size of it. The pond depth, on the 20 meters. The second fish pond I want to put is more than 100 kilograms of giant fish. Digging too small by the time to put too much fish in. 20 times the number 1 fish pond? Boss, we have 2,000 square meters of this number 1 fish pond, right? 20 times is 40,000 square meters. But also digging 20 meters deep. This is 800,000 cubic meters. Boss, this we may need to spend a lot. Chapter 33 Out Fishing. This is fine. You directly find someone. Later I will first transfer 3 million to the card. You then find a few more excavators over to dig together. The fish pond dug a little earlier. My side can also be a little bit earlier to let the people to transport the fish over. Good boss. This side will go to contact, but then the time needed may be a little long. If it is a normal fish pond size, an excavator digging 2 months can be dug out. But boss, you this to 20 meters deep. Even if you find 10 more excavators at least need to dig on 4 or 5 months. Well, my side to give you another 1 million. Your side more to find 30 or 40 excavators to dig together. Try to dig in a month or so. The back also need to put the water 800,000 cubic meters of water is also to put a long time. After the release of the water also need to sunshine the water and need a long time. If you also need to dig a 4 or 5 months, a come and go may need to spend a year or so, with too long. As you know, 100 pounds of giant fish is also basically hard to find. And I'm afraid that by the time it drags on for too long people will have sold the fish to someone else. So we'll just have to speed up on digging up the pond. When I returned home, I also went straight ahead and boiled a pot of hot water to take a hot bath first. Climbed to the bed. Lu Hang is also remembered today's fish. Today their own simply cannot pull that fish. As for the rod did not explode. Feel that is also the fish thought of teasing Lu Hang. On the strength of that oneself casually fly about 100 pounds of fish. That fish inside the water at least 800 pounds to start with. And the fish inside the water, there is still an extraordinary pulling force. Their current strength cannot do to pull the fish up. He not only needs to improve his strength, but also the fishing rod needs to be strengthened. Repairing a fishing rod 100 points Lu Hang still has, but to catch this fish, the rod needs to be strengthened by at least 2 levels, and preferably 3 levels, so that it can be prevented in case of any eventuality. There were only a total of 4 ways to increase one's strength now. The first, by fishing methods or mutant fish meat from the system mall. But this requires a lot of points. Even just redeeming a fishing method requires one to save up for 3 or 4 months. The second type, from the system lottery inside the draw. Draw mutant fish or fishing. This well more depends on luck. The system lottery inside the draw what are random. And every time you draw a prize, the next draw will require 1 more point. The third one, raise more carp inside the fishing ground. Keep eating mutated red carp and green carp meat. Now that you have activated the red carp and green carp inside the mutated fish icon, you will have a chance to produce mutated red carp and green carp inside your fishing ground every year. Only this will take a long time. The fourth, every day to insist on physical exercise. This well Lu Hang just thought to give up. Lu Hang is not the kind of people who can insist on exercise every day. And even if every day to exercise, maybe Lu Hang to the death may not be able to fish up that fish. Among them, Lu Hang's most favorable or the first and the second, of which the second is Lu Hang's most favorable. The lottery has never drawn useless, just the winning items are too random. Get is not necessarily their most wanted. While thinking about it, he opened the system panel and spent 100 system points to buy a fishing rod repair card to fix the rod first. Looking at the remaining 331 points, Lu Hang decisively opened the lottery page again, intending to draw a wave, fighting a single car into a motorcycle. Ding! 200 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 131. As the turntable slowly rotated, Lu Hang's mood kept going up and down with apprehension, and finally saw the pointer slowly stop at a large white area. Congratulations on your cash draw of $100, 000, which has been legally credited to the host's bank card. What? 100, 000, $000 is white? How is this color quality judged? The last time I drew white it was a construction card and 2 66-pound grass carp. This time it's $100, 000, 000. The prices in this are not equal at all. It seems that quality and value are not related. Giving up on thinking, Lu Hang went straight to sleep. The next day, Lu Hang just woke up. His own arms directly feel a sense of soreness. Move a few times. This sense of soreness only gradually recede. It seems that my body is still not accustomed to it. I still need to exercise more. This soreness is obviously muscle fatigue. One's body habits have not changed yet even though one's physical quality has improved now. Have been waiting until Su Zhejiang to work. Lu Hang is also in Su Zhejiang accounted for the fishing ground, and gave Su Zhejiang transferred 2 million. Let him find more excavators. The second fish pond digging faster. When the fish pond is almost finished and then contact me. Lu Hang then also directly packed up his things, and finally picked up his fish box, and from inside the system backpack, took out the 100 pounds of fish finder card that was given by the newbie gift pack. Ding! 100 pound fish finder card used successfully. Lu Hang then saw a virtual arrow appear in his eyeline. Following the arrow's point, Lu Hang rushed during the day and took out his tent to sleep at night, so he kept walking for 2.5 days, and finally came to an unknown reservoir. The moment Lu Hang walked to the reservoir, the arrow pointing the way also disappeared. Looks like this is where the arrow indicated another 100 pounds of fish. After walking along this reservoir for a few minutes, Lu Hang found a relatively empty fishing spot, put down the fish box in his hand, and took out from it the remaining 100 pounds of fish-specific bait from last time. But because the amount was not much, Lu Hang took out half a packet of universal bait left over from last time, and the two were mixed together and kneaded the bait. Yo, newbie, bro's first time here? Yes, I heard from a friend that there is a reservoir over here. It's not today's rest so I thought I'd come over and fish for a while. Then you have to be careful brother. There are big fish inside this reservoir. If you're not careful you'll easily get dragged down. A big fish that can drag a man down? I'm afraid this isn't 200 or 300 pounds. Brother, would that be a bit too big for you to say? 200 or 300 pounds? That should not be so big. But this reservoir inside I have seen more than 2 meters of catfish. Catfish, this carnivorous fish. Pulling force can be more than ordinary herbivorous fish most of the time. 100 pounds of catfish pulling force almost all can be able to withstand 150 pounds of grass carp pulling force. That can pull people down a little bit is not too much. While chatting, Lu Hang also managed to open his bait, snapped off a small piece, and directly began to nest. Chapter 34, The Legend of the Reservoir. What do you call yourself? Brother. My surname is Lu. My name is Lu Hang. Old brother, you are older than me. You can just call me Xiao Lu directly. Alright then I'll call you Xiao Lu. My surname is Zhang. My name is Zhang Yu. I'll call you brother Zhang then. Zhang, how long have you been fishing in this reservoir and have you seen any big fish besides the 2-meter catfish? I have been fishing here for 1 or 2 years, before I saw a red fish inside this reservoir. It was just in time for the rain, and the figure was a flash from the water, and then I never saw it again, and I saw a tail at that time, and it was more than a meter. Except that no one would believe me if I said it to others. Lu Hang chatted with Zhang Yu while casting his rod. A meter-long tail. Brother Zhang, that fish is not bigger than that catfish you said. Zhang Yu at this time is also in the side rubbing bait. Heard Lu Hang words. Zhang Yu is also back, the main fish I have seen once. That time or I just went to this reservoir fishing not long, and then more than a year. I have not seen a fish. Other people have not seen this fish. They said it was my eyesight. And now I myself also want to think that at that time. Now I'm wondering if I was blind. But Lu, when you fish here, you have to be ready to cut your line or abandon your rod at any time. There used to be a lot of people in this reservoir still, and then a year ago a man was dragged down to the water, and when he got inside the water the man sank straight down, and at that time the people on the shore were too late to save the man, and he could never be found again, and then the police came, but because the reservoir was too big and there was no way to release the water, they looked for professional corpse retrievers to retrieve the bodies, and as a result, they went down to several sets of professional corpse retrievers, and they didn't find anyone. Originally, people didn't take it seriously, and after a while they came back and continued fishing, and it settled down for a while after that, and almost another 2 months later, another person got pulled off while fishing, and the situation was the same as the one at that time. When people went down, they just sank, and then people thought there was a water monster inside this reservoir, and fewer people came. You are the first one to come to this place in the last half a year. By the way, here is a rope for you. You remember to tie your waist to the tree behind you. While saying that, Zhang Yu took out a rope from inside his fishing box and handed it to Lu Hang. Lu Hang looked at the rope that was handed over, and also reached out and gave it over. Only Lu Hang had not yet had time to tie it, and then he felt a huge pull coming from the fishing rod. Phew! 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 Lu Hang decisively lifted the pole and saw it bend into a half-moon shape all of a sudden. Coming. Lu, great! A big fish right off the bat. Feeling the tension coming from the fishing rod, Lu Hang also roughly judged that this should be a 100 pounds just out of the fish. Pulling the fishing rod a few steps back, Lu Hang is also fierce force directly pulled this fish to the surface of the water. Looking at the shadow of the water, Lu Hang is also judged that this is a catfish. Feeling a struggle on that fishing rod, Lu Hang also started to pull the rod and started to skate from side to side. Zhang Yu on the side saw Lu Hang hooking the fish. He himself forgot to continue rubbing the bait, and just stood on the side and watched Lu Hang skimming the fish over there, with Lu Hang's left and right pulling. The struggle of the catfish in the water is also gradually weakened. After Lu Hang about half an hour of consumption, this catfish is also directly turned up the belly. Looking at the catfish that already had no strength, Lu Hang also directly recycled the fishing line to pull the fish to the water's edge, and then fierce force directly lifted the fish up. Zhang Yu looked at Lu Hang directly lifting the fish up, also showed a face full of surprise. After the surprise is full of envy. Xiao Lu, that, old Zhang. What's wrong? Just, that. Can I take a picture with you, catfish? You just shoot it. How big a deal is that? Come on, give me your cell phone. I'll shoot it for you. Yeah, that's it. Okay, keep smiling. Okay. Xiao Lu, let me Kong. Hey, Xiao Lu, you can take pictures with this photo technique. It's so handsome. Seeing the old Zhang finish taking pictures, Lu Hang is also from their own fish box inside the fish guard out, and then the catfish directly into the fish guard inside the old Zhang. Is this fish the one you said could drag people down? Why do I feel that this fish is not as strong as you said? At most it is about 130 pounds of strength. It is true that it is a little bigger than the average herbivorous fish, but it is not as big as the one that you said could drag a person directly down. Old Zhang. No, not this fish. The one I'm talking about has a red birthmark-like patch where the belly fins are. The one you have should be recently grown, not the one I saw directly. But Xiao Lu, this technique of yours is a bit high. A fish of more than 100 pounds. You gave it a slip up in about half an hour. This fish is still given to me. Without an hour, I absolutely can't pull it up. Which has what technology? Is the previous farming? A bit of brute force. This fish is directly by my force to consume no strength before letting me pull up. This is a little too modest. You just a bamboo fishing rod. Change a other person to fish. Even if there is brute force has long been to you this rod to dry burst. Zhang, old brother. This you say wrong. This fishing rod is to find someone special. Do not look at its surface. An ordinary bamboo fishing rod is almost the same. In fact, he can be compared to the general strength of carbon fiber fishing rod or higher. Can pull 400 or 500 pounds of huge things. Then you this fishing rod a little something. No wonder so big fish you can also directly lift up. I do not know you this rod in the search for which master special production. Can give me a recommendation not? I also want to buy a. You do not know. I fish in this reservoir. A year down. The light of the fishing rod are popped up 5 or 6. An average of 2 months to be broken one. I have been my wife scolded many times. I've been scolded by my wife many times. Ha ha ha. Normal. But now that master is out traveling to go. This side we leave a contact? By then I'll contact you after the master comes back. And then you'll find the master customized. While chatting, Lu Hang also tied the fish guard to the water's edge with a rope. After releasing the catfish, Lu Hang also picked up the rod once again to cast again. Throwing a confident second shot, a cast was just made, followed by a few. The sound of the wind line once again resounded over this reservoir. Lu Hang also rushed to raise the fishing rod directly. This time the rod directly bent into a full moon state. The huge tension is also directly pulling Lu Hang to the edge of the water to move slowly. Chapter 35 200 plus. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. Immediately after Lu Hang's legs directly slightly bent to stop advancing, and his arms also directly embraced the fishing rod, fixing it to death. Originally Zhang Yusi Lu Hang are going to be dragged into the water or ready to go over to help. Who knows, Lu Hang suddenly took a strange posture, and then stabilized the body and fishing rod. The person is no longer moving forward. The fishing rod is also back to taut a lot. Looking at Lu Hang's strange posture, Zhang Yu also revealed a surprised expression, and in his heart, he also thought, originally, when he saw that Lu Hang was not very old, he thought that he was a rash young man, but he did not expect that he was a big man. With the use of Lu Hang fish 18 fishing, the first fishing, stable as an old dog, the fish inside the reservoir is no longer pulling Lu Hang. Pulling Lu Hang after the fish seems to be in a hurry. Started with the constant movement, a moment to pull forward, a moment to pull back, a moment to the left, a moment to the right. But no matter how hard the fish on the shore of the Lu Hang is not moving. On the contrary, with the fish pulling, the fish hook instead of sinking deeper and deeper. Yo, old Zhang, you're fishing so early today. There's a newcomer. Old Zhang, why don't you say something? Did something happen? Old Chang? It was only when he walked all the way to Zhang Yu's side and slapped him on the shoulder that Zhang Yu suddenly reacted. Old Lu, what are you doing? Scaring me. Old Zhang Yu, don't blood. I called you a few times. You didn't react yourself. Blame me. Say, what are you looking at? Looking so mesmerized. It's not that Xiaolu has landed another big fish, so I thought I'd learn to look mesmerized all of a sudden and didn't notice you. This newcomer is called Xiaolu. Say how you did not tell him to tie a rope. This reservoir does not do a protective measure, is too dangerous. A fall will be directly unable to find. Don't underestimate people Xiaolu, although they are a little younger, but their strength is not weak. Look at the extent to which they bend their poles. Don't say. Look at the degree of curvature of his rod. Should be to catch a minimum of 30 pounds of fish. Is indeed a big fish, but you're not unaware that there are 100 or 200 pounds of catfish inside the reservoir. To catch accidentally pulled down, how dangerous. 30 pounds? You underestimate this fishing rod of Xiaolu. Just now he has already caught a catfish of more than 100 pounds. Then this fishing rod is only slightly half bent. Now this fish, I suspect at least 150 pounds. 150 pounds? What, are you kidding? You and I are not unaware of the pull of the catfish. How big? When only a 120 pounds of catfish about 3 of us cannot pull up, but also be dragged down, if not tied the rope. Last time the old week, maybe if the life of this reservoir again inside. Okay, stop. Just watch. Just now Xiaolu on the fish momentum. This fish is certainly not small. When he caught up, you see for yourself. Both of them then also entered a state of silent viewing, watching Lu Hang maintain a strange posture without moving. And then the fishing line on the rod head was constantly swaying back and forth. Watching this man and a fish stalemate. Time is also a minute past. Has been consumed more than an hour. Lu Hang did not change position. On the contrary, to come to the reservoir fishing man, but more and more. But all gathered in Zhang Yu's side. One by one. Sitting in their own fish box or small zipper. Looking at the stalemate between Lu Hang and this fish. If this time to a person to sell some watermelon, I believe everyone should be very happy to buy. Feeling the rod on the smaller and smaller tension. Lu Hang heart is also clear that the underwater fish has begun to powerless. Even if the fish is big, but as long as the fish cannot pull me, then the strength of the fish will only get weaker and weaker. After all, with the more the fish pulls, the fish hook stabbed deeper. which means that the fish's struggle will be the greater. The useless struggle will only make the fish's strength to consume the greater. Another half an hour. Lu Hang has not felt much tension from the rod. Then Lu Hang also cancelled the 18 fish fishing, the first fishing, stable as an old dog, and then began to force the line. Has been more than a minute, and finally pulled the fish to the surface. This is a red and black catfish. The catfish's head has turned all red, and then from the position of the abdominal fins backward is all black, slowly pulling the fish to the edge of the water. Lu Hang once again force, directly the whole fish from the water directly lifted up, and slowly give the fish dragged to the shore. The group of anglers gathered on the side also let out a cheer after seeing Lu Hang successfully pull the catfish up. Looking at this red and black catfish, Zhang Yu was also the first to rush over, and then he directly laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. I knew it, I wasn't mistaken then. There must be a bigger red catfish inside the water. Ha 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 ha. Hey, old Zhang, you do not scare people. Not just can prove that what you saw at that time is true. You have to be like this. That's right, old Zhang. Even if it proves that you're right, there's no way for you to hook him up. Old Lu, old Chen, this you don't understand. You have no idea how hard it is to be disbelieved and thought to be bragging. It's obviously true, but people always think you're cheating. Old Zhang is fine. If you really can't, just go to Xiaolu and say that you took a picture of the catfish. And the next time someone says you're bragging, you'll just dump the picture. Right? Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Zhang Yu then ran his ass over to Lu Hang's side and discussed with him. That small Lu, want to discuss with you. Cannot let me and you this fish take a picture. You also know that I saw a red huge tail. We do not all believe it. You, this one looks to be the descendants of that. I want to take a picture. Is that? You know, small things. Old Zhang Yu shoot is, and is not a big deal. Then Lu Hang indirectly shouted. Want in fish photo queue. One person shoot up to 5. Shoot, I have to take the fish back. As soon as Zhang Yu hugged this fish head, he realized that he could not lift it at all. It was too slippery and heavy. This fish is at least 200 pounds, but it is a pity that there is no weighing here. Otherwise it could be weighed. I did not expect this young man so powerful. I remember the last time there were big fish fishing up were 8 or 9 months ago. That time fishing up is only a catfish about 80 pounds. I did not expect this young man came up to 200 pounds. The color blue is better than the color blue. I'm getting old. I can't compete with the young people nowadays. Chapter 36, Accident at the Reservoir. Che, talking like you caught a 200-pound fish when you were young. Old Wu, 200 pounds I have not fished, but I have fished 20 pounds. Is not just a difference of 0. Well, rounding up is about the same. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. It's indeed about the same. Just a single-digit difference. But you guys don't say this fish is half red and half black. I'm afraid it's not a mutation. Maybe the red tail of more than 1 meter long that old Zhang said in the past is also true. This reservoir are here for at least 200 years. When my wife's great-grandfather was small, only then the old Zhang said it was red, so I didn't believe it. But today I saw this kind of half-red fish. I feel that it is all red is not impossible. You say this hundreds of years inside the reservoir will not have thousands of pounds of catfish before people fall down on the no. Maybe it is inside the catfish to eat so cannot find. Catfish this kind of thing are frightened to drill holes. Underwater simply cannot be found. You guys don't say it's really possible. The old Zhang is also said to see a 1 meter long tail. Also don't know he saw the tail in the end is which one. Maybe inside he said small it. Okay, let's not chat for now. It's my turn to take pictures. Come on Lao Wang, help me look good. Click. After about 5 or 6 minutes, everyone had taken their pictures. And then Lu Hang also pulled out the one fish that was placed in the fish guard and put this one inside the fish guard as well. Then Lu Hang also carried the 2 fish also went. Lu Hang know that the reservoir inside there must be big fish, but his 100 pounds of bait has basically used up. The remaining point is not enough to replenish the nest, and then also casually threw the remaining point into the water. There are so many people here. When the time comes to catch a big fish again, it will not be good to take it away, and can't put the fish into the system fish storage space in front of everyone. Why don't we take these 2 fish and leave first now, and then come over to fish tomorrow? The fish will always be finished. Although I don't know how many big fish are still inside, but listening to the meaning of what old Zhang said, there is at least 1 red catfish inside the water, more than a meter long tail. If it is just the small section of the tail then this fish is at least more than 8 meters. If it is the section from the dorsal fin to the tail then it is more than 4 meters. If there are more than 8 meters they may not be able to catch. More than 8 meters means that the fish at least have more than 500 or 600 pounds. If there are only 4 meters then the fish is only more than 300 pounds. 300 pounds or so he could still barely catch. If it was 500 or 600 pounds then he would have to give up. Leaving the reservoir, Lu Hang walked all the way to an unoccupied place, then quietly put the 2 fish into the system fish storage space. Lu Hang remembers that when he came to this side, he passed through a small town. Not far from the reservoir is almost 2 or 3 kilometers away. Walked to the town. Lu Hang is also directly to find a hotel directly opened a room for 3 days. Then Lu Hang went back to the room to take a shower. Out of the Lu Hang is also a hot brain. What walking tools did not bring? Directly on the legs to walk up. If not eaten twice Newton fish. Strengthened the body. Lu Hang that original small body. No 4 or 5 days is certainly not walk here. Took a shower. Left all the fishing boxes and stuff at the lodge. And went out to forage for food myself. Foraging back. Lu Hang directly lying on the bed began to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Small shaped fish Lu Hang already do not need. If the fishing ground inside the fish is not enough, small shaped fish Lu Hang can directly go to buy simply do not fish again on their own. So this time out Lu Hang also made a good plan. Only fishing more than 100 pounds of big fish. After all, the system storage space is limited. Opening the system mall, Lu Hang purchased another pack of special bait for 100 catty fish. Ding! Successfully purchased 100 pounds of special bait for fish. Consumed 150 system points. Remaining system points 213. After purchasing the bait to be used tomorrow, Lu Hang also brushed up his vibrato and wondered when he had fallen into sleep. This sleep Lu Hang slept soundly, and after 2 consecutive days of running around, Lu Hang was also feeling all tired. 2 consecutive days of continuous camping in the field. Lu Hang is also not resting well. Now summer is coming. The temperature at night is also very high. Lu Hang, if you do not want a tent, then indeed can be cool to fall asleep. Is that mosquitoes may have a billion points more than one? Maybe sleeping after waking up directly after the fata circle. Sleep does not wake up. Then you can open the table. Along with the 200 to do the children's that table. Why don't I sit at the adult table? You ask? Well, mainly because you can't beat them. You can't beat them. And you can't eat them without sitting at the kids' table. This sleep directly to the next day at noon. Woke up Lu Hang look at the cell phone time. Their own people are confused. Who am I? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? 3 questions in a row. If not for Lu Hang's cell phone displaying a 24-hour system, Lu Hang even suspected that he had only slept for 3 or 4 hours. In fact, Lu Hang slept for 15 hours in one sleep. Getting up, Lu Hang also felt a wave of hunger. Washing up, Lu Hang also went straight to the hotel. This meal Lu Hang and the per capita consumption of $18 inside the Shark County Snacks. Froze to eat $126. After eating, Lu Hang is also back to the hotel to pick up their own fishing box again straight to the reservoir and go. Lu Hang had just arrived at the reservoir when he realized that a group of people had surrounded the reservoir, and a cordon had been pulled up directly on the side. Dude ask, what's going on here? Why is it all fenced off? I wonder if we can still fish. Not brother. You still think of fishing You do not know yesterday afternoon when the dead here. Yesterday there is the afternoon is a group of fishing guys fishing here. All of a sudden directly pulled down 3 people. People fall down directly on the no. And then there are people to alarm. Has been looking for a night. And even the body has not been found. I really don't know what your group of fishing guys are thinking. Knowing that this reservoir is not normal. Or every day people run over to fish. I know these 3 people this time. They used to fish here all the time. They've been fishing continuously for years. I didn't realize that this time the people just disappeared. Yes. I remember there is a fishing man inside is quite good. Basically to come to this neighborhood fishing man are full of care. Remember as if surnamed Zhang. I did not think that this time he also did not have. Surname Zhang? Isn't it called Zhangyu? I think that's what it's called. Anyway, it's a good old boy. Comes over every day to fish for a while and brings extra rope every time. And when he meets anglers who don't have any rope with them, he's generous enough to lend it to the anglers. The other 2 fishing guys are also good. I remember that the 3 of them are usually on good terms. I didn't realize that all 3 of them were gone together this time. Chapter 37, The Talking Warbler. Listening to the chatting of the people on the side, Lu Hang was also aware of the whole thing in general. It was almost as if Zhang Yu and a few of his old fishing buddies were continuing to fish after Lu Hang left yesterday. After which old Zhang caught a big fish. After that, his 2 fishing buddies saw him pulling alone and went up to help. Not realizing that the fish inside the water had so much strength that all 3 of them failed to pull, and then they were all dragged into the water. After reaching the water, these 3 people directly sank into the water, as if there is a maelstrom of some kind underneath, after which the 3 people disappeared. And then the side of the fishing man took a look at the 3 people fishing in the water disappeared, but also immediately hit the phone to call the police. When the police came, they also put up a cordon straight away, and the back was just looking for them, and up until this afternoon, they hadn't been able to find anyone. Looking at this situation, Lu Hang also guessed that the recent period of time this reservoir is certainly not fishing, even after the police left. This reservoir in a short period of time is certainly no way to fish. Look at this situation. Lu Hang is also directly on the head back to the town. Lu Hang is also directly on the run to the small electric donkey store. Picked half a day. Lu Hang is also a blue old 6 small electric donkey. Since this place cannot fish for the time being, then they will have to change the place to fish. By a small donkey also ate the loss of the last walking. Every time if they are so walking up, their legs have to be wasted. After dinner, Lu Hang also returned to the inn early. Opened the system panel. Lu Hang purchased another 100 pounds of fish seeking card. Ding! Successfully purchased the 100 pounds fish finder card. Consumed 100 system points. Remaining system points 233. After purchasing the fish finder card, Lu Hang looked at the precarious points and also sighed, not knowing when he could realize the freedom of points. Tonight Lu Hang is also early to sleep. Lu Hang also did not expect just to this place happen this big event. Yesterday just met a few fishing guys. Today people are gone. Do not know what in the end underwater. People fall into the water directly disappeared. It is not possible to have a whirlpool under the water. The next day, Lu Hang also woke up very early. Woke up Lu Hang first directly to their own wave of cleaning, and then took out last night to buy a good 100 pounds of fish seeking card. Direct use, and then disappeared arrow once again appeared in front of their eyes. Going downstairs and pushing off the room. Lu Hang put his tackle box on the little electric donkey he had charged last night and rode out following the direction of the arrow. After 3 days of walking and stopping, Lu Hang also finally arrived at the destination point this time. Originally Lu Hang thought that this time or a reservoir. Who knows, only rode a day to find the back of the road is the need to go into the mountains. Lu Hang had no choice but to find a place to park the battery car, and then hiked into the mountains. After 2 days of time Lu Hang managed to find a lake inside the mountains, and then pointing arrows also disappeared. Looking at this piece of the lake, then the one behind the mountain is twice as big. Lu Hang heart is also under pressure. The bigger the lake also means that the water inside, the better the resources. The better the resources inside the water, the bigger the head of the fish is also bigger. Lu Hang is also looking for an open place. Put down their own fish box. This time Lu Hang did not take out another direct 100 pounds of fish special bait, but instead took out the heirloom all-purpose bait. In this unknown situation inside the lake, direct use of high-level bait for fear of attracting a close to 1,000 kilograms of giants. Then do not say fishing. Directly into the take their own feed the fish. After making a good fish nest, Lu Hang also set up his tent a little farther away from the lake, and when he returned to the fishing spot, the fish nest was just right, and the bubbles inside were just starting to rise up continuously. Take out your own reinforced fishing rod, hook up the universal bait, and throw it straight forward with force, throwing a confidence-inspiring first shot. After watching the bait sink to the bottom, Lu Hang was also sitting on the side of the box waiting for the fish to take the bait. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. An hour had almost gone by and I was watching the bubbles inside the nest getting bigger and bigger, but my own drift was not moving. Lu Hang also dozed off, and just as Lu Hang's head went down once again, a tug came from the fishing rod in his hand. In an instant Lu Hang came straight to his senses, and in a flash he lifted the fishing rod straight up. Phew, 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 goo. It looks like this is a big deal. Phew, 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 phew. It's pretty heavy, so it looks like it's going to take a bit of force, followed by a fierce lift of the rod straight back. Watching the fish getting closer and closer to the water surface, the fish also started to struggle. Feeling the increasing power on the pole, Lu Hang also exerted himself violently, and then it seemed like a gust of wind blew around Lu Hang. With Lu Hang's cry, "Ho!" Lu Hang's arms also revealed a blue vein. This piece of land near the lake is also relatively soft, with Lu Hang's force, only to see Lu Hang's foot is also directly into the ground several centimeters. After the power of one person and one fish, this fishing rod that had been strengthened twice by the system was also gradually bent. From the original slight bend gradually turned into a crescent moon, then into a half moon, and finally into a full moon. As expected, the lake walleye is big. Is it one of these biggies right off the bat? Isn't it just a contest of strength? Who's afraid of who? 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. With the descending fish 18 fishing, the first fishing, steady as an old dog make out, is also to see Lu Hang's footprints are a few more deep. Relative to the arc of the fishing rod is also gradually bounced back a little bit. By the original full moon state is changed back to the half moon state. Has been consumed for more than half an hour. The fishing rod again from the half moon state to the crescent state. Half an hour. The fishing rod again from the half moon state into a crescent state. Watching the rod change back, Lu Hang knew that the fish had begun to tire, and his own opportunity had truly arrived. Lifting the rod back to the line, watching the line getting closer and closer to the shore, Lu Hang also managed to see his own fish caught this time. A warbler over 3 meters long and about 220 pounds. Stinky fishing guy, let go of old me. Believe it or not, I'll let my big brother eat you directly. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the fish is talking and will speak human language. Am I hallucinating? You this stinky hashtag UN hashtag UN percent hashtag UN percent hashtag. Say you it, where to look. Lousy yen hashtag UN percent hashtag UN percent hashtag. You yen at hashtag UN at hashtag percent at UN. Master hashtag UN at hashtag percent at hashtag UN. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you warped mouth ing looking for death. I had to dish it out to you to give you a couple of hits. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish, fish number 16, one fish opens the door to heaven. Chapter 38, disliking the heavenly warp. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish, fish number 16, one fish opens the door to heaven. It was a sight to see the warbler, which had been consumed and had little strength left, flung straight to the shore. Pop, 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 pop. I told you to curse. I told you to have a foul mouth. Call you arrogant. I told you to call me big brother. Apologize. No, you're wrong yet. Stinky angler hashtag dollar at dollar percent hashtag at dollar at hashtag percent at dollar at hashtag percent at dollar at dollar at hashtag percent at dollar hashtag at dollar. Your grandpa yen hashtag at dollar at hashtag dollar hashtag at dollar hashtag at dollar at hashtag dollar hashtag at dollar dollar. Asterisk and pop, 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 pop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A warbler. For your face. Your grandfather at hashtag dollar at percent. Hashtag at percent at hashtag dollar percent at hashtag dollar at hashtag percent at dot. Pop, 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 pop. Hashtag at percent hashtag at dollar. Percent. At hashtag yuan. At percent yen. Yen yen hashtag. Half an hour later. Grandpa. I'm wrong. Don't fight. Don't fight. If you fight again you'll die. What the hell are you? Why do you speak human? And your mouth stinks. I'm a mutated warbler. When I mutated I grew special vocal organs. And then I kept hearing unknown things talking, so I learned to speak, but usually the general fish don't understand. Usually when I can't beat them I'll just scold them anyway, they can't hear. I didn't think that grandpa you could understand me talking. Looking at this warbler so cooperative, Lu Hang also walked down from the warbler. Just now Lu Hang was also scolded by this fish fire. Originally this fish has been consumed, not much strength, just slowly dragged to the water's edge, and then directly forced the fish to pull up on the good. The results of this warped mouth up on the curse, even if the curse is not repeated, has been a fish scolded a full 5 minutes. As a result, Lu Hang directly fire, and then directly with a fishing open the door to the sky directly to the fish fly up. After seeing the fish come up, Lu Hang also did not take the hook, and directly rushed up to sit on a butt across the body of this warbler. Both hands opened the bow directly, while fighting and warble against the warble. And then this poor warble with a hook in its mouth was smoked by Lu Hang for more than half an hour. What is the quality of the biggest fish in this lake and how big is it? The biggest fish in the lake is a white stripe, almost 20 meters long, probably weighing more than 2,000 pounds. So big. So what's your position inside this lake and why haven't any fish been biting for so long? I'm basically a messenger inside this lake. Before there has been no fish biting, the hook is no fish dared to bite. Grandpa, your bait is too fragrant. And then attracted a lot of fish, the biggest of which is me and a grass carp. And then the two of us fought, and I won before I got the chance to eat the bait, and I did not expect to be pulled up directly by you. I should have let that idiot grass carp go. How many species of fish are in this lake and how are they distributed? And how many are over 100 pounds or more? There are 7 kinds of fish species in this lake. They are grass carp, bucktails, white stripes, chub type, crucian carp, and mackerel. Among them, the strongest group is the white stripes. They usually live near the biggest main inlet. The food quantity is the best over there, followed by the mackerel and carp clans. There are over 1,000 pounds of strong people in these 2 clans. So they live in the other 2 clans which are just next to the main inlet, live in the other 2 locations just after the main inlet, and the rest are the 4 clans of grass carp, warbler, mackerel, and crucian carp, and our 4 clans are the weakest, and the biggest is only about 500, and then we live all around this lake. How many fish over 100 pounds inside the lake specifically I'm not sure, but our warbler clan has 13 over 100 pounds, the grass carp clan has 15 over 100 pounds, but the bluegill and crucian carp aren't too far off from us. And the other 3 clans aren't sure, but the number of those over 100 pounds is certainly more than all 4 of our clans put together. Is there anyone else in your warbling clan who can talk besides you? No more. I'm the only fish in our clan that can talk, and as to why I'm the only fish that can talk I don't know why. Okay, how about following me in the future? I run a fishing farm. You just have to help me taunt the fishing guys every day. Don't. How can I say I'm a fish? How can I follow a fishing guy? How can I go out there and see fish like this? Unless you just gave me 10 packs of that bait every month. 10 packs is too much. I can only give you 2 more. Number 2 packs are too little. At least 8 packs. 3 pack. 7 pack. 1 bite. 5 packs. If you don't agree, forget it. I'll throw it in there for you anyway. You'll have to work if you don't. Deal. When does the boss start? It's still early for work. There's still a few months to go. But the bait you were promised won't be missing. So you'll just stay in space for the last few months. Lu Hang then also walked over to the warbler and removed the hook from the warbler's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching his first mutant warbler, dislike sky warbler. Mutant warbler, dislike sky warbler, has been included in the mutant fish iconography. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant warbler, dislike sky warbler, activated. Reward system points plus 100. The host has successfully mastered the fish language. And all the warble bills in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.000001% chance to mutate into disliked warble bills every year. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Hang also wanted to see what was going on with this talking warbler, and then opened the Mutant Fish Illustrated to open the Dislike Sky Warbler page. Name of fish, Dislike Sky Warbler. Fish species, warbler. Mutation level, max. Fish description, you think this warbler is a wild mutant fish, but it's not. It's just a pet fish abandoned by his owner, who has a severely autistic angler guy, and by chance his owner picked him up near the water's edge in a near-death situation. Under the careful care of his owner, he miraculously survived, and then his owner kept him by the window, where one person and one fish lived together, until one time, his parents couldn't stand their autistic son any longer. It was after one of these beatings that the owner of this fish took this fish to this lake and put it in this lake, and then the owner of this fish jumped. After leaving his master, he has been missing his master very much. He has always wanted to be able to communicate with his master without any obstacles, and then the intense longing made this fish evolve organs that can speak. After waiting day after day, year after year, it never waited for its master's warble, and eventually turned its thoughts into resentment, and the first words it learned were the words of its master's parents' daily tirades against its master. Chapter 39, Fish Talk. This fish is also a poor fish, but he does not know that his master has passed away is also a good thing. At least there is still a thought. There is a thought, there is hope. The most afraid of is no thought, no hope, no goal, there is no meaning to live. Lu Hang remembered as if there was a fish whisper just now, and also opened his data panel to check up on the effect of the fish whisper. Fish language, elementary. People have human language. Birds have bird language. Fish of course also have fish language. The primary fish language allows the host to hear the fish within 50 meters of the speech, can be actively opened. After reading the introduction of this fish language, Lu Hang is also back to the tent inside the rest to go. As for why not continue to fish, it is because the hands are swollen. But through this warble Lu Hang is also aware of the lake inside the general situation. Tomorrow you can run directly to the grass carp, warble, mackerel, crucian carp, the allocation of these 4 kinds of fish location to go to fishing. As for the other 3 kinds of fish, Lu Hang has not been able to catch their ability to fish. Although he is a reckless man who loves fishing, Lu Hang has brought his brain and knows where his limits are. And the thing of giving away his head is something that Lu Hang is not going to do. Night Lu Hang thought and thought, or opened the system lottery, decided to draw a wave of prizes. See if you can get what good things. The main mountain inside the network. Cell phones cannot play. The Lu Hang can only constantly look through the system interface. Has been looking at the 628 points. Lu Hang is particularly want to draw a hare, wrestle with a bike into a motorcycle. In case of a wave of the soul is not a direct takeoff. Ding! 300 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 328. Look at the carousel with a variety of rewards. With the change of time faster and faster, and with the change of time slower and slower, Lu Hang's heart and sit on a roller coaster like, see through the white area Lu Hang heart is very happy. Look at a pointer through the purple area is very lost, and then look at the pointer through the green area is very happy, and then the pointer once again after the purple. Lu Hang's heart also looks very lost. Now the rotational speed has been impossible to turn around again. Watching the pointer gradually through the blue, through the orange, through the green, and finally stopped in the red area with only small dots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the red quality, special physique fighting fishing sacred body. The physique has been automatically put into the system backpack. Ness, awesome. I'm worthy of being the chosen one. Ha 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 ha. Lu Hang then also excitedly clicked on the system backpack to check up on the introduction of this fighting fishing sacred body. The fighting fishing sacred body. A physique that focuses on fishing. With each fish caught, it will get 110% of the fish's weight feedback to its own physique power. As more and more fish are caught, it can eventually directly do 1 power to catch 10,000 fish. Note, as the physique gets higher and higher, The daily required functions will also get higher and higher, and the intake on weekdays will also get bigger and bigger with it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this exactly what I need most? With this, won't I just take off? And if I want to improve my physical strength again in the future, I won't need to use the points on exchanging for fish and meat. Now with this physique, after my 100 pounds fishing farm is built, I can go back and take revenge on that fish inside the lake. Under Liu Hang's trembling hands, Liu Hang also took out the fighting fishing's sacred body and used it on himself. Ding! Special physique, the fighting fishing's sacred body was used successfully. The physique has been integrated into Liu Hang's body. Liu Hang only felt a heat coming out of his body, and then in just a few seconds, the heat directly declined, and then he felt a coolness. Feeling the changes within his body, Liu Hang was also very excited and immediately thought of catching a fish to try, but it was completely dark, and apart from the campfire at the mouth of the tent and Liu Hang's cell phone, there wasn't a bit of light. Forcibly closing his own eyes, forcing himself to fall asleep. In the excitement of his heart, Liu Hang climbed up early in the morning. The day just dawned. Liu Hang woke up directly, took out the self-heating rice and hot pot from inside the system backpack, and directly began to heat it up, and took out his own toiletries from the inside of the fish box, and washed up, and his breakfast was also just heated up. Quickly eat a good breakfast. Liu Hang directly carry the fish box, ran to the yesterday's fishing point, quickly open the bait, play a good fish nest, just play a good fish nest. Liu Hang this time even did not wait, directly throw today's confidence in the first pull. Open fish talk, watching the float floating on the surface of the water, silently eavesdropping on the conversation of the fish underwater. What smells so good? It seems to be over here. Go over and take a look. Hey, mama, that smells good. And it looks like there's more on it. Warped old man, you've crossed the line. This is our grass carp's sump. Grass old 6. What are you talking nonsense about? This is clearly our warped mouth's chassis. Is it because we haven't been beaten enough by us yesterday? Still fighting. Yesterday your warped old 8 who speaks a strange language every day was caught up by a fishing man. Che, the warped old 8 would not have been much of a freak, talking a bunch of strange words day in and day out. Go up there. But this is the chassis of our warped mouth clan. If you don't want to serve us, let's fight. What are we fighting for? See that one up there? That's the same angler's hook as yesterday. Bite on it if you can. I'll let you have this chassis if you can pull the angler's rod down. Alright, you said it, and it's a deal. When a gentleman fish speaks, 4 dragons are hard to follow. As long as you can pop the rod of the fishing guy, I'll let you have this piece of land today. Then Grass Old 6 added in his heart, give it to you today and I'll come back tomorrow. I was having a good time eavesdropping when a sudden downward pull came directly from the rod. Liu Hang also reacted quickly, knowing that it should be the 2 quarrels inside the warped old 3 bites, and then also violently directly lifted the fishing rod. Coming. Phew. 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 The sound of the windline was unceasingly heard directly on the lake. As Liu Hang's power, the fishing rod also gradually bent up, first in crescent moon bent bow general arc, and then more and more big. Finally Liu Hang's arms are also gradually showed a blue vein. The fishing rod is also bent into a full moon bent bow like arc. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a nice angler's rod. I can't believe I haven't pulled it off yet with all the effort I've put into it. Ha 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 ha. Chow Lao San, are you weak? You can't even pull a burst from a single fishing rod in the district. Grass Old 6. Don't you talk sarcasm here again? Look at me. Since the rod can't be pulled and popped, then you come down here. Fishing guy, I'm going to get serious. So get off your ass. Ouch. This fish is a bit arrogant, trying to pull me down. Chapter 40 First experience with fish language. Curvy 100 pounds of little warbling, just trying to pull me down. Since you want to pull, then I'll let you pull enough. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. Ah dash. What's going on? Why can't I pull it? No put. Warped old man. When did you become such a piece of trash? Not to mention you can pull the fishing guy down put. How come you can't even pull it? So you're a fine fish. You can't even explode a fishing guy's rod. Why don't you just admit defeat? And this chassis will directly give way to our grass carp clan. And don't tell the other fish you're a 100-pound warbler. It's a shame about the fish. Well, second voice, you keep an eye on me. Ha dot. The old warbler drills the quilt. Not bad. Not bad. There's something about this fish. Aha. Liu Hang again force, so that the original just stand in place, legs into the ground a few points. Arms are also more forced to hold the fishing rod. Feel the rod constantly shaking tension. Heart is also clear. The fish has begun to force, and then consume a while. The thing that the mouth of the warble conceded, and then come back to a grass carp they certainly cannot pull up. Looking at such a large lake, Liu Hang knew that he could not leave this lake for a short time. Pulling himself from the ground, He turned straight around and yanked hard on his rod with his right hand, then flung it violently forward. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. Fishing trip 16, a fishing trip to open the gate of heaven. With the force of Lu Hang's right hand, a warbler of about 5 meters was thrown directly onto the shore. Crank 300 pounds of warble and take a pinch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching the mutant warbler, double-horned warbler. Mutant warbler, bicorn warbler, has been accepted into the mutant fish atlas. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant warbler, bicorn warbler, activated. Bonus system points plus 100. All warbles in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating to a double-horned warble each year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 363 pounds of double-horned warbler. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 3% feedback, increasing the strength feedback by 10.89 pounds. Lu Hang instantly felt a comfortable feeling coming out of his body, and even the exhaustion from just using a fishing trip to open the heaven's gate was reduced by a lot. Feeling the obvious increase in strength, Lu Hang also revealed an ant-like smile, shaking his palm. Lu Hang also walked to the front of this two-horned warbler and looked at the two-horned warbler and also asked in confusion, "Hey, can you speak human?" Chow Lao-san looked at Lu Hang with a dumbfounded expression. What is this fishing guy talking about? How come it's the same as Chow Lao Bao, both speaking some strange language? Seeing that the fish really didn't seem to be able to speak, Lu Hang also put the fish inside the system fish storage space. Although the fighting fishing sacred body helped to moderate a lot of stamina, but after using the one fishing open heavenly gate consumed a lot of stamina, ready to fight a protracted battle after, closed the fish language. Lu Hang is also directly back to the tent to sleep. Sleep is the fastest way to recover physical strength. After sleeping for 2 to 3 hours, Lu Hang also directly resurrected with full blood. Besides feeling a burst of hunger in his stomach, his body was soothed. He took out 2 boxes of self-heated rice and a box of self-heated hot pot. Lu Hang also ate his lunch. After lunch, Lu Hang once again came to the fishing spot. Since we know that this is the junction of the 2 tribes of grasscarp and warbler, then we can fish here all the time, and we can save running around. In the morning, Lu Hang thought he would fish for a long time, and the bait was open more, but I did not expect to come to the big fish, only once to go to rest. It just so happens that all the bait in the morning is still there, and Lu Hang doesn't need to continue to open the bait in the afternoon. Open the fish language. Take out the bait opened in the morning. Lu Hang buckled out a large piece, to be thrown into the water to hit the nest. Before he had time to throw it out, he heard a burst of words coming out from underwater. Grass old 6. Where did you get our Warp B clans Warp Old 3 and Warp Old 8? Honestly, call out Warp Old 3 and Warp Old 8. Don't force our Warp B clan to go to war with your Grass Fish clan. Xiao Lao Si. I said, your Xiao Lao San and Xiao Lao Bao were caught up by the fishing guy. It has nothing to do with our Grass Fish clan. Don't mess around here. If we really want to go to war, our Grass Fish clan is also good at bullying. Grass Old 6. It seems that we, the Warped Beak clan, have been living in peace with you, the Grass Fish clan, for too long, causing you all to have forgotten that we, the Warped Beak clan, are meat eaters. Creatures like the angler have long since not visited us for nearly a decade. You and I will have to find a good excuse to lie when you say that the Warp Old 3 and the Warp Old 8 were fished away by the angler. Warp Old 4. It's true that your Warp Mouth clan is a meat eater, but our Grass Fish clan's 100 pounds elder originally had 2 more than you, and now you have less Warp Old 3 and Warp Old 8, so now you have 400 pounds standing power less than we do. And going to war, do you really think that your Warp Mouth clan will be able to come back in one piece? So what? Instead of being killed off one by your Grass Fish clan, our 100 pounds battle force is better to fight you directly. Even if we are not necessarily better off with fewer people, but with a certain number of 100 pounds battle force missing, I don't think the other 2 groups will let you off the hook. Listening to the underwater 2 fish quarrel, Lu Hang is also a little anxious. If the 2 sides of the community really fight or killed, then where to go to catch big fish themselves? Hurriedly from the side of the fish box inside took out the morning open good bait. Lu Hang buckled out a large piece, directly thrown into the water to nest, and then from the system backpack inside took out their own fishing rod, hung up the bait directly threw down, watching the bait slowly sink. Lu Hang is also ready to lift the rod at any time. Now there are at least 2 big fish underneath. Chow Lao Si. See, the fishing guy started throwing bait again. If you don't believe me, you can go and try it yourself. I'm afraid you won't be able to come back after going there. Humph. Don't think I can't see this agitation of yours, but the angler has shown up again, and I need to go talk to the matriarch, so this bait will be cheaper for you grasshoppers. As he watched the departure of Warp Old Man 4, Grass Old Man 6 also settled right down to eat the bait underneath. Ow, ow, ow. Worthy of the angler's bait? Just fragrant. How long has it been since I've eaten something so delicious? The last time I had it was 5 or 6 years ago. Boys, don't eat the bait on the water. Just eat the ones on the bottom of the water. Save the ones on the water for the Warpbeak clan that will come back in a little while. We'll just watch from the side. And when the fishing guy helps us to finish off the Warpbeak clan's 100 pounds elder, we'll be able to just take over the Warpbeak clan's territory at that time. Chapter 41, Fighting the Warpbeak clan again. Chopper. You weren't kidding about Chopper and Chopper both getting caught up by the fishing guys? Yes, matriarch. At first I didn't believe it either. I thought that Chow Lao San and Chow Lao Bao were hidden by the Grass Fish clan. Then I was all set to fight with Grass Lao Lu of the Grass Fish clan. After that suddenly a lot of strange baits were fished down from the top. And extraordinarily fragrant. In addition to the baits that sunk directly to the bottom, there were some baits suspended in the middle of the water as well, and I could see that there are hook-like things in the middle of the bait. I didn't expect the angler who has disappeared for several years to come back again. Old 4, you take Old 5 and Old 6 and go over there together. Drag this angler down for me. Let the angler taste the power of our Warpbeak clan. Dare to make a move against our Warpbeak clan and that's the end of it. Lao Si, the place you said had fishing guys hasn't arrived yet. Almost there. Almost there. Old 5, don't be in such a hurry. How many times have I told you to be steady and stable? Yeah, Old 5. You can't be fussy about making fish. You can't solve everything with just brute force. Sometimes you need to use a bit of intelligence. Forget it. Old 6. You'd better not teach Old 5. Contraption, you teach Old 5 the same as you. When the time comes, I'm really afraid that we'll have 2 less fish in a fight. Yo, Chow Lao Si, didn't you run away? Why did you come back again? And brought 2 helpers with you. Humph. Grass Old 6. You should be glad we're not here for you this time. Get out of my way. We're going to make this fishing guy pay. 5. 6. I'll bite the hook first. You guys help out on the sidelines. And if I can't make it, you'll bite the line off for me. Lao Si, better let me do it. I'm stronger and easier to drag the angler down. No, the Old 5 is the strongest, you need to help me cover. In addition to the Warped Old 8 this waste, Warped Old 3 was caught up. I suspect that there is a Grass Fish, a clan of secret ghosts. Angler, this kind of thing. 8 years ago I have seen. The district of 100 pounds of small species. At most, the most can be able to catch 100 or so pounds of small fish. The Old 3, this kind of 300 pounds of simply impossible to be caught up. Alright, take care of yourself, Old 4. I'll watch the neighborhood for you. And definitely won't let you be disturbed by anyone else. Coming. Feeling a sinking of the rod in his hand, Lu Hang also knew that it was the fish called Chow Lao Si that bit the hook. Feeling the tension on the rod, Lu Hang felt that this warbler was similar to the one in the morning. With that morning enhancement, it was a lot easier for Lu Hang to catch this fish. Ha! As Lu Hang's force was exerted, Lu Hang's fishing rod also began to gradually bend, and Lu Hang's arms were gradually showing veins. Old 4, are you any good? It's been so long, why haven't you dragged the angler down yet? Humph. Lao Lu, you don't look on the side and talk without a pain in the mouth. This fishing guy does have a bit of strength, a bit higher than the average fishing guy's strength. But let me consume for a while. Exhaust this fishing guy's physical strength. I'll directly drag him down. Okay, Lao Si, be careful. If it doesn't work, just say so, and Lao Si and I will immediately go up and help you bite the line off. Then Warped Old Man, who had bitten the hook, also swam frantically headlong toward the bottom of the lake. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This fish ate what grew up. For what's so smart? No, I'm fishing. Do not know the fish is fishing me. It also knows to consume the strength to slip people. Well. This should be the legend that often the hunter always appears pretending to be the prey, right? After knowing the purpose of this fish, Lu Hang also took the precaution of consuming up with this fish. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. As soon as the fish control trick of descending 18 fish fishing was used, Lu Hang also started the low consumption mode. And after a part of the pulling force was divided by the earth, Lu Hang was able to pull something bigger with less force. 1 person and 1 fish consumed here for an hour. The fish inside the water also began to show the color of fatigue. Obviously the tension dropped. Suddenly the tension directly disappeared. Lu Hang knew that the fish is also tired. Now the fish is resting, which is the best time for him to fly the fish up. There are still 2 fish at the bottom. If you slowly pull the bottom of the 2 fish will not be allowed to come over to help. Lu Hang, in order to be safe, is also directly turned around. The right hand holding the rod has been to maintain the posture of the power storage, so has been stored for several minutes of force, until the water in the mouth of the rod once again pull. The fish began to move. Then there is no way to continue to store the power. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Fish number 16, 1 fish opens the door to heaven. Then Lu Hang violently threw the fishing rod in front of the body. Rested for several minutes of the fish, is also a return to a lot of physical strength. Just ready to drag up the fishing rod again. Felt a huge tension. Tension is so big that there is no way to resist. The whole fish directly followed the fishing line together directly from the water to the shore. Even the last words of the Warped Old 4 did not have time to explain to the Warped Old 5 and Warped Old 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutant warbler, unicorn warbler. The mutant warbler, unicorn warbler, has been accepted into the mutant fish iconography. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant warbler, unicorn warbler, activated. Bonus system points plus 100. All warbles in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating to a one-horned warble each year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 356 pounds of unicorn warbler. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 4% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 14.24 pounds. Feeling the feedback from the fighting fishing sacred body, Lu Hang also decisively turned off the fish language. Put away the novice fishing rod. Put away the unicorn warbler. Put all the bait inside the fish box, and directly went back to the tent to rest. This place cannot come back to fish for a short time, and then fishing behind may have to come to the Warbler clan's patriarch and so on, and then come to a 5, 6, 7, 800 pounds of warbler their own simply cannot catch up. From yesterday to today, 300 pounds of warbleheads have been caught continuously in this sump of warbleheads. Tomorrow Lu Hang is planning to go to the sump of cyprinids to fish. Cyprinids are generally big. The main thing is that the cyprinid side will not be as defensive as the warblehead side and the grass carp side. Lu Hang is also a good fishing plan for the next period of fishing. Only 2 to 3 rods per day. Each time directly using the first fishing first consume the fish's stamina, and then directly after that directly with a fishing open the door to the sky directly to fly the fish up. Do not give the follow-up to help the fish a little chance. Back to the tent. Lu Hang is also directly lay down to sleep. And even other things there is simply nothing to see. In the middle of nowhere, there is simply nothing that can attract Lu Hang. At most sleep counts. Chapter 42 Transfer of Positions. After a sleep, Lu Hang also felt the hunger coming from his stomach. This special physique is good, but it is a bit too wasteful of food. The 100 boxes of self-heating rice that he brought with him might not last Lu Hang here for long. At most for 10 days and half a month. Lu Hang would have to go out and replenish his food once, or else he would sooner or later be starved to death. And the fish caught him to take to the second fish pond. It is not good to eat directly. After all, 1 by 1 is 100 pounds of fish. You directly let Lu Hang eat. Lu Hang is also a little reluctant to give up. After eating a full stomach, there is no way to go on fishing. Did not bring night fishing equipment, and the water inside are on the big fish. The mountains at night all kinds of animals are also many. Really not suitable for night fishing. After eating, Lu Hang, who didn't have internet, could only study his system panel and system mall. Host, Lu Hang. Age, 22. Physique, fighting fishing sacred body. Physical strength bonus, 24.53 pounds. Fishing realm, fishing master. Fishing for 18 fish, the first fishing, steady as an old dog. Fishing for 18 fish, the 16th fishing, a fishing to open the door to the sky. System backpack, 18 of 20. System storage space for fish, 5,000 pounds, can temporarily store fish. Number of fish ponds 1. Pond name, fish pond number 1, kingfish weight, 157 caddies. Fish pond level 3. System points, 588. System price pool, 400 points required for drawing. System store, opened. Fish count 1483 grass carp, 4429 bream, 29 crucian carp, 13 silver carp, 8 carp, 53 whitebait, 48 eel. Looking at the 588 points, Lu Hang thought of another wave of pumping, but also taking into account that the rod is now a little bit fast to the limit. Now the lake inside the fish basically encountered on the 200 or 300 pounds or so. If encountered a fish group of the patriarch bites, the rod into 80% cannot be carried. Considering that repairing the rods will also cost 100 points, and after repairing them you will also have to strengthen a wave of rods. Why not just strengthen a wave of rods and still spend 100 less points on repairs? Immediately after that, Lu Hang directly tapped on the system store and directly purchased 3 low-level reinforcement cards. Purchase of low-level fishing rod enhancement card X3 successful. 288 system points remaining. Ding! Successfully use a low-level fishing rod enhancement card X3 on a novice fishing rod. Reinforcement successful. Beginner's rod plus 3. A once reinforced bamboo fishing rod that has been systematically strengthened to give the rod a greater capacity to fish up to 750 pounds. Next enhancement requires fishing rod enhancement card X4. After strengthening the fishing rod, Lu Hang directly launched a wave of research on the various items inside the system mall. Inside the mall Lu Hang has also found some very practical things, such as a variety of fish special bait, grass carp special bait, cyprinid special bait, carp special bait. Regular all-purpose baits only require 10 points to buy a pack, but fish-specific baits require 20 points to purchase a pack. Originally, He was going to go fishing on that side of the cyprinid territory tomorrow. And Lu Hang also directly purchased 1 pack of cyprinid-specific bait. Purchase of mackerel specialized bait X1 successful. System points remaining 268. Considering again that I was going to fish in all 4 schools, I then also bought all 3 special baits for grass carp, warbler, and crucian carp as well. Purchase of warbler specialized bait X1 successful. 248 system points remaining. Purchase of grassfish specialized bait X1 was successful, with 228 system points remaining. Purchasing carp specialized bait X1 was successful, 208 system points remaining. The next morning, Lu Hang also climbed up early. The night did not fish. The morning did not eat a lot. Has been walking for more than half an hour. Also managed to walk to the location of the mackerel community. Opening the fish language. Lu Hang also found a place with more schools of cyprinids. Put down the fish box and started to open the bait. Considering the situation yesterday, Lu Hang also just poured out a little bit of bait, and feel a little less and add a little bit of universal bait to the inside. Take out your freshly reinforced rookie rod. Hang your bait and cast straight out with confidence for your first shot. How many years has it been? The nest deliverer has finally descended again once more. Children, the food deliverer immortal is here again. Everyone come over here and start the meal. Daddy, what's a nesting fairy? Is it good? The nesting fairy, that is the legend of the gods-like existence. Every time the food delivery fairy came will bring a lot of food. But this time the nesting fairy's food is the most delicious. Children quickly eat more. But every time we eat after delivering food to the nesting people, we are also required to play with the nesting immortals for a while. And the nesting immortals will come over more often if they are happy. Just playing along has nothing to do with the kids. That's something you'll know how to do when you're older. Okay, Dad. The food from this nesting fairy is so delicious. It's the first time I've ever had food that tasted so good. Okay, kids, you eat first. Dad, I'll play with this nesting fairy for a while. Good guy. This group of fish is treating me like an Air Force guy. Even said I am a nesting fairy. Line today I and you bluegill beam up. When he heard a fish say that he wanted to play with the nesting immortal for a while, Lu Hang also knew that a fish was going to bite. Turning his body directly, he began to build up his strength with the rod in his right hand. And the very moment the rod felt the pull in his hand, he threw it directly and violently in front of himself. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Fish number 16. One fish opens the door to heaven. A big mackerel about 6 meters long was directly thrown to the shore, which made Lu Hang, who saw the mackerel, smack his lips. Fortunately, this fish is just holding the attitude of entertainment bite hooks. They are a shot is full strength. Otherwise they really do not necessarily pull up this one mackerel. This size at a glance to know that the weight of the fish at least 400 pounds to start. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching the mutant mackerel, bluefin mackerel. Mutant mackerel, bluefin mackerel, has been collected into the Mutant Fish Atlas. Ding! Mutant fish illustration. Mutant mackerel, bluefin mackerel, activated. Reward system points plus 100. And all mackerel in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into bluefin mackerel every year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 461 pounds of bluefin mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 10% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 46.1 pounds. Asterisk out of Europe and got direct feedback on capping. Feeling a burst of comfort in the body, followed by hunger from the stomach. Lu Hang is also very happy. From the system backpack out of a piece of picnic cloth spread on the ground, but also directly out of a few boxes of self-heating rice began to heat up. In the heating of the period of time, Lu Hang is to take the rest of the bait and keep throwing to the water inside the food. Chapter 43, Complete Madness. Yummy, yummy. Daddy's nesting fairy stuff is delicious. Say, Dad, the nesting fairy never made so much delicious food. Dad, where did Daddy go? Old 5? Old 5? The matriarch has something to inform you and wants you to come over. Kids, who saw where your dad went? Uncle 6. We don't know where Daddy went. We were just eating the food gifted by the nesting immortal. And Daddy said that he went to play with the nesting immortal for a while. And as soon as we turned around, Daddy disappeared. And we're looking for Daddy too? Bad. Something has happened to your father. I'm still a little late. Kids, stop eating now. Get away from here. You can't eat any more of this food. Uncle 6. Why can't we eat this food? This food smells so good. Have another bite. Your father may have met an untimely end. Now get away from here. I'll get the matriarch to come over. Just now Uncle 6 said something about an accident. Never mind, I didn't hear you. One more bite. There's more over here. Little N. There's more over here. Come eat over here. Matriarch is bad. I was late. When I went over there, Old 5 had already been caught by the fishing man. Old 5, I remember, it seems to have more than 400 pounds. How can it be so fast by the fishing guy to catch away? I just heard from the Grassfish clan side of the Warble Mouth clan there are several Warble Mouth by the fishing guy to catch away. Also thought and you guys say a little so that you can be careful a little bit. How can it be only so a while time we have no 1 inch? Now everyone go back to your respective areas and take care of the kids and don't let them get to the angler's bait. Patriarch, this everyone may not be able to do it. This time the fishing man bait seems to be aimed at us. The children can't resist the bait scent at all. Probably only 100 pounds or more of mackerel can resist the impulse of wanting to eat it. Little 6. What exactly is the situation? Tell me in detail. Matriarch, it's just that when I just went to look for old 5, I didn't see old 5 when I went over there, so I asked old 5's children. But it turned out that these children were all burying their heads in the bait, not even knowing that old 5 had been caught by the angler. Then I realized something was wrong and wanted to stop the old 5 kids from continuing to eat the bait, but I couldn't stop them at all. They couldn't even hear what I was saying. They kept burying their heads in the bait as if they were possessed, and then I walked in and smelled it, and found that the angler's bait was extraordinarily fragrant this time around, and even I couldn't help but want to take a bite. It looks like the fishing guys are coming on strong this time, far tougher than the batch from a few years ago. Matriarch, shall we hide the children after we have gathered them all together? No, we don't know how long the anglers are going to stay. We can let the kids hide for a short period of time. But if the kids get hungry and come out and see the bait, then they will be even more frantic, and then they will fall right into the angler's trap. Matriarch, what should we do? Now the children are not in control at all when they touch the angler's bait. If we just let it go on like this, the children will suffer. Little 1, little 2, you two take the kids and go inside the territory. The rest of you come with me to see what's going on, and if we can't, we'll all make a move to bring the fishing guy down. Ha 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 ha. This small fish pumping really cool. This mackerel special bait really live up to its name. Mackerel simply cannot resist the temptation, and there is no big fish harassment. Really cool. It was seen in the originally should go to rest Lu Hang but did not go to rest, but continue in the fishing point, constantly casting rod to close the rod, the whole person directly into a relentless fishing machine. Lu Hang looked at his system prompt swipe, and that face directly grinned. The corners of this mouth simply couldn't close. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 23 pounds of mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 6% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 1.38 pounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 45 pounds of mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 5% feedback and increased strength feedback by 2.25 pounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 67 pounds of mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 1% feedback and increased 0.67 pounds of strength feedback. Ding! Normally Lu Hang will go to rest to return to strength after using one fishing open sky door. By the way, to ease the feeling of weakness after using one fishing open sky door, Lu Hang's fishing box are packed up almost. Heard the underwater mackerel conversation. Heard no big fish that can endure. Directly put away and took out again. Continue casting. At the beginning of the Lu Hang is still more careful. Already, once the big fish hook, Lu Hang directly cut the line. Do not give the big fish a chance. He came to this side alone. If not accidentally fell into the water at all, no one can rescue themselves. With a 60 or 70 pounds of mackerel hooked directly after being pulled up by Lu Hang, feeling a burst of weak feedback within the body, found that the feedback of a high number of small fish is no less than the feedback of large fish. Simply the quantity changes the quality of exactly these dozens of pounds of small fish can also be taken to enrich their own number one fish pond. As Lu Hang's pumping speed is getting faster and faster, Lu Hang is also laughing more and more unrestrained. The first time to experience pumping a rod to pump to cool. Lu Hang's 5,000 system storage fish space is also gradually filled up. Ha 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 ha. This kind of pumping rod is really cool. Can I also get a dense fish pond, which is full of this kind of small fish, so that novice anglers can come in and directly experience the joy of pumping rod? Not bad. Not bad for a smartney. That's a great idea. I can bring more small back when I come out to fish in the future. When I come to get a few number of ponds. Ha 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 ha. Why can't you pull? Is it bottoming out? Phew. Phew. Phew, phew, phew. Asterisk is on the big fish. With Lu Hang's power, it was seen that the veins on Lu Hang's arms also began to show up again. If one paid attention, one could find that the previous Lu Hang had only one vein on his arm. Now the number of veins on his arm had turned into 2. Roku, is this where you said the fishing guy was? Yes, matriarch. No. How come Xiaowu's children are only this much? I remember when I left, Xiaowu's children were fine. Only Xiaowu was missing. How come I just went for such a short while Xiaowu's children are all gone? As we were talking, we saw a hook with bait hanging on it fall straight down from the water surface, followed by a bite from a tens of pounds of small mackerel, and then we saw this freshly bitten mackerel perform a wave of mackerel disappearance technique directly. Chapter 44, Fortunes Come in Twos. Misfortunes go in twos. Junior. You're the biggest mackerel besides Junior 1. Go try and see how strong this angler is. We'll help you watch from the side. And when you can't, we'll rush straight up and cut the line off for you. Okay, matriarch. I'm going, boss. Second, help me watch. Attention, keep an eye out. When he saw the hook hanging on the bait sinking again, Grass Samurai took a direct bite. And then Grass Samurai felt a subtle tug, followed by another pull on the hook in his mouth. Knowing that the angler was on a roll, Kuzan Ran also went straight for the deepest part of the lake, dragging the fish hook directly with him. Grass Sandling had only just made a powerful dash out when he realized that the pull behind him had disappeared, after which the whole fish washed into the mud. Got overexcited and didn't notice the big fish coming. Although I recovered quite a bit, I still wasn't able to use the one fishing open heavenly gate. It just doesn't make sense to simply consume it. After all, there are other large cyprinids down there. And once this one is out of strength after that, the other ones will come up to help. After knowing that this big mackerel can't be caught, Lu Hang also decisively gave up the idea of fishing this fish, and decisively cut off the fishing line. Packed up the fish box, Lu Hang directly carrying the fish box back to the tent. Pack up the tent. Lu Hang directly to the location of the mountain. The system has not much space inside the fish storage space. The original 5,000 pounds of space has accounted for 674 pounds. Only a district of more than 300 pounds of space. This lake has 2 locations inside the bad fishing. Just the space is also almost full already. Cannot put what fish. Go home a trip. These mackerel are given to the number 1 fish pond inside. But also, by the way, to see what kind of number 2 fish pond dug into. After spending 2 days to get out of the mountains again, Lu Hang went to look for the small electric donkey he just bought. Almost to the parking place, Lu Hang is also walking while using the hand in the pocket to look for their own small electric donkey key. Spent a while and finally in his pants pocket to find their own small electric donkey key. Then Lu Hang realized that he seemed to have no need to look for it. Just arrived at the place where the small electric donkey was parked. Lu Hang did not see the small electric donkey that he had locked by the tree as he had imagined. Blinking his eyes for a moment, looking at a cart while locked by a chain at the edge of the tree, Lu Hang directly into deep contemplation. It should be that I didn't have a good rest in the past 2 days of walking the mountain road. My eyes are blurred, said Lu Hang. He also put down the fish box in his hand, and rubbed his eyes directly with his hand. There was still a chain attached to the wheels of the cart, and his own little electric donkey had simply disappeared. Where's my little electric donkey? I just rode it for a day and my little electric donkey is gone? Stealing the world did not agree to only steal the battery? How now even the car is not spared? You steal, just steal, finished. You still leave me a car wheel. Raising his hand, he directly threw out the car keys he had just retrieved from inside his pocket, then turned his head and walked away. After about 5 minutes or so, Lu Hang walked back again, and then walked to the car wheel side. Looking for the key, Lu Hang forgot that he put the car key and the home key together. Just angry and threw the key out, and then remembered that there is still a key to the home. Lu Hang had to come back to look for his own key again. 2 days later, Lu Hang is also cursed back to their own small house. Walked to the door. Lu Hang is also stopped. Immediately after the back out of a toolbox, uncle. Slowly walked to the door. Put down the hands of the toolbox. From the inside back to find out the screwdriver began to dismantle the door locks. Just demolished less than a minute. Heard behind the bang sound. As soon as he turned around, he saw the man who had called himself to unlock the door fall straight down, while at his side stood a youth with a wooden stick. You, what are you? I don't have any money. I'm just a guy who was called over to change the locks. And seeing Lu Hang, who was knocked down and lying on the ground by his own stick, Chu Yen, who was holding the wooden stick, was also confused. Looking at the shivering locksmith, Chu Yen had already started his own brainstorming. I gave the boss hit. He will be okay. Will he die? If not dead, will become a vegetable. Become a vegetable. I still need to help him hire a caregiver to take care of her. The caregiver, to how much a month? My salary will not be enough to pay for the wages of the caregiver. Maybe the boss not only become a vegetable, maybe my concussion. Just now I force so big boss will not be my amnesia. Amnesia is not the boss will forget that I hit him. Then I want to give the boss another patch. No, cannot be amnesia will forget that I hit the boss. Then I want to give the boss another patch. So big boss will not be I hit amnesia, right? Amnesia boss is not will forget as I hit him. Right, amnesia will forget as I hit the boss. Then I want to give the boss again to make up a bit. Not cannot make up a bit. And then make up a bit of stuff really hit out of what happened. Looking at the young man standing there motionless with a wooden stick. Locksmith is also scared. Words are not good. See, the young man is dazed. Locksmith is also directly pulling up the legs to the town run to the speed of that run out. I'm afraid that the Olympic sprint champion to come over is also not necessarily the locksmith's rival. Xiao Chu, what are you doing standing here with a stick? Quickly come over to help watch over it. I'll go and see how the excavator digging in fish pond number 2 is doing. Chui, calling you. Chui? Little Chu. Su Zijiang called half a day. Chui Yan found Chui Yan did not respond, but also directly to Chui Yan walked over. Want to see what is wrong with Xiao Chu? How to move it. Only just after walking behind the road, Su Zijiang saw Lu Hang lying on the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is the boss lying on the ground? Xiao Chu quickly helped call 120. Chui? Seeing that Xiao Chu didn't move a muscle, Su Zijiang also slapped Chui Yan's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Su, you're insane. Why are you hitting me? Called you half a day. You do not move, and the same as in the evil. It is not listening to the old man said that the slap can wake up the evil people. Say, did you just see what happened to the boss here? Why did he fall straight to the ground? That old Su. The boss was knocked out by me with a wooden stick. Xiao Chu, you're crazy. You have nothing to knock the boss out. Why? If you have any dissatisfaction with the boss, you directly with the boss to say really cannot do it. Just quit. Change the job is good. Why do you want to knock the boss Lao Su, I don't have a problem with the boss. It's just that I just saw 2 people squatting in front of the boss's house sneaking around, so I thought it was a thief. Then I took a wooden stick and walked over, and took advantage of the fact that this standing person wasn't paying attention to a stick to knock out, and then I realized that it's the boss. Chapter 45, The Fidgety Chui Yan. While listening to Xiao Chu's narration of what just happened, he took out his cell phone and directly called 120. Just as Xiao Chu finished speaking, the 120 was called. Listening to Xiao Chu's narration, Su Zijiang also stretched out his right hand to give Chui Yan a thumbs up. Xiao Chu Nyo the boss went home. You came up and gave the boss a stick. I don't believe you when you say you're not sent here by someone else to be an undercover agent. Patriarch, I'm back. This time the fishing guy seems to be very careful. I just made a push and the fishing guy just cut the line, not competing with me at all. I see it. Xing De Bean, Patriarch. The fishing man seems to have gone away. He hasn't moved since the chunk of bait that was just thrown down. And the hooks aren't there, nor is the bait. Since the fishing man has left, we will also withdraw. In these few days, call the children to the hinterland of the clan. Don't let the children be outside. Every time you forage for food, Big Bean, 2 fools, and 3 Lang, the 3 of you take turns to take them out. And every time you go out, you bring along 3 cyprinids of more than 100 kilograms with you and act together, so that you will not be drilled by the fishing man. Okay, Patriarch. Okay, Patriarch. Okay, Patriarch. Just as he finished speaking, he heard 3 replies in unison. Where am I? My head hurts. Opening his eyes and looking at the white ceiling, Lu Hang also began to remember why he was here. I think I remember because I lost my key to my house, and then I got out of the car early in town before I got home and got a locksmith to change the locks on my door for me. Then just after arriving home, I watched the master change the locks myself. And after that, I can't think of anything else. Hiss, why does my head hurt so much? Boss, you're awake. How's your head? Do you feel sick anywhere? Lao Sua, say, where am I now? Why do I have such a headache? That boss, you're in the hospital now. As for your head, I do know what's going on. It's just that you take it easy when I talk to you. Okay, old Su, you say. I won't be angry. Boss, is that when you come back? Not with a locksmith? Well, the master's squatting over there to you to change the lock. And then let Xiao Chu saw. That's the way it happened. Now Xiao Chu is waiting outside the door. He gave you a blow and knocked you out. Now he doesn't dare to come in to see you. Okay, count me out. By the way, boss, you are not a key. Well, why this time to come back with a locksmith? Come back. Also, do not say a word with us. Lao Su, don't say. I'm kind of happy to be sad. I was fishing is happy, and then caught a big fish results and the line was cut. Just things are also used up. I thought to come to see, and then I found that my small electric donkey was stolen. Old Su, if you want to laugh, laugh it out. Don't hold it in. I'm not that serious. So what, you go out, then call Xiao Chu in. Right, old Su. Don't say too much. Let Xiao Chu come in. Hear the words of Lu Hang. Su Zijiang also know the meaning of Lu Hang. Small Chu, this person officer is indeed a little fidgety. This character cannot, especially this time, even if the starting point is good, but cannot be directly on the stick on the fight, but also directly to the head hit. The thing underhanded a little bit of today's boss is no. Even if not, no is also a planned person. Hearing what Lu Hang said, Su Zijiang also slowly withdrew from the ward. As soon as Chui Yan saw that there were 2 feet coming out of the hospital room, He also looked up and saw that the person who came out was Su Zijiang. He also stood up directly with excitement, and then collapsed again with two black eyes directly. Boo! Su Zijiang saw Chui Yen just stood up and then directly fell down. Also rushed over to help Chui Yen. Fortunately Su Zijiang reacted quickly. Chui Yen did not have a head on the ground. Xiao Chu! Xiao Chu! What's wrong with you? Su Zijiang also called Chui Yen while putting his hand to Chui Yen's nose to see if there was still air. Just when he wanted to call the doctor, he saw that Chui Yen, who had just collapsed, directly climbed up again on his own. Lao Su, sorry, just squatted for too long. Stood up too quickly as a result of a momentary lack of oxygen in the brain. Sorry to make you worry. Okay, alright. If there's any disease we'll just see it directly in the hospital. Don't carry it hard. Just now the boss woke up and called you in, as if he had something to say to you. The boss is awake. Great, I'll be right in. Alright, you go in, move gently, and I'll wait for you outside. Then Xiao Chu also slowly walked to the door, gently opened the ward door and walked in. Old boss, you called me? Yes, I'm calling you, but don't you have anything you want to tell me? Boss, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was you. I thought it was a thief. I just took the stick and hit it with one blow. I didn't know it was you, boss. I'm sorry. Oh, Chui, according to you that means you can beat it with a stick as long as it's not me, right? No, it isn't. Or is it that you can take a stick to someone's thief's head as long as they are a thief? No, it isn't. Xiao Chua, I remember that you are now in graduate school. Right. You joined the time I remember you have also been 25 years old. 25 years old is not a child. How do you do things are still so not through the minded. It's good that you're a researcher. But if you were a bricklayer or a planter, I should be accounted for here today. Yeah, sorry. It's not a matter of being right or not. You're not too young. Don't be fussy every time you do something, even if it's a real thief. Couldn't you have called on the employees who were at the fishing ground to come along? Even if there is no employee inside the fishing ground today, you just call out the fishing guy inside, can't you? You take the stick on your own. The thing is really two thieves. You knocked down one. The other directly pull out a knife to you. What do? It wasn't easy for your parents to raise you. You can't let your parents worry about you all the time. You killed the thief. You have to be responsible. If people die biting you less than a few years of sewing machine you cannot avoid. Your parents raised you so big, and is spending money for you to study, and is spending money for you to buy food to buy wear. As a result, you backhanded step sewing machine to go your parents will be more difficult. The nearby neighbors will be how to look at your parents. Killed you step on the sewing machine are good. If not killed, beaten into a plant. You still need to take care of people thieves for life. You also need to pay for compensation, and you do not have the money to compensate. And in the end, you still need your parents' hard-earned money to help you accompany. Chapter 46, Firing of the Pond. By what right do you pay compensation to thieves? Chu, what did you say? Speak up. I didn't hear you. No, it's fine. I didn't say anything. Why do you think it's right to pay compensation to the thief? Is it because you think it's the thief you're doing the right thing? Here let me ask you a few questions first. 1. You go up as a stick. You have no evidence of people's crimes. You empty words. What makes people believe that what you say is true? The person you beat is really a thief rather than you commit murder. 2. It was another person who opened and picked the lock. And this one was just watching from the sidelines. So how do you know that the two were together, as opposed to the fact that this one was watching from the sidelines? 3. Even if it is really a thief, you are not a police officer, and the person did not commit an assault. You go up to a stick. You are also over-defensive. You can stop the person to help them to control up to call the police, but you do not have the right to go up to the person to give them a blow. Xiao Chu, I know that your starting point is good, but then, you need to think about what you're doing. Don't just do it every time you have an impulse. This time it is fortunate that the hit is me, and did not hit what happened. If the hit is to come to the fishing ground fishing guests, then things will be in big trouble. This time although it is a oolong, your starting point is also for the good of the fishing ground, but then the lesson is also to leave you a. This time the hospitalization of the medical expenses will be deducted from your salary. You see, can't you? If you have any views you can also say a word. I also want to listen to your ideas. May, have no idea. Xiao Chua, you're so fidgety also can't let you correct all of a sudden. You 80% also can't correct it. Like this. Xiao Chua, now your work is basically just in the morning and evening. During the day you are on no work. In the future during the day, the fishing ground as long as it is not full of people. You take a rod to go inside the number 1 fishing ground fishing. Fishing is a slow-paced movement. Just to grind your fidgety nature. If you do not have a rod I will go to get you one over. But the bait, you have to think of your own way to configure it. Yes, okay boss. Thank you boss. By the way Xiao Chu, by the time you go back remember to go to the town that locksmith's home to give people an apology. Listen to old Sue said you give people scared of people's tools did not take directly turned around and ran away. Well, help me call old Sue in with me. Hearing the boss say that he was looking for Su Zhejiang, Shu Yan hurriedly went to call Su Zhejiang in. Su Zhejiang, who was waiting outside the door, heard Xiao Chu come out and call him, so he knew that the boss had finished his lecture, and then he followed Xiao Chu into the ward again. Old Sue, how's the construction of the fishing ground going during the time I've been out? Boss, the ones you got to build the staff quarters are all basically finished, and now they're doing the interior painting and decorating. And then our second fishing ground at your request boss. I called for double the number of excavators, and it's now about 70 completed. It's just that the cost might be a little worse. Spending is not a problem. When the time comes how much difference you just talk to me directly. In any case, just let them dig faster. Right Lao Su? I want to get a few cannon ponds on my side. You find a few more excavators, just 1 kilometer apart from the first pond. Dig a pond the same size as the first pond, and then dig one for every frame of 1 kilometer. Dig on 3 first. Tomorrow old Su trouble you run to the market. Buy a few generators and pumping machines. Pond dug after the need to pump my previous one has long been broken. First buy 20 it, not enough behind us and then add how much money you have time to calculate. And the second pond difference in the amount of money together with the report to me. Okay boss, I'll make a run for it tomorrow. Boss, the employees we talked about last time have all been recruited, and the labor contract hasn't been signed during your absence this time. Okay, after I'm discharged from the hospital in a couple of days, you can arrange for them to come over and sign the contract then. There is another thing. Lao Su this time Xiao Chu after this thing. I found that our fishing ground seems to be really lack of a security guard. Your side and then recruit a few security guards. 2 shifts. Mainly to prevent the next time to encounter this kind of thing. Xiao Chu again with a stick directly rushed up. By the way, you can also patrol the fishing grounds to prevent people from stealing fish and electrofishing. After this chat, Lu Hang is also directly in the hospital for 3 days. After observing all right Lu Hang also discharged. Even when discharged from the hospital, the doctor said he was amazed that the head was hit so hard that it was only knocked out. The brain inside the problem is not at all. This time to go back. Lu Hang and turned his head to go to the last lockmaster's home, to explain to the master half a day before the master is willing to go to change the locks. The last time to the master scared not pro. Make this time the master is not willing to go over. If it is not Lu Hang use his ability to use his money to spend more than $400, but also in advance to the master to first end the money. The master is willing to come over. After changing the new door locks, Lu Hang also went straight to see how the few newly dug fish ponds were doing. Looking at the huge pit that had already been dug, Lu Hang estimated that this second fish pond had already been dug almost, and then the 3 new cannon ponds that he had proposed had also been dug one, and the second one had been dug halfway. Look at these fish ponds are dug almost. Lu Hang and ran a trip to the town. The road is now repaired. Before riding a small 3-wheeler need to be more than 10 minutes away now a few minutes to the town to find a specialty lime powder. And people froze 5 minutes to cut the price of the last 35 packages of the price of 200 packages of home delivery to buy. After buying lime powder, Lu Hang went directly to the wholesale market to buy dozens of plastic baskets specially designed for fish. Put all the bought plastic baskets into their own small 3-wheeler. Lu Hang went to buy a few boxes of Lazy Man hot pot and rice. When he came back after buying the stuff, Lu Hang also walked to a place where no one was around to secretly put all the plastic baskets with fish and food inside the system backpack. Just returned home Lu Hang saw Chu Yen on the ass to welcome up. Lu Hang saw Chu Yen so instantly thought of their own one his fishing rod. Chu Yen sent Chu Yen to go to the fishing ground inside to help. Lu Hang is also directly back to their own rooms. To the room Lu Hang is also directly open their own system mall, to find the fishing rod area. Looking at their 843 system points, Lu Hang has also spent more than half an hour, from which to pick a 550 points of the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod. This is a kind of special bamboo made of fishing rods, can bear the weight of 150 pounds, enough to Chu Yen in the number 1 fishing field inside fishing. After all, number 1 inside the fishing field of the largest fish is only 143 pounds. Chapter 47 Fish Pond Number 2 Repair Program. To the room Lu Hang is also directly open their own system mall, to find the fishing rod area. Looking at their 843 system points, Lu Hang has also spent more than half an hour, from which to pick a 550 points of the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod. This is a kind of special bamboo made of fishing rods, can bear the weight of 150 pounds, enough to Chu Yen in the number 1 fishing field inside fishing. After all, number 1 inside the fishing field of the largest fish is only 143 pounds. After exchanging the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod, after looking at the remaining 293 points, he found the bait page again and exchanged a pack of universal bait, just in time to also let Chu Yen, a current graduate student, help to research how this universal bait was made. Changed the fishing rod in bait, Lu Hang directly out of the door to find Chu Yen. In the first fishing ground Lu Hang also turned half a day did not find Chu Yen, but also asked to the day shift staff working on the side. The boss said Xiao Chu ah. Xiao Chu was called by Captain Su to go to the second fish pond to keep an eye on it. What is old Su doing telling Xiao Chu to keep an eye on pond 2? Boss, you don't understand. Excavator, this kind of thing. You don't stare, they won't put their heart into doing it for you. After all, it's a dry day to get a day's money. If you don't look at him he'll be lazy, digging more than one day to get more than one day's money. That's why in these few days, Captain Su is letting us take turns to stare at pond number 2, and it just so happens that it's Xiao Chu's turn to go and stare at it now. Okay, you guys keep busy. I'm going to check out fish pond number 2. Leaving fish pond number 1, Lu Hang also walked over to pond number 2. After all, it is just opened out of the small road, more or less uneven, coupled with the fact that it is now in the middle of summer. This area of 1 kilometer of road let Lu Hang walk for 10 minutes, almost walked to the second fish pond. Lu Hang saw a huge pit from afar. As Lu Hang closer and closer to this huge pit is gradually shown in front of Lu Hang, and walked forward for a while a digger also began to show up. Walked to the edge of the second fish pond. Lu Hang saw Xiao Chu and Lao Su, 2 people in the bottom of the deep pit. Lao Su was on the side of the excavator, commanded these excavators. Here a little shallow, dig a little. That side is not deep enough to dig to. And Xiao Chu is on the side with a wooden stick, squatting on the edge of the drawing circles. The mouth seems to be muttering some words, but the sound is too small. Lu Hang cannot hear. Can only see Chu Yan's mouth open and close. Chu, don't squat up here. Chu Yan heard someone call him, as also directly raised his head, and then saw Lu Hang hand holding a fishing rod in the pit above looking at him, and then also hurriedly stood up, patted the butt, after the butt ran up. When Lao Su heard someone calling Xiao Chu, he also directly returned his head, and seeing Lu Hang standing on top he also directly turned back towards Lu Hang. Here, Chu, this is the fishing rod I found for you, try how it feels in your hand. Wow, purple fishing rod, so beautiful. By the way boss, this rod durable? I see that the fish inside your fish pond are so big, will not all of a sudden to this rod pull bad ah. Xiao Chu, you are also too small to look down on this rod. This rod to pull 100 pounds or easy. The first pond inside the group of small fish pull not bad. If you do not believe me to help you on the rod, with you to try the rod capricious. No. I'm just asking. The rods given by the boss must be the best. How can they be so easily pulled and blown up by a small fish? He. Okay, just you can kiss ass. Give you this as a packet of bait I concocted. You take it to try it. After this bait you can study the ratio yourself. In the future you need bait, you have to concoct it yourself or buy it. Okay boss, I'll go then. After saying that, Chu Yan ran over to the number 1 fishing ground while holding the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod that Lu Hang had given him. Boss, you're here. By the way, Lao Su, I just came over how to see you in the following command ah. These people are not together. Work without the degree of cooperation. A few people know themselves together, digging is okay, but a few teams connected to the side of the point, well, more or less a little bit of a problem. It is not only I can only look at the side of them well. Recently this period of time hard work you old Su. And so on the second fishing ground, after the completion of the recruitment of some people, you promoted to become a supervisor. The salary to give you an increase of 1,000. In the future, this kind of thing to the following people to come is good. The day is too hot all the time, you come to your own, you will not be able to stand it. Thanks boss, I should. Old Su, just now when I came over I realized that this path coming over here is bumpy and slow and uncomfortable to walk on. In 2 days after this second fish pond dug up, we are not to spread lime powder well, after spreading powder, but also to lead the water sunwater. When the time comes, you get a couple of guys to take advantage of this time to fix all the roads from the second fishing ground to the road. All asphalt. By the way, the second fishing ground outside the circle of all repaired into concrete. By the way, the fishing space are also divided. The second fishing ground are big fish. When the fishing space for them all divided a little bigger, 5 meters a person it. Okay, I'll contact someone directly on my end. And as soon as fish pond number 2 is dug over here, I'll have them build the road over here. Okay, I'll see you this side to watch. If you feel tired call the people below to come over to watch. Don't wear yourself out. I'll go back first on my side. Okay, slow down boss. After chatting with Su Zizheng, Lu Hang once again returned to fish pond number 1. With Chu Yen here to watch, Lu Hang also called 2 people out to accompany him to spread lime powder inside the 1 cannon pond that had just been dug. District a small gun pond. Lu Hang 3 people are also spread for an hour or two. Enough to spread 200 pounds of lime powder. After spreading 3 people are also directly old dozens of years. After scattering lime powder, Lu Hang also went back to take a wet towel out. Let the 2 people to the body wipe. One head is lime powder. A head of black hair are directly into white hair. After letting the 2 finish wiping, Lu Hang himself went back to clean it. After cleaning up, Lu Hang also wanted to go and see how well Chui Yen had fished himself inside the number 1 fishing ground. As soon as I went in, I saw Chui Yen standing with his back to the fish pond, his body bowed and pulling upward with a hard back on the fishing rod. Looking at the straining Chui Yen, Lu Hang also laughed at the side. This little Chu is also tired enough to catch a fish. Just like this, watching Xiao Chu so consumed half an hour. After directly the whole person was pulled backward, a whole person directly fell into the fish pond. Lu Hang saw it is also quick to run over a Chui Yen from the water to pull up. Looking at the water covered Chui Yen, Lu Hang is also directly out of laughter. Chapter 48 Specialized Ponds for Mackerel. Okay, Xiao Chu, come with me. Take a bath. I have clean clothes here, you change clothes. The fishing rod will be put in the water first. Later, when everyone disperses, I will accompany you to fish the fishing rod up. Boss, I'm sorry, I just threw the rod in the water on the first day I got it. It's a small thing. It's always like this when you first start fishing. I don't know how many rods were broken by the fish when I first started fishing. Chui Yen also followed Lu Hang to the back of the yard. Lu Hang also helped Chui burn pots of hot water, so that he took a bath inside the backyard, and then find Chui Yen a suit of his own. The 2 people size difference is not too big. Chui Yen wearing Lu Hang's clothes is also quite fit. Lu Hang also took advantage of the time Chui Yen in the bath, to take out their own that a novice fishing rod. Lu Hang thinks still have to teach Chui Yen slipped fish. Otherwise on the small Chu this fishing method, how much strength is not enough. People in fish than strength, how to compare. Normal people in life in general strength is also twice their own body. Special exercise may be a little more, but the fish inside the water, but can easily play 3 times their own body weight pulling force. When a person and a fish fight for hard power, it's either the person's strength that can crush this fish, then it's the person's brain that's the problem. Seeing Chui Yen take a good bath and come out, Lu Hang also took the novice fishing rod and brought Chui Yen back to the number 1 fishing ground, handed over the novice fishing rod to Chui Yen, and then also sat on the side to command Chui Yen. Yes, 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 yes. Lift the rod, lift the rod, lift the rod. Ah, are you afraid that the fish have not eaten enough? Okay, let go of the line, let go of the line. Let the fish rush on its own for a while. Don't be afraid of the fish running. I'm asking you to let go of the line and let the fish run on its own for a while. Not letting you run for a while. What are you running for? There you go. Turn the spinning wheel to reel in the line. Yes, 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 that's it. After the Lu Hang afternoon of teaching, Chui Yen barely learned to sneak fish. Is to sneak a little ugly. In order to sneak a fish, Chui Yen run the road are almost able to run 5 laps around the first fish pond. Finally the fishing guys who came to the fishing ground today were all gone. Chui Yen also put away Lu Hang's novice fishing rod, and then dragged out the inflatable kayak from inside the storehouse and paddled to the middle of the fish pond to bring back his own fishing rod. At night when Lu Hang himself was lying on the bed, he also remembered that the cafeteria seemed to be finished, and he didn't seem to have found a chef yet. And then he also pulled out the Imperial Chef attraction card that was sent by completing the side quest 3 before, and then directly crushed it. Ding! The Imperial Chef attraction card was successfully used and the chef is expected to arrive at the Miracle Grand Fishing Grounds tomorrow. After using the chef's attraction card, Lu Hang also opened the Super Letter Miracle Great Fishing Ground chat group after a long time. At this time Lu Hang found that the Miracle Fishing chat group inside more than 700 people. Most of the time the group inside the group Sunshine and the Miracle of the Big Fishing Field inside the XXX which fish. He used the force of 9 oxen and 2 tigers finally caught him up. After the following will usher in a wave of bragging. XXX Big Brother, next time to take me a fishing. Teach me how to fish this fish up. Looking at the chatting of this group of living treasures inside the group, Lu Hang also opened the group announcement again, and made a copy of the original group announcement and threw it into the memo first, after which he deleted the original announcement and directly changed it to a new one. Miracle Big Tackles Mackerel Only Pond is expected to open in a week. Mackerel Only Pond fishing is $300 an hour, and fishing is now pre-sold in advance for $200 an hour. Back to the fish for $4 a pound. Catch a mackerel over 70 pounds and under 100 pounds and this mackerel is an additional $100. Catch a mackerel over 100 pounds and under 150 pounds and this mackerel is an additional $500. Catch a mackerel over 150 pounds and under 200 pounds and get an extra $800 for this mackerel. Catch a mackerel over 200 pounds and under 300 pounds and get an extra $2,000 for this mackerel. Catch a mackerel over 300 pounds and under 400 pounds and get an extra $3,000 for this mackerel. For every 100 pounds of growth down that way, the additional incentive increases by $1,000, and the maximum number of mackerel inside the pond will not exceed 1,000 pounds. This fishing ground has a rod limit of 6.3 meters. The total length of the rod and line does not exceed 14 meters, and wheels are prohibited. Please prohibit fishing rods and swimming in the water for your own safety. There are no refunds or exchanges of club fees. Downswings are timed. 1 person per club. This fishing ground does not provide accommodation for the time being. The cafeteria has been completed and is expected to be ready for normal business in 2 days. Lu Hang just updated the fishing group announcement. The group directly exploded, as if a drop of water directly into the frying pan. June, I said in recent times how to see the boss inside the fishing ground, and the fishing ground inside the constant digging of new fish ponds it. This boss is going out to directly engage in a wave of big Ginger, am I the only one who noticed that the boss had over 200 pounds of mackerel in this one? LW, I only noticed the extra $3,000 bonus. Xiao Gao, 200 pounds? Are you looking down on the boss? You watch what the boss says below about the mackerel not exceeding 1,000 pounds, meaning there will be several hundred pounds of giant mackerel. Settle for life, but this 300 fishing fee is a bit steep, and without good bait, I feel like I might have to lose money outright when I go to the mackerel pond. June, cut even if you give you good bait that you have the same technology, directly on a 200 pounds of you directly pulled down, then do not say lose money. You life may have to lose half of it. Toothless, are you guys still talking about this? I've already privately chatted with the owner to reserve a fishing spot. Look at the group inside the mackerel special pond noise. Lu Hang tonight. This announcement is also very satisfied. Only after 10 minutes or so there are already 4 people to chat privately to book a fishing space in advance. Watching another person over to book fishing space, Lu Hang also began to want not to engage in a membership system. How to set this membership system is good, according to the degree of consumption of the angler in the fishing ground inside the degree of recharge. However, Lu Hang does not like to recharge this type. In his previous life, Lu Hang ate too much recharge loss. Before the downstairs fruit store, just charged $1,000, said to buy fruit discounts. The results have just rushed not over a month. The fruit store directly closed. Lu Hang also did a fitness card. Also did a year's card. The results of the gym only 2 months also closed. Lu Hang is deeply afraid that he also engage in a rechargeable card. By then people are afraid that they are planning to harvest a wave of runaway would not be good. Chapter 49, The Real West Lake Vinegar Fish. The next day, Lu Hang is also a rare sleep. Asleep to more than 10 o'clock. Woke up when the fishing guys have come a dozen. Even the chef who came to apply for the job has been here for more than half an hour. And Su Zijiang also talked to people directly for half a day after receiving them. After getting up and washing up, Lu Hang is also directly and should be hired chef chat up. No, the chef's surname Zhu. Chef ancestor is to the royal food. Home has a lot of treasured ingredients practice. Under the hands of also has several disciples. Lu Hang and people talked for more than an hour, but also with the chef to talk about the salary treatment. The kitchen to 200,000 a month directly to the package to Master Zhu. He can bring their own team or apprentice to do ordinary meat and vegetables and seasonings and whatnot. The chef can find their own suppliers. Lu Hang. A requirement. The fishing grounds of the dishes should be tasty and affordable. The fishing grounds of the ordinary dishes cannot be too expensive. An average of 20 to 25 yuan a person to be able to. The average price of ordinary food at the fishing ground should not be too expensive. And a person can get enough food for $20 to $25. In addition, also talk to Master Zhu about the development of new dishes. Each subsequent development of each new dish. Each dish developed within 3 months after the development of each guest point will give Master Zhu 1 yuan commission. To develop the dishes of the Master 2 yuan commission. After negotiating the salary package, Lu Hang also directly let Su Zijiang go to the town to print a few contracting contracts. When it was time for Su Zijiang to come back, Lu Hang was also chatting with Master Zhu about the fish. Boss Lu, when I came here today I saw that the quality of the fish inside your fish pond are all very high. If in the past you could have been a supplier of royal fish. Master Zhu high opinion. In fact, these are some ordinary fish. Only put into the fish pond are wild, so Master Zhu you will feel the quality is good. Lu boss you modest. Your fish quality, if you are still ordinary then there is no good quality fish. Just I saw the shadow of that mackerel inside the fishing ground in the morning. Although it is only very fuzzy, but that size and flopping splash, put it in a little earlier is definitely a top quality tribute. Where just raised more active point. Not as good as Master Zhu you speak. Or Master Zhu's cooking is better. Ancestors dry imperial kitchen. If not now open. On the Master Zhu cooking I cannot eat for a lifetime. Lu boss jokes. In fact, the real imperial dishes I have not eaten. Now Lu boss, you see, the imperial dishes are some of the dishes that have been modified after we came down a few generations. The ingredients of the real imperial dishes have long been gone. Even if I have that, culinary skills cannot be done. Yo, Master Zhu, tell me in detail. I've always thought that the imperial cuisine requires only that the chef's cooking skills should be high and the quality of the ingredients should be good. I've never heard that the ingredients should also be rare. I don't know if Mr. Lu has heard of Westlake vinegar fish or eaten Westlake vinegar fish. I've eaten, and I threw up straight afterward, and that taste dogs won't eat. Ha 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 ha. Lu boss, this you do not know. In fact, the Westlake vinegar fish was originally very delicious, but also because the ingredients are no longer available, and finally can only be replaced with ordinary grass carp. So Lu boss, you eat it is very difficult to eat. Since you are raising fish to open a fishing ground, I wonder if Mr. Lu has heard of some special fish. Special fish? Master Zhu, tell me more about it. It's something I haven't heard of before. Take the grass carp. A grass carp. Now the world's largest recorded grass carp is only 60 pounds, but I came to the boss Lu's home today when I saw a grass carp. That head is definitely more than 100 pounds. If the boss Lu can raise this grass carp to 200 pounds, then this grass carp may usher in a metamorphosis. Metamorphosis is successful. This grass carp will usher in a new life. If the metamorphosis fails, this grass carp may just die outright. But nowadays, in many waters, there is not that resource that can make a grass carp grow to more than 200 pounds. And once the grass carp grows to 201 pounds, after that he will start the first wave of evolution from his fins. But I haven't seen the specific evolution. Look, I also heard about these things from my father's side. It is said that after the grass fish metamorphosis is completed, there are its forms, which are red-finned grass fish, orange-finned grass fish, yellow-finned grass fish, green-finned grass fish, blue-finned grass fish, blue-finned grass fish, green-finned grass fish, and violet-finned grass fish, whose colors correspond exactly to the rainbow's colors. And each of these 7 kinds of grass carp corresponds to 7 kinds of dishes, in which the Westlake vinegar fish uses the green-fin grass carp. Only the green-fin grass carp is too little, and the difference between this kind of grass carp and ordinary grass carp is not very big. So there will be a lot of black-hearted cooks who directly use the ordinary grass carp instead of the green-fin grass carp. I see. I said why the famous Hangzhou dish Westlake vinegar fish, why it's so difficult to eat. It turns out that there is a problem on top of the ingredients. I wonder what the bluefin grass carp is used for. Bluefin grass carp is mainly the practice of the Lu cuisine side. The name seems to be called on the soup slippery fish slices. The basic practice of the dish I know, but did not have their own hands to do it. One is simply cannot see these special fish. The other Lu cuisine and I will be the 2 dishes, so did not have a depth of research. As soon as I heard this, I knew that Master Zhu had deep pockets. I wonder if Master Zhu can be the royal chef of our miracle big fishing ground. If so, I would like to sign a permanent contract with Master Zhu. Permanent contract? Boss Lu, there is one thing you may not be clear about. I just plan to come out and work for a year or 2 because I need some money temporarily. Otherwise, Boss Lu, you don't say $200,000 a month. Even if it's $2 million a month, I probably won't do it. I'm just an ordinary old man who drills recipes. Except for the recipes, money is not very attractive to me. Master Zhu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have something inside this fishing ground that you absolutely can't refuse. If you can sign a permanent contract guaranteeing that you will only cook inside the Miracle Grand Fishing Ground in the future, I can make you reproduce the elegance of the imperial cuisine. Boss Lu, you're talking a bit big. Even that mackerel inside your fishing ground, at most it has a chance to metamorphose. Not to mention that every metamorphosis is a 9 deaths at a time. Removing this fish, I haven't seen anything related to the imperial vegetables inside your fishing ground. Not to mention that the imperial vegetables aren't only in the water, there are also ones on the shore, which you don't have. So this permanent contract of yours may be hard for me to agree to. Master Zhu, wait here for a moment. I'll show you a few things here, and after that, you can decide what to do. Then Lu Hang also directly ran to the backyard. To the backyard inside. Lu Hang also directly from the system fish storage space inside, as 68 pounds of bluefin grass carp took out. With a cloth wrapped up the whole fish. Then Lu Hang once again holding the bluefin grass carp into the hall. Chapter 50 Permanent Contracts. Master Zhu, take a look at this thing of mine first. How do you feel about it? Boss Lu, what is this thing so mysterious? So huge and wrapped in such a mysterious way. Lu Hang walked to the center of the hall with the bluefin grass carp in his arms, and also gently put it down. And the bluefin grass carp struggled a bit when he put it down. After Zhu 17 slowly uncovered the wrapped fabric, his eyes also released a bright light like 2 light bulbs. This is the legendary bluefin grass carp, or the living bluefin grass carp. Master Zhu, you're right. This is a living bluefin grass carp. But one thing you're wrong about. Master Zhu, Is that bluefin grass carp can not only be obtained through grass carp metamorphosis, bluefin grass carp can also be obtained through bluefin grass carp reproduction. I don't know if this one grass carp can get into Master Zhu's eyes. Yes, it can, but it's the only one. I'll give you up to 5 years of work, but it's not at all enough for me to sign a permanent contract. If you add a one-horned warbler to the mix, I wonder how long Master Zhu can do it. A one-horned warbler? Where is it? Where is it? Can I see it? You can. But the unicorn warbler is too big. My second fish pond is not yet finished, so I have kept it elsewhere for the time being, but I still have 200 pounds of carp here. I don't know if Master Zhu has any interest in it. Zhu 17 answered Lu Hang's words, but his eyes and hands did not leave the bluefin grass carp at all. 100 pounds of carp, although rare, but if the hard to find is also can be found. Lu boss, you see how? You this bluefin carp to send me. I help you can sign a 10-year contract with you. You see how? Master Zhu, if these 200 kilograms of carp I'm talking about here are 100 kilograms of red carp and 100 kilograms of green carp, I don't know if Master Zhu has any interest in them. What red carp and green carp? I've never heard of it, but I have heard of a red carp and green carp roundabout. Suddenly, Zhu 17 seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned around and asked, did you just say red carp and green carp? Twin special fish. One fish is born, then both fish are born. One fish dies, then they share the yellow springs. Master Zhu is right. This carp is indeed a kind of twin-born mandarin duck fish. The birth of one is accompanied by the birth of the other, and when one of them dies, the other does not live on. I don't know where Lu boss fish can let me see. Can Master Zhu you wait a little longer on this side? Lu Hang went to the backyard once again, but this time Lu Hang carried out the same tub that he bathed in, pumped some well water, and then took out the red carp and green carp from inside the system space and put them inside the tub. And then Lu Hang directly carried this tub and went into the hall. When he entered the hall, Lu Hang saw that Master Zhu was still lying on the floor constantly studying the bluefin grass carp. Master Zhu, what do you think of these two fish? Hearing Lu Hang shout, Zhu 17 also directly climbed up from the ground immediately and looked at Lu Hang, who was carrying the basin. After seeing Zhu 17 shift his attention to the basin in his hand, Lu Hang also slowly placed the basin on the side of the bluefin grass carp. Ha 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 ha, yes, the legendary twin mandarin fish. Boss Lu, I don't know how many more of the special fish you have here. Master Zhu, special fish I still have a lot here. Is that some are not here? If Master Zhu is interested, can sign this permanent contract with me. Subsequent to the expansion of the scale of my fishing farm, these fish will be shipped over. By then you can see. I do not know how Master Zhu intention. If Master Zhu agreed, this bluefin grass carp will belong to Master Zhu you. Subsequent to this red carp and green carp breeding well, I can also give Master Zhu a pair of. At the same time, I also hope that Master Zhu you can become my royal chef. Then help me specialize in these special fish. Subsequent to this, if Master Zhu want to collect the true disciple of the time, I hope that your disciple is also when I signed a permanent contract with me. What about here, Master Zhu? Don't worry. I have more special fish species here than you can even imagine. As long as you promise, at that time, the special fish that you practiced will also be given out by me to you. How do you think? Good. As long as you keep your word, Boss Lu, I'll sign this permanent contract of yours, but Boss Lu, you need to guarantee that you'll give me at least one special fish every year for me to experiment with the imperial cuisine. Master Zhu, this you are a bit underestimating Lu Mao Mi. The first 5 years of fishing ground expansion may not have too many fish for you to experiment with, but every year at least will also give you more than 2 special fish for you to experiment with the imperial dishes. 5 years after the fishing ground stabilized, I can guarantee that, like the red-finned grass carp, orange-finned grass carp, yellow-finned grass carp, green-finned grass carp, blue-finned grass carp, blue-finned grass carp, green-finned grass carp, purple-finned grass carp, these ordinary special fish are so plentiful that you can experiment all you want. Boss Lu, stop it. I'll follow you from now on. Okay, Master Zhu, wait here. I'll go get you the permanent contract. Leaving the hall, Lu Hang opened the system store and directly spent 100 system points to exchange a permanent contract from it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 system points to successfully redeem a permanent chef employment contract, with 207 system points remaining. Holding the contract in his hand, Lu Hang once again returned inside the hall, placing the contract on the table. Lu Hang also called Zhu 17 up. Master Zhu, this side of our contract to sign. After signing, this bluefin grass carp will belong to Master Zhu you. If Master Zhu you do not want to take away now, I can also help Master Zhu you first keep. You need one I give you. Good. Hey, let's sign the contract first. Looking at Master Zhu, whose saliva had already flowed to the corner of his mouth, Lu Hang's mouth was almost tilted up to the sky. And it is true that there is no real chef who can't be unmoved by rare ingredients. and if there is, then there will be another one. After signing the permanent contract in 3 tries, Zhu 17 also just hugged the bluefin grasscarp on the side and hemmed and hawed. Looking at the happy Zhu 17, Lu Hang was also very happy. Finally someone could help Lu Hang make these mutant fish. Lu Hang, who had eaten mutant fish, knew very well in his heart that these mutant fish would have some special effects more or less. I remember that the description of the koan at that time was that the living koan could live and die, while the meat of the koan could greatly strengthen the body. The dragon-headed luafei, on the other hand, could recover from injuries. Even internal injuries such as crushed bones, which seemed almost hopeless in modern times, could be recovered with ease. Even the lowest grade mutated red carp had a high medicinal value, giving one the efficacy of a column. Chapter 51, Pumping of Water from the Mackerel-Specific Ponds. Mutant fish that works so well is more or less wasted if it's just plainly grilled out, and high-end ingredients have to be paired with top-notch practices. After all, life should have a sense of ceremony. What high-end ingredients only need the simplest way of cooking, that are not that technology, but where they will be advanced practice. I eat every day the state banquet who ate braised steamed daw. After signing the contract, Zhu 17 also did not take the bluefin mackerel away, but let Lu Hang first help to raise. He went to the town first to look for ingredients suppliers to go. Lu Hang has requirements. The quality should be good. The price cannot be too high. The canteen main is civilian, so this can only Zhu 17 himself to see a family, as a chef, or have the ability to recognize the good and bad ingredients. Zhu 17 just left not long. Su Zijiang came back. A question: Lu Hang knows Zhu 17 has signed the contract away. Su Zijiang is a face of confusion. The contract is not in their own hands. How to sign a good? Putting down the printed contract, Lu Hang left Su Zijiang and one of his employees to watch over the fishing ground, while he himself took Zhu Yan and 2 of his employees to go straight into the mountains with the generator and pumping machine. After Zhu 17 left, Lu Hang also went to his own mackerel-specific pond to take a look at the bottom of the pond, looking at the already sun-dried and cracked, and knew that it was ready to release water. Although the distance is not far, but the mountain road is rugged. 4 people and carrying heavy things, walking and stopping, also walked for half an hour, and ran back and forth a few times. The water bag are connected. Finally you can start pumping. Normally you can't pump too much the first time, only a third of the amount, and then it's all about the sunshine. However, Lu Hang has the existence of the system, so there is no need to be so troublesome, but still need to load a little bit. The sun water is definitely sun. Only Lu Hang is a one-time directly pumped full before sun. Stay here in the lake to watch the pump. Lu Hang has also let these people first back to the fishing ground. The weather is too hot. Lu Hang's own physique is high without much of a feeling, but Lu Hang is afraid if Chuiyan 3 people will be sun out of what problem. Looking at the pump board, Lu Hang then directly from the system backpack inside took out his rookie fishing rod, directly exchanged a packet of universal bait. Lu Hang is also directly on the ground fishing up. This time out did not bring a fishing box. There is no basin that can be in bait. Lu Hang also directly to the water to the universal bait inside the bag, and then give the whole package to the end. And the bait, Lu Hang also directly grabbed out a big handful of directly thrown out, to the fishing rod hanging bait, and then forward directly cast. Watching the spinning wheel turned round and round, the hook fell directly in the 6 or 7 meters away. Watching the fish line above the float one after another sink into the water, Lu Hang also began to their own upcoming fish hooked up a wave of anticipation. Because this time I didn't wait for the nesting material to be thoroughly dispersed and just threw a confidence shot. Naturally I wasn't able to get a fish on the hook as soon as I threw the rod, not long after, as I had done on previous occasions. Looking at the nesting place, with the passage of time, the water surface also began to gradually bubble up. First one by one small bubbles, then the bubbles are getting bigger and bigger, and now looking at the water surface from time to time a large bubble. Knowing that the big fish had already entered the nest, Lu Hang put away the rod and rehooked the bait again, then cast the rod once again right in the middle of the nest. This time it didn't take long for the drift to sink right after the hook was in the water. Directly forced to lift the fishing rod. Feel the rod, not much tension. Lu Hang is also directly on the force to give the fly up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 18 pounds of mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 3% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 0.54 pounds. TSK, a small fish. Take it for the sake of being a green fish, Lu Hang muttered while putting the green fish inside the system fish storage space. Once again, after putting a new bait on the rod, another cast was made. In the time waiting for the pumping of water, Lu Hang also caught more than 20 fish in a row, but they are not very big. The largest one is a 43 pounds of chub. Lu Hang's side was fishing happily when he heard the shouts of Chu Yan's few people from behind. Hearing the shouts, Lu Hang knew that the water inside the fish pond was almost released and he could call it a day. And when he was about to put the fishing rod away, Lu Hang saw that the rod he had just thrown down had sunk once again. As Lu Hang lifted the rod, a sound of wind line also sounded directly. Phew, 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 phew. As soon as Lu Hang heard this sound, he knew that there was another big fish hooked. Looking at the degree of bending of the rod and the tension, Lu Hang also roughly judged that the fish was about 180 pounds. The Chui Yan several people who came over to call Lu Hang to collect the generator. After hearing the sound of the wind line, they also looked directly over. After all, in this place in the middle of nowhere, the only one who can fish here is the boss. As soon as the three people came over, they saw Lu Hang continuously collecting lines, and then Chui Yan saw a scene that stunned Xiaochu for 10,000 years. Chui Yan then saw Lu Hang reeling in the line for a while before stopping, and then turned directly around, his right hand reaching behind himself to hold the fishing rod. Then he heard Lu Hang shout at fish 18 fishing, 16th fishing, 1 fishing to open the gate of heaven, and then he threw his right hand directly from the back to the front. Probably after 1 or 2 seconds, he saw a fish close to 3 meters flying out of the water directly from the water. The water flew out and landed directly in front of Lu Hang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss awesome. As soon as he turned around, he saw Chui Yan looking at himself with glowing eyes. Lu Hang also felt a burst of speechlessness. Looking at what Chui Yan wanted to say, Lu Hang probably guessed what Chui Yan was going to say. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lu Hang directly opened his mouth to interrupt Chui Yan's words. Pack up. We're going back. You guys take the pump. I'll take this fish first. Things are more run a few more times. Tomorrow when Master Zhu comes, I'll treat you to a big meal. Lu Hang carried this mackerel in front of him, and Chui Yan followed behind with the pump. After arriving at the fishing ground, Lu Hang didn't put the fish into the number 1 fish pond this time, but directly carried the mackerel and walked directly to the mackerel special pond where the water had just been put in. Walked to the edge of the special pond. Lu Hang directly threw the whole fish down. Anyway, there is a system of 100% survival. There is no need to consider the overtemperature over water in these things. As long as the fish still have breath, it is certainly not dead. The mackerel that was thrown into the water was also. When it was just thrown into the water, the fish directly flipped over. After a few seconds, the fish seemed to suddenly wake up from sleep. Directly the fish's tail flopped over, directly flipped over, and then with a swing it directly sank into the water. Chapter 52, Teaching Fishing Techniques. Putting the mackerel. Lu Hang and Chui Yan 3 people returned to collect generators and water bags. 4 people back and forth for more than an hour. Finally all the things collected. Just after the collection of things, it is almost to the end of the work time. Lu Hang is also from the refrigerator inside a few bottles of super cattle, directly distributed to a few people. Now the fishing guys are basically gone. There are only 1 or 2 people left who want to night fishing. The 6 men of Luhan were sitting directly on the viewing deck of fishing ground number 1, watching the anglers fish and drinking Super Bowl. Lu boss, Lu brother, today you fishing shouted that descending fish 18 fishing, 16th fishing, a fishing to open the door of heaven is what? So handsome directly to that 3 meters about the mackerel directly to the shore. What? You want to learn? I'll teach you. Boss Lu really? Can you really call me? That's fine, but what should you call me? Hearing Lu Hang's words, Chui Yan's entire body directly stood up, directly walked to Lu Hang's front, and Kuza knelt down. Dang, 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 straight away, he kowtowed 3 times. Master, Lu Hang a moment, the whole person directly confused. Originally just thought of the previous life of a certain movie inside the clip, just thought of saying it to pretend a little bit, and now see Chui Yan this wave of operation. Ding, trigger side quest 5. As the only angler in the world who knows how to fish, you will be the holy teacher of all anglers. Teach the anglers of this world the art of fishing, and bring this world into the world of the king of anglers. Quest requirement 1, teach the fishing method to the fishing guys in this world. Mission completion reward, for every angler in the world who learns a fishing trick, you will be able to get 10 system points. Learn the second trick, you will be able to get 20 system points. Learn the third trick, you will be able to get 30 system points, and so on. Penalty for mission failure, none. Ding. Trigger side quest 6. Pouring on the fishing skills. The lifespan of a man is limited but the legacy of the fishing guy cannot be broken. Find the right fishing guy and teach him the right fishing techniques to carry on the granted fishing. Quest requirement 1. Find the angler who is perfectly suited for fishing and teach him the whole set of fishing techniques. Quest completion reward. For every fishing trick you teach, your understanding of that trick will be 1 step deeper. Penalty for mission failure, none. Looking at the sudden popping out of the 2 branch tasks, Lu Hang inwardly also called out awesome. The small Chu 3 head directly to me knocked out 2 branch tasks. No, no, Xiao Chu you get up. There's no need for this. You get up. I'll teach you. Lu Hang also rushed to help Xiao Chu up and let her sit down. Alright,
Xiao Chu, tomorrow you come. I'll teach you. It's too late today. You'll be getting off work soon too. And I'm also tired after a busy day. Okay, master. Master has worked hard. Master rest early. Lao Su.
The number of fish ponds in our fishing grounds has increased again.
The manpower is now a bit insufficient. There is also the second fish pond in the back. There are also 2 cannon ponds are also to be opened. Now in addition to you and Xiao Chu, there are only 6 people. This manpower is completely insufficient. Boss, I know. Ask how many people we're hiring this time. And I think about it.
The cannon pond and the first fish pond is the same size. Also according to the configuration of 6 people a pond.
That is 18 people.
The second fish pond inside the timer put more than 100 pounds of giant fish or rare fish, which are more valuable fish, then need to be strictly guarded.
Do not let the fish stealer, spear fishman,
electric fishman to take advantage of the second fish pond a shift of 20 people.
It is a 2-shift shift. Each fish pond and then specifically recruit a supervisor.
The second fish pond morning and evening shifts each recruit a supervisor, so that they are directly responsible for the following staff.
By the way, the fishing ground inside the giant more and more.
Safety should also do a good job to ensure that each gun pond and the first pond are 2 professional rescuers 2 shifts.
The second fish ponds, please 12 professional rescuers are also 2 shifts.
Then Old Su you are directly responsible for these supervisors on the good.
Old Su you know over there have a reliable financial? And then find a financial,
specifically responsible for the issuance of wages.
Line on the first recruitment of so many. Follow up fishing again when the expansion of the time we recruited. Okay boss.
I'll post the job posting.
A few people chatted and the time flew by. Until the chat ended after the evening shift personnel came to take over.
Lying in bed at night when resting,
Lu Hang has also once again opened his system interface. Viewed his own attributes.
Long time did not look.
Lu Hang also do not know what kind of attributes now.
Just today fishing net 191 pounds of grass carp when he simply did not feel what pull.
Even if you do not have to fish open the door to the heavens Lu Hang more than 5 minutes and 10 minutes.
Lu Hang feel that he can also pull up the fish to the first time I saw this fish.
I felt that I could pull it up.
Just people are here. He then consumed so long more or less a little embarrassed.
So also directly with a fishing open the door of heaven directly to the fish on the fly. Host, Lu Hang. Age, 22. Physique, fighting fishing sacred body.
Physical strength bonus, 161.43 pounds.
Fishing realm, fishing master.
Fishing for 18 fish, the first fishing, steady as an old dog. Fishing for 18 fish, the 16th fishing, a fishing to open the door to the sky.
System backpack 18 of 20.
System storage space for fish, 4815/5000 pounds, can temporarily store fish.
Number of fish ponds 2. Name of fish pond number 1.
Kingfish weight, 187 pounds.
Fish pond level 3. Pond name, mackerel specialized pond.
Kingfish weight, 191 pounds.
Fish pond level is 0. System points, 426. System price pool, 400 points required for drawing. System mall, opened. When did I add so much strength to this fighting fishing sacred body?
When did this fighting fishing sacred body of mine add so much strength bonus to me? I told you how this 191 pounds of mackerel today doesn't have much feeling when I pull it. This fighting fishing sacred body added is almost catching up to the mackerel's weight. After this fishing trip is over, I'm going to make 2 more trips deep inside the mountains.
And when I come back I should be able to fish that one giant in the backcountry. Until now, Lu Hang cannot forget, when that kind of powerlessness, that kind of simply cannot pull the feeling, as if they seem to catch a mountain, how to pull their own pull cannot be pulled, but fortunately that the fish did not how to force, or Lu Hang finally can only give up the rod, or in the reservoir of the same old Zhang, directly buried at the bottom of the water. Chapter 53 Convoys dedicated to fishing grounds. Others may not know but Lu Hang is still clear. Old Zhang they 80% encountered super giant things, as for why it will disappear cannot be found. That is because directly into the fish belly inside how can there be a body? Giant mutant fish all have their own intelligence. And how could they be found? All hidden in the underwater silt or holes. When the giant mutant fish inside the reservoir grew to a certain level, the fish might step into a new layer of evolution by then. And the reservoir would become even more dangerous then. So the mutant fish inside the reservoir must also be disposed of. But Lu Hang estimated that 80% of those who can dispose of this mutant fish inside the water now are only one person. If you use technology it is possible to fish, but other people's bait is not so tempting. The country can't possibly spend a huge amount of manpower and material resources every day to find out the results of a result that does not know the outcome. Man is still too weak in this world, and the time of his existence is too short. On the surface it seems that man rules the whole world, but in reality it is mankind that occupies only a weak corner of the world, and the really big world is still in the water. Looking at the 426 system points, Lu Hang opened the system lottery again. A huge colorful carousel once again appeared in front of Lu Hang, and after clicking the lottery button with his hand, this huge colorful carousel once again spun. Ding! 400 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 26. As the dial slowly stopped in the blue area, a system alert was then heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew, fishing fleet, 10 cars in a fleet, has been put into the system backpack. Open the system backpack. Lu Hang is also a direct view of the special fleet of this fishing ground. The normal draw or summoning card is usually the system to find people to the fishing ground. The first time to draw is not a summoning card things. Lu Hang is also very curious. Fishing specific fleet of vehicles. This is a fleet of trucks dedicated to delivering fish for the host, containing microvans *2, light vans *2, medium vans *2, heavy vans *2, and super heavy vans *2. Each vehicle is equipped with 2 simulated robots, which have been arranged for human status and have qualified driver's licenses, and will not help load or unload fish. Each vehicle is equipped with a vehicle weight reduction kit and super tires, so that no matter how much it is loaded, it will not harm the road and can be driven on all kinds of mountain roads. Each vehicle is equipped with a specialized feeding system and a sufficient quantity of fresh water, and all equipment is excluded from the vehicle's payload. The host can summon or retrieve the vehicle separately. When summoning the vehicle, it needs to have a large enough space, otherwise it will fail to be summoned. Minivan can carry up to 50,000 pounds. Light trucks can carry up to 100,000 pounds. Medium trucks can carry up to 1,000,000 pounds. Heavy trucks can carry up to 10,000,000 pounds. Super heavy duty trucks can carry up to 10,000,000 pounds. Seeing the fishing ground special fleet, Lu Hang directly happy from the bed directly jumped up. This is simply tailor-made for their own Originally they were also prepared to go to a wild river tomorrow, no one within the water, and the system space within the green fish are taken out. Now with this fishing specific fleet, it directly saves a lot of effort, and in the future, there is no need to act out such a wave every time after fishing. When the time comes after summoning the fleet to release the fish from inside the storage space, and then let the fleet transport the fish back to the good. After spending the only bit of points he had, Lu Hang settled down to sleep. The next day, Lu Hang directly woke up early and naturally. After washing up, Lu Hang was ready to find a place where no one summoned out a truck, and took out all the more than 3,000 pounds of green fish inside the system fish storage space. Just as soon as he opened the door, he saw Chui Yan sitting in front of Lu Hang's house, with Chui Yan's newly purchased fishing box on his left-hand side, and the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod that Lu Hang gave him on his right-hand side. As soon as he heard the sound of the door opening, Chui Yan directly came up. Master, I came to learn your fishing skills. Not Xiao Chu. It's only 6 o'clock now. It's not even time for you to go to work. In addition to what are you squatting in front of my house? Master, you did not say yesterday to teach me a fishing to open the door to heaven. Well, I went back last night after a night of excitement. Simply cannot sleep, and then woke up early in the morning, thinking that idleness is also idleness, directly over to wait for the master to get up. Okay, you come with me to the mackerel-specific pond. That one mackerel in there is just right for you to practice. Afterwards, Lu Hang also directly led Chu Yan towards the mackerel-specialized pond. Xiao Chua, have you ever read a fairy cultivation novel? I've read it. What does a fairy tale have to do with fishing? I've read fairy novels, so it's good to explain it to you. Then Lu Hang began to blow up with Chu Yan. The world is an arena. Human beings occupy the land. Fish occupy the sea. The world has 510,072,000,000 km2, and then the land is only 1/5 of the world, while the sea accounts for 599% of the world. On the surface, human beings seem to be the master of the world. In fact, fish is the real master of the world. Almost all the resources, minerals, are buried in the water, and on land compared to inside the water is simply completely worthless. Yet the land was already low on resources, and humans reproduced so quickly that there were not enough resources to support so many humans, who gradually reduced their stores of power in order to survive. Even then, however, the land was not enough to feed all mankind, and hundreds of years ago, man began to reach out to the sea, and as one fish was salvaged by man, man also discovered a special-looking fish, and all of these special fish have some magical effects, the most obvious of which is that these special fish, when consumed for a long time, will make one's physique better and more powerful. And those who consume special fish for a long time will also live longer than ordinary people. One of the most famous is Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Zhenren, 3,000 years ago, he himself was born in the cold, and then into the Shaolin temple. and then later because of the invasion of the Yuan army and again into the world. But unfortunately there is no way to avoid the turnover of the times. And then Zhang Sanfeng founded the Wudong school in the mountains of a lake. And when Zhang Jinren is in seclusion on weekdays, it is to the side of the giant lake to carry out meditation. And Zhang Jinren found a way to cultivate his body is fishing. Because fishing this kind of thing is not supposed to be in a hurry. And over time Zhang Jinren also let go of his own impetuous state of mind. And the giant lake inside the rich resources. Many of the fish are long huge. And are long compared to the general fish have a big or small difference. And Zhang Jinren weekdays inside the fishing these foreign fish to eat. Chapter 54, Heaven Swallowing Carp. This Zhang Jinren ended up living to be over 200 years old. And it is said that Zhang Jinren was still powerful after 100 years of age. And could fight hundreds of people by himself. Later, Zhang Sanfeng's fifth disciple married a demoness of a cult. And at the time of Zhang Jinren's 130th anniversary banquet, legend has it that there were multiple sects that forced their way into the Wudong sect by sheer numbers, wanting to kill Zhang Sanfeng's fifth disciple's demoness daughter-in-law. But no one dared to move after entering Wudong Mountain. And the most ruthless thing that was said at that time was that Zhang Jinren was only one person. And with so many of us there was no way he could kill all of us by himself. That's the effect of these special fish. A small amount can slightly improve your physique, while long-term use can prolong your life. As the effects of these special fish were discovered, more and more people began to put their claws into the water and began to continuously hunt and kill the special fish inside the water. But people didn't realize at first that these special fish not only had special effects, but also had extremely high intelligence. As more and more people poured into the sea, they also completely angered the giant special fish in the water. And as bigger and bigger fish continued to rush out, the humans began to lose ground over and over. In order to deal with the giant fish inside the water, human beings began to think about how to pull these giant fish up. Although eating the special fish can increase strength and longevity, but there are too many people and too few fish, especially now with the protection of the giant fish. Human beings want to catch the small special fish will be even more difficult. Until one came, there was a fishing man, who improved the fishing method through the kung fu of martial arts, and as the fishing method was passed out, human beings could perfectly utilize the power out of several times of their own strength. So that the human beings once again reached an equilibrium with the giant fish. However, such a balance has been balanced for thousands of years until 1,000 years ago, when a supergiant fish named Tun Tian carp suddenly appeared in the sea, and a single fling of the fish's tail could stir up a tsunami 1,000 feet high. In order to protect the humans on land, all the anglers finally gathered together, intending to gather all their strength to catch the sky-swallowing carp, but the humans overestimated their power in that battle. In that last battle the humans ended up with this heaven-swallowing carp at the cost of the fall of all the anglers. After that battle, the fishing method was almost completely lost to the world. Without the fishing method, the angler's strength was in tatters, and the existence of special fish has been known to few ever since. One of the places where special fish are still recorded is in recipes, and during the feudal dynasty, a small number of special fish were still recorded inside the recipes of the imperial dishes of that time. And the one tackle opening of the door to heaven that I use is one of the tricks in one of the trolling techniques. I use this trick is called Descending Fish 18 Fishing, 16th Fishing, a fishing open heaven's gate. Descending Fish 18 Fishing contains 19 styles, which contains the control of the fish, slipping fish, back to the line, life preservation, unloading, outbursts. Each style of practicing to the utmost can be open to fill in the sea. Today I'll teach you the first trick. Descending Fish 18 Fishing, the first fishing, steady as an old dog. The main trick for the control of the fish, with the least amount of force to consume the fish the most force. When the fish is consumed to exhaustion of force is when you will be fishing up. Then Lu Hang has also picked up Chui Yan's purple thunder bamboo fishing rod, hanging on the bait directly thrown down. Cyprinid special ponds are just put the water, and not put into the feed. Hungry cyprinids a day, smelled the bait on the hook of the Lu Hang, directly swam over, opened his mouth a bite on it. Phew, 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 master. The fish is hooked. N. Shao Chu you watch. Descending Fish 18 Fishing, the first fishing, steady as an old dog. This move is to put down your center of gravity. Feel the pulsation of the earth, so that your legs and the earth is directly connected to each other, so that you directly like 1,000 pounds, so that the fish 10,000 force cannot be pulled. This side I will give you a demonstration once. Behind you need you to comprehend yourself. If I teach too much instead, it will make your impression too deep, not conducive to you practicing the fishing method to the utmost. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Tip number 1, steady as an old dog. Chui Yan then saw that the rod that was originally pulled by the fish panting straight, accompanied by Lu Hang's legs slightly bent, arms embracing the rod after, directly stopped ringing. The fishing rod, which had been pulled into a full moon curved bow, also gradually popped up directly, directly from a full moon to a half moon. With the passage of time, the struggle on the fish line was also getting smaller and smaller. After about half an hour or so, Lu Hang finally lifted the steady as an old dog. And then Lu Hang also directly handed the fishing rod to Chu Yen. Come on, Shui, pull the fish up. Chu Yen got the fishing rod, directly pulled up, and found that the rod simply has no tension. Or no tension at all, only with the weight of the fish. Straight away, he lifted the rod, pulled the fish to the bank, and after taking the hook out of the mackerel's mouth, he put the mackerel back inside the pond. Alright, Xiao Chu. I'll teach you this move first today. Take your time to practice it. After you've practiced this move well, I'll teach you the other moves. After leaving Chu Yen here to practice the 18 fishes of descending fish, fishing number 1, steady as an old dog, Lu Hang also walked directly towards the town. When he arrived at the town, Lu Hang once again found a store selling small electric donkeys and bought an old 6 small electric donkey of the same color as the last one. After riding the little electric donkey all the way to a place where there was no one, Lu Hang then also took out the minivan from inside the system space. Looking at the 2 simulated robots on the driver's seat, Lu Hang's first feeling was that these 2 were real people, not like fakes at all. Walking over to the driver's seat and opening the door to take a closer look at the robot, Lu Hang wanted to reach out and touch it. Boss, please don't do this. Even though we are robots, we also have robot protection laws. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys can talk. Reporting to the boss. We'll be communicating normally. Except that we're set up to only transport vehicles, and won't be doing anything else extraneous. Alright, you guys keep sitting. I'm going to put the fish inside the back compartment. Then Lu Hang closed the driver's door and directly went to the back door of the trunk. Opened the door. Lu Hang also directly from the system fish storage space inside the green fish all into the compartment. Just over 3,000 pounds of mackerel into this 50,000 pounds of minivan inside. Even a corner did not take up. This moment, Lu Hang suddenly had a feeling of a cannon hitting a mosquito. But there is no way. This is already the smallest van. Closing the door, the van was also started straight away. Not even needing Lu Hang to inform the location of the fishing ground. The 2 robots drove straight towards the fishing ground. Chapter 55:18 Fishing for Bucks, Fishing Number 2, Motor Fishing. Drip! Hearing the car's horn, Su Zijiang and Zhu 17 both walked out from inside the cafeteria as well. Looks like it should be the grocery delivery from the delivery guy I got yesterday. The result is a look at a miniature van. The 2 people also froze for a moment, especially Zhu 17. He remembered that he did not order much food. Normally it should be a van to deliver. Miracle big fishing fish arrived. Who is Su Zijiang? Signed the list. I'm Su Zijiang. What kind of fish is this? This is Boss Lu's mackerel. Over here you confirm the fish. And afterward the slip is signed. The simulation robot in the car directly pressed the switch to directly open the door of the trunk. Su Zijiang also directly walked up to confirm the blue fish. Looking at a blue fish that are all blue fins, Su Zijiang also froze for a moment. Did you deliver this fish by mistake? Is the color of this fin not right? That's right. These are mackerel. Hearing Su Zijiang say that the color of the fins was not right, Zhu 17 also rushed up to check it out. As a result, as soon as he entered the inside of the compartment, he saw that it was full of all bluefin mackerel, the smallest of which was more than 20 pounds, and the largest was even more than 300 pounds. Zhu 17 felt that his worldview had changed. In the first 40 years of his life, a special fish have not seen, but as a result, just came to the miracle of the big fishing field to start. The day of the application to see 3 special fish. Today is only counted as his first day on the job, and the result is to see a bunch of special fish, although they are all the same kind, but even the same kind in the weekdays inside the rare to see. Looking at this group of Finn's special cyprinids, Su Zijiang momentarily do not know what to do, and then directly took out his cell phone to Lu Hang called the past. Get Lu Hang's affirmation, is also directly to sign the name, and then the cyprinids are unloaded, and then in accordance with the requirements of the Lu Hang are given to the cyprinids inside the special pond. After the fish were put inside the fish pond, the dishes ordered by Zhu 17 were also sent over, accompanied by good Zhu 17 after checking the ingredients that were sent over. Zhu 17 was also once again back inside the kitchen to start preparing the first meal of today's cafeteria. It was only after the food delivery vans had all left that Lu Hang slowly rode back on his little electric donkey. Once back, Lu Hang is also directly to the first fishing ground inside. Want to see how Chu Yen practice? Then just entered the door. Saw the water-covered Chu Yen in a strange position standing there, and then the most inside also shouted 18 fishing, the first fishing, stable as an old dog, and then fell directly into the water. Since the first time fishing when the fish dragged the rod away, Chu Yen has the habit of tying off the rope, although his own people fell into the water, but the rod is still there, climbed up from the water. Chu Yen once again shouted descending fish 18 fishing. In just 5 minutes, Lu Hang saw Chu Yan fall into the water 3 times in a row, and for a moment Lu Hang felt that he couldn't stand to watch, but Lu Hang couldn't teach anything more, and at the most, he demonstrated it 2 more times. The same move, different people with different feelings. If they interfere too much means that he will never be able to grow, and in the end may only be able to master some of the surface. The deeper skills will not be at all. After watching for a while, Lu Hang also silently walked out of the first fishing ground. Thought for a moment as if the fishing ground now does not need to be how to manage. The old 6 small donkey charged with electricity. Lu Hang went to find Su Zijiang explained the second fishing ground after digging a good thing, as well as the future planning of the fishing ground. Now the staff dormitory is also basically almost finished. The personnel are also recruiting. Let Su Zijiang go to purchase some beds. This time the construction of the staff dormitory is very large. Probably each room has 25 square meters or so, but also has its own bathroom. Each floor also has its own public bathrooms. The follow-up employees want to live in the fishing ground can also move into the staff dormitory. More people. Su Zijiang these management should also have their own office. And then once again to Su Zijiang after transferring money. But also to let Su Zijiang to find a construction team to build an office building out. A chat is a few hours. Until the lunch is ready. As soon as he heard that the lunch is ready, Lu Hang is also want to taste how the taste of the dishes made by the imperial chef. Because today the canteen is not yet officially open. Just internal staff of a flavor tasting in trial. So the dishes are also Zhu 17 personally hand to do. Such as the canteen officially opened. In addition to Lu Hang's meals, Zhu 17 are intended to hand over to their own disciples to spoon. You say why Zhu 17 is only responsible for Lu Hang's meals. This is not a joke. Lu Hang in long time not in the fishing grounds themselves will only be used occasionally a few meals. Not to mention Lu Hang is still the gold master greatly, but also to provide themselves with the materials for the study of the imperial food, which shall not be coaxed well to Lu Hang the big father. Looking at Zhu 17 dishes one by one are served up. The light meat dishes have 36, vegetarian dishes more 72 kinds. These are the future cafeteria will specialize in the dishes. But not every day will do so many dishes. In addition to a few kinds of signature dishes, the other is the meat and vegetables will be divided into each day rotation. Looking at so many dishes, Lu Hang people are also directly numb. Cannot eat simply cannot eat. Let Su Zijiang to go to the fishing ground inside of the fishing man and employees are called over. By the way, let everyone together to evaluate. What problems can also be put forward in advance. In a flash the inside of the cafeteria was bustling with activity. More than 40 people gathered inside the cafeteria, taking bowls and chopsticks for themselves, pinching whichever they wanted to eat. Lu Hang also took a pair of bowls and chopsticks and ate, tasting a bite of each dish. This moment Lu Hang also directly experienced the joy of Empress Dowager Cixi. Fortunately, Lu Hang's physical fitness has been improved because of the fighting fishing sacred body, or else so much food. According to the amount of food Lu Hang used to eat at most half of the food will be full. Spent more than half an hour. After lunch, everyone also returned to the fishing ground inside to continue fishing, while Lu Hang and Su Zijiang, Zhu 17 three people are sitting together to begin to set the price of these dishes. After all, the price of each dish according to the different prices of the different seasons. Reasonable pricing in order to better sales and stocking. All busy, Lu Hang is also ready to go out again to go fishing. This time Lu Hang target is still set in the last deep mountain inside. Returning to his hut, Lu Hang was also planning to exchange some specialized bait. But as soon as he opened the system panel, Lu Hang was directly stunned. With 13,883 system points, Lu Hang was directly confused on the spot. Then Lu Hang opened up the system log to check the reason for so many system points. Looking up from the bottom at first Lu Hang was okay, and seeing the back Lu Hang was also directly stupid. Detected fishing guy Zhang Ying's second shot, system points +2. Fishing guy Shen Koan's fifth shot has been detected, system points +5. Fishing guy Sun Xiaohui's third cut line detected system points +3. Fishing man Chui Yen is detected entering the water for the 53rd time system points +530. Detected fishing man Chui Yen entering the water for the 52nd time system points +520. Detected fishing man Chui Yen entering the water for the 51st time system points +510. Detected fishing guy Song Pengfei's second blowout system points +2. Fishing man Chui Yen is detected entering the water for the 50th time system points +500. Fishing man Chui Yen is detected entering the water for the 49th time system points +490. Good guy Lu Hang said how so many points. The original are on Chui Yen a person in the morning to their own brush. If it is not Chui lit this time Lu Hang himself almost forgot that the fishing man fell into the water to give 10 times the points. Look at so many points Lu Hang also cannot help but want to exchange a fishing method. Their fishing method now will only be two. One is the control of the fish and the other is an instantaneous outbreak.
encounter and their own equal strength can only be consumed with the fish have been consumed until the fish do not have the strength to pull up. Then Lu Hang also directly opened the system fishing method page. After seeing the price of the fishing method, Lu Hang instantly felt that he did not have many system points. Bucking fish 18 fishing number 1, steady as an old dog, requires 10,000 system points. 18 tackle fishing for bucks, tackle number 2, motor trolling, requires 12,000 system points. 18 fishing trips for bucks, fishing trip number 3, Big Mama's defeat, requires 15,000 system points. Bucking fish 18 fishing number 4, handsome man down, requires 20,000 system points. 18 fishing trips for bucks, fishing trip 16, a fishing trip to open the heavenly gates, requires 1,000 system points. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish, fishing trip 19, Oi, requires 100 million system points. Looking at a bunch of zeros at the end of these fishing methods, Lu Hang instantly felt that he was a poor man. Looking at all the fishing techniques, Lu Hang realized that he seemed to only be able to redeem the first 1 or 2 tricks of each fishing technique. As for the latter tricks, Lu Hang directly did not want to. After half a day of selection, Lu Hang decided to choose the 18 fish fishing, second fishing, motor fishing method. One is the 18 fish fishing is used to use. The other is to wait for Chu Yen to completely learn the 18 fish fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog after Lu Hang can also continue to teach. The other is that when Chu Yen completely learns the 18 fishing techniques for descending fish, first fishing, steady as an old dog, Lu Hang will be able to continue to teach him, which is directly 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 18 fish fishing techniques, second fishing technique, motor fishing technique, consuming 12,000 system points and remaining 1883 system points. Then a burst of system memory and muscle memory rushed into Lu Hang's brain. Feeling a burst of swelling in the brain after a few seconds came a burst of coolness. And then Lu Hang clearly knew all the principles and use methods of the 18 fishing techniques for descending fish, second fishing technique, motor fishing technique, principle and method of use. Looking at the remaining system points, Lu Hang decided to upgrade all his fish ponds again as well, so that the pull of the fish inside the fishing grounds would be higher, and he would earn points faster. Ding! Fish pond 1 was successfully upgraded. Fish pond level 4 currently boosts fish pulling power by 40%, currently boosting fish weight gain by 15%, 5% increase in current fish bite rate, 2,000 points required to upgrade to the next level. Remaining system points 883. Stick to a point. Specialized ponds for mackerel. Fish pond level 1 currently boosts fish pulling power by 10%, currently boosting fish weight gain rate by 2%. Points required to upgrade to the next level 100. Remaining system points 873. Ding! Mackerel-specific ponds were successfully upgraded. Fish pond level 2 currently boosts fish pulling power by 20%, currently boosting fish weight gain rate by 5%. Points required to upgrade to the next level 500. Remaining system points 773. Ding! Mackerel-specific ponds were successfully upgraded. Fish pond level 3 currently boosts fish pulling power by 30%. Currently lifting fish weight gain rate of 9%. Points required to upgrade to the next level, 1000. Remaining points 273. In the end, Lu Hang exchanged 1 packet each of special bait for 4 types of fish, mackerel, warbler, grass carp, and crucian carp. Put the bait or put into the fish box, and then their own system backpack inside the food are filled. Lu Hang is also once again riding their own old 6 small electric donkey from home. This time know the direction of the Lu Hang is also a shortcut to the past. Spent a day more than a little bit of time. Lu Hang once again to the foot of that a sinking pain in the mountain. During the period Lu Hang also specifically in the passing of a lock store specifically stopped inside the store to buy large and small locks, a total of 108. Once again, he parked the car under the big tree that made people sink. Lu Hang found that the chain and the wheels were also gone. This time after Lu Hang parked the little donkey, he spent 3 whole hours to lock the car and then put the keys into the system backpack. Before Lu Hang brought up his own fishing box and walked towards the mountain. Once again, after 2 days of traveling through the mountains, Lu Hang once again returned to this lake. The warbler and mackerel Lu Hang have all fished. Only grass carp and carp Lu Hang has not fished. Taking into account the fish here for the turf are on the fight, Lu Hang has also decided to help them balance the distribution of strength. After walking for another half an hour, Lu Hang calculated that he had probably arrived at the location of the carp clan. Lu Hang directly stopped. Took out the special bait for carp from inside the tackle box, took out a small pot and poured in the bait, added some lake water and spent about 5 minutes kneading the bait and then hit the nest straight away. Bait the hook and cast your first shot with confidence after a long interval. Specialized bait will not be specialized. For a specific fish group, system attraction is not generally big. The hook has just thrown down.
It directly bites the hook. Lu Hang directly lifting the rod. Feel not much tension, but also directly on the fish up. A 24 pounds of crushing carp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 26 pounds of carp. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 6% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 1.56 pounds. The door is open. Today is destined to be another day to burst the family. Rehang the bait. Lu Hang once again cast the rod out of the fish, throwing a confident second shot. This shot too, as soon as it landed inside the water, the drift also sank straight away before another carp was raised to the surface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 35 pounds of carp. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 5% feedback and increased strength feedback by 1.75 pounds. Lu Hang then went straight into crazy mode. Ding! 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 Listening to one of the system prompts, Lu Hang also grinned the corner of his mouth directly to the root of his big ear. Then Lu Hang began to feel wrong. Very wrong with 12 points. The lake inside the big fish. So long, why a big fish or not? Normally it should be a big fish first bite. Big fish come up only after the small fish bite. Chapter 56, The Vanishing Walleye. By the way, I still have the fish language skill, thought Lu Hang. Also directly open the fish language skill. Ow, 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 ow. Gee whiz, that's really good. First time I've ever eaten anything so good in my entire life. Don't squeeze me, let me have another bite. There's still good food up there. Don't all crowd together. Go eat up there. There are really no big fish yet. What's going on? It shouldn't be. No, there's something wrong. Not sure about the underwater. Lu Hang is also directly put away the rod. Once again came to the last fishing warbler position. Took out the special bait for warbler and started to knead the bait directly, listening to the movement inside the water while kneading the bait. However, the water was surprisingly quiet. Except for the sound of a few acoustic fish looking for food, there was no extra sound at all. Start throwing the bait directly to start the nest. Then hook yourself up with the bait and throw it directly to the nest. Began to wait for the nest of fish gathered, watching the surface of the water bubbles more and more, but a large blisters are not, and the water inside the fish are still all a group of small fish chatting sound. Small fish simply cannot avoid the temptation of the bait. Even if there were sounds coming out, they were all of some snagging bait, and none of the walleye that were managing the minnows. Something's wrong. Something's very 12% wrong. Where did all the big fish go? Why did all the big fish disappear? Feeling the lake is not right. Lu Hang has also directly opened the system mall to exchange out a pack of 100 pounds of fish special bait. The 100-pound fish special bait was used again to start nesting again. The scent of the 100-pound fish special bait was more powerful than the normal special bait and traveled farther. This time Lu Hang did not choose to cast the rod but stood on the bank and stared at the nesting place, looking at the dense blisters at the fish nests, and still there was not a large blister. This lake in their own leave this time in the end experienced what? Big fish have gone where? Feel the abnormalities of the lake. Lu Hang is also directly close the rod away. This lake is not right. Now cannot fish again. And then fishing is easy to accident. There are things that can make 100-pound fish and even 1,000-pound fish disappear. So it wouldn't be a big deal to make yourself disappear. Picking up the fish box, he turned his head decisively and left the lake. After spending 2 days to get out of the mountains again, Lu Hang once again came to the location where he parked the small electric donkey. Looking at the small electric donkey which is still alive and well, Lu Hang also shrugged off the haze of not catching any fish this time, and took out the key from the system backpack. Lu Hang began to unlock the locks one by one. After spending another 6 hours to finally use up all the keys, Lu Hang was dumbfounded that there were still 2 chains on the front and rear wheels of the car. Hashtag at $1 at hashtag percent dollar at hashtag percent hashtag at percent you and hashtag at. Cursing, Lu Hang picked up the chains he had just unlocked again, then spent another 3 hours locking up the car before taking a direct cab out of this hole. Back to the reservoir side of the town of Sanlian, Lu Hang once again back to the last hotel, opened a room to go in and take a bath. Lu Hang once again ran to the battery car store inside, and bought a small donkey old 6. Do not believe in fishing a fish lost a small donkey. Riding the little electric donkey back to the hotel and charging up the electricity, Lu Hang went straight back to his room and went to bed, without another place to fish. The next day, Lu Hang also exchanged 100 pounds of fish finding card again, and could only find another place to fish. Following the green arrow that appeared in front of his eyes, Lu Hang rode his little donkey and started his journey to find a fishing spot again. This run is 5 days, during which Lu Hang is also back and forth around a lot of roads. This arrow are pointing straight toward, but not everywhere there is a road. No road where Lu Hang can only go around. When I got to the place, goodness gracious, it was another reservoir. It seemed to be the upstream of the one by the town of Trillium. Not clear about the reservoir market. Lu Hang
but also directly with the universal bait lure nest. Since the last reservoir after the incident of Zhang Yu fell into the water, Lu Hang also began to be careful. If it is the previous Lu Hang is sure to directly with 100 pounds of fish special bait directly began to hit the nest. The big deal is to cut the line and break the rod. Now Lu Hang do not think so. In case the water inside that and their own strength is too big a difference, may not break the rod himself first went down. When the fish did not catch the person is to feed the fish. Brothers over there smells so good. It seems like there's something delicious. I'll go over there first. Go away, this tasty treat was sought first by our Chub clan. You White Stripe clan should just go away. Chub Fish clan, you guys don't bully White Stripes too much. Obviously our White Stripes clan found it first and then it was snatched by you Chub Ball transfer. Now you are backtracking and saying that you guys came here first. You Chub Fish clan want to have no face. What? Does your White Stripe clan have a problem with that? Do you want to fight with our Chub clan? I just don't know if that old undead of your White Stripe clan can still carry a few big battles. Alright, count your Chub clan as ruthless. Kids, let's go. Cut. Cowardly fish. Boys, it's time to eat. You can have all the ones down there, and I'll have the anglers on this bank. Sixth Elder. Sixth Elder. What's a fishing guy? Anglers? A legendary species who like to bait their nests to keep the fish inside the water together and then cast baits with hooks to catch some unknowing minnows right out of the water. What you're eating down there is the bait that the angler guy nested. That one is safe. And this one floating above is the bait that contains a hook inside. This one is a trap. But Sixth Elder, I'm so strong. I'll just drag the angler guy underwater and eat it directly. Anglers are the best thing in the world. Bar none. Immediately after that, the Sixth Elder directly opened his huge mouth and swallowed the fish bait with the hook directly in one bite. Lu Hang, who was still eavesdropping on the bank, also got serious all of a sudden. And it seemed that a big fish had come, and a huge pull came from the fishing rod. In one fell swoop, he pulled the novice rod right into a half moon, which was just the start, and the rod was still slowly bending. Feeling the pull in the water, Lu Hang felt that he was able to catch him, but it would be another protracted battle. But it was just the right time to use this fish to try out his newly purchased fishing method. Then he saw Lu Hang directly raise the fishing rod directly to his head with both hands, and then shook it, and as the time got faster and faster and faster, at this moment Lu Hang, the person, seemed to have turned into a small motorized motor, controlling the fishing rod to constantly shake. The six elders under the water also directly pulled the fishing rod and swam to the depths. The Lu Hang did not have the first time to be pulled into the water by it. It is known that this is a bit of strength of the fishing man. And then the six elders also decided to fight a protracted war with this fishing man. The sixth elder, who was pulling the fishing line to swim towards the deep water, suddenly felt a vibration along with the innermost hook directly to its whole body. And then he realized that he seemed to be not good at powering up, especially as the vibration was getting faster and faster, and his own power was directly unable to make it out. After another moment, the sixth elder directly felt that his entire body was on the numb, and his brain seemed to have been shocked numb directly. After Lu Hang on the bank felt the tension on the rod disappear, he knew that the underwater chub had been shaken numb, and it was time to let this fish come up. After directly recovering the fishing line and then pulling the chub on the hook to the surface of the water, Lu Hang also violently exerted his power to directly pull the fish out of the water and directly flung it to the shore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a 412-pound giant mouth chub. The Fighting Fishing Sacred Body Activation gains 7% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 28.84 pounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching his first ever mutant toucan chub. The mutant toucan chub has been accepted into the mutant fish iconography. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant giant mouth chub activated. Reward system points plus 100. All chubs in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into huge mouth chubs every year. Cool. Caught a big fish easily and got another wave of power feedback. Throwing the chub inside the system fish storage space, Lu Hang once again threw out his fishing rod. Ha! Is this the bait that sixth elder said had a fishing man? Seems like it, but what about the sixth elder? Didn't notice just now I was so focused on eating I didn't look. I was also drying my meal and didn't pay attention to it. I just saw the sixth elder take a bite of the bait with a hook and then swim deeper into the reservoir. And then I was eating and didn't pay attention to it. That one. That. I just seem to have seen the sixth elder directly dragged up by something and then disappeared. Bad. The sixth elder might have been dragged away by the fishing guy that the sixth elder said. You guys keep an eye on this place. I'm going to tell the great elder right now. A chub darted straight away and swam straight into the depths of the reservoir. Do you guys think the goodies up there are going to be any better? Who knows? I heard the sixth elder say that the ones up there are traps for the fishing guys to keep us from eating them. Now that the sixth elder is gone, why don't we try? Then I'll take the first bite. Ow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the bait up there really that good? Chub Chub is so good it's flying straight up. Do you guys think that what the sixth elder just said was a lie to us? And that he was actually trying to monopolize this most delicious piece? I don't think so. If the sixth elder really wants to eat it, just say it directly. There's no need to lie to us. We wouldn't dare to rob it anyway. But that food that flies when you eat it is really tempting. Look at another one falling. I wonder if it's the one that's so good it flies. Whatever. One bite first and we'll see. Ow. Then I saw Chub Fat fly straight out. It's really delicious to fly food. How come Chub Fat grabbed it first? No way I'm going to try the next 1 inch. No. The next one is mine. No. I said it first. I'll eat first. No. It's whoever grabs it. Why Chub Deep? Are you trying to fight me? Chub Sissy. Just fight who's afraid. The two chubs charged right into each other. And one fish threw its tail into the face of the other. And then the other fish threw its tail into the face of this one. 7. Look, another tasty treat has fallen. Let's sneak over there and eat it while Chub Sissy and Chub Deep are fighting. Chub Xiao Xin. It's not good for us to do this. They'll beat us up if they find out then. It's okay Chub 7. They're fighting now. No, they won't look this way. No, you help me watch, I'm going to eat. Alright, Shin, you go eat. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Good. Then thank you 7. Ow. Caution. Caution. Where are you flying to? Shin. Watching Chub Xiaoxin directly fly up. Chub Xiaoqi also hurriedly chased after him. Watching Chub Xiaoxin fly faster and faster. Chub Xiaoqi also hurriedly accelerated and chased after him. Ha ha ha. Without the big fish management, this group of small fish is really just crazy biting. It's too good. No wonder so many people like to fish small fish. And more dense. So on, who can stand it? Ha ha ha. Another chub. That's awesome. Ding. Congratulations to the host for catching 31 pounds of chub. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 4% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 1.24 pounds. Another 31 pounds chub. Well, haha, looks like I can be in the chub special pond. Puff. What is this? Catch one get one free? How did this fish jump out of the water by itself? Will not be chasing this fish to catch up to it. Then on the basis of this fish of yours, heavy love and righteousness, live together to my fishing ground inside it. And then also directly picked up this fish directly into the system fish storage space inside it. In the next 2 to 3 hours, Lu Hang did not stop fishing. The group of small common chub inside the water, one after another bite. If it wasn't for the feedback from the fighting fishing sacred body all the time, Lu Hang would have long since lost the strength to continue fishing. After another chub was caught, Lu Hang also stopped. Not that Lu Hang couldn't fish anymore, but Lu Hang's stomach protested. Although Lu Hang had the feedback of his physique so that he didn't feel any fatigue, but every physique enhancement would consume the energy in his body. The bait that had just been opened was almost used. Lu Hang also put away the fishing rod decisively, and after putting the fishing rod into the system backpack, Lu Hang also threw the remaining bit of bait directly into the water, leaving the reservoir. Lu Hang is also directly back to the main road. Open the phone on the lack of map. Lu Hang is also to see this nearby a small town. Riding Lu Hang's small donkey, Lu Hang is also directly to the town past. After riding for about half an hour or so, Lu Hang also saw the signage, 1,000 meters ahead pot enamel, FA, town. Well, for Lu Hang, the 9-year compulsory education leakage. Lu Hang said he did not know how to read. Forget about not knowing. To the town. Lu Hang is also directly to the roadside rice snacks to find. In continuous eating more than an hour of time, Lu Hang finally eat full. This meal directly cost Lu Hang $183. And this $183 is just Lu Hang eat duck leg rice eat out. Chapter 57, A Day at the Miracle Great Fishing Grounds. Inside the fishing ground, Su Zijiang is also struggling to arrange the fishing guys. Today the mackerel special pond officially started business. After experiencing Lu Hang's group message inside the group, everyone is full of expectations for the mackerel special pond. Right after the mackerel were transported to the fishing grounds, Su Zijiang was preparing for the official opening of the business, releasing a 3-day preview, and Su Zijiang was hastily recruiting people. Lu Hang also made a point of talking to Su Zijiang when he left the fishing ground. This batch of cyprinids are all groups of special cyprinids, with twice the explosive power of ordinary cyprinids. So it's best to recruit a few specialized rescuers before the cyprinid-specific ponds formally open for business, lest the fishing fellows overestimate their own strengths and then all get pulled into the water. Fishing guys basically know a little bit of water, but may need so too who do not. In case something goes wrong at that time can be a problem. 3 days time Su Zijiang also barely recruited 3 drowning first aiders. Today the first day of the opening of the green fish fishing farm. Su Zijiang is also the 3 first aiders are all sent to the green fish special ponds. And even the first fish pond inside the manpower also drew 2 people to the green fish special ponds to help. Early this morning came a lot of fishing guys. Basically can be divided into 2 kinds. One is in order to want to experience the mackerel special pond inside the big fish. It is said that there are several hundred pounds of mackerel.
Lu Hang has not announced the weight of the specific mackerel, people do not know. The second is to run to the rewards of the Lu Hang, looking at that a few thousand rewards, which is not much stronger than work. Fishing at 200 pounds of an additional 2,000 incentives. Fishing at 300 pounds of a 3,000. 2 of fishing a month's salary. And back to the fish. Don't look at the entrance fee is expensive, but the rate of return is high. Old Sue, I've come to fish. I even asked you to reserve a fishing spot yesterday. Stayed. Saved you the best one. Ijo took Han Wu to fishing spot 15. Old Sue, I heard that a new fish pond was open today. How are the fish conditions inside? Lao Lu, the fish inside this new fish pond is amazing. The fish inside are all the fish that our boss Lu specially went to find. I don't know how many of the heaviest ones there are, but from what I've seen, there's a mackerel more than 4 meters long and a mackerel that's about 3 meters long. Yes? Then I'll try it too. How much is the entrance fee to this fish pond for Old Sue? Help me arrange a fishing spot. Old Lu, this mackerel special pond I do not recommend you go now. This special pond ticket is not low. 300 yuan an hour it. You do not have a good mackerel bait and strong technology cannot be good fishing. Really? Okay, then I will wait for 2 days. I first go to ask my friend's side there is no bait specializing in catching mackerel. Then today will first help me arrange a number 1 fishing spot. By the way, Old Lu, today our fishing ground canteen is also officially open. Inside the head chef, but we Lu boss specially invited to the royal chef family of people. That dish to do out of the aroma, suction, quacking incense. At noon you can come to taste. A member of the imperial chef family? Wouldn't that be the dishes that the emperor used to eat? You guys aren't afraid that the fishing grounds will be seized? Just those bear paws and deer antlers are now prohibited from being sold. Lao Lu, you are a bit rich in ideas. Now the imperial dishes have long since found a substitute. Although the taste is not as good as the taste of the raw material, but it is still far better than the taste of the other dishes. Okay, Old Sue, come and call me when lunch is ready then. I'll go and try it. Okay, let's go. I'll bring you to experience our cafeteria at that time. Guarantee that you can't forget it after eating. Lu Wei, come and bring our Old Lu to the number 1 fishing ground, and help our Old Lu to find a better fishing spot. In the sound of this conversation, Su Zijiang is also well organized to the fishing guys are arranged into the fishing ground inside. Originally, Su Zijiang is not to care about these things. After all, have recruited so many people this kind of thing and then want to do it himself more or less inappropriate. However, today the new fish pond opening, Su Zijiang is also afraid of these new to take care of not in place. Then come to the fishing guys are not happy, especially these running to the new fish pond. Basically on the fishing field of the old customers. Su Zijiang is also busy all morning. From 7 o'clock in the morning over to work. It did not take long for someone to come over specifically want to come over to fish mackerel special ponds, and our old customers, but also cannot help but exchange pleasantries. The results of just send a send and another angler came. So busy almost a morning. Has been busy until about 11 o'clock at noon to slowly no one came. Just also to lunchtime. Su Zijiang is also first to the mackerel special pond inside to look at the situation of the fishing guys. As a result, when we arrived at the mackerel pond, we saw a rescue worker holding a fishing man swimming towards the shore, and several fishing rods had accumulated in the middle of the pond, and even the rods that had broken into several sections were still floating on the water's edge. Seeing the soaked Xiaochu also fishing inside the mackerel pond, according to Xiaochu said, Master taught me the technique of using small fish to make big fish. Only in this pond with the most big fish can let him practice better. Then Su Zijiang saw Xiaochu again OU fishing inside the water. Maybe Xiaochu fell more also got used to it. Then saw the water Xiaochu directly as let go of the turnover and climbed back to the shore. And then once again picked up the fishing rod tied with the offhand rope began another attempt. After watching Xiaochu's 24 kinds of fancy diving for a while, Su Zijiang also went directly to the inside of the number 1 fishing ground to call Lao Lu to go to the cafeteria to eat together. Lao Lu, I say to you, our cafeteria this braised pork, you must try. The flavor of the bar entrance soft and not greasy, sweet taste moderate, and this cabbage, and this cucumber, this chicken, not, Old Sue, that what don't say, I can't eat it all. This a while you have introduced me to 7 dishes, and then introduce a while I don't need to eat at noon, and can't eat it all is also a waste. Listen to you say is the imperial chef to do the dishes, then the price is certainly not cheap. I'm afraid that my small treasury can't carry it. Lao Lu, this you rest assured. Our miracle fishing ground main a conscience. On these dishes our boss is specially thought out after the price. Absolutely all the pro people price. Then we'll eat them next time, and this time we'll just eat these first. Lao Lu, go this way, check out this way. Wu Yingying, this is Lao Lu, my friend with the boss. This time it is me who invited him over for dinner. Help calculate how much I pay. Okay, Manager Su. Lao Su is not good, you brought me over for dinner. How did it become you invited me over for dinner? The camp collector, you counted how much money I give. Lao Lu, this is not much money. This meal I treat you. Delicious, next time you come over again on you treat me once. How about it? No. You're breaking the bank. It's not easy for everyone to make money. Not to mention ordering so much. All of a sudden you'll lose your paycheck for the next day or two. No, old Lu really doesn't have a lot of money here. Wu Yingying, you calculate how much and tell our brother Lu so that he doesn't get over it. Okay, manager. This side I look at what are there. Braised pork, mouth-watering chicken, cucumber scrambled eggs, meat paste la, fried bean sprouts, fried cabbage, fried 4 seasonal beans, 2 bowls of rice. Manager Su, this side a total of $57. This side sweep code. Lao Lu, now you are relieved. Have said that our cafeteria is not expensive. Cheap. Normal people eat 2 vegetarian and 1 meat meal is only about $20. Alright, I'll take advantage of Brother Su's favor this time. Next time I come over I'll treat Brother Su to a meal as well. Then I'll wait for Louis to treat me to dinner. The two of them then also took their trays and directly found a corner seat to sit down and eat. Old Su, you don't say. You, this canteen taste is really good. This braised pork is the most delicious I've ever eaten. This fat meat is not greasy at all. A bite on the melt. Thieves fragrant. Look at what you say. Not good, I can recommend you well. This braised meat, according to our head chef, said he has specially selected boutique pork to do. He said braised meat should be a layer of fat meat, layer of lean meat to be tasty. The fat meat stewed, oil stewed out, and then the lean meat and then absorb the soup, so that the stewed fat meat is not greasy. Lean meat will not be firewood. The specific operation of the well, I didn't see to understand. Old Su, I don't know if this cafeteria of yours does packing business. I would like to pack a copy of it to take home at that time so that my wife can also taste it. This temporary may not be able to pack. We here at the outset did not think to say that do pack business, so there is no preparation for the packing box. Or Brother Lu, you next time to sister-in-law also brought over. Even if sister-in-law will not be able to fish, it does not matter. We have ornamental seat here so that sister-in-law sat on the top of the watching it. Brother Su, Brother Lu, you're eating here too. Xiao Chu, came today in the number 1 fish pond all morning, did not see you. You are in the mackerel special pond busy? No. I generally do not have anything. The boss arranged for me to take a rod fishing when nothing inside the fishing ground, to help drive people. Today is not our mackerel special pond opening well. For fear of too few people inside does not look good. I'll be in the mackerel special inside the popularity of the field. Pull it down, Xiao Chu. You are still filled with popularity. You are taking a shower almost. I originally wanted to call you to come over for dinner at noon, but as a result, after I went in, I saw you taking a shower inside the water. Su, you can't give me some face in LV, brother. How to say everything to the outside. Today, even if I do not say in 2 days, you are not still to be exposed in front of Brother Lu. Well, you say it, you have continuously fall inside the water for almost a week. The boss in the end taught you what things. Why you are every day is to maintain that strange posture, fall into the water. Ha. Su, brother, you this do not know it. The boss taught me this is called fishing method. The boss said that the cultivation of immortality has immortal method. Practicing kung fu has gong method. Fishing, of course, there is also fishing method. I am now practicing this is to small to big a kind of fishing method. Is that I have been doing not good, always be pulled down inside the water. Trolling? First time I've heard of that. What's that trolling like? Brother Lu, this you don't know, right? In fact, I'm also too clear. I've only seen the boss use 2 moves, but when the boss uses it, he's a thief and handsome. This thing is rare. Xiao Chu, tell me in detail what the 2 moves you saw were like. I'll listen too. The set of fishing techniques that the boss taught me is called the 18 strokes of descending fish, and according to the boss there are 19 strokes in total, so after you learn them you can at least fly a big fish at will. Xiao Chu, didn't you learn some kind of 18 fish subduing fishing? Why do you have 19 tricks? I'm not sure, and I haven't asked the boss, but the boss has used the 2 strokes super handsome, you know. Before we pumped water to the mackerel special pond. That time is not pumping well. We went to the lake to call the boss to come back. That time just saw the boss in the fishing. Directly with a trick called a fishing, open the door to the sky trick. Directly to a 3 meters or so of mackerel to the shore to fly. 3 meters or so? That must be about 200 pounds. 200 pounds, are you sure it's Xiaolu who flew it up, not Xiaolu who caught it? LV, you heard it right. It just flew up. I saw the boss throw his arm straight from the back to the front, and I saw a mackerel of about 3 meters fly directly from inside the water to the shore. Throw it from the back to the front? I seem to have some impression. At that time I remember I just came to the fishing field not long ago. I have seen in the small Lu sent the video inside the small Lu used. That really is a bit of a thing. At that time, we saw the small Lu directly to 89 pounds of mackerel directly flung to the shore. I did not think that even about 200 pounds of small Lu can be flung directly to the shore. Well, LV, this is not much. The boss of another trick more handsome. Directly hold the rod with both arms. And then the 200 pounds of mackerel directly on the pole are not pulling the rod. The rod cannot be pulled. The fishing line cannot be pulled. The fishing line. And finally pulled more than half an hour directly to their own pull, no strength. And then directly to the boss to fish up. The move you're talking about, Xiao Chu, is the one you're practicing right now, right? So how do you know that? I didn't even say that the boss taught me anything. How do you know that the boss just taught me this trick instead of a fishing trip to open the heavenly gate? That's for sure. Look at you, every day you stay in a strange position and then get pulled down inside the water. If it was the first move you wouldn't have fallen into the water more than 50 times in one morning on the first day the boss taught you. Ha 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 ha. Su brother, this is not skilled well. You see, I have now skilled more. For example, I just yesterday only fell 103 times. Far less than the day before yesterday 12 times it. I feel it. I again adhere to a period of time I can certainly easily pinpoint this mackerel special pond. Xiao Chu, do you think there's a possibility that the number of times has decreased because you gave the fish a few days in a row to consume the fish with no strength? I don't believe it. Commoner son and dares to spoil my Tao. Not Xiao Chu, how you immediately people. I also just joke. Well, how you are serious. It's fine for you to joke, but you can't insult my fishing. The fish must have been less frequent because I've improved. It's definitely not true that the fish are tired as you say. Alright, it's Xiao Chu, you're the one who's improved. Hey, still a child after all. Chapter 58, The Fishing Man, Zhao Hua. Ha, I didn't realize that another newcomer would dare to come here to fish. Newcomer, be careful. There are quite a few giants inside this reservoir. If you're not careful you'll have to use your own nest. It's not that scary. I came here yesterday and didn't encounter any particularly large fish. Hearing the fishing man at the edge of the reservoir shouting at Lu Hang also replied in a very straightforward manner. Newcomers came yesterday. Be careful here. Remember to tie an offhand rope. This reservoir is still relatively dangerous. Well, thank you, old brother. I do not know what fish inside this reservoir are more I good to open the bait. This side of the reservoir specific is not very clear. Anyway, chub, carp, mackerel are all there. The water quality here is good. The fish grow big. Do not pay attention to it, is easy to be dragged down. Come on brother, have one. Thanks for telling me, old man. Can lad quite on the road. Or Hua Zi, do not need to be so raw. My surname Zhao, called Zhao Hua. I'm a little older than you. You call me Lao Zhao or Hua brother on the new. Brother Hua, my name is Lu Hang. You call me Small Luet. Brother Hua, this reservoir fishing people. I came over the past 2 days, have not seen much of anyone. Zhao Hua inhaled a mouthful of Huazi and then also said slowly, there are not many people fishing in this reservoir. Since there have been a few deaths before, there have been few people coming over to fish. Plus me, there are only 6 or 7 people in total. Right. Did someone die in this reservoir too? Did people just sink as soon as they fell? It seems that you have also inquired about this reservoir thing. Yes. Here before the anglers or a lot of people. And then some people fishing fell down directly after the sinking to the water. And then rescue fruitless. The follow-up has been out of the water one after another, a few things. And then there is no one to fish. Lu Hang took out the mackerel bait while chatting with Zhao Hua. So aren't you afraid? Brother Hua? Why do you still dare to fish here? I'm afraid. But what's the use of being afraid? This is the only place in the neighborhood where there are fish to be caught. And I'm a fisherman. So I'll just die. Phew. Lu Hang, who was working with the bait, heard a sound of a wind line. I looked up to see Zhao Hua's rod on the fish. Black drift. The drift was pulled down directly. Zhao Hua also followed directly to the rod up. Listen to the phew. The sound of the wind line Lu Hang also do not think about in bait. The sound of the wind line Lu Hang also did not think in bait. So he raised his head and watched Zhao Hua start the pull. Ha! After hearing Zhao Hua's cry, it was seen that Zhao Hua directly pulled the pole upside down. And the whole pole was directly pulled into a full moon curved bow. And Zhao Hua's arms were also showing a vein on them with Zhao Hua's force. Watching Zhao Hua pulling the rod while backing up, Zhao Hua walked extraordinarily slowly, but could still back up steadily step by step. After backing up about 2 meters or so, Zhao Hua began to spin the spinning wheel, albeit very slowly. Just like this, watching Zhao Hua consumed about 10 minutes. Also managed to see the fish hanging on the hook. This is a 2.5 or so a bluegill. Probably also has 150 or 60 pounds. Xiao Lu, can you help me copy the fish? This fish is a bit big, I can't spare my hands. Brother Hua, I'll help you pull it. I'm definitely strong enough to do it. So you can plunge the fish yourself.
Okay, then I'll trouble you. Xiao Lu. Lu Hang also directly put down his into half of the bait, directly walked to the side of Zhao Hua, with both hands to take the fishing rod in Zhao Hua's hands. Touch Zhao Hua's this one fishing rod. Touch the feel is very good. After rubbing the rod twice, he also slowly turned the spinning wheel to collect the line. In order to allow Zhao Hua to better copy the fish, Lu Hang is also slowly pulling the fish towards the shore. After Zhao Hua saw that Lu Hang was able to pull the rod steadily, he was also relieved to go to the side of his fish protector and picked up the plunge net that he had placed on the side. Walk to the water's edge will be slowly stretched to the position of the head of the fish. The net is a little small. Zhao Hua is really not good to copy. Lu Hang and Zhao Hua, 2 people with the 10 minutes or so before the whole head of the fish barely into the net inside. Seeing that the head of the fish was inside the net, Zhao Hua also violently lifted the net upward. And just to force, the entire net directly broke. And the mackerel inside the net also directly tail flicked directly into the water again. Hua is fine. Don't worry, the fish didn't come off the hook. I can still feel the pull. Get ready, I'll pull the fish up again. This time I'll pull it straight to the water's edge. Then you just grab the gills and pull the whole thing up. Okay, Xiao Lu, come on boldly. This fishing rod of mine is specially made by a master craftsman. I spent $5,000 to find. There is no pressure at all to catch a 300 to 400 pounds of fish. Okay, then I'm relieved. Hua, get ready. The fish is coming again. Watching Lu Hang easily controlling the fishing rod, pulling the mackerel up to the surface once more and then slowly pulling it towards the water's edge. Zhao Hua also directly plopped down and then stretched out his hand ready to directly pull the fish up. Watching the mackerel getting closer and closer to the water surface, Zhao Hua was also extraordinarily excited. Before he himself fished here, the biggest was a 168 pounds chub. This time this mackerel is obviously bigger than the last fish caught. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The fish is getting closer and closer, has been slowly pulled to the shore. Zhao Hua stared at the location of the gills of the mackerel, searched for a moment directly with his hands clasped the gills. Because lying down is not good to force, Zhao Hua is also directly grabbed the fish and began to roll to the shore, using their own body weight directly to pull the fish to the shore. Hua is awesome. See, Zhao Hua successfully pulled the fish to the shore. Lu Hang also looks particularly excited. This is also the first time Lu Hang saw someone rely on their own strength to catch more than 100 pounds of fish. Even he also relies on a variety of system additions in order to catch 100 pounds of fish. Without the system, Lu Hang himself at most can only catch a 50 or 60 pounds just. Putting down the fishing rod, Lu Hang also hurriedly walked up, pulling the green fish away from the water's edge, also afraid of the green fish in case the reaction to give jump back into the water. Zhao Hua, who had been lying on the ground for a while, also climbed up with excitement, and both hands were digging left and right inside his pockets, and finally found his cell phone inside the back pocket of his pants, and handed the phone to Lu Hang, letting him take a few pictures for him. Lu Hang looked at Zhao Hua, who was excitedly hugging the mackerel, and also took his cell phone to give Zhao Hua an all-around shot. After clicking, and taking a shot, continuously taking more than 20 pictures of Zhao Hua, he also returned the cell phone to Zhao Hua. Thanks, Xiaolu. Right, Xiaolu. Do you want to take 2 shots? Your cell phone to me, I help you shoot. This fish catch also has half of your credit. Brother Hua, you're welcome. I'm just helping to pull the rod. This fish coming up is still all thanks to you. Brother Hua. Xiao Lu is modest. Without you I simply can't catch this fish. If you didn't happen to come over today, this fish will basically end up being the only one I can release. Zhao Hua looked at a just shoot good photos. Immediately is also directly opened their super letter of the circle of friends. Choose good just shoot photos inside the best of the photos. And then edit the text is also directly sent to the circle of friends. Seeing that Zhao Hua was using his cell phone and posting a friend circle, Lu Hang was also staring at Zhao Hua as if he was thinking of something. Hua, can you add the super letter over here? Xiao Lu, see you say. This has what you do not ask me, also ready to ask you to super letter. Xiao Lu, you super letter, how much I add you? Just scan the code and add it. It's easy. You scan me. Can. Yo, Lu, you still run a fishing farm? Yes. I opened a fishing farm in Xuanqing Kashan Town Kongding village side. Recently fishing a new fish pond inside almost fish. Heard people say this side of the big fish on the run over. Little Lu, you ambition is not small. People fishing inside, but fish are to go to the farm inside directly by a certain number of pounds of fish. But you are directly run to the outside fishing big fish. Ha 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 ha. This is not to look at the farm to raise out of those fish. Those fish are raised out of habit. There is no ambition, there is no pull. That is, the guests come to fish up, the experience is not good. I agree with that. And it's true that domesticated fish really don't have as much pull as fish in the wild, especially if they're the same size. And fish in the wild have at least a third or a quarter more pull than domesticated ones. By the way, Hua, do
Do you know any fishing guys who are as strong as you? What's wrong with Lu? Is there something wrong with you? For what you want to be a fishing guy with the same strength as me? This is not my fishing pond is almost completed. After the completion of the fishing activities, I thought to invite you to go there together. Fishing activities casually invite a little bit of people on the good vibration sound, lion claw, tiger shark platform and so many fishing anchor. You invite some anchors over but also can help you fishing field to hit the fame. Invite us to go over and there is no meaning, but also troubles. Brother Hua, this might not be very feasible. Not to mention whether or not it costs money to invite these anchors. A large portion of the anchors within those anchors don't have the strength to be able to participate in this event. Xiao Liu, this what activity the anchor are not this strength to fish? I opened a new fish pond is 100 pounds of fish pond. The smallest inside are more than 100 pounds of fish. And those fishing anchors are more of some recreational fishing anchor. Are fishing for fun. After the invitation to come over. But easy to counterproductive. The smallest are more than 100 pounds of fish? Xiao Liu. Lu Hang, please make sure to invite me over. The road fee I pay my own way. When does the event start? You super letter and I say a word I will directly take a taxi by myself. Brother Hua, don't get excited. Your strength is so high, how could I not invite you? By the way Xiaolu, I still have two brothers. They also fishing guy, strength are stronger than me. I talked to them to push them to you at that time. Yes, thank you Lu, I'll leave first. I can't hold it if I keep fishing. I'll come back tomorrow. Okay, brother Hua, take your time. If there's something we'll chat in super mail. Lu Hang then saw Zhao Hua slowly put away all his fishing gear and then carried the entire mackerel directly onto his shoulder, staring at Zhao Hua as he carried the mackerel, which was bigger than his own person, all the way to the side of the road. Lu Hang went back to his fishing box and continued to open his bait. This time Lu Hang used the same mackerel bait. Just heard Zhao Hua said that there are mackerel inside. Lu Hang thought of catching more mackerel. His own mackerel special pond inside the fish is still a little too little, only more than 3,000 pounds. With Zhao Hua's nest, Lu Hang did not have to go to the nest, directly deducted a piece of bait to make up the nest, directly threw the first shot of the day full of confidence. The sixth lord. It was in this neighborhood that the ninth lord was just caught up by the fishing man. Yeah, sixth lord. I watched the ninth lord get pulled up from here, and during that time the ninth lord ran back for a bit, but still got pulled up by the fishing guy. Humph. The little fishing guy dares to fish for our green fish walled city's fish. Don't let me see it, or I'll definitely give the fishing guy a little lesson. Sixth master, do you see if that's a fishing man's hook in front of you? Yeah, sixth lord. There's a scent up ahead. Must be a fishing man's trap. You guys watch. I'm going to give the anglers a little lesson. Dare to fish for our green fish walled city. If we don't give the anglers another lesson, I'm afraid that all the other fishes are going to laugh at our green fish walled city. Swimming to the vicinity of the hook, smelled the bait on the hook scent. The sixth master also cannot help but sigh with emotion. No wonder Lao Jiu will not be able to resist biting the hook. On this scent, in my place I will not be able to resist biting the hook. This was followed by a straight up owie bite that directly swallowed the hook as well. It's a big one, he said, watching the drift sink directly above his hook, knowing that what he'd landed would definitely not be a small fish. Lift the fishing rod directly, looking at the arc of the rod being pulled down. This force, definitely not less than 200 pounds. District 200 pounds of mackerel is not big. Lu Hang do not even need to use the fishing method. Directly on the arms of the force intended to pull this mackerel directly up. Yo, this mackerel still has a little idea. This struggle is quite strong. Seeing that the fishing rod was pulled more and more bent, Lu Hang is also directly sucked in a breath, directly burst out of the arm to go to the veins. The arm that are raised veins, as if the arm crawling with a centipede. Angler strength is not small. It seems that this angler is also an expert among anglers. But even if you are an expert among anglers, today you have to come down to me. What my sixth patriarch said. The Dragon King can't help you even if he comes. On the side, the several green fish that followed the 6 pawns over were trying hard to shout and cheer for the 6 pawns. 6 pawns cheer. 6 pawns cheer. Hearing the shouts of the minions on the side, the sixth lord also decided to show off his muscles. Watch and see. Little ones, watch and see how sixth boss I drag this angler down to the reservoir. I'll teach you just once today. And later on it'll be up to you to drag the angler down. The sixth leader then took a huge breath and then swam even harder towards the deeper water. Chapter 59, The Green Fish Walled City's Revenge. No more games. Come up here you. Only to see Lu Hang's arms directly force. The veins on his arms are also more obvious. With the last will be thrown behind the fishing rod. The water inside is also a fish directly followed by flying out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 243 pounds of greenfin mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 3% feedback.
increasing the power feedback by 7.29 pounds.
Ding! Congratulations to the host on his first catch of the mutant greenfin mackerel.
The mutant greenfin mackerel has been accepted into the mutant fish iconography.
Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant greenfin mackerel activated.
Reward system points plus 100. All mackerel in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into greenfin mackerel each year.
Another mutant fish. Cool. After stowing the greenfin mackerel, Lu Hang rehooked the bait and cast once again, throwing a confident second shot. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for catching 64 pounds of greenfin mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 9% feedback, adding 5.76 pounds of strength feedback, throwing a confident third shot. Ding! Congratulations to Throw. Ding! After Zhao Hua left, this large reservoir directly into the exclusive fishing ground of Lu Hang alone. Especially this one 243 pounds of greenfin mackerel was landed by Lu Hang. Has not come back to 100 pounds of big fish. During the largest one is only 84 pounds, and is not a variant of just ordinary mackerel. This is especially in this mackerel bait under the temptation. This day Lu Hang did not catch other fish, just fly this mackerel. Especially the greenfin mackerel on the afternoon Lu Hang caught more than 30, or more than 40 pounds. As for the other cyprinids are not so high quality, basically are about 5 or 6 pounds, but the amount of large, directly to the system fish storage space to be filled. The last time also caught a 45 pounds of cyprinids. The last Lu Hang is also directly summoned to minivans. Directly all the cyprinids and chubs all put in, and then directly let the simulation robots all pull back to the fishing ground inside to go. After packing fishing tackle back to town, Lu Hang also by the way to Su Zhejiang dialed the phone over, and Su Zhejiang spoke recently to a number of fish. Chub alone put a gun pond, but this time the chub inside the chub did not put the more than 400 pounds of put in, but think of this more than 400 pounds of chub to use the time to the second fishing ground inside. As for the chub special pond Lu Hang is ready to become a novice fish pond, specifically for novices to use to practice. After sending all the fish back to the fishing grounds, Lu Hang went straight back to the town's rice noodle snacks. And this time Lu Hang once again broke his record by eating $227. Big, 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 bad. What is it? Staggering. How many times have I told you? Speak slowly. Something big has happened to the big dog. Snap. You're the one who's in a big trouble. How could the big dog be in a big trouble? Can't talk. No. It's not that something big is wrong with the big dog. It's that something big is wrong. Come on, don't be a big deal. Just say what's going on. Big boss. Anglers have come to the shore, and have fished away the 6th and 9th bosses, and there are many brothers who have also been fished away by anglers. What? This reservoir hasn't had any powerful anglers come over for a long time. I remember it seems like there are usually only 6 or 7 anglers fishing on the shore, right? Because the power is too weak, so we usually don't go to drag the anglers down, and just keep them on the shore and let them come over to feed us the bait often. Yeah, just those 6 or 7 fishing guys. Even if they combine their efforts, at most they can barely catch the old 9 up. How can even the old 6 be caught up? What you said is true. Big master. Second master. What I said is true. All I saw with my own eyes. 6th master originally wanted to avenge 9th master, but as a result, he only just bit the hook not 2 minutes ago, and was directly caught by the fishing guy fishing up. Humph. Dare to fish up the head of our green fish walled city. The anglers are asking for their own deaths. I was thinking of leaving these few anglers to have some fun, but now I don't see the need for it. So just bury all of them in the reservoir for me. Big brother, you say how to get Lao Lu and Lao Jiu of this revenge. Fishing guy is sure to pay the price. Big brother, you to command. Old 3, you go and call old 5, old 7, and old 8 all over. I'll organize the action. Good big brother. I'll go call someone. Elder 2, go and greet the Karp clan. Talk to them about our situation, and tell them that we've wrapped up the outer ring of the reservoir for the next few days. Alright big brother. I'll make a trip to the other clans and explain this matter to them. Old 4, go talk to the Chub one. Okay big brother. Xiao X, go talk to the White Stripe clan and ask them to come over tomorrow to help out. If they don't come, they won't want to hang out at the reservoir in the future. Okay big brother, I'm on my way. The Karp family, Karps, you want to take action against the anglers? This can't be done. Now the anglers are getting fewer and fewer. Our Karp clan can count on this group of anglers to add a meal for us in the weekdays. You guys have all the anglers squandered. In the future, what will we eat in the Karp clan? Karp patriarch, words are not said like this. You have to know that today the anglers can fish away our 6 ponds.
Tomorrow can also fish away your 6 elders. Now the shore anglers have become a climate. If we do not pull down this group of anglers, next time it may be you and I will be poisoned. Well, you are right, but this matter itself has nothing to do with our carp clan. You guys inexplicably break the rules even if the reasoning is great. You should pay a price. If you say that, carp clan chief. It's a bit of an attitude of falling down a well. I hope that when your carp clan encounters this matter, you won't find us here at Greenfish Walled City. I won't bother the Greenfish Walled City to worry about that. I wonder how much the Greenfish Walled City intends to pay. One day, this month we, the Greenfish Walled City, will let 1 day's location of the inlet be given to your carp clan. 1 day is too little. 5 days. No. A month our 3 clans average down to 1 clan is also 10 days. You carp open your mouth to go half. This cannot be too much. At most, can only give you 2 days. That's not the way to put it. You've taken out the fishing guys but you've taken out one of our permanent food sources. 2 days is too little. At least 4 inch. Chapter 60, The White Stripe's Nest. 3 days. My bottom line. If you don't agree then forget it. The big deal is that we'll go to the Chubfish clan and merge with them. And then we won't know what will happen to the situation of your carp clan. Deal. But our carp clan will not be going on your crusade. The most we'll do is keep our carp clan away from the outskirts of the reservoir. Yes. As long as you carp clan don't come to the outskirts of the reservoir in the near future, the 3 days will belong to you carp clan. Hypophthalmic these Moratrix. Are you saying that your 6th and 9th masters were caught up by the angler? That's why your Greenfish Walled City is planning to take revenge on the fishing guy. That's right. I hope that the Chubfish clan will give our Greenfish Walled City a face these days. And after this is accomplished, it will be considered that our Greenfish Walled City owes the Chubfish clan a favor. This, I'm afraid you guys are a bit difficult to do. Although your big pawn is indeed powerful enough to have 1,000 pounds, but the other 9 pawns are smaller than one another. Especially your 4th pawn backward. Your 5th pawn is only just a little more than 300 pounds. You guys can't drag down the fishing guy with this lineup at all. Chub Patriarch. That's a bit big of a statement. Even just apart from the Great Patriarch, our 2nd Patriarch weighs 600 pounds, and excluding the Patriarchs and Great Elders of the various clans, our 2nd Patriarch is one of the best inside the reservoir. No, the 4 pawns know at once. You this time the Greenfish clan a little too eager. Simply did not properly inquire clearly this time the fishing man's strength. This time the fishing man's strength is not simple that, just 2 days ago, our Chubfish clan 6 elders were caught away. Our Chubfish clan is not like your Greenfish cottage so much like to fight. Our elders can be relying on weight. We are not as fond of fighting as you are in the Greenfish Walled City, but our elders are all relying on their weight. And just yesterday we were fished up to the 6th elder who was 400 pounds. And only your first 4 pawns of the Greenfish clan were able to get through a couple of moves with this fishing guy. And the rest of the pawns could only go to their deaths if they went. Thank you for the information from the Chubfish clan leader. I wonder what the Chubfish clan leader has requested. As long as it's not excessive I can agree to it instead of the Greenfish clan. Requirements let's do it this way. Our Chubfish clan also want to participate in this time's action. And once there is the angler's position, notify me at the first time. I happen to also want to find the angler to revenge our 6th elder's revenge. In this way the eastern peripheral waters belong to your Chub clan. Once you find the angler the first time you call someone to notify us. The Greenfish Walled City. Okay, then the eastern peripheral waters are ours for the Chub clan. And whoever side spots the angler first promptly notifies the fish on the other side. White Stripes Street Skid Row. Call your White Stripes clan leader over here. Our Grand Master has something to command. Okay. 10 lords you wait a moment. I'll go and call our clan leader here. Go on. I'll give you 10 minutes. Have your White Stripes Patriarch over to see me in 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 10th Master. You seek me out. I wonder what you command. Old White Stripes. Starting tomorrow have all of your White Stripes clan spread out on the outskirts of the reservoir. And when you see an angler appear try to find a way to leave the angler behind. Then send someone over to notify us. Alright 10 lords. I will now gather our White Stripe clan to arrange for them to go to the outer edge of the reservoir. Junior. Go inform everyone and tell them to gather at the clanland. I have something to arrange. Okay Matriarch. I'll go and get everyone assembled. I don't know what the 10th lord wants with angler. And why he needs the whole reservoir to find angler. The angler dares to touch the fish of our Greenfish Walled City. So naturally, we have to let the angler know who is in charge of this reservoir. The 10 bosses. Our reservoir's default rule is not to let the anglers often come to throw bait. And then we casually send them a few small fish. Well, the anglers are our feeders only. Do not want to feed directly dragged down to eat just fine. For why to make such a big fuss? Don't ask what you shouldn't know. Just set things up and do your job. Then I'll go and arrange things for the 10th master. Take your time. Back in his hotel bed, Lu Hang began brainstorming about the amount of food he was now eating. This can't be done. As I fish more and more, the feedback from my physique is also increasing. If this continues, I may have to live inside a restaurant later. No way, this time when I go back I'm going to find Ju 17 and ask if there's any high energy food. Or else the little self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot I brought inside my backpack won't be enough at all. Yes, just go find Ju 17. He must know how to get high energy food. Go back and find him. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Hang went straight to the reservoir after breakfast. Today Lu Hang had thought that Zhao Hua would also come, but the result was that when he arrived at the reservoir, he found that there was no one, and he silently walked to the location where he fished yesterday by himself, and directly opened the bait and hit the nest. Yesterday, Lu Hang played quite a lot of nests here. Today and then playing nests do not need to wait so much time. Only need to slightly play a little nest, fish will be directly gathered over. Taking into account yesterday's mackerel fishing more, today Lu Hang also opened a package of all-purpose bait. The first to open a little bit, to see what the fish, and then open the specialized bait. Hooked up the bait and threw the first shot of the day with confidence straight away. Phew! White stripes. Oh, yo, little white stripe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 1.7 pounds of white strips. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 1% feedback and increased 0.017 pounds of power feedback. How can you be good enough to eat a hooked one with less than 2 pounds of small white strips in the area? No, that one doesn't count. Let's do it again. Throwing a confident second shot. Phew! Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 1.2 pounds of white strips. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 1% feedback and increased 0.012 pounds of power feedback. Phew! What's going on? Shoo! What? Phew! Half an hour later, Lu Hang directly sat down on the ground as a whole and panted heavily, even dropping the pole on the side. Fishing a hare, oh, all small white strips. 2 pounds or more of white strips have not seen. This life I Lu Hang in small daytime do not share the sky. No, I have to catch this fish today. I don't believe that the nest is full of small white fish. Phew! What's going on? Phew! What? Blue thin mushroom. Since I have the system until now, Lu Hang has encountered such a suffocating thing for the first time. Today I am immortal with you white strips. Either I finish fishing for the white strips or the white strips tire me out. Chapter 61, The Plot of the Green Fish Walled City. Phew! Shoo! An hour later, Big Boss, Angler is right up there. We, the White Stripe Clan, have already stalled Angler by our fish count advantage. I wonder how we will follow up. Big Boss, that's it. Continue to consume this fishing guy with the number of fish. I heard that old miscreant from the Chub clan say that this time the fishing guy is still a bit capable. Even their clan's 400 pounds of 6 elders can be fished up, so we have to make a complete grasp as well. That's right, Xiao X. Go and inform the old miscreants of the Chub clan, tell them that the Angler is on our side and ask them to come over. When the time comes, let them Chub fight the battle and we will sit back and watch the tigers fight at that time. Phew! Shoo! 2 hours later. Phew! Shoo! 4 hours later. Big mackerel. This fishing guy is already getting slower and slower. I think it should be about time. How about you guys make the first move or we make the first move? Oh, from what you're saying, Chub Patriarch, you have an idea. That's right. Just now I let the surviving fish of our Chub fish clan from last time just went to take a look and found out that this Angler is the one who fished away our 6th elder last time. So if you Cyprinid's clan doesn't have any comments, we'll go ahead and do it first. It's fine. Since it's your Chub fish clan's enemy, then let your Chub fish clan do it. But the next Angler goes to our Green Fish Clan. Good. Let's ride on this fish love of yours. The Green Fish Walled City. 3rd Elder. After letting the white stripe one consume a bit more, you'll be on it. Direct power, don't let the Angler cut the line. Directly drag the Angler down. Okay, Matriarch, watch me. Ow. Phew. Asterisk made the big fish. Originally mute fishing white strips of Lu Hang in a moment did not pull the rod. Also a moment is also confused. In feeling the rod on the tension coming, Lu Hang almost a moment did not stabilize the rod. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Tip number 1, steady as an old dog. Reacting. Lu Hang also stabilized the rod and himself with the first jig straight away. After stabilizing the rod, he saw that the rod was slowly being pulled and bent, and finally it was pulled all the way to the state of a full moon bow. And Lu Hang had a feeling that the rod would be pulled and burst at any time. Lu Hang also directly let go of the spinning wheel, and then directly opened the system mall inside the exchange of 4 low-level reinforcement cards, directly on the novice fishing rod to use. Ding! Successfully use a low-level fishing rod enhancement card X4 on a novice fishing rod. Reinforcement successful. Beginner's rod +4. A once reinforced bamboo fishing rod that has been systematically strengthened to give the rod a greater capacity to fish up to 1. 150 pounds. The next enhancement requires fishing rod enhancement card X5. After the reinforcement card was used, the rod's toughness instantly increased by a large margin, and the rod just barely reached the full moon when the spinning wheel was snapped again. Previously, when fishing for white-striped fish, although the white-striped fish is small, but the number is huge. Continuously fishing for 4 hours, even Lu Hang is also feel tired. After using the steady as an old dog, Lu Hang is also resting with a rest. Although Lu Hang keeps steady as an old dog is also need quite a lot of strength, but after all, the range of movements needed is still reduced a lot. Slowly consume while Lu Hang is also able to recover a lot of physical strength. However, it took less than 10 minutes for Lu Hang to feel the rod sink again, and he himself was pulled forward by the rod. Just as Lu Hang was about to be pulled inside the reservoir, Lu Hang also decisively cut the fishing line, and finally Lu Hang was also slapped in the face by the bouncing back fishing rod at once. Inside the water, this fish is not right off. Was not just more than 600 pounds. Well, why will the sudden pull to become larger? As if another 600 pounds of fish, looking at the rod, has been broken. Lu Hang is also hastily back to a safe position, for fear that the fish brain fever rushed out to their own hard pull down. A more than 600 pounds of fish cannot be small, to say the least, also has more than 7 meters long. Swallowed a person is more than enough. Back to the shore 50 meters. Lu Hang is also directly lying down, and then began to recall their own fishing situation today. The more I think Lu Hang feel more wrong. The first is endless white stripe, and this white stripe is on 4 or 5 hours. The back of a sudden came directly to the big fish, and after consuming a while Lu Hang feel the rod above seems to be another fish. Hard to Lu Hang scared directly to the fishing line cut. This is also the second time Lu Hang cut the line. The first time is just their own strength, and on a giant Lu Hang had no choice but to cut. And this one started Lu Hang or stable fishing rod, are ready to consume this fish to no physical strength directly after the fish to pull up. Did not expect to consume the fish is not almost put himself into it. While lying on the ground to recover his strength, Lu Hang also opened the system mall to repair his fishing rod. Stick to a point. Successfully consumed 100 system points to purchase 1 fishing rod repair card. Remaining system points 416843. Now fishing is getting more and more dangerous. Today I was careless, almost caught by the fish in. Have to find a way to see if there is a way to save your life in the system. Every time you go on a person to go out to fish, stuff which time was dragged down by the fish. They do not have relatives in this side of the world. By the time they are even gone no one knows. After opening the system panel again, Lu Hang started looking for something to save his life. Turned over several columns of the panel. Lu Hang did not find life-saving things, and finally turned to the page of the fishing method. Lu Hang for life-saving things is gradually despair. It seems that this system is not life-saving things, or life-saving things are in the carousel, but the carousel can be drawn to what purely depends on luck, and do not know if there is no life-saving things inside. In the end, Lu Hang decided that it was better to strengthen a wave of his own. As long as he became stronger, then he would also be safe. And then Lu Hang also checked up on a fishing method. Taiji fishing. Use softness to overcome hardness. Use force to unload force. Borrow the fish's pull. Turn the fish's pull into your own pull. Use the fish's force to consume the fish's force. First look at the price. Taiji fishing method. The first fishing, Taiji gives birth to 2 instruments 100000000 system points. Sorry to interrupt. Sunflower fishing. With the soft to overcome the hard. Borrowing force to unload. Can be small to reduce their own consumption. Also known as small Tai Chi fishing method. This sunflower fishing is good. It seems like it can be redeemed for a wave. Clicking on the introduction of the first fishing of the sunflower treasure fishing, Lu Hang instantly felt a chill in his pants, and then decisively closed the sunflower treasure fishing. Chapter 62. Successfully exchanging a large amount of fishing methods. Sunflower fishing. First fishing, warding off evil fishing method. If you want to practice this kind of fishing, you must first self-cannibalize. If you don't do it, you'll be hot. Heat starts from the body, and the body burns, from the bottom to the top, dry and chaotic. Even if the heat stops, the body will be injured. Since the womb, the fishing gas is self-generated. It converges into the human soul and has no control over it. The method of generating chi is to think of color as suffering. The way to achieve sexual tranquility is to be averse to bitterness and to give it up. After sexual tranquility, the hand is like a flower. The chi wraps around the meridians and points before converging with the human soul. After the chi is formed, the person is like a newborn, wonderful and incomparable. And then with the lightness of the food grass, such as fungus, straw mushrooms, winter melon, potatoes, etc., practicing medicine and eating. Once you've done this, you'll be like thunder. What's the use of a move? A casual move. The fish can't defend itself. That is, a flying move. Fish striking rod method. Fishing rod method has a total of trip, chop, entangle, poke, pick, lead, seal, turn 8 tips of a total of 36 strokes. Every move to hit the fish vitals really is the top choice with the fish hard fighting. Fishing stick method Stick 1, pole picking mangy fish 10,000 system points. Fish fighting stick method Stick 2, pole picking fish body 15,000 system points. Fish fighting stick method Stick 3, pole pounding fish nest 20,000 system points. Fish fighting rod method Rod 4, fish fighting stick AoE, 1 billion system points. Good lord. This is not fishing, this is trying to beat the fish straight to death. Forget about it and get another one. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. Fish lowering 18 fishing, also known as the basic 18 fishing, including fish control, slipping fish, fly fishing, into a force to catch 10,000 fish. Retreat can be soft slip 10,000 fish. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 3, Big Mamas defeat 15,000 system points. Throwing it up and down, loosely, so that the fish can't exert its full force, can interrupt the fish's power. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. Fishing trip number 4, Handsome Man down 20,000 system points, with the supportive control of an advanced turret, and then taking advantage of the angler's weight from falling high in the air to force the fish straight up out of the water. It is suitable for all novice anglers. 18 fishing trips. 5th trips, hands back 30,000 system points. After the forehand fights with the fish, it directly relaxes the line to let the fish directly and instantly remove the pulling force, and in a split second quickly rotates the spinning wheel to retrieve the released line again, letting the fish's air directly wasted in the water. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 6, Old Man on a Bicycle 50,000 system points. When the arms are not strong enough, the line is forcibly retrieved with the help of the legs, which are far stronger than the arms. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 7, Flying Uncanny Fishing 80,000 system points. Utilizing the flexibility of the wrist, the rod is quickly flung to shake the rod, thus generating centrifugal force, allowing the angler to fly directly, thus avoiding direct hard contact with the fish. Flying is just the foundation. Wuji is the core. The foundation is the key to this move. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 8, Granny in the Quilt 1,000 system points. This is not a trick, as if it is what I have been looking for to save my life. With this trick I can no longer be afraid of being pulled into the water by the fish, or I was pulled into the water can be pulled from inside the water to come back again. Afterwards, Lu Hang also directly and decisively exchanged the 18 fish fishing, 7th fishing, Flying Unlimited Fishing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming 80,000 system points to redeem the 18 fish fishing techniques, 7th fishing technique, Flying Fishing Technique, with 336,843 system points remaining. This fishing method is simply tailor-made for me as a lone wolf. After redeeming this 7th fishing, Lu Hang is also very much want to come to experiment with this trick. It's a pity that I don't have much strength now. Recalling the flaws in his current fishing method, Lu Hang also once again redeemed the 3rd fishing, 4th fishing, 5th fishing, 6th fishing, 8th fishing, all of them. The fishing method is not afraid of more, but afraid of using too little, not enough. After consuming a large number of points to redeem the fishing method again, Lu Hang directly regretted it. Usually the points are scarce. The fishing method is either pumped or redeemed one by one. A one-time redemption of the 5 fishing methods. The 5 fishing methods of the inheritance of the skills all at once all gushed out of Lu Hang's head. Lu Hang instantly felt like his brain was about to explode. Good thing the system's fishing inheritance are relatively fast. Just a few seconds later Lu Hang's headache is also completely dissipated. Dissipated after the head is also a burst of coolness. Just in this inheritance of a few seconds inside Lu Hang directly the whole clothes are soaked, as if the whole person just climbed out of the water. Looking at his appearance, which just crawled out of the water, Lu Hang also gave up the idea of continuing to fish today, and directly took his fish box and returned to the town. Once back to the hotel, Lu Hang is also directly to run to the hotel bathroom to go. Their own this time is a little too stupid. Even want to not think about all at once exchange so many fishing method, almost directly to their own pit death. A good bath to change a set of clothes. Lu Hang directly lie to the bed. Taking out his cell phone, Lu Hang was also the first to send a super letter over with Xiao Hua, telling him about the dangers of the reservoir and asking him not to go to the reservoir again in the last few days. After a little thought, Lu Hang also guessed what today's situation was all about. 2 days in a row. One day to gather the wool of one ethnic group and to the death. Anyone who comes here can't get over this hurdle. Today, this situation of the white stripe haunting the nest should be the revenge of the 2 communities in the water on themselves. And they should be thinking of using the white stripe to consume my strength, and then letting the big fish drag me into the water all at once. Just they did not calculate that I have a fighting fishing saint body, this special physique. Relying on the recovery of this physique, in fact, He did not consume too much strength. If replaced by other fishing guy today should be accounted for in the reservoir. It seems that mutant fish have high IQs, so I can't be too gullible in the future. Or sooner or later I'll have to lose my life in the fish's mouth. Today is too tired. Lu Hang is also too lazy to run to the rice snacks to eat. Directly out of the cell phone point a bunch of takeout after. Lu Hang is also directly play the vibrating sound. You don't say. You really don't say. Watching the female bodhisattvas on the Janine dance, Lu Hang directly forgot his hunger. This brush is nearly an hour. If not for the takeout clerk knocking at the door, Lu Hang is afraid that they are all going to be lost in the female bodhisattvas on the Janine. Open just delivered takeaway. Lu Hang directly eat up. While eating, Lu Hang also while thinking, their time when the second fishing activities began, is not open to invite some female bodhisattvas to come over as cheerleaders. And by the way, to help fishing attract traffic. Absolutely not. Lu Hang, I want to see. Absolutely not. I am a fishing man. How can I be interested in women? Can make me interested only will be fish. Yes, it's the fish. Definitely not interested in women. Chapter 63, Zhao Hua's past. Get the new fishing method of Lu Hang is also early in the morning straight to the reservoir and went to the reservoir found Zhao Hua surprisingly came. Not only Zhao Hua aside of the surprisingly there are several fishing guys, are gathered together to blow the awesome fishing white. Brother Hua, didn't I send you a message yesterday? Don't come to the reservoir in the next 2 days. There are big fish inside the water that want to take on the anglers. You're here too. Xiao Lu, I know what you mean, but that's exactly why I purposely called everyone here. You're the little Lu that Hua Zi told us about. Lu Hang, right. My name is Zhou Yang. You can call me Ah Zhou or Ah Yang. My name is Lu Feng. I'm a bit older than you can call me Brother Feng. My name is Zhang San. You can call me Extra Legal Zealot. My name is Qin Song. Shen Yilong. Lu Fei. My name is Lu Hang. I don't know why you guys gathered to this reservoir after knowing the danger. Listening to Hua, it seems like you guys gathered here on purpose. We also have our reasons for coming here. We've been looking for this group of fish for a long time. We've never been able to find them. Later we basically gave up. Only Zhao Hua is the only one who is still holding on. Yesterday I heard old Zhao say the information you told him. Brother Zhou, listen to you guys. You seem to know this batch of fish from a long time ago. Can you tell me what's going on here? When Zhou Yang heard Lu Hang's question, he also looked back at Zhao Hua. Then he too was selectively silent. Lu, do you know why I keep sticking around the reservoir to fish? Could it be that Brother Zhao Hua isn't fishing inside this reservoir because he likes fishing? Actually no. I used to hate fishing. I simply don't have the leisure to be able to sink my mind into a slow fishing trip. I won't be able to wait long before I get bored. My father, on the other hand, loved to fish. And when I came back from school and passed by the reservoir every day, I could see my father fishing at the edge of the reservoir. So every now and then there was a meal of fish inside my house. Then I also slowly grew up. I also got into a very good university when I took the college entrance examination. In order to go to college I also left the pot enamel town, went to the big city inside the school. Rural people to the city, more or less is a bit out of place, especially the normal spending above. In the town of $2 a day I can eat a lot of food, and even a lot of savings, and to the city, I simply cannot eat enough. Every day can only eat the cheapest buns with the cheapest pickles. Then there was Super Letter and my father secretly went to learn how to play it. Then my father added me as a close friend and transferred me a sum of money from time to time. Not a lot of money every time, it was $20, $30. The money was not much, but it was enough to meet my immediate needs. With the money my father transferred to me from time to time, and I went to work as a casual laborer on my own, and that's how I got by. Then the university came out for internships, and the tasks were heavier, and the chat with my father was even less. As for when my father started to completely lose contact with me, I don't even know. I was still busy working to earn money. Finally, when I graduated from college, I realized that I hadn't been in contact with my family for a long time, and after calling my father's phone several times to no avail, I also took the train straight back home. When I came home and opened the door, I saw that the furniture inside the house had fallen full of dust, and there were 2 plates of dishes that had completely molded and rotted and 2 empty bowls on the table in the house, while everyone in the house had disappeared. After inquiring through the 4 directions, I realized that just in the last period of my senior year, my father came to the reservoir to fish as usual, and my mother made dinner. Knowing that my father liked to fish by the reservoir, and my mother made it a habit to come to the reservoir to call my father back for dinner. Then just as my mother went to the reservoir to get ready to call my father home for dinner, my mother witnessed my father pulling on the front half of the already broken fishing rod in a death grip while the water was churning inside in a huge wave. Then suddenly, I don't know what happened, I saw my father directly dragged to the reservoir inside. My mother saw this scene, also rushed over,
Familiar with the water nature of the mother is also the first time to jump into the reservoir to try to save my father up.
And then neither of my parents came up that day.
According to the fishing guys that day, just a few days before my father had just caught a 200+ pound bluegill, and I don't know where my father got the fish. And then a few days later, people saw my father come back to the reservoir to continue fishing. On the very day of the accident, fellow anglers were also the ones who saw my father catching fish continuously, and all of them were whites as well. And it was as if this fish fell out of the sky and kept getting hooked. That day my father is still saying, "Today is another day of burst households." When the time to go to the town to sell the fish and can give the son to play some money over. The son fought to get into a university. In the big city consumption is high. The son of a person alone in the field of life in the big city is not easy to play a bit of money over to let the son to live a little bit better. In fact, we are here a few people. The family is someone in this reservoir inside someone has an accident. And before the accident is exactly the same as what you said yesterday. First of all, crazy on the white stripe. The white stripe is just like crazy, no matter the size of the crazy bite hook. Then it's just straight up to the giant thing. And the whole thing ends up being dragged inside the reservoir by the giant thing. And as soon as it hits the water the person sinks straight down. And then you never see the person surface again. People go to the water directly disappeared. The police also useless. People simply do not believe. Or no one sense to believe. The final result is to fight on the missing persons, but we know that the person is gone. And then I've been coming over to fish a lot, trying to find the person who killed my parents, always trying to catch the person who killed my parents. During that time I have not encountered this situation once, and if you had not informed me last night, I would probably have given up after a few more years, but since we know that this situation has reappeared again, it means that that murderer fish inside the water must have reappeared as well. And this time I am just thinking of gathering the strength of the group to fish up that giant thing inside the water. But it's true that I'm sorry too. I clearly promised well last night, but today I brought a group of people to the reservoir. It's alright Hua. I understand this. In fact, before I came to this reservoir, I had also met a fishing guy named Zhang Yu in another reservoir, and he was also dragged directly inside the reservoir and directly disappeared. Chapter 64 Battle of the Reservoir, 1. I still remember to this day that old Zhang would bring a few extra ropes with him every time he went to the reservoir. And when he saw a new fisherman he would be thoughtful enough to tell the others what was going on inside the reservoir and lend the fisherman the extra ropes he had brought with him, so that the fisherman could tie himself to a nearby tree just in case. But things are unpredictable. The next day when I went back to the reservoir, it was closed, and old Zhang and his two friends were pulled off the reservoir. And even though the people's search team said they were missing, in fact, we all knew very well that they were gone. Since Brother Hua has this matter, then today I will also come to help Brother Hua, said Lu Hang. Also directly took out his fish guard and bait directly from inside his own fish box, hit the nest and cast the rod in one fell swoop, and throw a shot straight out of the box with your own confidence. In the time waiting for the fish on the hook inside, Lu Hang is also from their own fish box inside took out a long time to put a long time or almost moldy fish protection. Usually when they are alone simply do not use the fish protection directly into the system to store fish space on the good. But today there are other people. Lu Hang had to take out the fish protection to store fish. At the same time, it also means that today Lu Hang cannot catch any big fish. Once caught a giant, Lu Hang will have to close the rod to go, or consume too long. Fish died will not be worth it. Following Lu Hang's lead, the other six threw a shot of their own. Seeing his fish drift directly sunk, Lu Hang is also directly forced to lift the rod, only to hear a swoosh. A small white directly by Lu Hang from the water pulled out. Too much force almost let Lu Hang directly. The whole person fell backwards, taking the small white stripe of a dozen centimeters from the hook. Lu Hang also directly threw the fish inside the fish guard, and replacing it with a new bait. Lu Hang once again threw out his second shot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 0.4 pounds of white stripe. The fighting fishing sacred body activation gained 8% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 0.032 pounds. With Lu Hang opening the first open door of the day, Zhao Hua's 6 men also took the bait one after another, and each one of them also had white stripes, basically some white stripes of about 10 to 15 centimeters. Then Lu Hang's 7 people as if to start fishing white stripe competition. 7 people fishing rod dumping faster and faster, and the white stripe is also more and more on the smaller and smaller. At the beginning of the time on the white stripe is still about 10 to 15 centimeters. In half an hour after the white stripe became 8 to 12 centimeters or so. Now the white stripe is even smaller. Everyone, put away your rods. We can't continue to fish for whitebait like this. Based on my experience yesterday, after we get tired of fishing for whitebait, there will be a huge thing biting directly wanting to drag the person directly inside the reservoir. Xiao Lu, then what do you think we should do? We definitely need to catch this fish. But like Xiao Lu said, it's not like we can keep fishing. Or else when we get tired we'll surely be dragged down by a sneak attack from the giant thing in the water.
Hua this hand, we 7 people. My youngest should be the best stamina in us. You 6 divided into 2 groups.
Each group of 1 person casting rod, other 2 people rest.
Each person throws 5 rods on the rotation of rest.
Every fishing half an hour I will rest for a while,
to ensure that everyone's stamina.
If anyone on the side of the giant by the time you can also directly rushed up to help.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yesterday I have encountered this giant.
At the beginning I felt that the giant was only about 600 pounds.
Then suddenly the weight of the rod increased again. Although I don't know how much it weighed in the back, but it must have been more than
1,000 pounds. So this is a fish that we definitely can't catch with 2 people alone.
And in the end,
we'll just have to have the strength of numbers together to pull it up.
Okay, let's follow Xiao Lu's plan.
I'll be on a team with Lu Fei and Lu Feng.
Zhou Yang, you 3 will be on a team. And after someone gets on a big fish, we'll all go over together to help.
7 men were then seen splitting into 3 teams, then casting separately.
Big bosses, that fishing guy from yesterday is here again. Still in the same place as yesterday.
And this fishing guy not only came this time but also brought help.
What?
That angler still dares to come over.
Yesterday was his luck. We underestimated his strength. We didn't expect to let the angler cut the line and run away. Today this angler even dares to come over.
And he even brought other anglers over to be his helpers. Xiaoax went to notify Chub Patriarch.
After a while, I heard that the fishing man is here again today? Then it's not too late for us to go over there.
Yesterday we were careless, we didn't expect the fishing guy to hold out for a while, letting him cut the fishing line and run away.
Today we must let him enter the water.
Old White Stripes, what's the situation with the anglers now?
Reporting back to the big boss. Today the anglers, in addition to yesterday's one, today there are 6 anglers.
In this a while inside the time we have lost hundreds of white stripes.
Okay, got it.
You continue to arrange the fish to continue it.
Today to consume a little more. And then the old 3, you personally. You do it, you have 800 pounds. Must be able to pull down the angler in one breath.
Reporting back to the big head of the family.
Today's fishing guy's a bit more
if continuing yesterday the same time we White Stripes clan to die clan
What are you afraid of?
The big deal is that after this matter, the periphery of this reservoir will allow your White Stripes clan to flourish. And with the shelter of our green fish walled city and Chub Fish clan, who would dare to exterminate your White Stripes clan?
Thank you, Grand Master. And thank you, Chub Patriarch. Children, hear me. After this thing is done well today, in the future, the green fish walled city and the Chub Fish clan will shelter us, and we will no longer live at the bottom of the heap.
So everyone step up their efforts to be sure to wear out this fishing man.
After a while, reporting to the Grand Master, the anglers have gone from 7 hooks to 3,
and I suspect that the anglers are running out of strength.
No,
yesterday that fishing guy alone could battle the White Stripe clan for 2 hours and still have the power to fight, while today we have only been here for half an hour. The fishing guy is in disguise.
He wants to lure us into the bait. Then, Grand Master, what are we going to do about the White Stripes clan?
This fishing man cannot want to lure us on the hook. Well, then we will give fishing man to a will trick. The old White Stripes let you White Stripes, a tribe of people, slow down.
Not in just like direct bite hooks. Every time the fishing man's hook thrown down,
let you White Stripes wait for a while before biting hooks. To give fishing man a kind of White Stripes, a tribe of people you are about to run out of fish feeling. Once the anglers get the sense that you're all running out of whitebait, they're sure to go on another casting spree.
Okay, big boss. I'll go and arrange it. Chapter 65, Battle of the Reservoir, 2.
With the change in strategy of the big boss of the mackerel-walled village in the water, the interval between the fish caught by Lu Hang and his party was getting longer and longer.
And after 2 hours, you need to wait for 7 or 8 minutes for a white stripe to bite every time you cast.
In the back of the rest of the Zhaohua finally could not help but ask his own doubts. Xiao Lu, this whitefish fishing frequency has become low. Is not the water inside the white fish is almost finished by us? Whitefish fishing should be finished inside the water that big fish bites.
Right. Hua, this feels a little bit wrong.
Even if it is, the white stripe is gone with the position of that giant in the water, there will be other fish minnows biting, and will not say that because the white stripe is gone will slow down the frequency of bites. I suspect that this is that giant inside the water on our hook. Or maybe it's that giant thing inside the water that can't drive the other fish and can't bear to let its own clan fish die.
So it's slowing down the frequency. And there is also this possibility. Let's try it this way. Now in addition to me we all rest.
Half an hour later we all cast together to see the frequency of the fish. If the frequency of the fish is faster than we are now, that means it's a trap. If it is slower than the frequency of the fish is now, then it is really no fish.
Yes, everyone take a break after this one and get ready to go to war with that fish.
Okay Wazi, Ken Wazi.
Okay, by the way, when everyone is resting, go to the side and skim a random tree branch.
Then directly tie a section of fishing line and use it directly.
A simple fishing rod.
A small white stripe of about 1 caddy is enough to use an ordinary tree branch and wooden stick.
2 people use a good fishing rod and 4 people use simple fishing rods. Then if it is really a trap, we can also use it as a trick to slow down the speed of the fish that we are pulling. Don't gripping the rod hard.
Behind is the big fish coming. We can also directly throw the branch then rush to help the person holding the rod.
Gather all the manpower together. One person simply can't pull the rod.
Gather the manpower at 2 to 3 rods. Also good in the fish to have a real showdown.
Everyone spread out.
Then the fish inside the water to command the other fish together with the force to the time we may directly all have to go down.
Xiao Lu is right. We need to gather our manpower together.
If we are separated we will definitely be no match for that giant thing inside the water.
Big boss, the fishing guy's hooks are getting fewer and fewer.
Now only one person is still casting. Could it be that the fishing guy is ready to close the rod and leave when he sees that there are no more fish?
Should not.
On the character of yesterday's fishing man, he did not catch a big fish, is certainly not spread the rod. Lao ere you find too clever, a little bit of fish sneak floating up to see what the fishing man is doing.
Old white stripes. Isn't there only one angler hooked now? So speed up the bites a bit so the angler doesn't notice anything different.
Okay big boss.
I'll go and arrange it. 5 minutes.
Big boss. From what the boys who just floated to the shore saw,
there is only the angler from yesterday on the shore. The other 6 anglers don't know where they went. Didn't see those 6 anglers. It seems that the other 6 or people can't stand the loneliness to go off. Then the oldest 2 call everyone to get ready, and then consume a while. It's time for you guys to get on the field. Learn from yesterday's lesson. This time we must directly drag down this fishing guy.
Okay big brother. I'll go and inform Lao San.
Then I'll help Lao San to plunder the formation.
Once I realize that the situation is not right, I'll directly join Lao San in power.
Okay, go get ready.
At the periphery of the reservoir,
little white stripes,
the big boss of the green fish walled city, has asked us to speed up the frequency of our bites a little bit.
See that fishing net at the edge of the reservoir?
Our brothers who were caught up are all inside that fishing net. As long as we consume the fishing guy until he has no strength,
then the second and third bosses will make their move, and then all our brothers who were caught up will be able to come back.
For the sake of our brothers, for the sake of the waters on the outskirts of the reservoir,
let's gas up and wear out the fishing guys.
Wear out the fishing guy. Wear out the fishing guy. Wear out the fishing guy.
Patriarch,
is it worth it for us to take the lives of our clan's fish to consume the angler?
No matter what the green fish walled city promises us.
Once the angler is dead, the green fish walled city can renege on the promise at will. Even if it is the green fish walled city that does not renege on the promise, the other 2 clans may not necessarily agree to it.
White-eyed fish. This you don't know.
In fact, this time the green fish walled city and the chubfish clan jointly initiated a battle against the angler fish. No matter who loses or who wins, our white stripe clan will be the ultimate gainer.
Patriarch, how does that sound?
White-eyed fish. At this point you have to learn a little bit. In this reservoir inside, our white stripes would not have had the right to speak.
Basically the 3 major clans can step on us.
This time the green fish walled village looked for our white stripe clan to be the vanguard. The vanguard is just a nicer way of saying it.
In fact, it's just going to die. If I don't say yes,
the green fish walled village may just take it out on our white stripe clan, and then use our white stripe clan's corpses to let the fishing guys fish. By that time all of our white stripe clan might die at the hands of the green fish walled city. Instead, after agreeing to the green fish walled city's request, if it's the green fish walled city that wins,
our compatriots can come back.
And even if what the green fish walled city promises doesn't materialize, the least we can do is to eat the bait that the fishing guy threw this time. Give all the bait to the strongest of our clan to feed the growth of the strongest of our clan, while the other fish use their lives to buy time for the strongest of the strongest, and let the strongest of our clan hide as soon as the bait is finished. And when the strongest of the strongest grows up, all we have to do is wait for a chance to pull the 3 clans down from their position at the top.
This is the law of the world. The strong decide everything.
The weak can only suffer everything in silence.
The strong have the power to choose their destiny. The weak only have the fate of being chosen. By the same token, if the anglers win,
the heads and elders of both the green fish walled and chubfish clans will be taken out by the anglers.
And at that time,
the 2 clans without their strongest men will be directly suppressed by the carpfish clan.
The reservoir is so big.
The 3 clans have been fighting all the time.
There are simply not that many fish.
When the time comes, the positions vacated by the carp clan will all be our white stripe clans at that time, especially the position of the water inlet.
There are abundant supplies over there. The carp clan will absolutely all occupy that side, and by then there will be no more carp clan's existence inside the reservoir. At this time, the entire reservoir is our white stripe clan's sustenance.
We only need to continue to feed the strongest members of our clan,
and in time, our white stripe clan will become the second clan of the reservoir.
It's just a pity that yesterday's time the 2 groups of green fish walled and chubfish clan combined didn't even decide a winner with the angler,
making us lose several hundred clansmen for nothing. Chapter 66 Battle of the Reservoir, 3. Today, since the fishing man has found helpers, then the fishing man must be thinking of having a showdown with the green fish-walled village. Now both sides still have the ability to think steadily, while our white-striped clan needs to make this battle white-hot. Just need both sides to get on top of each other, by then our white-striped clan can stir up a little bit from it, and then obtain the victory of the whole battle. Patriarch, I understand. Well, that's all there is to say about that. White-eyed fish, go get the clan to speed up the bite a bit. We have to get the angler on top. We have to force the hand of the green fish cottage and the chub clan. I'll go then. Matriarch, shallow, I found that after we put away the rod your fish frequency straight up you now this fish on the speed then we just the third fishing rod fishing speed faster it should be that fish in the water is afraid that we close the rod and go away. So let the white stripes speed up the bite again. By the way, you guys have your rods done yet? Ready for our will-o'-the-wisp? Xiaolu, don't worry. This time I am well prepared. See this branch in my hand, each long and straight, the top choice for a fishing rod. Just get ready. I'm going to start the act on my end. I'm going to start slowing down the lifts now. You guys get ready for the downswing. Show the giant thing inside the water that hiding behind it is useless. Force it to play hardball with us. Everyone grab some rest and get ready for a tough fight in a few minutes. Xiaolu, do you want to rest for a while? Acting? We all know. We help you to act for a while, you also rest for a while it. No need Hua. Fishing this kind of small fish I still do not have any pressure. It is just repeatedly lifting the rod, just slow down the speed of lifting the rod when I can rest, by the way. Will not let myself tired. After all, I'm still ready to the water in the giant fishing up it. After some time, brothers casting, everyone be ready to drop branches to support taking rods at any time. Poof X6. Lu, there are no more fish. It looks like the giant is going to strike. Everyone with a branch get over to the guy with the rod and get ready to help pull the rod. Good. Okay. Phew. 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 The big one's hooked. Drop the branch and go help keep the rod down. Don't get pulled down. Phew. 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 Harder everyone. The big fish is out. Hua Zi can't. We can't pull it from our side. The fish inside the water is too big. I can't feel the weight of the fish inside the water at all. It only feels as if I'm pulling the whole earth. Hang on. We've been waiting for this day for 5 years. Lose this opportunity and I'm not sure we have another 5 years before we fish this giant. Phew. 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 The fish inside Hua Zi's water is too big. We can't reel in the line at all. Why don't we give up a fishing rod? The three of us can't pull it. Alright. You guys give up your fishing rods. Zhou Yang, come over and help us. You two go help Xiaolu. After hearing Zhao Hua's arrangement, Zhou Yang also directly let go of his fishing rod. Letting go of the rod was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and flew out directly. No, I can still pull it here. You all go and help Hua. I can hold the pressure here. You all help to lift the pole together. If you can't lift it in 10 minutes, just let go. No, we can't let it go. We've waited too long for this opportunity. 10 minutes to fish up, must let go. The water inside more than one big fish. 10 minutes to fish up big fish may help at any time. Then everyone will be in danger. As long as I have not been dragged down by them, they will not let go of me. So there are plenty of opportunities to stay in the Green Mountain, is not afraid of no wood to burn. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Tip number 3, Big Mama's defeat. Lu Hang's sudden roar is also the sight of the 6 people startled. An inclination of the head to see Lu Hang holding a fishing rod constantly forward and back and forth poking. If it is not, this is not a fishing rod. Everyone is fast suspecting that Lu Hang is in the dance of the gun. After the use of fishing method, Lu Hang is also perceived that the hands of the tension reduced a lot. Originally, when Lu Hang can still perceive the water has no less than 800 pounds of tension. After the use of fishing method, directly after the reduction of at least 200 pounds. 18 fish fall fishing. 5th fishing, backhanded hollowing. It was seen that the fishing rod that kept poking forward was also once again taken back by Lu Hang after he used his backhand to pull it out. And after directly adding the fishing rod under the cackling nest, Lu Hang's left hand also directly and quickly collected the fishing line. And looking at Lu Hang's spinning wheel that rotated at high speed, it was as if everyone could see a stream of black smoke rising up from the spinning wheel. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. 16th trips, with Lu Hang's sudden wave of recycling fishing line, is also directly from the water inside the pole directly disappeared. There is only a huge thing being dragged by their own gravity. In the detection of the fish, no more pull. Lu Hang is also decisive, want to fly the fish directly up. After eating yesterday's loss, Lu Hang also clearly know that there is more than just one giant underwater. As long as they are given the opportunity to swarm, then there is even less chance to catch the fish up, only to take advantage of the fish just biting the hook. The other fish did not have time to come up to help when the fish directly fly up. Lu Hang, who had been facing the reservoir, turned around,
gripped the fishing rod tightly with one hand, then turned his whole body sideways, and after concentrating all his strength into his right hand, Lu Hang threw the fishing rod directly in front of him. A fishing trip opens the door to heaven. With Lu Hang's last roar, the 6 people also saw Lu Hang directly draw the whole fishing rod towards the ground in front of him, and directly drew a several centimeters deep mark on the ground. And then inside the water followed directly flew out a nearly 10 meters giant fish, and then landed directly in front of Lu Hang with a pang. Looking at the giant fish that flew out, the 6 people also directly froze, along with the 6 people's a daze. Zhao Hua, who was holding the fishing rod tightly, also directly loosened his arm, and then the fishing rod also flew out directly with a whoosh. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his first catch of a mutant mackerel, long-beard purplefin mackerel. Mutant mackerel, long-beard purplefin mackerel, has been accepted into the Mutant Fish Atlas. Ding! Mutant fish illustration. Mutant cyprinid, long-beard purplefin, activated. Bonus system points plus 200. All purplefin mackerel in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.001% chance of mutating into long-beard purplefin mackerel each year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 863 pounds of long-beard purplefin mackerel. The fighting fishing sacred body activation gained 8% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 69.04 pounds. Chapter 67, Zhao Hua seriously injured. Watching this scene of Xiaolu directly flying out the nearly 10-meter cyprinid fish after spending only a few minutes in the area directly shook Zhao Hua's 6 people. At this instant no one could describe how Zhao Hua and the others were feeling at this time. Only feel this instant since their own fishing faith directly broken. The whole person directly into a daze. Directly forget the ability to act and perception. Even the hands of the fishing rod know 6 people are not a person to notice. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get off the side of the reservoir. Lu Hang's sudden roar was also a direct call back to Zhao Hua's 6 people's minds. However, only 2 people, Zhou Yang and Zhang San, reacted. While the other 4 people were still frozen in place, a giant fish flew out directly from inside the water. Its tail directly swept towards Zhao Hua and the others on the shore. Only 2 people, Zhou Yang and Zhang San, barely ran away and were not swept by the fish. The remaining 4 people were directly thrown out. Wah! Zhao Hua! Wuzzy! By the fish a tail flung to the 4 people or also directly flew out more than 10 meters. Which Zhao Hua is the most side of the person, is also the most ruthless one. Zhao Hua directly the whole person was thrown side of the big tree. Zhao Hua, who was lying on the ground, also directly spat out a mouthful of blood then directly fainted. While the other 3 people who had been jerked away also suffered more or less different bruises, but the 3 people were still able to barely get up on their own. Seeing Zhao Hua fall under the tree, Lu Hang also directly and decisively took out his cell phone from inside his pants pocket, then directly dialed 120. After calling 120, Lu Hang also led the others directly away from the vicinity of the reservoir, fearing that the big fish would fly out again to give a few people a blow. As for Zhao Hua lying under the tree, Lu Hang's 6 men didn't dare to touch it at all, for fear of giving Zhao Hua another snowfall. Then Lu Hang also directly walked to the road to indicate that he went to pick up the ambulance. After walking to the road, to determine that there is no one in the vicinity of Zhao Hua's 6 people and cannot see their own time, Lu Hang also directly from the system space to summon a minivan, but also directly to their own space inside the space of the white stripe fished yesterday all the white stripe into the van. Let the truck parked to the side. Lu Hang is also directly on the side waiting for the ambulance. Waiting for 10 minutes ambulance finally flashed red light ringing beep 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 beep. After the ambulance pulled up to the side of the road, Lu Hang also ran straight over with the doctor carrying the stretcher as well. After the doctor carried Zhao Hua on a stretcher to the ambulance, Lu Feng 5 people also left a phone call to Lu Hang and followed directly to the ambulance. Especially Lu Feng 3 people although the person did not fall unconscious can also climb up on their own, but after all, was so huge a thing to whip the tail? Who knows if there is no received any injuries. After sending off the others, Lu Hang began to recycle the harvest of today's group of people, of which the only really valuable may be their own fly up this 863 pounds of long-beard purplefin mackerel. As for the rest of the pile of white strips, when the time comes, all thrown to a shellfish pond, specifically for the kind of like fast fish to come fishing. This kind of thing has no ability, is gluttony, directly raise a whole gun pond of white, then directly to let those new anglers use to practice, but also can give them to increase self-confidence. Fishing man well as long as the Air Force is not actually fishing what can be only some of the pursuit of the peak of the fishing man like to pursue the huge things. When that giant fish in the water jerked toward the shore, Lu Hang guessed that the fish was running toward this fish that he flew up. After confirming that everyone was still alive, Lu Hang ran back to carry this fish directly away from the edge of the reservoir, during which the supergiant fish also flew out of the water several times, but after seeing that the anglers were one by one away from the shore,
the giant fish didn't fly out of the water again. After collecting the long-beard purple-fin bluegill, Lu Hang also once again took his fishing rod to the edge of the reservoir. Wada put everyone caught the white strips are put away. But after a few big fish flopping 7 fish nurses also left only 2. Lu Hang's fish nurses inside the fish nurses only 5 or 6 small white strips no longer have no. Each hooked white strip seemed to be Lu Hang thrown to the fish nurses inside the fish nurses. In fact, the actual is indeed hand reached inside the fish nurses after the system directly received the fish storage space. The remaining 2 fish guards are also the beginning of the time Lu Feng and Qin Song's fish guards. The 2 fish guards together also 70 or 80 white strips. The white strips into their own space. And then everyone left in the reservoir fishing tackle are packed up. I'll contact them later and ask them for specifics, and drop off all the tackle for them in the meantime. Finally, Lu Hang was seen carrying 4 fishing rods on his back, 3 fish boxes in his left hand, and 4 small benches in his right hand, then walked out from the reservoir side, putting all of the last bit of whites inside the minivan. It was also a straightforward arrangement for the minivan to pull the fish directly back to the fishing grounds, and incidentally, for the other minivan inside the fishing grounds to drive over again, put a bunch of fishing tackle to their own small donkey on the Lu Hang is also directly back to the hotel. The fishing tackle are put into the hotel and took a bath. Lu Hang directly went to eat the rice snacks inside the restaurant to eat a meal. After eating, Lu Hang also directly called Zhou Yang over and inquired about Zhao Hua's situation and the location of the hospital address. Lu Hang also directly called a cab and rushed directly to the hospital. Zhou Yang, how about Zhang San, Zhao Hua and the 4 of them? Lu Feng, Lu Fei, Qin Song, 3 people are actually okay? Is the left arm have a slight fracture? And then the right leg and right arm have a more serious bruise. But the overall situation is still no big problem. Recuperate for a period of time will be good. What about Zhao Hua? How is Zhao Hua? It was Zhao Hua who was hurt the most when he was at the reservoir. Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua is still inside the emergency room. Zhao Hua's left arm was crushed and fractured, and his ribs were broken 12 times. But his luck is still relatively good, he didn't puncture any vital organs. And it's also fortunate that at that time, Brother Lu, you prevented us from moving Hua, or else we might just be directly harming Hua. It's also a matter of everyone being in a hurry. If I was a friend who had been together for several years like all of you, maybe I would have rushed up together to try to drag Zhao Hua towards the outside. The doctor also said, although Zhao Hua is not life-threatening, but the left arm is never able to hold heavy objects, and this time the injury is very serious. In the future every cloudy and rainy day Zhao Hua will be flooded with severe pain. It's all my fault. I should have pulled Zhao Hua along with me when I ran. When I saw that one fish leaping up, I directly ran away instinctively. But if I had pulled Zhao Hua he wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Chapter 68 Revenge of the Green Fish Walled City. Zhang San, it's not your fault. It's a human being who would instinctively run away on their own when encountering this kind of situation. You're not a saint. The fact that you're able to stand here properly is already the best outcome. Lu Hang, what I want to ask here is what's the deal with that super giant fish that flew up behind it? I'm not sure about this, but I know one thing, the fish that flew out from the back should be running towards the fish I caught. It should be that I directly caught this fish, and then let the fish inside the water fall into madness directly. Or maybe it was to save this fish. Save that big fish that was caught by you, Lu Hang? Then that giant fish that flew out at the end should be the mastermind of all this inside the reservoir. After you guys left, according to the view I left in the reservoir, it should be. This reservoir is only this big. Any bigger this reservoir should not be able to hold a giant that big inside. I just don't know how many fish that big are inside the reservoir. By the way Lu, can I ask you a more private question? Brother Zhou, you have anything you just ask. It's fine. Lu, I want to ask you, is that we see you in fishing shouted what small fish 18 fishing is, what is it? Brother Zhou, you want to ask about the 18th fishing of descending fish. Right. This one. Well. It's fine. Xiao Lu, you can leave it out if it's inconvenient. It's fine, I'm just simply curious because of personal curiosity. No Cho, I was just thinking about how to tell you. Brother Zhou, you should know that arithmetic has algorithms, languages have grammar, and immortal cultivation has kung fu. Is there something weird mixed in there? This I know, but what does it have to do with what you're talking about? Then there should be a method of fishing. And 18 fishing for descending fish is one of the methods of fishing. What does trolling do? We are fishing. The most common is to slip fish, fish control, unloading, fly fishing, these 4, and the perfect play of these 4 kinds of fishing methods, also known as I call fishing method. Can that Lu Hang teach me fishing techniques? I want to seek revenge on that fish inside the reservoir. That fish inside the water can't be caught with your current strength. Even if I teach you all the fishing techniques I know, you won't be able to catch that giant fish. Excluding the strength issue, your fishing rods won't be able to support you in catching that fish. Even if you want to seek revenge on the big fish, You'll still need to find a fishing rod capable of catching this fish. But at least I went and tried, didn't I? Tried and how? Now the reservoir inside the giant fish has fallen into a crazy. Now the past fishing up may not be a death. When we are 3 rods at the same time on the fish, it means that the water inside, in addition to this giant fish inside, there are at least 2 big fish. As long as another one of the fish bites your hook, the giant fish directly fly out can be eaten by you. So what should we do? Should we just watch the giant fish being lawless inside the reservoir? Joe Yang, what do you say we call the police and tell the state what happened inside the reservoir? What do you say? It may not be good. If the giant fish inside the water could be found by the state, then it would have been captured by the state a long time ago. To be able to survive until now means that the giant fish inside the water has an IQ no less than that of a human being, and he surely has a way to avoid detection. You can't detect the fish inside the water, and the state won't believe what you say. With Lu Hang's words uttered, Zhou Yang and Zhang San, 2 people's mental state is also directly atrophied. This moment, to Lu Hang's feeling, in front of the standing is not at all 220 or 30 years of age, but also 270 or 80 years of age of the old man. In fact, there is no way. In a few months the miracle fishing will start a 100 pounds of giant fishing contest, in which the top 3 rewards inside the fishing method. The first prize inside the rewards is a fishing rod that can pull up 10,000 pounds of fish, in which the miracle fishing also mastered inside the strength of the people to grow the way, but also can make the body back to life. Whether you are the body fractures or broken meridians, is outside the injured or physically disabled can be restored. It is said that even the natural deformity of the limbs can be made to become a normal human appearance. If you guys can go over and take the top 3 places, you'll naturally learn the fishing techniques, and if you can get the first place, then you'll also get the ability to take revenge with that fish inside the reservoir. 100 pounds of giant fishing tournament? But we do not know the location of the Miracle Big Fishing Ground. There is no Miracle Big Fishing Ground tournament invitation letter. There is no way to go to participate in the tournament. The tournament's recommendation quota I have here. If you want to go, I can in my name recommend the 2 of you to participate. The location of the Miracle of the Big Fishing Ground, that's even simpler. I'll directly give you a location on it. It happens to be the Miracle of the Big Fishing Ground is not far away from us. If you drive it will be just a couple of hours, can be 2. Good. We go to participate in this competition. We will trouble Lu Hang you to help recommend. In the future if Lu Hang you have something need us, you just need to say hello. We have time, we will definitely come over to help you. Good. I'll contact the Miracle Big Fishing Ground over here when the time comes, and the exact time of the tournament will be written directly on the invitation then. Big boss. The second boss is all caught up by the fishing guy. We have to help the second boss get revenge. Humph. I also flew up to see it today. The fishing guys are hiding on the shore. It's too far away for me to make a strong attack. If I force myself to fly up there, the end result will only be stranded. But it doesn't matter. Today I shot the 4 anglers directly away. There is an angler who was injured extraordinarily seriously. Even if not dead, this angler is also wasted. The anglers will definitely not eat this dark loss, and will definitely come to the reservoir again. At that time, we will fly up together and directly crush the anglers to death. And don't give the anglers the opportunity to duel with us. Oldest 3, oldest 4, take the group and go foraging for food. Grow a little more strength, and next time we'll make sure the fishing guys have a field day. Okay, big brother. I'll take my brothers out. Old 5. You stay and watch over our green fish walled waters. I'm going to make a trip to the Chub Fish Clan lands. Okay, big brother. I'll keep an eye on our green fish walled city. Just don't worry. Chub old man. You Chub Fish Clan today directly flee from the battlefield is not a little bit too unkind. Said together to deal with angler? As a result, you Chub Fish, even in our second brother was transferred up directly after the entire Chub Fish Clan flee from the battlefield is not, it should be given to my green fish walled statement. Chapter 69, 15 consecutive draws. Cyprinid big head. Words are not like that. We Chub Clan can't have as good bouncing power as your Cyprinid clan. You can fly out of the water to deal with the angler, but we Chub Clan have no way. If we force to fly out, the final result will only be stranded. Instead of saying that we are retreating on the verge of a battle, it is better to say that the big head of the Cyprinid clan. You scared the angler so much that he didn't dare to cast his rod, and we Chub Clan have no way to choose strategic retreat. And we, the Chub Fish Clan, had no choice but to opt for a strategic retreat. Humph. Old Chub, let's believe your words this time. But after this time, angler probably won't come back to the reservoir for a short time. And this time we also lost our green fish walled village's third leader. I don't know if you have any opinion about it. Old Chub. Yesterday, the anglers were directly under the broken guts. A short period of time should not come back to the reservoir. But the anglers of this kind of thing is never long memory. So many years by us to eat the anglers, more than double the number of anglers. Every time is a period of time. After a period of peace and stability of the anglers will come over again. What do you mean, Old Chub? Wait,
According to our Chub Fish Clan's research, the angler's memory seems to be only 7 days.
Once the 7 days are over, the angler will seem like a person who is fine, no matter how much of an impact you, big boss, have had on them this time. Once the 7 days are over, they will forget about it and come back over again. And this period of time is just enough for us to make a good plan for dealing with the angler the next time. Just as well. Let's start with what you said. Old Chub. Last night from the hospital back, Lu Hang is also directly on the sleepover. This morning up, Lu Hang began to consider what to do today. Yesterday the fly out of that fish is a bluegill. Look at the size of this bluegill, is definitely more than 1,000 pounds. Yesterday fishing that 863 pounds of fish themselves have been strokes out of the blue. If you want to catch this 1,000-pound mackerel, with the current strength is certainly not due, and the rod may not be able to carry. It seems that it is time to strengthen the rod wave. Cannot be every time I need to strengthen. Luck will not always be on my side. Not to mention that now I have learned the 18 fish fishing, the 7th flying fish, the flying fish without limit fishing. Even if I am not defeated, I can still retreat. I have learned the 18 fish fishing techniques, 7th fishing technique, flying fishing technique, so even if I can't beat them, I can still get out of the game. Thinking of this, Lu Hang also directly exchanged 45 low-level reinforcement cards and directly reinforced the novice fishing rod to +10. Ding! Successfully use low-level fishing rod enhancement card X45 on a novice fishing rod. Reinforcement successful. Novice fishing rod +10. A once reinforced bamboo fishing rod that has been systematically strengthened to give the rod a greater capacity to fish up to 650 pounds. After the strengthening of this fishing rod are not much change. In addition to become a little brighter and the beginning of the look exactly the same. If it is not, this load-bearing capacity is really enhanced. Lu Hang thought he was the system pit. Thinking of their own has not been a prize draw for a long time. Lu Hang also cannot help but once again open the lottery system. Lottery, this kind of thing is to figure a happy. And occasionally to a few can always draw some of their own unexpected things. Ding! 500 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 151826. Congratulations to the host who drew, cash 100 million yuan, has been credited to the host's bank card with legal procedures. Ding! 600 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 151226. Congratulations to the host who drew, 1600 catty golden crucian carp, put into the system fish storage space. Ding! 700 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 150526. Congratulations to the host who drew, 18 fish subduing fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog, detected that the host has learned it and has converted the fishing method to 50% proficiency. Ding! 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 There had been 15 consecutive draws ending up with 93. 826 system points left for good measure. Of these, a total of cash 100000000x2, 600 catties of golden crushing carp x1, 800 pounds of red and green carp x1, 520 pounds of redfin mackerel x1, 18 fishfall fishing, fishing number 1, steady as an old dog x1, converted to proficiency, 18 fishing trips, fishing trip number 9, Shi Tian de fishing x1, construction card x1, system backpack expansion card x1, threaded fishing rod x1, emerald fishing rod x1, high strength carbon fiber fishing rod x1, grilled tapioca meat 10 pounds x2, roasted goji berry fish 10 pounds x1. Among them, the system backpack expansion card was used directly by Lu Hang when he was halfway through the lottery draw, because the system backpack could no longer fit. In this Lu Hang most valued or roasted dragon head tilapia meat. This thing Lu Hang ate. Absolutely good things. Can easily cure some of the modern medicine treatment is not good, such as comminuted fracture. If it is a young man may still be able to completely cure, but if it is the middle-aged and old people comminuted fracture, the modern medicine is simply no way to do a complete cure. But the dragon head tilapia but can be. Secondly, there are two fishing methods, especially the first fishing. The system mall inside the fishing method will have no way to buy again. Proficiency can only rely on their own training time and time again. And this time the draw directly let Lu Hang proficiency increased by 50%, so that Lu Hang directly feel quite deep. And now even if you let Lu Hang go to find the 1,000-pound mackerel, Lu Hang feel that he can also adhere to the last 10 minutes. As for the 3 fishing rods, Lu Hang felt that there was no need for them. These 3 rods all belonged to disposable rods, and they couldn't be strengthened all the time like his own rookie rod, and all of them still had different disadvantages. Threaded fishing rod, although it can easily reach 100,000 pounds of weight bearing, but the rod also weighs a full 50 pounds of weight. For the group of anglers they encountered now, there is no way to use. Just pick up the rod. Normal fishing may have to consume all the strength of the anglers. High strength carbon fiber fishing rod. This rod is very light. Only 0.5 pounds of weight, but the weight-bearing capacity is not very high, can only carry 1,500 pounds of weight-bearing, but Lu Hang has decided to use this rod as a reward for the first place in the fishing competition. Emerald Fishing Rod. This fishing rod Lu Hang directly more do not want to say this fishing rod is simply to take a look at. There is no point in use. Only with a district 1 pounds of bearing weight. Even fishing a white stripe are struggling, but this fishing rod decoration is really beautiful. After drawing roasted tilapia meat, Lu Hang's mind began to live up. Although he could not catch that bluegill, but he can change the bait to catch other fish. Then even if the big bluegill came, Lu Hang has a dragon head tilapia, can also be back. Chapter 70 Visiting the Reservoir Again. By the Potpourri Reservoir, Lu Hang directly began to knead up their own bait. Since yesterday's big mackerel anger thing, Lu Hang also know that this reservoir is not a place to stay for a long time. This time Lu Hang is also directly converted out of 100 pounds of chub special bait. Taking advantage of the mackerel yesterday after the anger thought that we won't be coming back in a short period of time. The main hit an unexpected. Nesting and casting. Throwing a confidence shot. After the fish hook fell into the water, Lu Hang began to be vigilant on the water surface. Today only one person, so do everything need to be very careful. It's not bad for 100 pounds of special bait. The fish nest only less than 5 minutes. The water surface is already full of dense small bubbles, but these fish at a glance also know that it is not a big fish, and waited for 5 minutes. The underwater also began to constantly rise up large bubbles. From the beginning of the occasional large bubble, to the non-stop bubbles of large bubbles, Lu Hang knew that the big fish have entered the nest. Phew! 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 A sound of a wind line sounded directly above the reservoir, and the rod spinning wheel in Lu Hang's hand was spinning fast. Only just after the bite, the big chub inside the water powered right up and headed for deeper water. Lu Hang looked at this situation and also launched his force directly. It's not just a drum roll. Who doesn't know how to do it yet? Let's see who can outweed who. 18 Tackle Fishing for Bucks. Tackle number 2, Motor Tackle. After moving all the rods quickly, the tension on the rods was felt to diminish directly, and as Lu Hang's shaking became faster and faster, the tension was also rapidly diminishing. In the end, after the pulling force was reduced by almost half, the pulling force directly stopped decreasing, and after sensing that the motorized fishing method had reached its limit, Lu Hang also directly stopped the motorized fishing method that was being used. Then he saw Lu Hang directly escaped a metal-made gun rack, put the gun rack on the ground, put the fishing rod on top of the gun rack, and then his legs forcefully jumped upwards 3 feet high, and then flew down directly, and a foot directly stepped on the end of the fishing rod again. After the end of the fishing rod was subjected to Lu Hang's foot coming down from high altitude, it was like a seesaw, and the head of the rod was also directly cocked up, and with the rod's head cocked up, the fish in the water was also directly pulled to the surface. It's just a shame that the handsome man's downhill follow-up did get a bit lackluster, and the fish in the water was pulled to the surface by the momentary bucking force, and sank once more after there was no follow-up pull. But the fish are up. Lu Hang cannot let the fish run to the water again. Will be fishing rod directly diagonally inserted into the ground. Lu Hang is also directly on his right foot directly equipped with a spinning wheel on the wheel. Directly and quickly stepped up. Stepped faster and faster. The spinning wheel is also a direct faint black smoke, giving the feeling as if stepped on a moment more this spinning wheel will burn up the feeling. With Lu Hang stamping, the silver carp that had just sunk into the water was once again pulled back, and as Lu Hang stamped faster and faster, the silver carp was directly pulled over. And then directly the whole fish lying on its back was directly pulled to the edge of the reservoir by Lu Hang. Pulling the rod out of the ground, he gave it a straight jerk and lifted the supine chub straight up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutant chub, giant chub, for the first time. Mutant chub, giant chub, has been accepted into the Mutant Fish Atlas. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant chub, giant chub, activated. Bonus system points plus 200. All chubs in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into giant chubs every year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 637 pounds of giant chub. The Fighting Fishing Sacred Body activation has gained 2% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 12.74 pounds. What exactly did this fish go through? Why would a chub fish evolve like this? If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Hang could still see that there was a small tail behind it, Lu Hang almost thought that he had caught a fish head. A 7-meter-long chub with a head of almost 6 meters or so. This 1-meter-long tail gave the appearance as if a person had forcibly grabbed a big fish and a small fish, and forcibly stitched together the head of the big fish and the tail of the small fish. It seems that not all fish mutate to a good place. If not caught such a deformed chub, Lu Hang has always thought that the chub mutation is to the strong place of mutation, or else it is to the beauty of the top mutation. The chub was put away. Lu Hang is also once again cast his rod. Lu Hang is not so much an internal consumption of people, Cannot think of Lu Hang directly, do not want to. With a ding-dong sound, the thrown hook was seen to land directly at the ever-bubbling nest of fish. This time Luhan didn't wait much longer again, and the line was dragged right out of the fish with a panting wind, directly lifting the rod, so that the hook hangs tightly on the mouth of the fish. Lu Hang is also directly forced to pull the fish upward. Why is this fish so strong? Lu Hang was also a bit surprised, because his own force could only briefly stabilize the rod for a moment, and then was pulled over by the fish in the water again. 18 Tackle fishing for bucks. Tackle number 2, motor tackle. After failing in another power sparring match, Lu Hang also used the unloading motor fishing method once again. However, this time the motor fishing method Lu Hang had just used it, and the speed had not even been raised yet, and was directly pulled to a halt by the huge pulling force in the water. How is it possible that this one fish in the water is so big? It was able to interrupt my fishing, but I won't believe it. Come back if you can. 18 Fishfall fishing. Drop 9, the zygote fishing method. Lu Hang directly grabbed the rod with both hands and pulled back hard. Just after the force, Lu Hang did not continue to force again as before, but directly relaxed the rod. After the rod relaxed, Lu Hang in the rod again and then pulled back hard, and then relaxed the rod again, and so on and so forth. After Lu Hang had reciprocated dozens of times, it was also obvious that the tension on the fishing rod had become smaller and smaller. Mutated fish have a human-sized IQ, but after a bite, even if they are smart, there is no way to make a timely response like a human, especially in response to Lu Hang's move Chi Tian De fishing. On the bank to see just Lu Hang's a loose and tight as if in the nodding bouncy, and in the water, the fish felt indeed a huge pull. Originally a huge pull is not much effect on the fish, but a loose, like two people tug of war with each other, a person directly let go of the hand. The party that exerted force directly flew out, and then Lu Hang's force again, so that the fish had no way to concentrate its strength to pull the rod again, especially after Lu Hang's dozens of repetitions. The whole fish was directly confused, and even didn't know whether it should exert force or not now. Chapter 71 Battle of the Reservoir. 4. After feeling the underwater fish did not have any struggle after the pull, Lu Hang is also direct decisive force. In the Chitian fishing force at the highest point, this time Lu Hang did not once again loose, but directly fierce force directly behind the fishing rod pull. This time a 10-meter chub is also directly followed by flying out of the water. Just when Lu Hang thought that this time he would fly the fish directly to the shore just like before, he saw that this big chub which had already flown out of the water directly swung its tail and once again dug into the water, and Lu Hang, who was already fiercely powered up, didn't react at all, especially since he had just fly fished in a position that simply maximized his strength, leaving no room for him to continue to spend time with the fish. After the fish entered the water is also directly swam violently to the deep water. Unprepared Lu Hang is also directly by a huge force pulled directly into the water. Without even a chance to struggle a bit, Lu Hang's entire body sank directly into the water. Just after Lu Hang fell into the water for more than 10 seconds, the water surface directly turned up a whirlpool, and as the whirlpool turned faster and faster, he saw Lu Hang's whole body as a small drill, directly rushed out from the water, bucking the fish, Granny in the quilt. Lu Hang's hands tightly grasped the fishing rod, and then used his body's high-speed rotation, allowing Lu Hang to do a short time of braking, and then the impulse when braking is also directly pulling the fishing rod to the land. So close, almost pulled down by the fish. Fortunately, I learned 2 life-saving fishing techniques in advance, otherwise today is really here to feed the fish with my body. After taking a breath on the shore, Lu Hang also consumed with the fish again, stepping hard into the ground with his legs, hooping his arms around the spinning wheel, and then hugging the rod tightly. 18 Fishing Trips for Bucks. Tip number 1, steady as an old dog. After the continuous use of a few fishing techniques, Lu Hang also felt a wave of fatigue. Previously, after the continuous use of fishing techniques, Lu Hang also frying pan this feeling. Only this feeling comes and goes quickly, directly by the fighting fishing saint body comes with the feedback directly to the recovery. Today is the first time Lu Hang after fishing frequently still did not catch the fish. Feel a burst of soreness from the arms. Lu Hang is also showing a wave of fatigue. No, I can't continue to spend time with this fish. I definitely can't carry it for a little while longer. After all, my body hasn't kept up. The consumption of fishing is still too great. After knowing that there was no way for his body to continuously consume with the fish, and after gathering all his strength in his right hand, Lu Hang was also ready to have one last fight with this fish. If you succeed, you go home happily with this fish. If you fail, you cut your own line and rest, and come back tomorrow to fight this fish. 18 Fishing Trips for Bucks. Fish number 16, one fish opens the door to heaven. After half a minute of Lu Hang storing up his strength, Lu Hang also threw the rod behind him once again. Boom! Thud! A 10-meter-long giant chub was pulled directly out of the water like a rock by Lu Hang before it was heavily smashed on the ground. Ding! Ding!
Congratulations to the host for catching a mutant chub, unicorn chub type, for the first time. Mutant chub, unicorn chub, has been accepted into the mutant fish catalog.
Ding! Mutant fish illustration. Mutant chub, unicorn chub, activated. Bonus system points plus 200.
All chubs in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.001% chance of mutating into unicorn chubs each year.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for catching 942 pounds of unicorn chub. Do fishing sacred body activation gain 6% feedback and increased 56.52 pounds of power feedback. After feeling a burst of soreness from the continuous use of the fishing method, this wave of feedback from the fighting fishing sacred body was like the sweet rain of a long drought, directly making Lu Hang's body feel comfortable for a while. And just a little bit short of that, Lu Hang might have shouted out in comfort. After eating the loss of Zhao Hua last time, this time Lu Hang also grew a heart. After the fish landed is also directly into the system fish storage space inside, and then he decisively ran to the reservoir dozens of meters away from the place, taking out a picnic cloth from inside his system backpack and spreading it on the ground. He also took out the self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot that he had previously packed inside his system backpack from inside, and directly soaked a few boxes of each for himself. Just inside the waiting time, Lu Hang was also lying directly on the picnic cloth. Lying down, Lu Hang also fell asleep directly because of several consecutive fishing uses, and I don't know how long it took, but I heard a loud roar. Being woken up by the roar of Lu Hang, directly opened his sleepy eyes to look around, and saw the entire reservoir inside the direct giant waves overturned up. Giving Lu Hang's first feeling is that there is a giant thing inside the water angry. The waves didn't last long, maybe 5 or 6 minutes, and the water in the reservoir was calm again. Looking at the calm down of the water, Lu Hang is also muttering to himself. It seems that I fished these two chub. Let the water inside the guy is very angry. Are directly let the whole reservoir waves overturned. If I do not know that I am in the reservoir, I almost thought I was in the riverside. After another moment, Lu Hang suddenly gave himself a brainwave. Dry. I also made myself food. How did I fall asleep? Then turned his head to find his lunch, touched the self-heating rice, and found that the box are still warm. Lu Hang also directly uncovered the lid directly to eat. While eating lunch, looking at the reservoir, eating lunch with hot pot, froze a dozen boxes of Lu Hang did not eat enough. And finally after Lu Hang ate the 16th box of self-heating rice, Lu Hang finally could not help it. Directly from the inside of the backpack took out a 1-pound roasted dragon head tilapia meat, directly a piece of meat down. Lu Hang is also directly feel full of satiety. After eating Lu Hang directly into a deep meditation, in the future they will not be able to rely only on eating mutant fish to satiate their stomachs. That they later go out to fish by themselves alone, they are not going to be starved to death. No, the next time I come out I'm going to bring Zhu 17 out as well. Or else my little amount of points won't even be enough to feed myself. After lunch, Lu Hang cleaned up the garbage he caused. Lu Hang once again came to the side of the reservoir, took out the bait that was not used up in the morning, put it on the hook and threw it out directly. Inside the underwater silver carp clan, the silver carp patriarch is still in a temper. Originally thought that the angler was scared by the big boss of the green fish fortress to break the guts. A short period of time may not come back. Did not think that only the next day, the angler even came again. Not only came but also their clan's big elder and the fourth elder directly fished up. Chapter 72 Battle of the Reservoir, 5. Just as the chub patriarch was burning with rage, he suddenly realized that all the elders within the clan had disappeared again. And suddenly a peculiar fragrance also caught the chub patriarch's attention directly. Following the scent, chub patriarch also searched all the way out and inhaled vigorously. The scent seemed to be coming from this side. Ha! What are the elders all gathering here for? Matriarch, you're finally here. If you don't come over, the elders are going to fight. A small chub fish hurriedly swam to the chub fish patriarch and said hurriedly, just watching the elders cursing each other for a bite of food. The little chub was scared and anxious. He was originally following the seventh elder on his rounds around the clanland. Then the seventh elder swam this way as if he had lost his god. Then a few other elders swam over, and a few elders gathered directly in front of a food item. And then a few elders started arguing over who would eat it. Fortunately, the matriarch is here. And the matriarch is here to make arrangements by the matriarch. Patriarch. I just secretly swam over to look and saw that was the fishing man's bait. But several elders seemed to have lost their minds and didn't listen to me at all. Patriarch, you quickly go up and talk to the elders. Don't fall for the fishing man's bait at that time. What? Angler still dares to come. Just now it was Angler who fished away the great elder and the fourth elder. And dares to fish away my chub clan's elder. I'm going to eat this Angler. The chub patriarch directly bellowed out, directly addressing the several elders. Disgraceful things, all give me a roll back to the clan land to reflect. But even for the district of a fishing man's bait to quarrel, say out to lose the fish all. A sudden bellow also made several elders return to their senses at once, and seeing the furious patriarch at the side, several elders also directly wilted and swam away with their heads down. Okay, patriarch. Seeing a few elders swimming towards the clanland, the chub patriarch also directly rushed over and took a bite of the fish hook, directly heading straight for the deep water. Tai. One look at the big fish, you're not harboring good intentions. Directly so fierce impact pull. This is trying to pull me directly down the reservoir. Ah. Watch me drop fish 18 fishing number 1, steady as an old dog. Lu Hang put the fishing rod directly erect. The whole body strength directly convergence to the limbs. Legs directly stable step on the ground. Arms directly tightly hold the fishing rod. The steady posture also brought up like 1,000 pounds of force. And the line straightened out. Then straightened out and didn't move. Where did this tiny 100-pound angler guy get so much strength? The Chub clan chief was also a bit surprised. But angler, you fished our Chub clan's elder. It's destined that you won't be able to return today. Come down to me. The Chub patriarch erupted once again, the entire tail swaying even faster, the water flowing rapidly through the tail as if it were spewing out of the fish's tail. The pull of the whole Chub also skyrocketed once more. Yoo-hoo! This fish is a bit strong. If it wasn't for the fact that I boosted my steady as an old dog proficiency today, I definitely wouldn't have been able to control it by now. With a taunt from Lu Hang, he also fired again. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Tip number 1, steady as a dead dog. As Lu Hang used it again, Lu Hang directly stepped his feet solidly into the ground, and directly made a depression of about 10 centimeters in the land, and Lu Hang's feet were inside the depression. No, there is something wrong with this fishing guy. How can I, with my weight, not be able to pull the fishing guy again? Damn it, this fishing guy must have used some special tool, otherwise it is impossible for me to be unable to pull it. Little Chub, go inside the clanlands and call the elders to help me. The little Chub on the side also immediately rushed towards the clanland after hearing the clan leader's roar. Ah, damn fishing guy, today I must eat you. Don't think that you can fish me up by using some plots and tricks. As long as I consume until the elders of my clan come over, at that time, with our cooperation, we can surely drag you, the damn fishing guy, down and eat you. In the water inside, the tension is constantly changing direction. Lu Hang's side does not move. Even Lu Hang also want to sleep a little bit. In this 18 fishing, the first fishing, steady as an old dog refined, but also is directly after the refinement of this 18 fish fishing, the first fishing, steady as an old dog. It is also directly open another door of the fishing method to Lu Hang. It turns out that the higher the proficiency for the fishing method, the look of the use of the out will also change with the proficiency. Just as Lu Hang's move, originally just able to control the fish 1.5 times their pull, and after he used it frequently and got another wave of proficiency increase, Lu Hang also succeeded in practicing the first stage of proficiency, and after the proficiency was full, Lu Hang also had a new perception of the move steady as an old dog. Because of the new epiphany metamorphosis and steady as an old dog this move, Lu Hang also gave this move name steady as a dead dog. The old dog is more steady, but also steady as a dead dog, really is immortal. Finally, after an hour of exhaustion, the pull on the rod was beginning to diminish, not by much, but it did diminish a little. Boom! A loud bang exploded directly above the water straight away. 2 8 or 9 meter long chubs flew out directly from inside the water and then directly pressed over to Lu Hang's side. After seeing the 2 chubs directly pressing towards him, Lu Hang also decisively pulled his feet out of the ground, and then his hands directly and quickly rotated the fishing rod in his hands. 18 fish fall fishing number 7, flyless fishing. As Lu Hang's hands rotated faster and faster, Lu Hang also directly left the ground with both feet and flew up directly coincidentally just enough to avoid the weight of the 2 chubs, and the 2 fish that flew directly ashore were also directly stranded on the shore, only to have the land navigator fly in the sky before he came down. The 2 chubs bounced left and right back into the water on their own again. Lu Hang, who was flying in the sky, saw this scene and also felt a pang of pity. If he wasn't in the sky, these 2 fish must have been directly thrown into the system fish storage space by Lu Hang. Patriarch, we failed. That fishing guy can fly. He flew straight up into the sky. We didn't squash him and almost ran aground on the shore. Lu Hang, who had been flying in the sky for quite a while, saw that after the 2 chubs no longer appeared, he also slowly slowed down his rotation speed and returned to the ground. Stinky fish, can't afford to play? Give me the een. Right, today the 2 of us won't stop until we're dead. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Tackle number 9, the zygote fishing method. Grabbing the fishing rod directly tightly, the whole body exerted force to pull back directly with force, and then relaxed the fishing rod directly, followed by pulling back again with force again. Lu Hang's whole body directly began to sway. Chapter 73, Battle of the Reservoir. 6. No, I can't use any force at all. This pull is so big and so small that I can't use any force at all. 8th Elder. Go to the Green Fish Walled Village. Go to the Green Fish Walled Village's Grand Master.
Just tell him that the angler is here again, and that I've already stalled the angler and told him to come quickly. Okay, matriarch, I'm on my way. Hang in there. Second elder. Third elder, please. You're rushing the shore now. Lu Hang, who was using the Chi Tian defishing technique to swing wildly there to get up, saw two huge ripples appear on the water surface again, as if something was about to rush out from inside. Lu Hang, who had suffered a loss once, also reacted immediately. This was the two fish that had just come again. Lu Hang also decisively gave up on continuing to use the Chi Tian defishing method and directly spun the fishing rod again. 18 fishing trips for surrendering fish. Fishing trip number 7, flyless fishing. This time when the two fish had just jumped out of the water, Lu Hang flew straight up, and this time Lu Hang even slowed down his rotation speed earlier and returned to the ground. The two fish smashed to the ground for the second time, more or less suffering from considerable internal injuries, and the shore happened not to be the fish's home turf, so they had no choice but to pop back inside the water again. Just when a fish just popped into the water, Lu Hang directly came down from the sky, and with great force, he directly stuck the fishing rod into the ground. And Lu Hang also directly grabbed the other fish that hadn't jumped into the water yet, and directly dropped the fish directly onto the bank with an over-the-shoulder fall. Fortunately, before the fly-up, Lu Hang was using the Chi Tian Great Fishing Method. Chi Tian Great Fishing Method is a move to control the fish. The underwater fish has not yet slowed down from the previous large and small pull, but also just to give Lu Hang to catch a fish time. After flinging the fish a few meters toward the shore again, Lu Hang also rushed to pick up the fishing rod, for fear that in a moment the fish would react and directly drag the rod directly into the water and run away. It's bad for the patriarch. The third elder has been caught by the anglers on the shore. Angler, you bully the fish too much. I must eat you today to avenge your fishing of the 4 elders of my Chub clan. Immediately after that, the fish tailed directly and quickly flung out, directly surging forward. The force was wild and fierce, far greater than before. Phew, phew, phew. Lu Hang on the bank was directly pulled by the fishing line constantly moving towards the reservoir. Even if Lu Hang used his legs to support the ground at the edge of the reservoir was directly plowed out by Lu Hang with 2-3 centimeter marks. No, this fish is desperate. If this keeps up, I'm sure I'll be pulled down by this chub. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Tip number 1, steady as a dead dog. In order to stabilize the rod, Lu Hang is also a spell. Directly once again make the first fishing steady as a dead dog. This time Lu Hang's feet are also directly on the deeper. Lu Hang knows that this fish is now wanting to play with their own lives. Their own hold over the fish is their own in the bag. Having put his feet into the ground, he did slow his stance down, though by being steady as a dead dog he stabilized both man and rod. The pull of the fish inside the water was getting stronger, especially the piece with the fishing rod cradled to his chest, where a tremendous amount of pressure was clearly felt. Click! A muffled sound came from his chest, a sudden sharp pain came from his chest, and a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out directly from Lu Hang's mouth. Grass, a plant, with a broken rib. This fish must be caught, or the rib is not broken for nothing. After breaking a rib, Lu Hang was also afraid to continue to remain as steady as a dead dog. His own limbs could carry it, but his body could not carry the pull of this fish. After canceling the steady as a dead dog, Lu Hang directly turned around and directly inserted the fishing rod diagonally into the ground. His right foot directly stepped on the spinning wheel that kept rotating, and directly began to exert force. This time Lu Hang intended to directly compete with this chubfish for strength. 18 fish drop. Fish number 6, old man on a bicycle. On the hard pedal of the right foot, the pull of one man and one fish also tends to balance directly. How Lu Hang can't step down, and the chub in the water can't be in pulling the slightest bit. Under the reservoir, the tail is almost flung out of the stump of the chub. Once again the angler to pull. No matter how hard, the chub under the reservoir cannot swim forward half a point, and they cannot slow down the speed of the tail flinging. Chub just stopped for 2 seconds, directly by the angler directly up to pull back a cut. Ah, fishing guy, I don't believe you have that much strength left. After a roar, the chub patriarch once again sped up the speed of his tail swishing. Patriarch, take care of my family. After leaving these words behind, the second elder of chubs once again rushed towards the shore. Because his back was to the reservoir this time, Lu Hang directly did not notice the burst of ripples that appeared on the water surface again. Boo! A loud noise came out directly giving Lu Hang a fright, and then Lu Hang directly felt as if the sky had gone black. As soon as he turned around, he saw a huge chub high in the air pressing directly towards him. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Fish number 16, one fish opens the door to heaven. At the first time of seeing the silver carp in the sky, Lu Hang directly pulled up the fishing rod, let go of the line box, the right hand holding the fishing rod directly to build up the strength, the legs directly to build up the strength directly to the sky to jump up, just when the people and the fish to collide. Lu Hang directly a rod swung out. Snap! All over. The rod smacked the chub's brain directly, and the chub's brain was directly drawn a bloody scar. And then the whole fish directly fell straight down. And then the whole fish directly turned over and floated on the water surface. And back to the ground. Lu Hang also did not curry any favor, because the rude vulgar use of a fishing to open the gate of heaven. His own ribs broken place is also by Lu Hang. This force directly pulled. Another burst of severe pain of the attack. Lu Hang also directly spit out a mouthful of blood. A mouthful of blood spray is also let Lu Hang's spirit of a trance. Legs is soft almost kneel down. And the hand of the fishing rod line box is also about to be pulled into the water chub empty. But fortunately Lu Hang reacted quickly back to God. Lu Hang is also once again pulling the fishing rod. The fishing rod is added directly under the armpits. 18 fish fall fishing, 5th fishing, backhanded hollowing. Lu Hang's right hand quickly rotated the spinning wheel on the rod to retrieve the line. The speed of the hand rotation is so fast that the spinning wheel directly made the spinning wheel up a floor of black smoke. Below the reservoir, the chub, whose tails were all wagging frantically, had just put the swing down after feeling the tug on the bank disappear, when they directly felt a huge pull, and were directly pulled back by the head tilt. Ah! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why? Why does the fishing guy still have so much strength? Chapter 74 Battle of the Reservoir, 7. Originally is dying to fight the chubfish patriarch has no strength, and was Lu Hang tilted to lift up. Directly no struggle by Lu Hang directly lifted up. Next moment. Boom! The surface of the water blew right up. A chub of more than 10 meters was directly pulled out of the water, and after throwing a parabola perfectly from the air, it directly smashed into the ground. Finally, up here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutant chub, giant chub, for the first time. Mutant chub, giant chub, has been accepted into the mutant fish atlas. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant chub, giant chub, activated. Bonus system points plus 100. All chubs in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into giant chubs every year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching the 354-pound giant chub. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 9% feedback and increased 121.86 pounds of strength feedback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully catching a 1,000-pound chub with his own strength. The fishing realm has been elevated from fishing expert to fishing rookie. System backpack space upgraded from 30 to 50 compartments. System fish storage space upgraded from 5,000 pounds to 50,000 pounds. After this wave of feedback from the bucket fishing body, Lu Hang's strength was also restored quite a bit, removing the fish hook from the giant chub's mouth, and directly put the two chubs directly inside the system's fish storage space. Coming to the edge of the reservoir again, Lu Hang directly rotated his fish hook, and then threw the hook directly to the chub that fainted on the water surface with a hard throw. The first time Lu Hang threw it straight over his head, directly into the position of the fish's tail, and ended up not hooking it at all. Pulling back the hook, Lu Hang once again stored power. This time Lu Hang is again too light, are not thrown to the position of the fish, from the fish are still more than a meter away. The third time, this time Lu Hang finally dumped, only to hang on the top of the fish's ventral fins, but for Lu Hang does not matter, as long as it hangs on the line, slowly dragging and pulling the giant chub directly to the shore. Then Lu Hang also walked directly to the edge and used his hand to pull directly on the fish's mouth, and with a wave of direct force, he pulled the whole fish directly out of the water. After putting the fish into the fish storage space, Lu Hang also directly put away all of his things. Today there is no strength to continue fishing. Lu Hang directly left hand carrying a fishing box, right hand holding a piece of 2 pounds of leading tilapia meat, directly all the way to eat while walking, back to their own small electric donkey place, put their own fish box, sitting on the small electric donkey to eat the hand of leading tilapia meat. Lu Hang also directly felt a warm current coming directly from his body, and the piece of broken ribs also felt an itchy sensation, and the pain was also reduced by a lot. Back to the inn. Lu Hang put his fishing tackle all back to their rooms, and then also went out and ran directly to the hospital. Although the system introduction said that the meat of the dragon head tilapia has the role of treatment of broken bones, but the actual situation of Lu Hang is not assured, and decided to go to the hospital to take an x-ray to look at it. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Lu Hang also went directly to do a full body checkup. Sitting on a chair in the hospital corridor, Lu Hang also looked at his own that a full body x-ray. His ribs really recovered a lot, but you can still see a hint of a crack in the second rib on your right side counting up from the bottom, and the doctor has cautioned Lu Hang not to move dramatically in recent times. Only Lu Hang completely cared. Go back and eat 2 more pounds of meat from the dragon head tilapia. Absolutely, even this little crack can be cured. After collecting his x-rays, Lu Hang turned his head and went to Zhao Hua's hospital room. Zhao Hua had already woken up and looked excited when he saw Lu Hang who had come in. When he woke up last night, he also knew through Zhou Yang's words that if it wasn't for Lu Hang stopping a few of his friends from moving themselves, he might not have been alive. Lu, thank you for yesterday. It's fine, it's all small things. In fact, it's my fault. If I hadn't told you about the reservoir, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Hey, Xiao Lu, you can't say that. The injury is entirely due to myself being too little seen. If I hadn't been too focused on the fish I saw you catch yesterday, I wouldn't have been injured by the fish that flew out from inside the water. It's just a pity that I may not be able to go to your fishing tournament. The doctor said that there is no way for me to fish again in the future. The doctor came to see me last night and told me that although I was brought to the hospital in time, my injuries are still too severe, especially my left hand, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold any more heavy objects with my left hand in the future. Hua, words cannot be said. We are what people are. We are fishing. Fishing, how can be so frustrated to give up? And who said that the left hand does not have the means to force cannot fish? At least we have the right hand, is not it? Thank you, Xiao Lu. After listening to your words I am much better. I know you are comforting me, but I have also thought about it. Although I don't have the means to fish in the future, but I can go and do something related to fishing. I decided that after I go back this time I will go and open a fishing store, specializing in selling a little bit of rods and fish protectors and so on. Brother Hua, how can a fishing man give up lightly? Besides the words of the district doctor, and how can all believe? He said that there is no way to recover your left arm. You believe that there is no way to recover law. These doctors are a group of quacks. They only know the paper. Never is only treat the surface will not treat the inner quack. You can rest assured that you can be cured. Xiao Lu, there's no need to say that. In fact, this is already very good. At the very least, I can still do something I like, isn't it? Why, if you believe me, then go try to fish with just your right hand after you get out of the hospital. I'll be waiting for you inside my fishing grounds, and I'll have a big surprise for you here if you win the championship. In fact, even if I can't win the championship, I will give you a surprise. This sentence Lu Hang but did not say it directly, just silently in his heart to say a sentence. Wanting to help a Han Zhao Hua is not because Lu Hang is kind-hearted, but on the way to fishing, Lu Hang is too lonely. Since the fishing method and special physique, Lu Hang's fishing road has become more and more gap between the ordinary fishing guy. Every time he is fishing by himself, although it is very cool to pull with the fish, but after the end of the only one left is so lonely. Zhao Hua is the strongest fishing guy Lu Hang has encountered along the way, and treating Zhao Hua well is actually Lu Hang's selfishness, hoping that he is not so lonely on his fishing journey. Chapter 75 Battle of the Reservoir 8. After leaving the hospital, Lu Hang also went straight back to his small room in the hostel, opened his cell phone takeout and ordered himself a good meal, and also directly checked up on the upgrades prompted by the system this afternoon. Host, Lu Hang. Age, 22. Fishing realm of fishing rookie, single man catching 1,000-pound fish by strength. Fishing method, 18 fishing trips for descending fish. Fishing trip number 1, steady as an old dog. Steady as a dead dog. 18 tackle fishing for bucks. Tackle number 2, motor trolling. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Fishing trip number 3, Big Mama's defeat. Bucking fish. 18 fishing. Fishing number 4, handsome man down. 18 fishing tips for bucking fish. 5th tip, backhand hollow. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 6, old man on a bicycle. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 7, flying wunderkind drops. 18 fishing trips. Fishing trip number 8, granny's nest. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Fishing trip number 9, chitin fishing trip. 18 fishing trips for bucks. Fishing trip 16, a fishing trip to open the heavenly gates. System backpack, 26 of 50. System storage space for fish, 50,000 pounds, can temporarily store fish. Number of fish ponds 4. Pond name, fish pond number 1, kingfish weight, 217 caddies. Fish pond level of 4. Pond name, mackerel specialized pond, kingfish weight, 243 caddies. Fish pond level, 3. Pond name, chub specialized pond, kingfish weight, 412 pounds. Fish pond level, 0. Fish pond name, white stripe novice pond, 2.5 pounds. Fish pond level, 0. System points, 93987. System prize pool, 20,000 points required for drawing. System store, opened. This realm advancement was catching 1,000 pounds of chub, and the last one was catching 100 pounds of mackerel. So it seems like the next advancement should be catching 10,000 pounds of fish on your own. I just don't know what use this fishing realm is again. If just being able to catch XX weighted fish improves the realm, then the realm is useless. Ding! The fishing realm is the amount of storage of a fisherman's chi. After the amount reaches a certain situation, naturally can catch a certain weight of fish. And when the chi is sufficient to a certain extent, it can even materialize. I see. I thought that the fishing realm was useless. No, if the fishing realm is the storage capacity of the angler's aura, then 1,000 kilograms of chub caught by me, which all relies on the brute force gained from the feedback of the fighting fishing sacred body, shouldn't be counted as having reached the fishing rookie, right? Ding! The host thought the bucket fishing holy body feedback thing in the end is what? A person's power will not become bigger out of thin air. The host every catch of fish bucket fishing holy body feedback are on the chi. Accurate is to plunder the catch of the fish's chi, will be the fish's chi through the conversion after the host's chi. After clarifying the usefulness of the fishing realm, Lu Hang also closed the system panel, waiting for the takeout time inside. Lu Hang is also directly out of the phone brush up the vibrating sound. Really every day after fishing to see the female bodhisattva is the biggest relaxation. A brush is more than an hour. Until the door knocking sound Lu Hang only turned off the vibrating sound. Taking the takeout from the delivery man, he sat down on the table with the takeout, opened a video software on his phone, and found a random movie from it. Holding a beer in his left hand and a roasted leg of lamb in his right hand, he just ate and looked at the same time. Halfway through the meal Lu Hang seemed to remember something, and took out 2 pounds of roasted faucet tilapia meat from the inside of his backpack and ate it together. King Yuzai, a place in the Qing dynasty, at the northwest boundary of the Sichuan Basin. Big boss, yesterday the angler came again. Our clan leader stalled the angler and ordered me to come and call Big Boss over to take on the angler together. What? The fishing guy still dares to come. It seems that the fishing guy hasn't learned yesterday's lesson. Lead the way in front. I'll follow you there now. Just swam out not long. Greenfish Cottage. Big Boss felt as if we're not right. While thinking, swimming speed will be directly slowed down. Big dog this way. We need to be quick or the angler might get away again. No, Felder, you're not telling the truth. Right. Your clan chief dragged down angler? Your clan leader has been able to hold back the angler? Why do you still need me to go and help? If the 8th elder you don't give an honest explanation, then forgive me, for my Greenfish walled city can't possibly go over to help. The big head of the family with me over to put. I said every word is true. Indeed the patriarch pro drag angler. If not quick, angler may run away. Nope. You're hiding something. Let me guess. It's not like your patriarch couldn't handle the fishing guy so he asked me to help. Big Boss is joking. How could our clan chief not be able to angler? Mainly because our clan chief knows that Greenfish Walled Village and angler have an enmity. Saying that it is to help is actually wanting to call on Big Boss to go over there and toy with angler together. Yes? Since it is the past to play together, for why also I have to rush over so quickly? It seems that you chub old man is also to not work. In that case then you will give me to die. After saying that, the Greenfish Walled Grandmaster directly swallowed the Chubfish clan's 8th elder in one gulp and directly swam back to the Greenfish Walled Village again. Big brother, didn't you go to support old man Chub of the Chub clan? How come you're back so soon? Lao go and call everyone to gather. Follow me to surround the Chub clan land. Old man Chub might be gone. Once old man Chub is gone, we will directly swallow the Chub clan's chassis, and then directly force the Carp clan to surrender. From today onwards the reservoir will be under the say of our Greenfish Walled city. Okay big brother, I'll go gather the brothers. 2 hours later, the Chub tribe. Big boss, I don't know what is the meaning of this fish army of yours that surrounds my Chub fish clan land. Is it to provoke a fight between our Chub fish clan and Greenfish Walled city? Our clan chief will be coming back soon. At that time when we see this situation, even if it is a big boss, I am afraid that we can't curry any favors. Ha 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 ha. Do you still want to wait for old man Chub to come back? That's a bit whimsical for you. I'm afraid. I wonder what the Grand Master means by that. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad for the 5th elder. It looks like the results are out. So why don't the 5th elder listen to what's going on? Chub Fu Sheng, what's the rush? 5th elder, something big has happened. Just now the clan chief, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder were all fished away by the fishing man. What? How? How is that possible? I didn't think that only one day. Even the old man Chub was fished away. Well, since the old man Chub is gone, then your Chub clan will be merged into our Greenfish Walled city. And in the future, 5th elder, you'll be the 4th leader of our Greenfish Walled city. That's not good. We're a Chub clan after all. How can we just join another school of fish? Chub clan? Old man Chub is gone. Do you think your Chub fish clan is still worthy of the 3 major clans with your measly 600 pounds? Today, your Chub fish clan will either submit to our Greenfish Walled city or be exterminated by our Greenfish Walled city. Chapter 76 Battle of the Reservoir 9, Grand Master. It's not very good for you to do this. Aren't you afraid that we, the Chub fish clan and the Carp fish clan, will join forces? Joke, tell you directly. Not only you Chub clan, even the Carp clan also want to submit. You Chub clan Chub old man is gone. Now we 3 big clans tripod situation also no longer exist. Only rely on the Carp clan that old man cannot beat me. From today onwards, there will no longer be the 3 big clans in the reservoir. From now on only our Greenfish Cottage. Greetings to the Grand Master. I am willing to saddle up for the Grand Master. And I only hope that the Grand Master will give us, the Chub clan, a place to live. That's right. Gather the strong fish of your Chub clan that are over 100 pounds and follow me on a trip to the Carp clan's land. A new day. Lu Hang is also happy to call an ant to come in and help himself to clean up a little bit, then carry their own fish box out of the door, to the outside to find a breakfast store to eat a breakfast, then ride their own small electric donkey directly to the reservoir. Since he ate 2 more pounds of leading tilapia meat last night, his chest didn't hurt, his arms weren't sore, and he was so full of energy that Lu Hang felt like he wouldn't even feel tired if he ran 10 kilometers. When he arrived at the reservoir, Lu Hang was directly stunned, and the entire reservoir directly became a blood reservoir, and the originally greenish-blue water also directly turned red. The surface of the water floating a bunch of dead fish. There are mackerel and silver carp, and each fish on the body and has a large and small different bite marks. The largest carp Lu Hang visual estimate at least 800 pounds. While looking at this water surface in a daze, a wave surged directly from the surface, and then a 10-meter plus cyprinid and a 10-meter plus carp competed to leap out of the water. Looking at the two fish, it was obvious that the cyprinid was bigger and stronger, but the carp, I shouldn't say koi, was chasing after the cyprinid, who didn't dare to fight with this koi at all, and had been swinging his tail rapidly trying to escape. Green fish walled, "Big boss, weren't you very godly when you took advantage of my seclusion to slaughter my carp clan? Why are you running so fast now? Look, how like a dog you are like this. Damn old undead. I didn't expect that you would take advantage of the fact that the Chubfish clan and I were dealing with the angler fish to secretly evolve. If it wasn't for the fact that you're covered in poison, you would have died under my mouth. I don't believe that you'll be able to maintain this state all the time, and the moment you're out of this state, that's the time of your demise. Humph. It's true that I can't maintain this state for long. It's just enough to be able to maintain it until I kill you. I've long guessed that you'll find a way to dominate the reservoir, but I never thought that the Chub Patriarch would be caught by the fishing guy, so that you'll start the unification opportunity in advance. Or else how can you possibly swim faster than me after I've fully evolved? Old undead, you are overdrawing your lifespan. I'll see how long you can still hold on. When you can't carry on for a while longer, see how I eat you. Open the fish language, listening to the conversation of the two fish inside the water. Lu Hang is also directly into contemplation. It seems that this situation inside the reservoir should be related to these two big fish. Just do not know that the water is now in addition to these two big fish inside the water. There are still no big fish inside the water. Obviously the range of the fish language has 50 meters, but Lu Hang can only hear the conversation of the two fish, as if the range of 50 meters as the center of himself is directly a fish are gone. Looking at the fishless reservoir, Lu Hang also sighed out deeply. Then Lu Hang also took out his novice fishing rod. This time Lu Hang did not open the bait, but directly spun the hook. Since there are no more fish in the water, I'll fish for you too. Aim the hook at the mackerel and just fling it out. Through the words of the green fish, Lu Hang also knew that this koi did not have much life left, and could not live long after fishing back, so he might as well fish this green fish back. I didn't realize that the hook missed the mackerel straight away and hung straight into the carp's mouth. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. What kind of tension is this? Why is there so much tension in the area of a dozen meters of koi? Lu Hang, who was pulling the fishing rod, was also directly pulled out by the fish, and almost had to be pulled directly into the reservoir. Fortunately, Lu Hang reacted quickly with both feet to brake the car, stopped less than half a meter from the water. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Tackle number 9, the zygote fishing method. Lu Hang, who was pulling the fishing rod, was also pulling backward violently. This wave of violent force also directly pulled to stop the koi's pursuit of the cyprinids, relaxing the fishing rod. In the force together, this time even pulling the koi back a small section. Every time the force, Lu Hang will take the opportunity to move back 2 steps, and the koi in the water was confused for a moment. Why? Angler, why? Angler, why are you fishing for me? Why? I'm just trying to avenge my carp people. Why? Angler, why are you fishing for me? The koi was also directly angry. Originally only a light green body, just after the koi rage, in addition to the position of the fish head, directly half of the body has become green. The carp that turned green was also directly angry, pulling the line that was fishing for itself directly to swim inside the water. Reservoir side is using the Chi-Tien big fishing method to pull the koi constantly to the shore of the Lu Hang, is also directly by a huge directly interrupted the use of Lu Hang fishing method. Originally also the idea has not been realized. Their own instead of being pulled by the fish to move forward again. Lu Hang, who was directly interrupted by the fishing method, was also directly countered by the fishing method, and a mouthful of blood was directly spat out from his mouth. 18 fishing trips for bucking fish. Tip number 1, steady as a dead dog. After noticing that there was no way for him to pull this koi back, Lu Hang also directly gave up his intention of pulling it towards the shore, and directly stepped on his legs, plunging into the 10 centimeter deep indentation inside. This fish was so fierce that I didn't expect to be able to forcefully interrupt my fishing, so it seems like I shouldn't have made that cast. Only just before he said a word, another mouthful of blood was spat out. I didn't realize that the backlash of being forcibly interrupted from fishing would be so severe. Another overdraft lifespan koi in the water was pulled to a halt yet again. Fishing man, go to hell. Go to hell. Anything that stops me from avenging my people's death will die. Will die. Directly after the koi roared again, the whole fish turned dark green. And after the whole fish turned dark green, it once again pulled the line and chased it towards the big mackerel in the water. Lu Hang, who had just stabilized the fishing rod with a steady as a dead dog, just thought of letting out a sigh of relief, but as a result, before he had time to let go, he felt a huge force coming directly from the fishing rod, and then directly the whole person was directly pulled into the water. Chapter 77 The Battle of the Reservoir, Final. Puffing sound. Lu Hang was directly dragged to the water inside. Just entered the water inside to see the water surface directly up a water vortex. Water vortex faster and faster. Lu Hang directly from the water inside to fly out. 18 Fish fall fishing. Fishing number 7, flyless fishing. Just out of the water inside, Lu Hang liked to fly over to the shore. And then Lu Hang found a thing. They simply cannot fly over. The koi is too fierce. Directly by the koi dragged away. And flying in the sky, Lu Hang is like a kite. There is no choice of their own. Flying in the sky, Lu Hang just completely followed the koi all the way. Not daring to stop. Not daring to stop at all. Stinking green fish go to hell. All turned into a dark green koi. The speed directly became a large cut. Only a little while to directly catch up with the just run away Qingyu Zhai big boss. Catching up with the green fish walled big dog. The koi directly headbutt the big dog's abdomen, directly toppling the big dog out of the water. Looking at the big mackerel that flew backwards out of the water, Lu Hang was also astonished. This koi is so fierce. Pulling me can still hang this big blue fish that is even bigger than it. Then Lu Hang saw the koi fly out directly from inside the water and take a bite directly on the belly of the green fish big boss. After biting into the belly of the mackerel daikon, the belly also turned a dark green color. The green fish also spat out a mouthful of blood directly after being turned green in the abdomen. No good. It's poisoned. Old man. Let go of my mouth. Let go of my mouth. The cyprinid big boss also struggled violently after realizing that the koi was carrying poison. But unfortunately, the cyprinid whose abdomen was bitten was no use to struggle anymore. As the dark green venom in the abdomen gradually spread, as the venom spread out, the struggles of the cyprinid big dog also became smaller and smaller. Just as the venom spread all over the body of the cyprinid big dog, the cyprinid big dog also directly ceased to struggle. And at this time, the cyprinid big dog also transformed from a dark blue cyprinid into a complete and utter cyprinid. Lu Hang, who was flying in the sky, completely saw the entire process of the green fish big dog from life to death. Right after the green fish big dog died, the dark green color on the koi was also gradually starting to fade. That's when Lu Hang realized he could finally pull the koi, spinning the rod and flying it to the edge of the reservoir. First elder, second elder, everyone, I have finally avenged you all. It's me who was late in shutting out. If I hadn't shut down and evolved, everyone wouldn't have died. But it doesn't matter. Everyone, I have avenged you. Today I used the green fish walled city's Grand Duke to pay tribute to everyone who died. Everyone, I'm coming to keep you company. Wait for me on Fish Springs Road. The koi also flipped over on its back directly after the dark green color of its entire body faded as well. Ha? No pull? Lu Hang on the shore is also directly confused. Why so big a koi, suddenly no tension? But Lu Hang, although strange, but did not think too much. Direct force while pulling, while spinning wheel. After a minute or so of returning to the line, Lu Hang also finally realized the reason for the lack of pull. The original dark green koi had turned into a black and red mold and tumbled right into the water. With a final burst of tension, Lu Hang pulled the already dead koi straight up. In the case of seeing with his own eyes how the big boss of the green fish walled city died, Lu Hang didn't dare to reach directly for his own fish hook, and found a wooden stick from the side, and used the stick to pivot the fish hook directly from the innermost part of the fish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutant carp, green color changing koi, for the first time. Mutant carp, green color changing koi, have been included in the mutant fish iconography. Ding! Mutant fish illustration. Mutant carp, green color changing koi, activated. Bonus system points plus 500. All mutated koi in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.0001% chance of mutating into green color changing koi every year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 231 pounds of longbeard purplefin mackerel. And the fighting fishing sacred body activation gained 5% feedback and increased 0 pounds of strength feedback. This get down the fish hooks Lu Hang also did not dare to take. Dug a small hole on the ground, directly with scissors to cut the fish hooks, directly thrown in.
and then use the soil directly to the fish hooks buried. Ding! The fishing rod is damaged. After finishing all of them, Lu Hang could finally look back at this koi. And through the system broadcast, Lu Hang also knew that this koi was not simple, and even had a 500-point reward. Lu Hang was still clearer about this points reward from the system. The higher the evolutionary mutation of the fish, the more points reward from the system. The fact that this one koi could reward 500 system points meant that the fish's mutation level was very high, and if it hadn't ended its evolution early, this koi definitely wouldn't have died of exhaustion directly after killing the green fish walled grandmaster. Now this koi carcass has also given Lu Hang a troublesome choice. With and not good to take away. After all, just witnessed the koi poison so big a mackerel. One cannot be so confident that he can resist the toxicity of this fish, and cannot throw this koi back. The water inside this reservoir is for human consumption. In case of toxicity proliferation of water in the water, by then drink water everyone will die. Just thinking of this, Lu Hang suddenly remembered that there was still a poisoned mackerel inside the reservoir. He directly exchanged a fishing rod repair card, and after repairing the fishing rod, Lu Hang once again threw up the fish hook, and threw the fish hook directly onto the body of the dead cyprinid grandmaster, and directly fished out the corpse of the cyprinid grandmaster as well. Then Lu Hang's headache-ridden corpse went from one fish to two. You can't dare pull it away, and you can't burn it, and you can't throw it back in the reservoir. Looking at the corpses of these two cocktail fish, Lu Hang fell directly into deep thought. Ding! Detected that the host was in agony over the disposal of two corpses of highly poisonous fish. Triggering the side quest, National Certification. Trigger National Certification Side Quest 1. Since you want to become the world's fishing mecca, you definitely need the support of the state. And you can only better expand your fishing grounds if you have a partnership with the state. Mission Requirement 1. Call and contact the State Department of Scientific Research and donate the bodies of 2 fish to the state to take for research. Task Help 1. National Institute's phone number XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Reward for mission completion. Country favor plus 20. Penalty for mission failure, none. The system of this approach is good. They do not have a solution to the country to solve and then directly picked up the phone to dial the phone number given by the system. With Lu Hang's 3-inch tongue, the operator was finally willing to give Lu Hang a chance to prove that he had a poisoned 1,000 pound mackerel and a 1,000 pound poison koi carp with him. Chapter 78, Departure. Finally, after Lu Hang added a new application of the person's operator's personnel super letter, the two opened a video chat to end. The country was also very fast, and 2 hours after Lu Hang's video, it came directly over in a helicopter, ending after Lu Hang confirmed the group's identity. When the helicopter came, Lu Hang directly asked the system, "This is not the country to people. After all, before all their own problems are the system to negotiate. In the system to determine is the country's people before Lu Hang the 2,000 kilograms of dead fish to the helicopter to the people. And at the same time, Lu Hang also in the country's people to explain the problem of the fish. Especially scientific researchers must be careful. The fish inside but has of the fish is highly poisonous. Ding! National Certification Side Quest 1 completed, plus 20 national favorability. After solving the problem of where the two fish were going, Lu Hang also went straight back to the town. Today was another day for the Air Force. Returned to the hotel and packed up all his things. Also went straight to the front desk to check out of the room. Put Zhao Zhou Yang and all their things on the small electric donkey, but also directly to Zhou Yang they called over. After learning that the 5 of them in Zhou Yang's home nagging, Lu Hang is also personally to the fishing tackle to a few people are sent over. Xiao Lu thank you, and helped us pack back the fishing rods and boxes and all that. If it wasn't for you we probably would have forgotten about these things long ago. It's okay, these are small things. By the way Zhou Yang, in the future you won't need to go fishing in the reservoir anymore, or maybe inside the reservoir. Xiao Lu you know, the 6 of us survived with the belief that it might be a battle of wits with that thing inside the reservoir. There's no difference between you not letting us go to the reservoir and killing us, especially this time Zhao Hua's left hand is directly wasted. It's not that I won't let you guys go fishing. Yesterday's time I went to the reservoir again and caught 1,000 pounds, a 900 pounds as well as 2 800 pounds chubs from it, probably because of my problem breaking the bottom of the reservoir which is a fish flat. What reservoir there are more than 1,000 pounds of chub? The words have not finished Lu Hang directly by the surprised Lu Fei directly interrupted. Lu Fei, don't interrupt Xiao Lu. Let Xiao Lu finish, Zhou Yang said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Yes there's over 1,000 pounds of chub in the reservoir and not only 1,000 pounds of chub but over 1,000 pounds of bluegill and carp. Yesterday I fished away that 1,000 pound chub. And odds are it upset the balance of fish inside the reservoir. And when I went back to the reservoir again today, I saw it was straight up blood red. There were all sorts of dead fish floating up there. And I was going to leave looking at the misery in the water.
and then I saw two 1,000 pound fish fly out of the water, especially a blue-scaled bluefish with long whiskers, looking at least 500 pounds or more, and a 200 pound carp with poison, should be called koi carp. Long whiskers blue-scaled bluefish seems to not know what happened to offend the poisonous koi carp, and in the end the koi carp spelled out all the strength directly and the blue fish died with that blue fish. Now the two fish have been taken by the state, and the water is blood red inside. And even in the hours that I've been on the sidelines looking at the carcasses of the two fish, I haven't seen even one fish directly. Alright, I'll leave when the stuff is delivered. There's no more fish inside the reservoir, and I'm going to look for a new fishing spot, so I'll see you at the fishing tournament then. Good, take care Lu. I'll see you at the fishing tournament then. Lu Hang, who was sitting on the small electric donkey, also directly turned back and waved his hand, and directly rode the small electric donkey to the hospital and circled around, and told Zhao Hua what he had said to the 5 Zhou-Yangs again, and then rode the small electric donkey and directly left. Ha 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 ha, angler angler, I should really thank you. If it wasn't for you guys breaking the balance of power that is inside this reservoir, I wouldn't have been able to subvert the 3 big families inside the reservoir so easily. Patriarch, we found the remnants of the 3 great clans deep within the clan's clanlands. I wonder what we need to do with them. Patriarch, let's keep these little fish for now. Keep them on the periphery. Control the amount of food they eat so that they can only barely get enough to eat, but don't have any extra to grow up, and just let this remnant keep an eye on the periphery of the reservoir for us. Okay matriarch, I'll go and arrange it. From today onwards, there will no longer be 3 great families in the reservoir. There will no longer be the green fish walled city. There will only be our White Stripes clan, and from today onwards the whole reservoir will be honored by our White Stripes clan. Ha 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 ha. After leaving from the pot enamel reservoir, Lu Hang is also directly riding their own old 6 small donkey directly back to their own fishing ground, the car riding to half of the time. Lu Hang seems to remember what, and then ignited a nameless anger, and then Lu Hang forgot what he thought. Forget about forgetting. Since I can just forget, it shouldn't be anything important. After spending 2 days, Lu Hang went back to Sanlian town. After arriving at the town, Lu Hang also turned to the reservoir. Before leaving, when the reservoir pulled up the cordon, I do not know how it is now, the car rode to the reservoir side. Lu Hang saw that the cordon had all been removed. I do not know whether the last in the end to find out what. Then to the water's edge. Lu Hang is also directly an itchy hands, backhand directly from the system backpack inside the fishing rod, and then from their own system mall inside the exchange of a packet of 100 pounds of fish special bait, and finally take out their own pots placed inside the fishing box. After 10 minutes of preparation time, Lu Hang also threw the first fishing with confidence back to the reservoir again, probably because of the recent period of cordon. This side has not come to fishing guys for a while. Lu Hang, this time the bait is thrown down. There are fish running directly into the nest. A small, dense bubble rose directly from the surface of the water, followed by medium and large bubbles, and the big bubbles are the performance of big fish into the nest. Concentrate. Focus all the attention on the fishing rod. In the first time the fish drift directly black bottom sinking, Lu Hang directly lifted the fishing rod. It was followed directly by a phew. Phew. The sound of the wind line. What a wonderful sound it was. And after letting the fish pull on the line for a while, Lu Hang was getting serious. Directly stuck his hand on the spinning wheel that was rotating and releasing the thread. And then his arms directly exerted force. This time when Lu Hang exerted force, it was obvious that he could see dense veins crawling all over Lu Hang's arms. Chapter 79, Red Catfish. Boo! With a sound, a 4-meter-long catfish was seen being pulled straight out of the water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 361 pounds of catfish. The Fighting Fishing's Sacred Body Activation has gained 2% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 7.22 pounds. Sure enough, or fishing makes me comfortable. This rush 2 days of the road can be exhausted me. Cannot wait for the second fish pond after getting good. I also want to go to the test for a driver's license. Otherwise the small donkey ride my butt hurt. Replacing the bait, Lu Hong threw a confident second shot. Don't say ah. The resources of this reservoir are really good. Catfish have grown 361 pounds, have not yet mutated. This is obviously a lot of food in the water. Can let the catfish continue to grow unconditionally based on the last reservoir. This one may have 1,000 catfish in it as well. I just don't know how many species of fish are equally divided in this reservoir. I just hope it's not a catfish family. Lu Hang, who was still thinking about the resources of the reservoir, was directly pulled by the fishing rod and stumbled. A huge force came directly from the fishing rod, and Lu Hang was directly pulled forward so violently by this force that he almost fell directly on the ground. Luckily, he reacted quickly and immediately adjusted his center of gravity to avoid falling.
directly lifting the rod with one hand vigorously. The fishing line was instantly pulled straight, while the rod that had been constantly strengthened by Lu Hang did not bend at all. Not bad for a rod I've strengthened 10 times. It's just hard. Phew. Phew. The sound of the wind line resounded directly after Lu Hang carried the pole. What a strong pull. Truly worthy of being a carnivorous fish. This pull can be at least 1/3 stronger than an ordinary herbivorous fish or omnivorous fish. No wonder all the anglers over here fish with a rope tying their waist to a tree. With the pull of this catfish, a little inattention dooms a day trip to the reservoir. Looks like I was really lucky I didn't get pulled down last time. Go catfish. Make sure you drag fishing man down to help catfish 12 get revenge. Little 13, don't worry. You just watch your catfish red brothers. Don't worry about the hand holding the pinch. Everything is in my hands. Yeah, brother 13, you have to trust brother catfish. Catfish will definitely make the fishing guy pay when he strikes. Yes 13. Catfish red brother is the 8th strongest ranked person in our catfish clan. Dragging a fishing guy into the water is still not a breeze. Right little 11, little 13, little 14, you watch. Today I'm going to teach you how to deal with the fishing guy. You have to pay attention to watch and listen. Okay, catfish X3. When you meet a slightly stronger one, if you are trying to break free from the hook, it is basically impossible, because once we exert ourselves the hook will be stuck with us, and then unless the angler pops the rod or cuts the line, we will not be able to break free from the hook. What should we do then? Won't we all be caught up by the fishing guy? Yes, that's why we have to be skillful. If the angler is not strong, we have to be like me and go straight ahead and try not to put too much tension on the angler's rod. All the way forward. The rod is more of a transmission of tension, so that there are only 2 ways for the angler to either give up the rod and let us just unhook and leave. Either that or they're dead set on not letting go and fighting us to the bitter end. And at this point we just need to go straight with, what does catfish use? With force. We can drag the angler underwater, and once the angler is in the water, then it will be ours for the taking. Brother catfish, give us a demonstration. We want to see it. Yeah, we'd like to see how catfish Chico dragged angler into the water. This isn't quite right. I have to show you guys something else, and I won't be able to show you guys if I pull the fishing guy down. Okay, but after the catfish red big brother demonstrates the other, can you demonstrate how to drag the fishing guy into the water? If you have the chance, Ayuko will definitely give you guys a demonstration. Good, hey. Yes. Now catfish will teach you what to do when you come across an angler you can't fight yourself. We'll just head down and zap right on down. Give all your strength to the angler's rod. Once the rod breaks, then the angler won't be able to fish us up even if he has great skill. Now you watch. After saying that, the ruddy catfish went straight head first into the deep water straight down. How did this rally suddenly disappear? I wanted to play a little longer. Since the underwater fish don't want to play, then come up. Then a breeze blew directly by Lu Hang's side, and then he saw that the arm that was still normal was directly crawling with dense veins. The red-colored catfish that was rooted towards the underwater only just swam downstream less than half a meter, directly felt a huge force coming directly from the fish line, and it had just wanted to be rooted towards the bottom of the water was directly taken out by the pulling force. Hey, why is catfish suddenly flying? Is there something to say about it? Snap, idiot 13, this is catfish Chico being fished away by the fishing man. Quickly, let's go back inside the clan land to look for the clan chief. Let the clan chief come to save catfish Chico. Late, maybe the fishing man will take catfish Chico away. Boom. Only to see a more than 8-meter red-covered catfish directly pulled directly out of the water by Lu Hang, and then fell heavily to the ground. This can't be. The fish covered in red that big brother Zhang you said earlier. No. This fish's tail is not as long as what brother Zhang said. This length is not as long as one of my arms. It is definitely not the one with a tail more than a meter long as brother Zhang said. Looks like there's a big load underwater. Hey. Then I'll take my chances. Quickly remove the hook. Put the catfish directly into the system fish storage space inside. Lu Hang also threw the third rod of the day full of confidence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutated catfish, red catfish, for the first time. Mutant catfish, red catfish, has been accepted into the mutant fish iconography. Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant catfish, red catfish, activated. Reward system points plus 100. All catfish in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into red-colored catfish every year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 713 pounds from the red catfish. The fighting fishing sacred body activation gained 4% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 28.52 pounds. 713 pounds. If we look at the proportions of this fish's body, the fish that brother Zhang is talking about might be at least 200 pounds or more. Again, based on the pull of catfish inside this reservoir, I need to be prepared to fight a
600-pound herbivorous fish. Chapter 80, Catfish Second Elder. Not bad, not bad. It's just right to take this red fish to experiment with my aura. The last time I was with a green color changing koi I didn't have a chance to play at all, and was directly dragged along by the green color changing koi. This time it's just right to try my hand with the red fish inside this reservoir. I don't believe that this red fish is also an advanced mutation like the green color changing koi. This time after the hook was in the water. Surprisingly, there was no response for half a day, and it was only after waiting for 10 minutes in a row that a fish was finally hooked. Originally Lu Hang was still full of expectations, thinking that this time is another fish, a few hundred pounds of fish, the results of a violent lift rod, and then directly tilted to fall over. Then a grayish-brown catfish flew out from inside the reservoir. One hand rubbed his head as he fell to the ground, and one hand braced himself on the ground to get up. As soon as he turned around and saw a catfish that was more than a meter long, Lu Hang fell directly into silence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The system even sells me fake goods. Didn't it say that the bait is special for 100 pounds of fish? Why would a dozens of pounds of catfish fly up? Ding! The host cannot slander the system. 100 pounds of fish special bait means that it can attract 100 pounds of fish. Not only 100 pounds of fish will eat hundreds of pounds of bait sent farther and wider, attracting more fish. If 100 pounds of fish are present underwater, other small fish are afraid to grab food from the 100 pounds of fish. If there are no 100 pounds of fish underwater, then small fish will grab each other's food. So the host catches dozens of pounds of fish belongs in the normal phenomenon. It can't be that this piece is the territory of these two fish. Okay, then I'll wait and see. If no big fish come, I'll just change my fishing spot. The depths of the reservoir. Great Elder. It's bad. It's bad. Something big is wrong. Who's making a fuss? Don't you know that the patriarch is in seclusion? Don't shut up. Looking at the three small fish that swam over, the Grand Elder also directly rushed over and directly gave the three fish a headbutt. Then angrily reprimanded to, "You three fish, what is going on?" Is not said well. Recently the patriarch to the critical period of closure. Nothing do not come to the clanland well. No, it's not that, Great Elder. We have something important to say. Fine, go ahead. I'll see what's so important. And if it makes me feel like things don't matter, the three of you are ready to go to hell. Fished away? Catfish 12, even if it is only 300 pounds, barely squeezed into the position of the elders group. Catfish red how can be caught by the fishing guy, but it has a weight of 700 pounds. Great Elder. Eldest Elder, it's better for me to say it. Just now, just south of the reservoir, Chub led us to patrol over there, and then we came across angler's bait. Catfish 12 Elder accidentally bit the angler's hook directly to angler's bait. Catfish Chico also bit on angler's hook in order to save the 12th Elder. And then Catfish Chico was also caught by angler. It looks like it should be the group of fishing guys that the patriarch ate 10 days ago. They found strong men to fish us up. Great Elder, what should we do then? Catfish Chico is still in the hands of angler. If we go late, angler might have taken Catfish Chico. Damn it, it's a critical period for the patriarch's seclusion. I can't leave at all. Lao Air, you go on a trip to see what's going on with this fishing guy. I and the other 5 elders will continue to escort the patriarch. Okay, big brother, I'll follow them there. Lao Air, be careful. If you can't beat the angler, immediately use the upper fins on your back to cut the fishing line. After the patriarch comes out of the gate, we'll directly make the angler pay for his blood. A catfish covered in yellow and black was then seen swimming by. You guys, lead the way up front. Okay, Second Elder. Is that the bait? Yes, Second Elder. Catfish Chico ate this bait and got caught by the fishing guy. The Second Elder swam right up to the bait and sniffed it. This scent, this flavor. It seems that this fishing guy is running towards our elder mission. As far as this flavor of bait is concerned, as long as there is our elder mission in place, you small fishes are not qualified to eat at all. It seems that this fishing guy already has a way to take his death. So today I will send the fishing guy to meet the Western Heavenly Fish ancestor. Without a moment's hesitation, the bait was smothered directly into his mouth in one bite. Then straight away, he pulled on the line and swam straight for deeper water. Looking at the fish drift that instantly disappeared, Lu Hang also revealed a shallow smile once again. After a couple minutes of fishing for small fish, it's finally time to catch a big one. Swish! The moment he saw the fish drift and sink, Lu Hang directly and violently lifted the fishing rod. Pant! A windline sound of fishing line being pulled went straight up. That straight line looks like it's plunging straight down into the water. Hey! Lu Hang's arms powered up, directly bursting out the dense veins on his arms, and that one vein surfaced on his arms, giving people a sense of endless power. Such a strong pull. It seems that inside the water is coming another catfish. Lu Hang cannot help but sigh of emotion. Go for it, Second Elder. Drag the fishing man down and avenge brother catfish chick. The three small catfish watching the battle were also constantly cheering for catfish second elder from the side. Watch well. How your second elder dragged the fishing guy down and swallowed him in one bite. The fishing guy is a great tonic. One crunch in one bite. The yellow and black catfish flicked up its tail directly and quickly. And if someone watching from the side would have been unable to resist asking why this fish had a propeller installed. The whole fish was like a bullet heading straight for deeper water because of the rapid flinging of the fish. Phew! Listening to the growing sound of the wind line, Lu Hang was also dragged towards the edge of the reservoir with his entire body. Looks like this fish isn't easy, so I'll have to use the trolling method as well. 18 Tackle fishing for bucks. Tackle number 2, motor tackle. Straight away, he put the rod up, grasped it firmly with both hands and gave it a quick shake. Lu Hang quickly shook up the fishing rod, just as if he had installed a small motor to the rod. A continuous vibration feeling directly through the fishing line directly to the underwater catfish. Ha! What's this fishing guy up to expensive? Why is there a tingling sensation that spreads directly throughout my body? The yellow and black catfish's face was also filled with doubt straight away, giving the appearance as if 3 big question marks had popped up directly on its head. Chapter 81, Just the Two of Us. The second elder catfish gradually lost himself in this crispy feeling, until Lu Hang once again began to lift the rod. And the huge tension coming directly from the fishing line only made the second elder catfish come back to his senses. Almost hit the trajectory of the angler guy. Damn, angler guy even tried to paralyze me. It's really damnable. 18 Styles of exploding rods. Style 9, old catfish drill a hole in the ground. After the catfish second elder used the skill, the entire fish directly spun rapidly in place and spun faster and faster as time passed. At the end of the day, catfish second elder's entire fish seemed to have directly turned into an underwater dark current, and the spinning center directly created an endless attraction. The stream of water continuously rotated, compressed, rotated again, compressed again, and finally directly formed a spiral stream of water. The instantly greater pulling force unexpectedly pulled Lu Hang directly and began to move towards the reservoir. Lu Hang feels as if he is no longer pulling toward like a catfish, but a crocodile. Endless pulling and rotating force. If not, Lu Hang's rod quality is high enough, or before the 1,000-pound rod. Lu Hang do not dare to guarantee that his rod can be good to catch this fish. And the terrifying force was still coming from the fishing rod in a weird and continuous manner. Lu Hang also brightened up at this. Good guy. This fish still has a backhand a little something. It just so happens that I know a move that can have the same effect as this one. Come on, big catfish. Let's both try to see who's better. 18 Fishing trips for bucks. Fishing trip number 8, Granny in the quilt. Lu Hang held the fishing rod with one hand, and then the whole person directly turned directly with the rotational force coming from the rod. Then it was seen that the land navigation by the reservoir was also directly turned, and turned faster, even to the point that even the fishing rod could not be seen, and finally could only see a horizontal spiral of unknown items. During each spin, Lu Hang was also constantly giving himself ever faster spins by adjusting the position of his waist. Finally, after continuously spinning for more than 10 minutes, Lu Hang also gradually stopped, stuck the fishing rod directly into the ground, and then directly ran to the side and vomited. Wow! 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 No! I'll never use that trick again next time. Wow! Wrong, wrong, wrong! Wow! Underwater! Watching the second elder turn faster and faster, the 3 little ones were also excited and kept shouting cheers to the second elder. Although the 3 little ones couldn't understand what the second elder was doing, the 3 little ones knew when they felt the suction of the nearby water that the second elder was firing. Silently, he pushed out of the range of the suction and just watched as the second elder spun faster and faster and faster. Then he saw the second elder directly flip the whole fish over and not move a muscle. After sensing that the suction underwater was gone, the 3 little ones also immediately ran to the second elder's side, using their tails to slap the second elder's head. However, it was of no use. The second elder was still laying there turning white. Wow! After throwing up continuously for 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Hang also gradually slowed down. Seeing that his rod was still stuck there, Lu Hang thought to himself that the fish underwater seemed to have turned dizzy as well. Walking over and picking up the fishing rod, Lu Hang directly made a wave of violent force, and the veins that instantly burst out on his arms seemed to be telling others how much force Lu Hang had used. With a bang, a yellow and black fish flew right out of the water. It fell straight to the ground with a thud. This? Catfish? Looking at such a yellow and black fish, Lu Hang was also directly into deep contemplation. You say he is not a catfish, but its mouth and catfish are on the exact same. You say he is a catfish, he is better than the catfish, do not look too much. Have to say, if Lu Hang more think this is a yellow spicy ding. Walking over and directly removing the hook, Lu Hang was finally sure of his suspicion. Not Lu Hang personally caught this fish. Lu Hang couldn't believe that this kind of fish could also become so big. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for catching a mutated catfish, giant anglerfish, for the first time. Mutant catfish, giant angelfish, has been accepted into the mutant fish iconography.
Ding! Mutant fish icon. Mutant catfish, giant angelfish, activated.
Reward system points plus 100.
All angelfish in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into giant angelfish every year. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for catching 954 pounds from a giant anglerfish. The Fighting Fishing Sacred Body activation has gained 9% feedback, increasing the strength feedback by 85.86 pounds. Hey,
okay, come on in.
Throwing this giant yellow chili ding directly into the system's fish storage space. Lu Hang was also directly looking for a place to rest for a while.
Mainly just turned too much, although a little better. But people are still in a state of vertigo. Did not see that giant yellow chili ding well?
All by themselves from the water inside the fall up.
Have not slowed down. From inside the system backpack,
he took out a picnic cloth and directly spread it on the ground.
After Lu Hang sat on the picnic cloth,
Lu Hang also directly took out a bucket of drinking water.
First rinsed a mouth,
and after that he directly started to ton
just spit too hard, all to their own vomit hungry, and even drank a few big water. Lu Hang is also directly out of a few packets of bagged chicken legs have 5 spice, and spicy, more braised, everything has everything. Pick up the chicken legs Lu Hang began to eat up,
which are in the pot enamel town to leave the time when passing through the supermarket to buy.
During that time in pot enamel town,
Lu Hang realized that normal food was already hard to satisfy himself,
especially after fishing.
The energy provided by simple rice and veggies was not enough at all. What he needed was still meat,
and a lot of it,
and this pile of chicken legs inside the backpack was the new spare food that Lu Hang had stored for himself. As for the self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot inside his backpack, Lu Hang has already prepared to go back to the fishing ground, and then directly throw it to the fishing ground to sell. Although the fishing ground has a cafeteria during the daytime, but the fishing ground's cafeteria is not open 24 hours after all. By the time the fishing guys who like to fish at night, there will always be someone who has a need for it, and it's not really possible to give it to the night shift employees to eat directly as a midnight snack at that time.
In just 10 minutes,
Lu Hang directly killed more than 40 big chicken legs, and even this bucket of 10L mineral water, 1/5 of it was killed by Lu Hang.
After eating and drinking well, Lu Hang just laid down and fell asleep. Great Elder, it's bad. Something big is wrong.
The Great Elder, who just wanted to get angry, saw that the 3 little ones who had only just left not long ago ran back in a flurry.
Told you guys a couple times. The patriarch is in seclusion. Keep the commotion smaller, and by the way, where is the second elder who went over with you guys?
Chapter 82 Catfish Elders Group wiped out.
Great Elder. Two.
Looking at this stuttering little chub, the Grand Elder also couldn't help but interrupt.
Alright, you stop talking. Let another person say it.
Great Elder, something big has happened. The second elder has also been fished away by the fishing man.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That dorsal fin on the back of the second elder can easily cut off all fishing lines.
How could it be fished away by an angler? Tell us properly how the second elder was fished away by an angler.
Reporting to the first elder, the second elder yen $% and $% and %% and $% and $% and at $% at $% then the second elder spun himself around.
And after that, he was fished directly by the fishing guy, and didn't have any useful dorsal fins at all.
Wastes, all wastes, even managed to turn himself dizzy. Long ago, and the second elder said that his bull **** exploding pole 18 style is just fart useless.
Don't study it day and night. As a result, in the end,
he still planted on top of that what bull **** exploding pole 18 style.
Forget it, there are no elders that can be drawn out right now, and the ordinary group of elders sent over there are just delivering fish to the anglers. You 3 should still go and notify the clan. Keep a low profile for a few days,
and when the patriarch comes out of seclusion,
the patriarch will personally help everyone to take revenge.
Okay, Grand Elder.
Well, it really smells good. The rumor admits not to deceive me. Walk a little after meals, can live 99, lie down a little after meals, can live 18,000.
Lu Hang, who woke up from his sleep, also stretched himself comfortably, cleaned up his garbage, and after putting all the garbage inside the fish box,
Lu Hang went back to the vicinity of the reservoir.
The first thing Lu Hang did was to go and look near his nest, the one where he had caught 300-pound fish, and now there was only a bunch of small dense bubbles.
Strange, why aren't there any big fish coming through?
There shouldn't be no more big fish inside the water. I've only caught a few here.
How can it be empty?
It seems that it is still necessary to increase the attraction. Then Lu Hang directly exchanged a pack of 100 pounds of catfish special bait from inside the system mall.
Catfish 13. Can you smell it? There is a nice fragrance coming from that direction. Catfish 11. Didn't you hear? There is a fishing man over there.
The great elder told us to be more peaceful lately,
not letting us get into trouble. Everything has to wait for the patriarch to come out of the gate. Catfish 13. What are you afraid of? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who knows we went over there.
As long as we both are careful.
After saying that, Cat 11 swam directly over there. No, 11, you slow down. Wait for me. Don't be impulsive.
Now is the critical period of the patriarch.
Don't mess things up. Ha ha ha. It looks like the bait really wasn't attractive enough. And sure enough,
when I switched to the specialized bait,
all the big fish went straight into the nest.
Hooking up the rod with the latest 100-pound catfish specific bait, Lu Hang cast the rod straight out.
Catfish 13. Look at this, how good the food is here. It's all angler's bait. Right on that hook. Think I'm going to bite just like I'm going to bite just because I'm tied to a piece of scented bait. Alright, 11. Anyway, be careful. Don't get caught up by the fishing guy.
I heard that the second elder was caught up by the fishing guy just a short while ago.
Boom, boom, boom. Ding dong. 11. Did you hear me? 11. 11? As soon as he looked up,
Catfish 13 realized straight away that Catfish 11 had disappeared, and a piece of fragrant bait was floating not far from him.
No, no, no. It's angler's bait. It's a trap. I can't eat it.
Then straight away he turned his head and swam off to the back.
Forget it, I can't help it. Just die. I'm a fish. Or a fish of the titular catfish clan.
How can I be afraid of the fishing guy?
Ow. Boom, boom, boom. Ding dong. Ha, did I blink my eyes?
I seem to have just seen Catfish 13 here calling for Catfish 11.
How come in the blink of an eye Catfish 13 is gone?
This time this angler guy's bait smells so good. I'll sneak a taste while there's no fish right now.
Boom, boom, boom. Ding dong. It's true that the special bait is still good. It's only less than 10 minutes.
And it's directly on 500 pounds of fish. It's just that this fish is a bit small.
Only 200 or 300 pounds.
In the midst of Lu Hang's happy self-talk,
Lu Hang caught another 178-pound catfish. Oriental Catfish Farm.
3rd elder, 4th elder, 5th elder, 6th elder, and 7th elder.
What are the 5 of you going to do? It's a critical time for the matriarch's evolution. Don't you know? Great elder, we know that this is a critical period for the evolution of the patriarch. But our bodies are not under control.
It seems that there is something in that direction that has been attracting us.
Are you kidding me? What could there be that would be attractive to our catfish clan?
All of you go back and guard until the patriarch comes out of the gate.
I can't. Matriarch, we can't control our bodies at all. There's a special scent over there.
Before the words were finished,
the grand elder saw 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 elders directly scrambling out.
Looking at the 5 elders who rushed out, the grand elder wanted to rush straight up and chase the 5 fish back, but he was afraid that after he left the clan leader would have no one to guard him, and it would not be good for the other fish to destroy the evolution of the clan leader at that time.
In the end, the grand elder could only silently go back to continue guarding the clan chief, and without the 5 elders,
the grand elder could only swim around the cave entrance where the clan chief was in seclusion more frequently.
Great elder, it's bad, it's bad. Something big is wrong. Who ran over and yelled again, one by one, all disobedient, is not want to die.
The great elder who was on the head of anger, after hearing another fish yelling, is also directly into the state of violent anger.
The furious grand elder then saw 3 small catfish swimming over this way.
And at the first sight of these 3 small catfish, the grand elder rushed over and directly swallowed little 13 and little 15.
Great, great, great elder. Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
Hearing the small sound of apology, the grand elder also retreated directly from his furious state.
It's you again. What's the matter with coming over this time? Where are the other 2 little ones? How come you're the only 1 inch? Great, great, great elder.
Just now the elder corps totaled 32 fish, all of which were caught by the fishing guy. The 5 elders who came in support from behind were also caught up with 3 of them.
And when we just came over, the 4th elder also bit the angler's hook.
And then we saw that the situation wasn't right, so we came over to find you.
Great elder.
And then little 13 and little 15. They were both just swallowed by you.
Great elder. Only these. Big elder, you don't eat me. Chapter 83. Back to the fishing ground.
Since switching to the 100-pound catfish special bait,
Lu Hang directly fished to fly.
After catching 30 or so 100-pound fish in a row, directly no more fish on the hook, but Lu Hang still had a great time fishing today, especially the ones that came on toward the end, which included 3 more catfish variants that I hadn't seen myself.
They were red-tailed giant catfish, golden-finned white catfish, and green-bearded tiger catfish, especially the red-tailed giant catfish, which Lu Hang particularly liked. Red tail, green back, white belly. If not for the large mouth with long whiskers that somewhat affects the aesthetics, Lu Hang is thinking of keeping this fish as an ornamental fish. After the last green-bearded tiger catfish was hooked, Lu Hang continuously fished for more than half an hour, and after continuously fishing for more than 2 hours for small catfish, Lu Hang also directly closed the rod and left. Maybe there was still a jack catfish inside the water, but his own bait wasn't attractive enough to him, and instead of wasting time here, he'd wait until later. Gathering up his entire belongings and dropping all the remaining bait inside the reservoir, Lu Hang also left straight away. Back in town, Lu Han rested for the night and the next day rode on to the fishing grounds on his own little electric donkey. While riding to an unoccupied place, Lu Hang also summoned a medium-sized van and put all the catfish and other various 100-pound giants into it. The mid-sized van was big enough to perfectly compartmentalize all the fish perfectly, allowing the car to carry them all to the fishing grounds while he himself rode slowly and leisurely on his little electric donkey. Finally, when the day shift was almost over, Lu Hang slowly and leisurely returned to the fishing ground. The truck that brought in the catfish was parked in the corner of the parking lot, and because there were no instructions from Lu Hang, Su Zijian didn't dare to easily arrange where the fish would go, and Zhu 17 is to move a master chair, the side of a parasol set up a small table, above a teapot, Zhu 17 directly lying on the side of the medium-sized truck. Who said no, is to look at their own this fish. Su Zijiang may not know why Zhu 17 is squatting and guarding this van, but Lu Hang knows why Zhu 17 is guarding this van when he sees it at a glance. Inside this cart, all of the remaining giants were mutant fish, except for the catfish that were less than 100 pounds or just 100 pounds out. 300-pound bicorn warbler, old 6 deep lake warbler old 3. 300-pound unicorn warbler, old 6 deep lake warbler old 4. 600 caddies of golden big plank carp, raffle. 800 pounds of red and green carp, raffle, caught a pair of 150 pounds inside Back Mountain Lake. 600-pound giant chub, chub clan 4th elder. 800 pounds of giant chub, the 3rd elder of the chub clan. 800 pounds of red chub, 2nd eldest of the chub clan. 900 pounds unicorn chub type, chub clan elder. 700-pound red-colored catfish, 8th elder of the catfish clan. 700-pound red-tailed giant catfish, 6th elder of the catfish clan. 700-pound golden-finned white catfish, 5th elder of the catfish clan. 800 pounds of green-whiskered tiger catfish, the 4th elder of the catfish clan. The 7th elder is also a green-whiskered tiger catfish but only 700 pounds. 800-pound long-beard purple-fin mackerel, 3rd elder of the catfish clan. Giant 900-pound anglerfish, 2nd eldest of the catfish clan. These fish are all treasures in Zhu Xii's eyes, and they will all be treasures for himself to restore the ancient books and enter the history books in the future. No one is to go near it until Lucas comes with instructions. Especially along not big but inside the trunk cursing a warble. Zhu 17 extraordinarily interested in it. Just in this afternoon time Zhu 17 has thought of 36 ways to eat. Just waiting for a word from Lu Hang. Immediately make a dislike of the sky warping mouth 36 eat for Lu Hang. When he saw Lu Hang riding a small electric donkey back to the fishing ground, Zhu 17 directly called an apprentice over to help continue to watch the fish. And he himself ran directly to the side of Lu Hang, and helped Lu Hang carry the fishing box, and asked Lu Hang if he was tired. Apprentice saw the scene, directly as the collapse of the 3 views, the usual time so strict master it, halabasa master back into a licking dog. If it is not no tail, but where there is a tail masters have to fling to the sky, and when Lu Hang saw Zhu 17 like this, he immediately guessed that Zhu 17 had something he wanted to say to himself. After returning to their own small house inside, Lu Hang is also directly invited Zhu 17 sat down. Something how to say, don't be so strange and intimidating. Boss Lu, do you have any more of those weird special fish that are smaller? I want to try a new dish. I told you how strange you are today. You came running over as soon as I came. Nothing is for nothing. It's not fornication. It seems that you have been eyeing my group of mutant fish since a long time ago. And nah, Lu boss these fish I only saw from my grandfather passed down to me on the recipe. I always thought it was my grandfather expanded writing. I'm just a cook, and I usually just like to work on some recipes, and I don't really have any other hobbies. So just wanted to ask. Alright, old Zhu, I probably get what you're saying. To put it bluntly, you just saw these mutant fish and thought of doing it to see if it's any good. But well, I can only tell you that it's not possible. These are seed fish. If you want to try, you'll have to wait for these seed fish to reproduce before you try. By the way, isn't there still bluefin mackerel and greenfin mackerel and purplefin mackerel for you to try out? So you can think about considering using these 3 types of fish to make something that isn't in the recipes. There's no need to put your eyes all over this group of fish. When these fish are thoroughly bred, Even if you don't ask me, I'll let you take them and make me something good to eat. Okay? Thanks, boss. After receiving Lu Hang's reply, Zhu 17 directly ran back to the side of the van happy as a child of more than 600 months. Su Zijiang, who was patrolling the fishing grounds, also rushed straight over when he saw the door of Lu Hang's house open. Just as he reached the door, he saw a happy as a child Zhu 17 running out from inside. Boss, you're back. I was just about to give you a call to ask you what to do with this latest load of fish. This car of fish a moment I myself to deal with. No need to rush. See that van? Is I find people to build a special? Fish is put in the inside of a few months of continuous breeding. As long as you feed on time, they have no problem at all. In fact, the problem is not that carload of fish. I checked the compartment as soon as the car arrived at the fishing ground. The main thing is that the warbler has been there cursing and grinning. Has been cursing and grinning all day? I'm afraid that in cursing and grinning I can't stop the group of fishing guys inside the fishing ground. Chapter 84, War God Security Company. Hearing Su Zijiang's words, Lu Hang immediately remembered that he had caught a strange warbler at that time, which could spit out human words, just swearing too dirty, and remembered that he had smoked it for more than half an hour when he caught it up. Directly to themselves are tired of beating. If not, it was begged for mercy in time. Lu Hang are ready to directly give it to death. I remember. You're talking about that dislike of the sky warbler, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. See if there's any security companies in our neighborhood, and go charter one. The main thing would be to guard fishing ground number 2 24 hours a day. I'm afraid that this fish will give the fishing guy a scolding fire at that time, and in the middle of the night it will come directly to our fishing ground and directly fire left and right, and then the whole fish pond will suffer. There is another thing. The security personnel inside this security company cannot be a fishing man. Is a fishing man all don't want? I'm afraid that by the time the security personnel also left zero right fire. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Su Zijiang also smiled awkwardly. Indeed, this fish's mouth is too damaging. As long as a fishing guy to come, cannot help but want to beat it. If not, Zhu 17 is only a chef, not a fishing guy. I am afraid that Lu Hang has not yet come back to this warped beak, have been killed by Zhu 17. Okay boss, I'll get in touch later. Forget it old Su. Something we say later. You first go to contact the security company. I'm afraid that in a moment this fish really give the whole fishing field fishing guys are scolded on the head. Money is not a problem. Is the strength of the security to be high? After Lu Hang's words, Lao Su also immediately went back inside his office and checked out the nearby security companies, picking and choosing for half an hour. Su Zijiang is also initially identified 3 companies, and then in Su Zijiang's several hours of telephone porridge, and finally talked about a god of war security company. It is said that there are 10 great kings of soldiers in it, 4 great gods of war, and 2 great kings. One seems to be called something like Shura, and the other seems to be called something like Dragon King. Anyway, I don't know the exact strength, but the introduction of this security is awesome. As long as I can make sure the boss's one fish doesn't die. The speed of this security company is also really fast. The same night there is a person in charge directly to the fishing ground, and Lu Hang signed up the contract. At the beginning of the time when Lu Hang saw the price of 50,000,000 a year, Lu Hang are ready to refuse. But after seeing the company introduction Su Zijiang gave himself, Lu Hang directly switched to signed his name, and is a one-time on the employment of 10 years. After signing the contract, Lu Hang directly after the first year of 50 million directly transferred, and the War God Security Company's speed of action is also really fast. That night in the middle of the night directly arranged a soldier king with 50 security personnel to the inside of the fishing ground. Su Zijiang, who was originally sleeping, was also directly called up by the phone call from the security company, and sleepily brought all the people to the side of the medium-sized truck, and sleepily returned to the dormitory to continue sleeping. Every fishing guy passing by the edge of the parking lot couldn't help but look back as 51 people surrounded that one van. The next day, Lu Hang also got up early in the morning when he just went out and was directly confused by the circle of people wall inside the parking lot. Rubbing his eyes and looking over again, he realized that he hadn't blinked, and indeed there was a bunch of people surrounding his mid-sized van. Asterisk. What is the situation? Dislike the sky warped mouth to violate the rules of heaven. Why so many people surrounded him? At this time, Su Zijiang, who had just woken up, had also just walked out from inside the staff dormitory, and after seeing the dumbfounded Lu Hang, Su Zijiang also explained the situation to Lu Hang. After learning that this group of people is the War God Security Company sent over, Lu Hang also said that this money spent is not a loss. On this execution, on this name, Lu Hang feels that his $50 million to hire such a group of people is blood money. After Su Zijiang had finished explaining, Lu Hang didn't care about this side of the situation anymore, but instead walked over to his second fish pond on his own.
walking on the concrete road to the second fish pond.
Lu Hang also couldn't help but marvel to the perfection of Su Zizhong's work.
Especially after seeing that all the second fish ponds had been filled with water.
Lu Hang was also very pleased.
Old Su, when was this second fishing ground completed?
Well, the digging, if it was done
on the third day of your absence from the fishing grounds, boss, and then the sunning pond we sunned for 2 days, and drained for another 2 days. As of today this water has been in the sun for over a week,
and to confirm the water's condition, I threw a 220 white stripe into it 5 days into the sun, and the white stripe is still alive and well, and is now ready to be released at any time.
Listening to Su Zizhong's return, Lu Hang is also very pleased. Although his own fish pond has a system of enhancement, the fish in it is 100% survival.
But Su Zizhong does not know
he is still serious about every step of the dry,
and even experimented with the white strips to ensure that the water is safe.
Okay old Su, a moment to go to let the truck drive over. We will be inside a part of 100 pounds of fish are given to the second fish pond inside too.
Today's Chui Yen is also the same as usual.
Every morning to all the fish ponds inside the feed bait once, and then go to the cafeteria inside the meal. After eating back to the dormitory inside, took out the Lu Hang gave him the fishing rod, fought straight to the Chub special pond inside the fishing. After a week or so of continuous fishing inside the water, Chui Yen had successfully mastered the 18 fish fishing, first fishing, steady as an old dog. Today, when he just passed by the number 1 fishing ground, a medium-sized truck drove past him.
Chui Yen is also an old man inside the fishing ground.
As soon as he saw this truck,
Chui Yen also knew that there were new fish coming.
In fact, when I came to feed the fish this morning Chui Yen saw this car parked inside the parking lot, but saw a bunch of people on the side. Chui Yen did not dare to walk over to see. And now look at the car to the second fish pond.
Chui Yen also want to go over to see what kind of fish is coming this time.
On this 1-kilometer road from the number 1 fishing ground to the number 2 fishing ground,
Chui Yen directly burst out the speed of the 1,000 meters of the midterm exam. After 8 minutes, Chui Yen finally ran to the edge of the number 2 fishing ground.
Then Chui Yen saw the scene of his own destruction of the 3 views. Usually 2 or 3 people can hold up 300 pounds of fish. Lu Hang directly one hand carrying and then thrown directly into the second fish pond inside. When this scene was not yet digested, Lu Hang alone was seen directly carrying a 9-meter-long red carp, walking out of the carriage, and then with a throw, this red carp directly crossed a beautiful parabola in the air directly falling into the water.
Chapter 85, you hold 800 or 900 pounds in your hand and tell me you believe in science.
Watching Lu Hang throw the fish inside the fish pond with 1 hand and 2 hands, everyone froze in place. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Lu Hang had thrown all the fish he needed inside the fish pond.
Okay, that's it.
The others are too small to put inside this fish pond.
Boss, there are dozens of catfish over here. A couple 100 pounds too. Won't you put them in?
This is too small. A couple 100 pounds of common fish species is not much of a pull, and putting it in will only degrade this pond, said Lu Hang. Also jumped off the van directly,
and when he turned around, he smoothly closed the door directly as well.
Right old Su.
Your last gang of excavation team can still find over and then dig some gun pits,
especially this remaining catfish, such as the gun pond dug and put inside the gun pond.
The size of all in accordance with the previous specifications too.
One more thing, Lao Su made a call to let the security company's people come to this fish pond.
From now on,
this fish pond will be their workplace.
Okay, I'll call now.
After Lu Hang finished speaking, Su Zizhong walked to the side and directly called the Soldier King captain over. And after telling them the location of the place, he and Lu Hang chatted at the edge of the fish pond while waiting for the security personnel to come over. In less than 3 short minutes, 50 people were seen lined up in 2 lines following the Soldier King's captain and running straight over. Old Su, this god of war security company money spent not lose on this execution speed, the general public simply cannot do. Boss, I heard that this god of war security company are all retired military personnel who just returned to the society and couldn't find a job. Then they went to work as security inside the God of War security company.
Their discipline is still very high.
Look out! Look out!
Alright, let's go back when people come.
And Xiao Chu, what are you still looking at on the side? Let's go. After hearing Lu Hang's shout, at the side of the day's Chui Yen is also back to God. The main this is also too ruining the 3 views, said good believe in science, who is a normal person a hand lift 800 or 900 pounds of big fish, but also can throw up.
Master, did you secretly cultivate immortality? Can you teach me that immortal technique? No? I also want to learn it.
Hearing Chui Yen's words, Lu Hang directly slapped Chui Yen on the head with a hand slash. Originally saw Chui Yen dazed on the side, thought Chui Yen want to ask what it is, but the result held half a day to hold this. What do you think? How do you say is also a graduate student? As a result,
You now and I say cultivate immortality. But where I will cultivate immortality, I will open a fishing farm here. I will be in the morning sky. Master, you're still lying to me. I just saw it all. 300 or 400 pounds of big fish you throw one in one hand for fun. 800 or 900 pounds of big fish you directly carry and throw it inside the fish pond. Do you think this is scientific? It seems to be a bit unscientific. Nope, got carried away by you. It's a matter of human constitution. I have a good constitution so I can carry such a heavy weight. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Shu Yan directly squinted at Lu Hang, and this glance directly gave Lu Hang dry speechlessness. If he didn't explain it clearly to Shu Yan today, Shu Yan would definitely think that he was practicing immortality. Alright, Shu, wait for me at the door for a while. I'll go in and get something. Back home, Lu Hang also directly exchanged 11 packs of universal bait, and took a pound of leading tilapia meat from the system space, and after putting all the things inside a backpack, Lu Hang walked out again. Xiao Chu, come with me. Just in time to see how well you've practiced your fishing technique. Shu Yan then followed Lu Hang with a dumbfounded face and returned to the second fish pond again. Lu Hang directly walked to the edge of the fish pond, hands into a trumpet shape, and directly shouted, "Stinky mouth fish, come out to eat. Stinky mouth fish, come out and eat." After Lu Hang shouted, he also directly found a place to sit on the side, and Shu Yan also followed and sat on the side of Lu Hang. The two hadn't been sitting there for more than a short while when they saw a warbler run out from inside the fish pond, and then they saw the warbler start cursing directly. In this instant, Shu Yan went straight to the head, took the fishing rod on his back, didn't even hang up the bait, and directly threw it at the warbler. Lu Hang was directly confused when he saw this scene. Bad. Shu Yan learned bad and became a spearfish man. Alright, shut your mouth. After hearing this familiar voice, disliking Skywarp also hurriedly turned its head to look over, and then it saw the man who had given it a lifetime of shadows. Other fishermen catch a fish and that's it. But this fisherman, he has to be beaten up for catching the fish. It's inhuman. You're here, boss. I don't know what the boss wants. Yo, that's a pretty quick change of attitude. I still like how you just looked like you had nothing to lose. Boss, you're joking. This is not work. Of course the work should be serious. Alright, don't be poor. Promised you 10 packs of the same bait every month. Came to settle your paycheck today. Hearing Lu Hang's words, dislike Skywarp Beak directly swam to the shore and then directly opened his big mouth. Lu Hang, on the other hand, directly tore open the bait's packaging and then directly poured it into the fish's mouth one bite at a time. Shu Yan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as he watched from the sidelines as a man fed a fish for half an hour. Watching this man and fish get along, Shu Yan also cannot help but mutter to, Master still does not recognize his own cultivation of immortality. This fish are cultivated to speak. Master also said to me to believe in science. This fish will speak human language, can still work. This really science? After the last packet of bait was fed, Lu Hang also patted the head of this disliked warbler and said, Eat up and go. From now on, your job is to wait for the official opening of my fishing farm, and provoke this group of fishing fellows in every way you can. Disliking Skywarp Beak also turned back directly after hearing Lu Hang's words, then with a flick of his tail he directly got into the water and disappeared. After feeding the disliked Skywarp, Lu Hang was also finally free to talk to Chu Yan. Xiao Chu, how is the fishing technique I taught you practicing? Have you learned it yet? Steady as an old dog, that move I learned a long time ago. That master, when will you teach me the next move? Don't be in a hurry. It just so happens that I've put quite a few 100 pounds of fish inside this second fish pond. So you're just in time to try out the steady as an old dog trick, and I'll see how well you've practiced it. That master, you put a lot of 800 or 900 pounds of big fish in here. I can't fish at all. If you let me catch 300 or 400 pounds I can still. You let me. Okay, how can a fisherman be afraid? Since he is afraid, he is still a fisherman. Since you are a fishing man, then as long as the fish should be yours to catch. The big deal is to cut the line, at least to know where their own limit is. Chapter 86, Purple Thunder Bamboo Fishing Rod Explosion. Chu Yan heard Lu Hang's chicken blood is also directly male. Master is right. Even their own limits are not afraid to challenge me. Also come to fish. What fish? If you want to play, you are ready to pull out your own bait. Now Chu Yan's bait are after using Lu Hang's bait to mix their own. Although it's not as good as Lu Hang's bait, but after Chu Yan's improvement these days, it's also much better than the general bait. Little Chu, take it. After saying that, Lu Hang took out the last pack of bait inside his backpack and threw it directly to Chu Yan. Receiving Lu Hang's bait, Chu Yan skillfully opened the bait and cast the rod. Xiao Chu, have confidence in yourself. Throw every rod as if your confidence a rod. Fishing is a momentum. The stronger the momentum, the stronger the strength. Master, what is chi? Or I want to think about how to tell you. You have read people's immortal cultivation novels, right? People with high realms can release pressure on people with low realms. It's a bit like this kind of thing. But then, we anglers can collect our aura with ourselves, thus coming to strengthen ourselves, allowing you to explode with twice or even several times your power. You're a high school student. You should have heard the saying, one puff of air is all it takes. It's the same with chi. As long as you are confident, then you will always be a drum. As long as you don't let go of that breath, you can go forward. Never deny yourself, whether your opponent is 100-pound fish, 1,000-pound fish, a 10,000-pound fish, or even 100,000-pound fish, or a 1,000,000-pound fish. As long as you believe in yourself, you can defeat these fish. Anglers are strong or not strong on a total of 3 things: a great body, a courageous spirit, and a rod that won't break no matter what fish they encounter. The body needs to be forged by you constantly, to take in rich nutrition, to keep pushing your own limits, in order for you to have an indestructible body. And momentum requires you to keep pushing, to push your limits, to go beyond your limits, to catch all those fish that pop your rod with ease, and to keep building up your momentum along the way. That last fishing rod, it depends on your chance. You can naturally encounter it when your chance arrives, and if your chance is not there, you cannot get it in your hand even if you encounter it. But then, as your master, I can promise you one of the only fishing rods in this world after you learn all the 18 fish falls. Master is what fishing rod the world only because the material is only this one or people only made this one that, confidential. Really want to know? Then you'll just have to cheer up and learn. Concentrate on the fish. Oh, okay. Then I saw the fish float, which had been floating on the surface of the water, sink into the water all of a sudden. Phew, phew, phew. The spinning wheel on Chu Yan's fishing rod directly turned quickly. The fast-flowing fishing line and the rapid flow through the fishing rod directly came out a burst of panting windline sound. What a wonderful, beautiful sound. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. Chu Yan's legs slightly bent to step directly on the ground. His arms held the fishing rod tightly directly in his arms, and the wrists and palms of his hands directly clasped the spinning wheel tightly. In an instant, that wonderful windline sound directly disappeared, and then it was seen that the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod of Chu Yan was directly pulled and bent. Crescent moon bent bow, half moon bent bow, and in the end, the whole fishing rod directly became a full moon bent bow. Boo! Oh ho! Then Lu Hang saw the purple thunder bamboo fishing rod that he had given to Chu Yan directly break into several sections. At the first moment when the fishing rod broke, Chu Yan thought to grab the section with the fishing line, only just jumped up. Chu Yan felt a tensile force coming from his back, and then the whole person was pulled backward. The rod that had broken into several sections, the one with the line in it, was directly carried by the fish the first moment it fell into the water, and then quickly moved away from the shore. Being pulled back, Chu Yan, looking at the fishing rod broken into several sections, directly revealed a face full of heartache. Since Lu Hang gave this fishing rod to Chu Yan, he went back every night to wipe the fishing rod on one side, and even went to buy the rod protection oil. I did not expect this was Chu Yan as a baby fishing rod. Today, directly and completely scrapped. Would have been if only broken into 2 sections or just cut the line. Lu Hang can still go to the system to buy a fishing rod repair card to fix him well. But when it was broken into several sections, it was no longer suitable. And for each section that was disconnected, Lu Hang needed to spend a repair card. And for the points of so many repaired sections, Lu Hang could buy a new one. Looking at the sad Chu Yan, Lu Hang also could not help but go over and pat Xiao Chu's fine burst of fishing rod only. Fishing man, do not be afraid of being burst of fishing rod. But this fishing rod was the first one you gave me, master, and I've obviously taken great care of it. So how could it have burst? Listening to the words of Chu Yan, Lu Hang were flabbergasted. Originally Lu Hang gave Chu Yan this fishing rod just thinking that Chu Yan fishing can be suppressed, just did not think that Xiao Chu will be so important to this fishing rod. Xiao Chu, I'm sorry, it's me who forgot about the weight-bearing capacity of this fishing rod. The fish inside this fish pond is too big. This fishing rod can't withstand the pull of the fish inside here. It's not your problem. Come on, Chu, grab the broken rod and let's go. I'll go find you a better one. Oh, after picking up a few more rods, except for the one that had been hauled away, the 2 men headed straight back out. Walking on the road, both of them did not say anything more. Chu Yan just tightly hold this fishing rod, while Lu Hang it is to open the system mall, in which to Chu Yan pick a new fishing rod. In fact, when Lu Hang saw Chu Yan still holding this purple thunder bamboo fishing rod, Lu Hang knew that Chu Yan's 18 fish fishing, the first fishing, had been practiced very well. A fishing rod that can only withstand 150 pounds, can let Chu Yan in their own fishing field inside the traverse for several days without bursting rod. If it is not unable to meet the big fish, then it can only be Chu Yan has mastered the fishing method. At this instant, Lu Hangul felt a little bit that Chu Yen might really be a fishing wizard. If he wasn't the system's installation, he might not be able to compare to Chu Yen at all. In the system fishing rod page, Lu Hang also picked and chose for a long time, not knowing exactly what kind of fishing rod to find for Chu Yen. Chapter 87 Miracle Fishing Contest. As soon as the two of them came back, they bumped into Su Zijian, who came out from inside the office. Boss, why did you go to fishing ground number 2 again? Is there something wrong? Old Su, don't think too much. I'm just going over to feed the fish, and in the meantime, I'm checking to see how well Xiao Chu has learned his fishing skills. By the way, Old Su, do you have any ideas for the publicity of our second fishing ground? Is the second fishing promotion? Based on a social exposure situation right now, I'd recommend it over Anchor Attraction. Anchor Attraction? Is there a specific program for that? Boss, actually I feel like just with the way our fishing is going right now we don't really need too much exposure anymore. You see, we have 4 ponds right now. Fish pond number 1 in particular has at least 30 people a day and a dozen for night fishing. The chub specific and mackerel specific ponds also have no less than 20 people a day. Especially the whitebait open whitebait specific pond that you sent over behind you, boss, is extraordinarily popular with novice anglers. And there are more than a few anglers who bring their girlfriends or wives over and then have their girlfriends or wives fish inside the whitebait turn pond. It's safe to say that the white stripe specialty pond has the best reputation of any of our fish ponds. On days off, all the fishing spots at our ponds are pretty much at capacity, so I feel like we don't need too much exposure. We just need to send out an announcement inside the group, and after that, invite a few anchors over to get a feel for it, and we'll be able to make a name for ourselves as the number 2 fish pond. If you need a specific plan of implementation, boss, I'll go back and organize it and probably have it for you tomorrow. Old Su, I think what you said makes sense, but then just having the fishing grounds bursting at the seams isn't my ultimate goal. What I want is to take the fishing ground and open it up as the number 1 fishing ground in the province, the number 1 fishing ground in the country, or even the number 1 fishing ground in the world, so that when people hear fishing ground, they think of our miracle grand fishing ground, instead of making those hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a day trolling. There's no end to the money. Old Su, what do you think about us utilizing the second fishing ground to stage a fishing tournament, using the 100 caddy giant as a gimmick, and inviting all the major anchors as well as the wild fishing experts to come over and participate in the tournament? A competition? There's no problem with implementing this program. It's just that, boss, this process we may need to underwrite all the bus fares for the contestants as well as the accommodation, which will be a considerable expense. It's okay, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Go ahead and send out the invitations. And by the way, you can reveal the top 3 prizes to this group. The first place will receive 5,000,000 prize money. Second place gets 3,000,000 in prizes. Third place gets a 2,000,000 prize. The fishing lodge covers everyone's travel expenses as well as food and lodging. Boss, you, this bonus will not be set too high. We take our fishing farm in the case of not counting the boss your fish's entry price to calculate, are still in a loss. Lao Su, we have to look at the long term. With fame, fishing grounds we just need to hire excavators to dig giant fish ponds we may not be much, but small fish ponds we want as much as can be dug. The fish to buy it does not cost much money. Old Su, go ahead and let it go. You can also post our tournament information inside the group and on our fishing farm's vibrato platform. By the way, the top 3 have a mystery reward in addition to the $10 million cash prize. Okay, boss, I'll make the arrangements. I don't know what time our match is set for. Race time? Let me think about it. By the way, Lao Su, today July number. Today is July 10th, X024. Okay, so let's set our tournament for August 1st, X024, and then have all the anglers arrive at the fishing grounds by 2400 on July 30th to register their names. By the way, Lao Su, Xiao Chu, if you have friends or relatives also or yourselves can also participate. If you participate in your own, I allow you to take the paid tournament. After all, if you win the championship is also the honor of our fishing field. Competition activities. We focus on a happy. The more people the better. When the actual number of attendants, we will decide the specifics of the competition. Okay, boss, I'm going to make the arrangements. By the way, boss, what's the name of our competition this time? The name of the contest? Let's see. Let's call it the Miracle Fishing Tournament. Miracle is the name of our fishing grounds and tournament. This is how serious we are about the tournament. Master, I want to participate. Right, Xiao Chu? I remember your teacher seems to be a professor of biology. Right. Help me ask your teacher if he has any ideas about mutated aquatic animals that he wants to observe and study up close. Now we still need an expert inside the fishing grounds who specializes in the habits of these fish. Only by understanding the habits of these fish we can better breed these fish. Really? Then I'll go and call the teacher. I've talked to the teacher about this before, and also collected and sent the scales of those big fish that were caught during these times. And the teacher has long wanted to come to the fishing ground to see these fish. It's just that without your permission, Master, I didn't dare to let the teacher come over. Then Saw, originally still sad for the fishing rod Chu Yen, immediately turned into happy, and then ran to the side of the butt to call the teacher. After Su Zijiang and Chu Yen left, Lu Hang also returned home alone. Sitting on top of his grandfather chair, Lu Hang began to consider up how to give this mysterious reward. Dragon Head Luo Fei. It's not time to expose it now. Since the system can draw roasted Dragon Head Luo Fei meat, then there must be Dragon Head Luo Fei in this world. It's better for me to expose this news than to let the people of this time to research it by themselves. Come to think of it, I remember as if the system had a quest to teach the fishing method to all the fishing guys earlier. So why don't we use the fishing method as a reward for the top 3? And no, it's too much of a hassle to teach fishing as a reward, and I'd have to teach them one by one, which is kind of a waste of my own fishing time. If the fishing grounds are inscribed into the books, it will be easy for other people to spread the word when the time comes, and then I'll lose a lot of money in case it's not counted as something I've spread. Ding! The host can use the teaching heavenly book. Consuming 1,000 points can exchange for a teaching heavenly book. Consuming 10% of the host's proficiency, the basic fishing techniques can be engraved onto the book, and those who get the book can learn the basic fishing techniques directly. Note, the Book of Teachings is a reusable prop, and when it is used up, it will return to blank again and can be inscribed again. Chapter 88, Inscribing the Heavenly Book of Teaching. The Heavenly Book of Teaching. This is a good thing, but this engraving requires proficiency. Of all the fishing techniques I know now, only the 18 fishfalls fishing #1 steady as an old dog has reached the level of perfection, and just that was added after drawing a duplicate troll on its own. As for the other 9 fishing techniques, all of them are still in the process of melting down, and it's important to realize that the fishing techniques that the system has helped to learn started out as melting down. From here we can see how poor Lu Hang's enlightenment is. If not for the system's direct initiation and letting Lu Hang learn on his own, he would probably have at most a first glimpse of the door by now. Proficiency is divided into 7 levels. First glimpse of the doorway. Enter the chamber. Integrated. Pure fire. Peak. Out of the spirit. Return to the truth. Level 1 First glimpse. This is the starting point of fishing learning and indicates a basic understanding and mastery of the skill. Level 2 Denizenship. Indicates that fishing has reached a new stage of learning and is beginning to develop a deeper understanding and application of skills. Level 3 Fusion. This means that the fishing method has been learned at a high level and can be used flexibly to solve problems. Level 4 Hearth and Flame, indicates that the fishing method has reached a very skillful level, almost to the level of automation, and there are times when the brain doesn't react, and one's own body automatically makes the most suitable plan first. Level 5 Ascendant, the mastery of the fishing method has reached its peak state, and there is almost no fish that can compete with it. Level 6 Exodus, the use of the skill has gone beyond the norm to an almost unbelievable level, to the point where the power of the fishing technique used is several times greater than its original power. 7th level Return to the Truth, after mastering all the fishing methods, can return to the most primitive, the most essential skills, to achieve a transcendent realm. Can your every move is the fishing method of mention? You can also say, as long as I do not shout the name of the move, my every move is a flat A, among them, except for the first fishing. The other 9 fishing with the highest proficiency is the descending fish 18 fishing, the 16th fishing 1 fishing to open the gate of heaven has 56% proficiency. The second thing is the 17% proficiency in motor fishing. After carving out these top 3 fishing techniques, it seems like you've practiced fishing for a month for nothing. Ding! The host does not need to worry, because the host has already had the experience of higher proficiency, and after carving, the speed of recovery of proficiency will be several times faster than that of normal practice. That's good. That's good. Otherwise I'm going to lose money. What I've practiced with great difficulty. In the end all of them are going to be cheaper for other people. Then won't I become a proper big wrong seed? No, I don't think I'm much better off this way. I'd become a black slave. And I don't think I'm much better off with the great ungrateful breed. Forget it. I'll be a for once for the sake of the fishing grounds. The system exchanges 4 copies of the Heavenly Book of Teaching. Ding! Redemption successful. Remaining system points 94, 615. After continuously engraving 3 books of 18 fishes, first fishing, steady as an old dog, Lu Hang's proficiency level directly changed from 11% to 81%. Now to want Lu Hang again to use steady as a dead dog. Lu Hang can barely use it. Is the use of the forward swing too long? And so on. Out of the use of the time they may have long gone underwater and play with the fish. Far less practical than steady as an old dog. But then Lu Hang after all still has a sense of steady as a dead dog exists. As long as Lu Hang more practice proficiency will still quickly return to the original. The last book Lu Hang copied a copy of the 18 fish fishing, second fishing, motor fishing. After putting away the 4 engraved books of teaching, Lu Hang also began to continue to Chu Yiyan to select fishing rods. High-pressure carbon fiber fishing rod? The rod weighs 6 pounds and holds 800 pounds. No, it won't last long, not cost-effective. Purple and gold bamboo fishing rod. Rod weight 2 pounds. Load capacity 3,500 pounds. No, it's too light, not suitable for Xiao Chu to practice descending fish. 18 fishing. Threaded rod. 35 pounds of rod weight. 15 pounds of line weight. 100,000 pounds of load capacity. It's only 10,000 points. Well, just this one. Ding. Successful redemption. Remaining system points 84,615. Taking the redeemed threaded rod, Lu Hang then planned to go out and find Chu Yiyan, ready to give him this threaded rod fishing rod. And by the way, ask him how his teacher's question went. Just walked out the door, saw Chu Yiyan placed in the door of the broken rod, stood and thought for a moment. Lu Hang wore these broken fishing rod, picked up, took the fishing rod back inside the home. Lu Hang is also directly redeemed 8 fishing rod repair card. Ding. The fix was successful. Ding. 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 Repair successful. Hey, a big loss. Buy a new only 550 points of system points. Repair a want me 800 points of system points. Cannot recent days must supervise the small Chu more to go to the second pond inside the practice of fishing? This system points small Chu must give me to earn back. Master. Master. Lu Hang was still thinking about how to squeeze Chu Yiyan in order to gain more points when he heard Chu Yiyan's megaphone-like shout outside the door. Xiao Chu. Lower your voice. I'm not deaf. What's the matter, you can't knock? You have to shout. Chu Yiyan also scratched his head after hearing Lu Hang's complaint, and then returned with an embarrassed face. I'm sorry, master. I'm too excited. Just now I called over from the teacher's side, and the teacher promised to let me ask you when I can come over. This can come over anytime, as long as your teacher is free. My side is always ready to wait, Right. Chu, wait a minute. Lu Hang then turned his head back into the house and brought over the threaded rod that he had just placed against the wall. Come on, Chu. This fishing rod is the new one I picked out for you. It's absolutely durable and the weight is perfect for you to practice fishing with. Saying so, Lu Hang handed over the fishing rod with one hand. Looking at the metal fishing rod in Lu Hang's hand, which was still crawling with dense threads, Chu Yiyan also couldn't help but inwardly spit. Which person made this fishing rod? This thread is so ugly. Or my previous purple thunder bamboo fishing rod looks better. However, in his heart, he spat and spat, but Lu Hang handed over the fishing rod. Chu Yiyan still went to receive it with both hands. After Lu Hang saw Chu Yiyan had received the hand, he also directly loosened his hand, and then Chu Yiyan, who had not exerted himself, directly slipped his hands. Boo! The threaded rod was seen to fall from about a meter in the air directly to the ground. And then this piece of aged concrete in front of Lu Hang's house was directly smashed out with a bunch of cracks. Chapter 89, Threaded Rod. Chu Yiyan, O_O. Land Navigation OM. Master, this is a fishing rod you gave me, right? I think it's a fishing rod. Xiao Chu, don't be fooled by appearances. Look, is this the pole body? Yes. Is this the spinning wheel? Yes. Is this a fishing line? Yes. Here is not a fish hook. Yes. Right. There's a body, a spinning wheel, a line, and a hook. Then he's a fishing rod. But master, whose fishing rod can crack a concrete floor? Who told you this concrete floor is cracked because of the fishing rod? I've had this floor for decades, poured when my parents were here. How long has it been? It's long since weathered. It's just that this fishing rod gave it the final blow. Listening to Lu Hang's words with conviction, Chu Yiyan also somewhat believed that this was a fishing rod, and then wanted to bend down to pick up the fishing rod. Then Lu Hang watched Chu Yiyan gouge at the ground for half a day and finally gouged the fishing rod out from inside the seam. Let's go to the second fish pond to experiment with the rods. After saying that, Lu Hang directly went back inside the house and took a small bag on his back. Chu Yiyan looked at the fishing rod he was holding with one hand, and directly fell into a long silence. Master, does this fishing rod that looks like a fishing pole really work? Xiao Chu, you have to believe in the master. This rod is the master specifically to help you tune selected a fishing rod. The usefulness of this rod is to help you faster grasp the fishing method. Do not believe that you come with me? You try to learn absolutely fast. Under Lu Hang's half-truths and half-falsehoods, Chu Yiyan also seemed to believe that this fishing rod was found by Lu Hang specifically for him to practice his fishing technique. Then Chu Yiyan carried this fishing rod with Lu Hang, walked a distance of more than 1 kilometer to the second fish pond, the already hot weather, and then back a 50 pounds of threaded rod. Chu Yiyan in the walk to the second fish pond, directly on the buttocks to sit on the ground. Master, you're not letting me fish.
You're giving me weight training.
Little Chua, don't you want to know why Master's strength is so great? I'll teach you now. When I used to fish, my father used to tie sandbags to the top of my fishing rod, and the sandbags, which were only about 10 pounds in weight, became unbelievably bulky directly after encountering the water. My strength was trained by my father in this way. After saying this sentence, Lu Hang also silently added 2 words in his heart. No wonder. This fishing rod is because of the weight of the Lu Hang looked for. In order to let Chu Yen wait, only Chu Yen more fall into the water. Lu Hang can earn points. But there is one thing Lu Hang did not cheat Chu Yen, is to use this rod to practice fishing will indeed be better. Descending fish 18 fishing itself is a very test of strength fishing. In the case of weight-bearing training, proficiency long will be several times faster than the case of not weight-bearing. Just as an analogy, when you are able to practice fly trolling with this threaded rod to the point where you can fly it, that's when you switch to a regular rod, and you may be able to go straight to dengue strength. At the same time, this one fishing rod can also better train the smoothness of Chu Yen's handheld fishing rod. Lu Hong's own talent, Lu Hong himself knows, maybe the summit is Lu Hong's own limit. As for any return to basics, one could only hope to reach it later on by relying on the feedback of his disciples after teaching a bunch of them. But Chu Yen is different. Chu Yen talent is better than him. Now practice well. In the future may also be a generation of fishing master. The main point, Chu Yen more practice. Lu Hang can earn more points. This is called for your own good. Definitely not for the wool gathering Chu Yen. When he arrived at the fishing ground, Lu Hang took the cover of his backpack and directly exchanged a packet of universal bait and threw it directly to Chu Yen. However, the Chu Yen who got the new bait put it away at the first time and then took out the rest of the morning's bait from inside his own bag, bait the hook and cast the first shot of the new rod. Put! The rod cut through the water and sank straight down. Phew! 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 The fish float, which had only just landed on the water, went straight into the water and disappeared. The sound of rapid wind lines and the scraping of metal rang out directly over the fish pond. 18 fishing trips for descending fish. The first one, steady as an old dog. Knowing that he had no way to fish inside this fish pond, Chu Yen used his fishing method the first time after the fish took the bait. Looking at Chu Yen's foot that had sunk directly into the ground by 7 centimeters, Lu Hang was also inwardly lamenting the power of talent. To think that he could only barely reach 10 centimeters into the ground with 3 levels of proficiency higher than Chu Yen, while Chu Yen was able to reach 7 centimeters into the ground after practicing on his own for half a month. Letting Chu Yen practice this move again, it looked like it wouldn't take 2 weeks to definitely surpass his own proficiency for this move. Hello, is this Angler XXX over here? I'm here at Miracle Big Fishing, and we have a 100-pound giant challenge over here that we'd like to invite you to participate in. Our tournament is on August 1st, X024, but we need anglers to arrive at the fishing grounds by 2400 hours on July 30th, X024, after which we will settle the number of angler entries, and we'll make arrangements on our end for you to eat and stay. Yes, the location is in Kongding Village, Kashan Town, Xianzhou. If you need it, when you arrive in Kashan Town you can call the cell phone number 145x1354 and we will have a special car to go over to pick you up. Okay, you contact me when you arrive. Hello, is this the team of Fishing Anchor Toothless? I'm here at Miracle Big Fishing, and we have a 100-pound giant challenge over here that we'd like to invite you to participate in. Yes, it's that big miracle fishing spot in the village of Kanding in Xianzhou. Our tournament is on August 1st, X024, but we need you to arrive at the fishing grounds by 2400 hours on July 30th, X024, and the day after that we need to count the number of angler entries, and we'll make arrangements on our end for you to eat and stay. Hello, is this the Fishing Anchor Flies team? Please? Hello, this is Miracle Big Fishing on my side. We have a 100-pound giant challenge on our side that we would like to invite you to participate in. You said the first prize of the competition. The first place of this side of the competition can get 5,000,000. What liar? I'm not a liar. Hey. Chapter 90 Fish will never be slaves unless they are fed and housed. Compared to Lu Hang and Chu Yen, who were practicing their fishing techniques in the second fish pond, Su Zijiang was sitting in his office like an old bull, contacting all kinds of fishing masters or fishing anchors by phone call after phone call. As long as Lu Hang arranged things, Su Zijiang would execute them with all his heart. Don't ask why. Mainly because Lu Hang gave too much. Originally, Su Zijiang only had a base salary of 5,000 and a 5% fishing commission, but since the last time he was allowed to be promoted to the position of manager, the base salary was increased to 20,000, and with the 5% commission, Su Zijiang was able to get around 50,000 a month.
What's wrong with the Luno paychecks being at this level and just whispering a few phone calls to hire some fishing anchors and fishing dudes? In the evening, Lu Hang came to the number 2 fishing ground alone, and after letting all the people from the War God security briefly withdraw a certain distance first, Lu Hang also once again called for disliking the Heavenly Warbler. After using 10 packs of universal bait as a base, the disliking Skywarp finally agreed to help Lu Hang and this group of mutant fish inside the water to carry on the message. Then the whole scene becomes a man speaking on the shore with a dislike warbling interpreter at his side, and then a dozen huge fish heads emerge from underwater. Originally, this group of mutant fish all still had a lot of anger towards Lu Hang. Then after Lu Hang spread out 10 packs of universal bait to one fish and 1 pack of special bait, they also finally quieted down and were willing to communicate with Lu Hang. For this situation Lu Hang just want to say, the previous life sincere not deceive me. It is true that the fish clan never be a slave, unless the package of food and shelter. A person and a dozen or so fish probably had a mermaid meeting for about an hour or so, and in the end, both sides signed a working fish treaty, with Lu Hang acting as party A, providing double meals a day for the mutant fish inside the entire fish pond, and putting in a special bait for each species of fish once a month on the first day of the month as well as on the 15th day of the month each month for each packet of bait. And the mutant fish inside the water need to work for Lu Hang, and their daily job is to try to drag the angler into the water by any means possible after the angler throws the hook inside the water. But they are not allowed to eat the angler or hurt the angler, just pull the angler inside the water. And later Lu Hang will arrange for someone to retrieve any angler that falls into the water. The fish that successfully pulls down the most people in each month's tally gets an extra meal of special bait, which doubles the bait put out on the 1st and 15th of each month. The best performing fish each year. Landline will also help them find a wife, to which the red carp and green carp said they didn't need one, and then Landline changed it so that they could have both of their fish on vacation for a month. After the meeting, Lu Hang also sprinkled each fish with a packet of special bait each and then left the pond. How about it? Do you guys believe this fishing guy? Do we have a choice? We've been losing ever since we were hooked up with this fishing guy. That's right, but seeing as he's willing to provide us with tasty food, then what if we just help him out slightly? Yeah, the fishing guy is tasty, but it's nothing compared to the kind of food he feeds us, and after eating all that bait, it was obvious to me that I was a little closer to evolving. It's not a huge increase in degree, but it's still there when you feel it with your heart. I feel it too. Now we have to bow down when the fish is under the man pond. Let's build up our strength first, and when we're all evolved to the point where he doesn't even have the means to deal with us, then we'll go after him to get revenge for fishing us out of the water. And at this time on the shore of the Lu Hang, is silently listening to this group of fish bright conspiracy? They thought that without dislike of the sky warping mouth of the translation of the Lu Hang will not understand. In actuality, disliking Skywarp was helping Lu Hang translate for them. After eavesdropping on a half-dozen bright conspiracies on the shore, Lu Hang also shook his head and left. Still wanna find me revenge? On my system bait. 1 Eda don't know the sound. 2 years down the road after. Just afraid I drive you guys away. You are not necessarily go. Leaving the second fish pond, Lu Hang also went back inside the room alone to start planning the flow of the competition. The main reason for this tournament Lu Hang is to publicize his second fish pond. A fish pond based on 100 pounds of fish. The world may only have Lu Hang here, while others can collect them. The bait limitations cause them to encounter a limited number of 100-pounders, which, coupled with the dangers of fishing, also causes 100-pounders to be something you can't necessarily buy if you have the money to do so. Since it was to publicize his second fish pond, Lu Hang was prepared to set the second fish pond as the venue for the finals. The only problem for Luno is how many people to leave behind to make it to the final round at the same time, and leaving fewer in case all of them are wiped out. Then the competition becomes a bit of a joke, left more and afraid of too many people to cause congestion. When people block people, the game is directly out of order. Thinking about it Lu Hang fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Lu Hang directly took out his rookie fishing rod and went straight to the mackerel specialized pond. Phew! A 35-pound bluegill flew up. Lu Hang took a look at it, and after realizing that it was an ordinary mackerel, he threw it back. Phew! There was a 57-pound bluegill fly up. Not again. No. No. After catching a dozen or so in a row, Lu Hang finally landed a 32-pound bluefin mackerel. Carrying this bluefin mackerel, Lu Hang is also directly Ben Cafeteria's back kitchen. Old Zhu, Xiao Zhang, where is your master? Good day, boss. Master is inside his office. Since boss your last truckload of fish was shipped over, master hasn't come to the cafeteria. He's been studying how to eat these fish. Right now the master should still be consulting the ancient information, trying to get inspiration from the ancient books on how to make these fish. Alright, Xiao Zhang, you go get your master over here for a bit and run a couple steps. Okay, boss, you sit down first and rest.
have a drink of water. I'm going to call my master. After helping Lu Hang pour a cup of water in a disposable cup, Zhang Kai also went out from the back of the kitchen and ran directly to find Zhu 17. Master, the boss cafeteria is looking for you. Then what are you waiting for? Go to the cafeteria. Chang, did the boss say what he wanted to see me about? Hearing Zhu Xii's question, Xiao Zhang also shook his head and replied, this is not clear. The boss didn't say it specifically, but the boss came over carrying a fish when he came to you. I guess the boss is looking for you, master, and it might have something to do with this fish. Then I know. Run up. The boss looking for you to be positive. No well. At this time Zhu 17 thought indeed. Finally I can practice. Chapter 91, warming up for the competition. Boss, you wanted to see me? Old Zhu came. This is not a rare rest recently. Just went to fish a bluefin mackerel. Not just take over to let you to manipulate the knife to try it. By the way, I also want to taste the flavor of this mutant fish. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Zhu Xii's two eyes directly seemed to sprout golden light. Grabbing the fish on the table and running directly to the sink, Xiao Zhang helped on the side, and Zhu 17 pressed this mackerel. Zhu 17 picked up the rolling pin and went up there with a bang, and the fish went straight to silence. Slowly scrape off the huge, hard fish scales with a specialized scaler, then pick up the kitchen knife. From the fish's anus under the knife slowly break open the mackerel's belly, take out the internal organs inside, cutting down the back to perfectly split the mackerel. 1 hour later, boss fish to come. Boss to taste how the flavor. Today there is not enough time to see you have not eaten lunch. Did not do so complicated. It's fine. Next time I'll get you the fish ahead of time, and you can come back and make me an imperial meal then. Say, old Zhu, what are the names of all these dishes? This color, looking at it makes me hungry. Snap. Xiao Zhang didn't hear the boss say he's hungry. Why don't you go get the boss a bowl of rice? Yes, master. Boss, let me introduce you to this one. This one pickled pepper slipped fish intestine. Sour and spicy, characterized by the crunchiness of the fish intestines. This dish is a fish stew with cabbage, mackerel fins in casserole, simmered fish balls in a small broth, steamed fish head with chopped pepper, fish belly with shiso and ginger, emerald fish scale jelly, crispy fish in 5-spice sauce, pan-fried mackerel with black pepper. Alright, don't introduce. Come on, old Zhu, sit down and eat together. I can't finish this much by myself. It just so happens that you're the chef who's a professional. And it just so happens that you're judging how this bluefin mackerel is different from a regular mackerel. Zhao Hua. On August 1st, Miracle Big Fishing Ground has a miracle fishing competition. We've been invited. Do you want to go and see it together? The road fee is included. Food and lodging are included. Oh, Zhou Yang. Forget it. Look at this arm of mine. There's no way to even lift it. The plaster is still on it. Said Zhao Hua also raised his right hand and tapped on the cast of his left hand. Huazi, it's fine. Your cast will be removed in a week. The doctor also said you're recovering well. My arm, I cannot know it. Lift cannot lift up. Just small Lu also helped me to revenge. Fishing in the future even if it. Huazi, don't be discouraged. Xiaolu said that there's a way to restore your arm inside the Miracle Big Fishing Ground. And by then, as long as we win first place, your arm will definitely be fine. Zhou Yang, I know that both you and Xiaolu are doing this for my own good. Xiaolu actually told me about it. But how can a fishing farm know more than a doctor? When really you're just trying to give me hope to keep going. Zhou Yang is fine. I won't give up on life. Maybe I won't fish in the future, but I'm not so far gone that I'll lose the goal of living. Wazi, even if you don't fish anymore, is it okay to go over and help me cheer? All you need to do is put on the name of a contestant, and you'll save on car expenses and food and lodging. It's not good. What's wrong with that? It's the fishing grounds that invited us. It's not like we took the initiative to go. So what are you afraid of? Okay. What number do we do over there? The person who invited us said to be there by July 28th to count the number of participants. So let's go over there on the 25th, just to familiarize ourselves with the venue in advance. Okay, I'll join you then. Huazi, recently you need to practicing with your right hand. Even if you are not able to fish anymore, at least we have to throw a drifted one. Can't let Xiaolu lose face, you just say yes. That's right. This invitation of ours is definitely requested by Xiaolu for the fishing ground to invite us. And it does kind of lose face for Xiaolu to be too ugly when the time comes. That's right. Come on Huazi, I'll take you to practice casting. We don't have to be the champions, but we'll definitely be the prettiest casters. Okay, let's go. By the way, I seem to have lost my fishing rod. It's okay, take a brother's. A brother's rod is still there. Shuyo, do you think it will be true when Lu says that the fishing grounds have a way to get my arm back? What does it matter? From now on brother, you help me nest and I'll help you fish. Ha ha ha. Then please call me the nesting fairy from now on. Ha 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 ha. Since you're the nesting fairy, then I'm the fishing fairy.
Inside the fishing group was also in a tournament frenzy after Su Zhejiang released the news of the miracle fishing tournament.
Usually, the discussion inside the group is more about who caught what big fish in the fishing ground today, and who had a good bait today that made the fish inside the fishing ground bite like crazy. Instead, the messages inside the group today were all about the miracle fishing contest. Fishing field engaged in a tournament, well, million prize money, which is higher than some of the world's famous tournament prizes. It will not be the fishing field super signal was stolen.
Blossom Rich, how can the number be stolen?
Now the cell phone super letter how strict offside login to the original cell phone verification.
And then again the Su manager is also inside the group. Su manager also did not come out to dispel rumors.
This game is certainly true.
Wind Cloud Lantern, you are discussing the prize money.
Is not curious about why the prize money is so high.
Tens of millions of dollars is the prize money. By the time the competition requirements must be a lot.
Maybe we have to help read the advertisement.
Half City Smoke Veil, that is. Which competition is not all have a bunch of sponsors,
and opening a bunch of advertising words. The prize money may be 10 million.
But the organizer of this advertising fee to take maybe several tens of millions of dollars.
Badass Jia. What do you care how much money the organizers took?
At the very least they are willing to part with 10 million to the first runner-up and second runner-up.
Ankong, that's right.
People Miracle Fishing Field also said.
The participants during the tournament food and accommodation all-inclusive.
Fishing field cafeteria meals you have not never eaten.
We even if it is a round trip to eat a meal we do not lose. Jiang Zia, Ankong is right.
The ones in the group are basically from the vicinity of Xianzhou, which is not far away in the first place.
So go over there and take it as a free fishing trip.
And also mix a few meals.
We don't lose out. Autumn, are you still discussing whether to go or not? I've taken my annual leave and packed my clothes,
so I'm waiting for the 27th to get off work, so I'll just drive there overnight and live directly inside the drop line that night.
I've moved. The internet cable hasn't been pulled over yet,
and I'm coding on my cell phone,
so it's going to be slow. Chapter 92, Visiting the Back Mountain Again.
Chubby, how come everyone is interested in the prize money and food and lodging,
but no one is interested in the mystery reward?
Pull off and breaks. It's useless to be interested in the mystery reward.
It won't be announced anyway. At most it will be announced to everyone during the finals.
Ginger, that's right.
Instead of thinking about that impracticality, let's get real. The competition is something I'm going to enter anyway, just for that one meal.
Badass Jia, look at your point of interest. I'm just running for that $5 million for first place. Inside the group there was a straight-up fight over this Marvel fishing contest. At first everyone was just there for the fun and then to rub it in. Later on it became about who would take first place.
Old Zhu, don't tell me. This mutant fish is just different from normal fish. Indeed, it's good.
This fish is indeed fresher than the usual mackerel.
And the meat is firmer.
Alright, I'll leave after I finish eating. Old Zhu, please arrange for someone to wash the dishes.
Okay, boss, slowly go. Next time you want me to do this kind of fish directly give me a call.
I directly run over by myself,
so you do not have to find someone to call me. After Lu Hang left,
Shu 17 looked at the bowl that could reflect light and also couldn't help but spit out a sentence.
Someone else probably has to wash this bowl. It's brighter than any bowl I've ever washed myself. However, Shu 17 was still very happy.
One is that after this first time of broiling the fish let Shu 17 know the characteristics of this bluefin mackerel, and the next time he did it again he could develop new dishes based on the characteristics. The other point was that Lu Hang ate too cleanly.
And for a chef, nothing is more fulfilling than a customer eating everything he cooks clean. Leaving the cafeteria, Lu Hang is not sure what he should go to do.
Since crossing over, Lu Hang seems to have only two things.
One is to open the fishing ground, and the other is to fish.
The fishing ground was handed over to Su Zhejiang to help take care of it, and he himself didn't need to spend too much effort at all, except for occasionally talking to Su Zhejiang about what the fishing ground needed and stuff for him to arrange. Basically Su Zhejiang alone can deal with it.
For example, the management of the entire fishing ground now. Lu Hang is very satisfied.
Lu Hang passes by each fish pond has staff manager's order, and for the need of the fishing guys need to provide services.
The other one is fishing. But recently the fishing tournament of the fishing ground is going to start. If you go out to the time, you may miss this tournament.
How to say it is also the first fishing tournament of your fishing ground.
How could he, the boss, not shine a light, is considering it?
Lu Hang suddenly patted his head. Right, how I forget the back of the mountain.
There I remember there is a big fish to come.
Just to give him to fish up to the final of the second fish pond inside to add a little difficulty.
Think, Lu Hang is also directly to the back of the mountain to go. Anyway, fishing rod in the system backpack inside. Bait directly to the lake and then exchange on the good. Since replacing Chu Yian's fishing rod yesterday, Chu Yan had returned to the time when he fell into the water dozens of times a day. And now Lu Hang's system points were soaring every day. Just yesterday Chu Yan fished for an afternoon. Lu Hang's system points directly skyrocketed directly from 615 points to 134 points. It's like being on a rocket compared to what time or 10 the fishing guys offer on weekdays. Lu Hang was just like a small child going out to play. In a flash, he had already walked to the path into the mountains, holding a wooden stick in his hand, beating the weeds and wildflowers on the side of the road as he walked. This is a big lake, the size of my second fishing spot, and it turns out that after the pumping, this level has basically stayed the same. From the system mall inside the direct exchange of a packet of 100 pounds of fish special bait, directly tear open the packaging to the bag inside the filling of some water. Lu Hang directly kneaded up. The bait has plenty of flavor and doesn't require much trouble at all to mix and match. Just a bit of water to knead the bait together in a way that doesn't fall apart easily. Since he had opened a pack of bait, Lu Hang was ready to use up this bait today, and directly snapped a chunk out of the kneaded bait and threw it directly into the water. Then directly afterward, he took out his newbie fishing rod from inside his system space. The last time he had no fighting saint body, no +10 novice fishing rod. He had been toyed with like a child by a big fish here. This time, with the feedback from the body and a rod that holds 5,000 pounds. This time it had to be avenged. Put a 100-pound fish-specific bait on the hook. Pick up the rod and lift it backward. Then jerk it forward, throwing a confident first shot. The fish hook that flew out with the fishing line was just like a navigational drive. And with a poof, it landed directly on the place where Lu Hang had nested. Inside the time it took to wait for the 100 pounds of fish to come over, Lu Hang directly brushed up 2 small fish of 24 pounds on the fly. As he watched the blisters inside the water grow bigger and bigger, Lu Hang was also getting more and more excited. Phew, phew, phew. The float in the water sank straight down, and the spinning wheel on the rod turned quickly afterward, and the sound of panting wind lines came directly from the fast-moving, drawn-out line. Hey, hey, here comes the big fish. Both hands directly grasped the fishing rod, both arms directly fierce force, dense veins directly in an instant all climbed above the arm of Lu Hang. Give it to me, up, boom. A 5-meter-long red carp was directly pulled out from inside the water by Lu Hang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 487 pounds of red carp. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 4% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 19.48 pounds. Yo, there's a red carp in this water. And since there's a red carp, there must be a green carp as well. The red carp was loaded directly into the system fish storage space, and then a new shot was thrown again. The two fish, the red carp and the green carp, go hand in hand, and when the red carp come up, the green carp will certainly not stop. Before Lu Hang could even get to the bottom of the water with this hook drop, there was a tugging force coming straight from him. Lu Hang, who had already guessed that there was a fish in the water, didn't even wait much, and at the first moment when he felt the pull on his hand, he directly erupted again with the power that had been stored up inside his body. Boom! Another 5-meter-long green carp flew straight out from inside the water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 468 pounds of green carp. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 4% feedback, increasing the power feedback by 18.72 pounds. Twins are just great. Catch one and get one free. And you can add 2 more fish to your second catch. What a familiar smell. Is that fishing guy here again? Looks like we can tease the fishing guy again. Chapter 93, Fish Heads. This fishing guy is back for another good time. Red chub kingfish. Find a little guy that's 800 or 900 pounds and go try this angler. Yes, Emperor. I'm sure staying quiet is not for me. I'm really good for fishing. Decided I'll fish here until the fishing grounds open. Strange. It seems like the Emperor seems to be interested in this fishing guy. That mackerel over there. Yes, that's you. The smallest one. Come here. A blue of a mackerel, hiding in a corner, shivered and swam out from inside the corner. Ninth Elder. You called me. Boy, how many pounds are you? Reporting to the Ninth Elder. I'm almost at 2 million pounds. Do you have any 800 or 900 pounds on your mackerel side? Our cyprinids 100 pounds to have, but 800 or 900 pounds now just do not have. The recent time the turn of our cyprinids to amend. They ate too much now, either in the middle of the evolution, or already evolved. But Elder 9, we have 1,000 pounds out. Do you need it? Hearing the report of the small green fish, the red chub kingfish also thought carefully. Mainly this time the Emperor wants too small, 800 or 900 pounds, which is simply a newborn child. Okay, call up a couple of 1,000 pounds just out of the gate and follow me. Alright, Ninth Elder, wait a moment. I'll go call for the fish. The estimation was wrong. There are more than 800 pounds of fish in this lake. For this pull, it's at least 900 pounds. I was able to cut the line in time. It looks like it was all about my reflexes, or I might have lost it too. 18 Tackle fishing for bucks. Tackle number 2, motor tackle. After 10 minutes of hard pulling with that fish in the water, Lu Hang also gradually felt as if he was no match for this fish. There is no way Lu Hang finally used his own fishing method. After all, in the hard pull of the fish is the most accomplished, but also the most intuitive reflection of their true strength. Holding up the fishing rod with both hands, Lu Hang began to swing it without stopping. General Jinsu, this angler doesn't know what he's using. I feel like my whole fish body is a little crispy right now. Any other weird sensations besides crunchy? No more. It's just crunchy, as if the utilization of power received a little impact, but it's not a big problem. Is there anything else you feel? Reporting to General Jinsu, no more. Alright, power up and get it over with. I have to go report to Lord Fish. Okay, General. 5 minutes. 5 minutes tops to settle this fishing guy. After receiving permission from General Jinsu, this large greenish-blue fish also used its strength straight away, pulling directly towards deeper water. But Lu Hang, who was using the user's motorized fishing method, was flinging his fishing rod with vigor, but as a result, the fish, which was thought to be controlled, wasn't controlled at all, when suddenly a huge pulling force came, directly interrupting Lu Hang's motorized fishing method. The back end of the rod that was pulled away from the fish directly mashed into Lu Hang's chest. This time the ribs were not broken, but Lu Hang could still feel a stabbing pain in his chest. Cough cough cough. How is it possible that the fishing method has been broken? Lu Hang never thought that he had reached this realm and the fishing method could still be broken. After this mouthful of blood was spat out, Lu Hang also felt a little easier, but there was still a sharp pain in his chest. I don't believe it. You can still break my fishing technique once more today. 18 Fish surrender fishing. Fishing number 9, the Zaitan fishing technique. After slowing down, Lu Hang has also decided and this fish dry a bit. Chitian big fishing method has a better control of the fish than the motor fishing method. A loose, a tight, a front and a back. As if playing with children in general, Lu Hang held the rod with both hands, releasing it every time the fish rushed forward, and then pulling it back again after the fish rushed out. General, the fishing man has changed again, and now this line is loosening and tightening, and I can't use my strength straight away. Okay, got it. 3 minutes to go. Hurry up and finish this fishing guy. Let's go to Lord Fish to report the situation. General, I may not be able to solve this fishing guy. I can't use any of my power right now. Waste. Even a small species of a mere 100 pounds can't be solved. What use do I need you for? It's a disgrace to the Green Fish clan. After saying that, General Jinsu directly bit off half of this mackerel in one bite. Boo! Dang! Lu Hang, who was using the Chitian de fishing method on the shore, directly fell down with his whole body on his back after the underwater tension disappeared. At this time, a fish head of more than 2 meters flew out directly from inside the lake and smashed directly onto the shore. Rubbing his head that smashed on the ground, Lu Hang also climbed up with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Why is the pull inside the water suddenly gone? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come there's only one fish head? Lu Hang, who had climbed up, was also directly spitting fenugreek after turning around and seeing the huge fish head. How is it that all that is left of a fish that size that you pulled up with serious injuries is just the head of the fish? After taking out the hook from the fish head's mouth, Lu Hang also turned to look at the lake, and once he turned around, Lu Hang saw that not far from where he originally nested, it directly turned pink. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a mutated mackerel, long-beard mackerel, for the first time. Mutant mackerel, long-whiskered mackerel, has been accepted into the Mutant Fish Atlas. Ding! Mutant fish illustration. Mutant mackerel, long-whiskered mackerel, activated. Reward system points plus 100. All the mackerel in the host's fishing grounds have a 0.01% chance of mutating into long-beard mackerel every year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching 356 pounds from a giant anglerfish. The fighting fishing sacred body activation has gained 7% feedback and increased power feedback by 0 pounds. This is a dead fish? There was obviously tension just now. How come there's only one head left? And it can eat this fish right down to just one head. No, we have to leave first. This lake is really not normal inside. The tension disappeared suddenly, which means this fish was eaten in one bite. This fish is over 300 pounds on one head. Intact, this fish is at least 1,000 pounds. One bite ate 2/3 of the fish. That fish in the water is at least 5,000 pounds or more. It looks like there are quite a few secrets inside this lake. The more he thought, the more surprised Lu Hang. Directly, even the fish head packing or not packing, directly take their own fishing rod directly to the high place to run. Since the last time he experienced Jawa's mackerel hurting people, Lu Hang was also more mindful of fish. Small fish might be afraid to go ashore, but big fish were able to deal a certain amount of blows to the anglers on the shore. Chapter 94, The Black Shadow. After moving several dozen meters away from the shore, Lu Hang also looked back into the lake. Lu Hang, who was originally standing on the shore, didn't even notice that there was anything special in the water. But after moving away from the edge of the lake, when Lu Hang looked into the lake again, Lu Hang realized that there was a huge piece of black shadow inside the lake, and that black shadow was very close to where he had just been fishing. Maybe he was too focused on his own fishing just now, or maybe he was too close and the neighborhood turned black, leaving Lu Hang without a comparison so he didn't notice. Looking at the black shadow in the water, Lu Hang had wanted to comfort himself when in fact that black shadow was a school of fish. He saw a huge fish head suddenly poking out from inside the water, and ate the fish head and bait that Lu Hang had left on the shore in one bite before shrinking back down. Looking at this huge fish head directly made Lu Hang's entire body stay there. After witnessing a huge fish head, Lu Hang just walked back with his whole body dumbfounded. As he walked along the road, Lu Hang smiled every now and then. Even the employees and fishing guys who met on the road and greeted Lu Hang did not respond. After returning home, Lu Hang also directly flipped open the Mutant Fish Illustrated Guide and started to check up to see what kind of fish it was. A huge greenish-blue fish head with two long golden whiskers. The golden-bearded green sculpin, a variant of the mackerel, evolved from the golden-whiskered mackerel after it grew to 300,000 pounds, with long whiskers and a soft, long body as its best features. A gold-bearded green sculpin? Then I'll start today by setting a small goal. I'm going to personally catch this gold-bearded green jow fish. The golden-bearded green sculpin evolved from the golden-bearded green sculpin at 300,000 pounds. So that means the one in the lake is at least 300,000 pounds. Then Lu Hang looked at his 846.49 pounds of strength feedback again. Hey, the road is long. It looks like I can't go to the back of the mountain either. Forget it, I'll just specialize in teaching Xiaochu fishing during this time. And when the tournament is over, I'm going to go ahead and give it a go. Red Chub Kingfish. Yes, I'm sorry Emperor. I'm the one who didn't discipline you well. The chubs are not allowed to breed for 3 years. Yes. Stand down. Hey, it's been 800 years since we've had a fishing guy to play with, and now it's gone. Half a month passed quickly. These days Lu Hang was basically with Chu Yen. The two of them were 3-to-1. Wake up, eat in the cafeteria. Fish in number 2, go back to the cafeteria for lunch. Fish in number 2, go back to the cafeteria for dinner. Go to bed. This half month down, Lu Hang watched Chu Yen fall into the water again and again, and then Lu Hang fished Chu still out of the water again and again. In just 2 weeks, Lu Hang's system points had also risen directly to 45, 288, 888 points. 99% of these were supplied by Chuyian. Today has been July 26th. Invited to participate in the tournament, fishing guys also began to fishing field rushed over. The fishing field is also officially closed to the public. These days the fishing field Lu Hang ready to leave the fishing guys to test the hand. In fact, when Lu Hang and Chuyian came back from fishing last night, Lu Hang had already seen a fishing guy coming over, and it was an old acquaintance of Lu Hang's. Shocking sound live Toothless. Toothless, as soon as he arrived at the fishing ground, was Su Zijiang called to take to the hotel. In order to this tournament, Lu Hang directly chartered all the rooms of the 5 hotels in the town. When he woke up today, Lu Hang didn't go fishing with Chu Yen as usual, but instead lay in bed and looked at his system points. Lu Hang realized that the fish inside the second fish pond was still a little too little, and now he had no way to go fishing. So the best way to come to fish was to go from the system lottery. Ding! 10,000 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 451,8888 points. Congratulations to the host who drew the construction card X1. Ding! 20,000 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 449,8888 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the purple gold bamboo fishing rod X1. Ding! 30,000 system points have been deducted, leaving 446,88,888 system points. Congratulations to the host 888 caddies of Purple Chub X1. Ding! 40,000 system points have been deducted, leaving 44,288,888 system points. Congratulations to the host for drawing $100, 000 in cash. Ding! 50,000 system points have been deducted from the remaining system points of 437,8888 points. Congratulations to the host for drawing $100, 000 in cash. Ding! 60,000. Ding! 70,000. Ding! 80,000. 90,000. 100,000. Stick to a point. 150,000 system points have been deducted. Remaining system points 232,8888 points.
Congratulations to the host for drawing.
Cash 100000000x3. 1500 caddies of red-tailed koi x1. 999 pounds of bluefin mackerel x1. Threaded rod x1. Compressed carbon fiber fishing rod x1.
1 fish finder card for 1,000 pounds.
100-pound universal bait x2.
Looking at one white quality thing after another drawn today, Lu Hang directly closed the lottery system.
Today's luck is not working. To draw again is a waste of system points. After closing the lottery system, Lu Hang also went directly to Su Zijiang.
The fishing guys who participated in the tournament should be arriving at the fishing ground one after another in the next few days. By then there will be contentious issues over the use of the fishing grounds when there are more anglers. So the use of this fishing ground,
Lu Hang also need to discuss with Su Zijiang, not only practice problems,
but also the preparation of the competition site. The scene of the decoration of the shooting preparation time is only July 29th, 30-31 3 days to prepare.
The very first elimination match, which Lu Hang's intended to be held inside fishing ground number 1, tested the angler's bait. Each group of 20 individuals will compete for 1 hour,
and the first 100 individuals to weigh an individual fish caught during the hour will advance. The second semi-final match venue Lu Hang intends to compete inside the catfish pond.
3 hours inside,
as long as the person who caught more than 100 pounds of catfish can advance.
For the third final, the venue is fishing ground 2,
which has a minimum of 300 pounds starting at the giants.
5 hours of time, and the final ranking is based on the total weight of the fish caught.
In addition to the first $2 or $3 million in prize money, for those who can enter the finals,
Lu Hang are ready to send a 10,000 yuan incentive fund, the main one hand with money to buy traffic.
As soon as people start to think that coming to their place to fish is more lucrative than working, people will naturally gravitate to the fishing grounds. Also after this tournament LUA intends to introduce a fishing membership.
Chapter 95 Fishing Contest 1. Old Lu, you're here too. Anyhow, it's also an event organized by Boss Lu, so how can I not give Boss Lu a shout out? Ha 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 ha. Also, Boss Lu, this fishing ground is really good,
especially after the cafeteria opened. If not for the live broadcast, I want to come to Boss Lu's site every day.
Toothless, how are you preparing this time? You're planning to compete for the number 1 spot.
Old Lu, you say this is a bit mocking me.
You're not unaware of what skills I have.
The top is just fishing for the mackerel inside the number 1 fish pond.
Toothless, you are too modest.
Others do not know we often come to the fishing grounds do not know. The first fish pond inside the mackerel have now grown to more than 200 pounds, and that mackerel strength is even more than the average mackerel strength is also large.
Old Lu, this you don't know. You should have just seen the announcement coming inside Boss Lu's fishing group, right?
Yeah,
aren't you toothless?
Old LV, a little you are not as good as me.
This time Lu Boss is a big deal.
Basically the country's famous fishing expert as well as fishing anchor are invited, which can be a lot of our casually can catch 100 pounds of big fish fishing man.
Is Boss Lu being so big this time?
I thought Boss Lu was just launching a publicity campaign for the newly opened big fish pond, but I didn't expect Boss Lu to play so big.
Hey, Lao Lu, look over there.
That guy in the black trenchcoat jacket. Fish League ranking number 62 Pathfinder. Caught a 186-pound long pontoon grouper in the sea 5 years ago, with more than 60 million popularity on the Tiger Shark live broadcast platform.
People's monthly gift flow is more than 10 million. This time 80% of them are running to Boss Lu's 100 pounds of big fish. 100-pound fish? Does the winner of this fishing contest get to take the fish? This is insider information only known to those of us who were invited. And it is said that Boss Lu's final is in fish pond number 2, where the fish are at least 100 pounds in size. What? The minimum is 100 pounds. Seeing Lu Shang's surprise, Toothless also gave an "I knew you would be like this" expression. It was because Toothless had received an invitation from CEO in the beginning, when he was told about the tournament finals. For anglers, there's just nothing like a giant. Originally, Toothless was prepared to participate in this tournament to get a championship. After all, he was one of the few people in the fishing ground who could catch the mackerel in the 1 fish pond. But after hearing that the second fish pond inside are 100 pounds to start, Toothless is ready to come over to experience the feeling of 100 pounds of fish pond. And Toothless are ready to resident after the end of the tournament fishing. On the live broadcast of fishing 100 pounds of big fish. Hey, it seems like I'm really just coming over here to rub it in this time. Originally I was thinking of saying that I'd come over to mix it up a bit and maybe even make it to the semi-finals. But now that I've heard you say that someone like me who can only fish 66 pounds at most probably won't even make it to the finalists. Old Lu, look over there. Fish League ranking number 57 Pei, a rare female angler, recorded catching a 246-pound one devil fish in the East China Sea 3 years ago. It went on to capture a 5th place finish at the Fish League fishing tournament, just 0.3 pounds shy of 4th place. I didn't realize female anglers were this good.
Lao Lu, this is you with prejudice. Although the strength of girls will naturally be a little weaker than boys, but in some of the girls who have gone through the exercise, it is more powerful than 99% of the boys. I remember how there's a quip on the internet. Lin Daiyu pulls down the willow. That's a flirtatious remark, but don't believe it. That punch hit both of us and they're on their knees begging both of us not to die. Ha 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 ha. Eyes are failing me. Eyes are failing me. Let's go, old Lu walk to eat. To be honest, Boss Lu, this cafeteria is really top. The food is delicious and the price is still cheap. That's right, Toothless. Do you know why I can run over to Boss Lu's fishing ground now when I have something to do? I'm a bit interested when you say this. I seem to remember that you were once caught fishing on Boss Lu's side of the river once before by your wife with your ears. And then I thought you wouldn't come back again. Hey, I'll tell you. It's really just that I went to the fishing grounds cafeteria and paid to pack a meal to take back with me every time I went back after fishing. And then my wife stopped interfering with my fishing. Hey, actually my wife signed up for this one. What, your wife is in it too? Does your sister-in-law know how to fish? Hearing Toothless words, Lu Shang also picked his nose with his fingers before saying with a careless face, no, won't be coming back, underscore? Will not of course also come this is not a package of food. Live cannot matter and I live in a room. But eat well, hey, now in the cafeteria it. Nyo batch. It's also a blessing for Boss Lu to meet his sister-in-law, ring and equal to 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 ring and equal to. Boss Lu's 10 million bonus was taken out. Where would he care about a 20 or 30 a meal? Boss, this time we took the initiative to invite 503 fishing guys. In fact, there are 200 from the Fish Alliance, 100 from the Lua Association, 86 fishing anchors from all the major platforms, and 117 famous fishing experts. 3 of them were invited at your request, boss. So far only 172 people have come from the Fish Alliance, but none from the Roadrunner Association. The fishing anchors are all due, and the fishing masters just have 3 more to go. Not a single person from the Roadrunner Association showed up? Yes, boss. Want to call and ask why? Didn't come even if. The fishing competition organized by our fishing ground is not a famous competition, but it also wants to save face. A person does not come, then in the future all of our fishing competitions as well as all the openings of the fish ponds are prohibited to enter the Lua Association. Okay, boss. By the way, Lao Su, go and call all the fishing guys who didn't show up except for the Roadrunner Association to see if they are not going to participate in the tournament or if they have to delay their arrival due to special circumstances. By the way, boss, it's that our current fishing signups have exceeded our expectations. Originally we were chartering 5 hotels and now all 5 are almost full. When it's full, just go and pack it again. When the town hotel is gone, just go and pack the hotel. If the people who live there have objections, just tell them that the hotel rooms are limited. First come, first served. And by the way, let Laoju order more food these days. Don't be afraid of wasting it. It's okay if you can't finish it. Just tell him that I'll take care of it. Okay, boss. Chapter 96 Fishing Competition 2. In the end, when the deadline was reached on the evening of July 28th, out of the 503 anglers invited, 113 did not show up at the end of the day, including 6 who were delayed by airplanes, and 2 who came as a group and got lost. Fortunately, these 2 lost or an anchor. Lu Hang also let Su Zizheng arranged a few people to pick up these 2 anchors. Who would have thought that an anchor who was a fishing guy would get lost? It's a disgrace to say that. Airplane delayed 6 people. Land navigation also helped them to retain the registration authority. These 6 people are running to go abroad sea fishing. The result is to want to come back just in time to catch the typhoon. All the flights are all out of service. After knowing the situation of the 6 people, Lu Hang also retained the enrollment privileges of these 6 people, and directly arranged the 6 people in the last finalist match, so that by then, no matter whether these 6 people rushed to catch up or not, it would not affect the match. As for the remaining 7 people were not able to participate in this fishing tournament because of personal reasons, which Lu Hang also expressed his understanding. But the most unexpected thing for Lu Hang was that just 5 minutes before the registration was about to close, there came 2 fishing guys from the Lua Association, 2 people with tattered clothes and sweaty appearance, and it looked like they were running over from the town. 2, great, we're catching up. So can I ask where the organizers are? We both have a message we need help relaying. Hearing the words of the 2, Lu Hang also couldn't help but be stunned. It looks like this time the Luja Association didn't come, not because they looked down on our fishing ground but had other reasons. I'm the owner of this fishing ground. My last name is Lu Hang, and I'm also the organizer of this tournament. I don't know if there's anything you need to convey to me from your side. You are Boss Lu. Nice to meet you. Over here I am relaying the original message from our president. I'm thankful that the organizers were able to invite us, the Roadrunner Association, to participate in the competition in an environment where everyone looks down on roadrunners. and we are grateful for that. But I'm sorry to say that we were conducting a training session for roadside fishing on the North Sea beach some time ago, and we didn't expect to meet a big fish, and all of us were unfortunately dragged into the sea, and all of our cell phone calls were directly scrapped. The fishing guys are being rescued right now, but the Miracle Big Fishing Grounds was able to invite us to compete without minding our roadrunner, and we can't afford to dismiss the Miracle Big Fishing Grounds. So this time we have lined up 2 who did not receive any injuries roadrunner to go over to the tournament. As for the rest of those who do not have the strength to throw not to go to the expensive tournament disgrace, the remaining people are still on the search for other missing anglers as well as salvage. Alright, I know. Lao Su, take the 2 to the hotel to rest for a while, and by the way, find 2 doctors to help these 2 to check. Don't leave any dark wound after effects or anything. Okay boss. Thank you Boss Lu. Boss Lu is too kind. After the 2 of them left, the registration for the Miracle Fishing Competition was also completely closed, and after counting the number of participants, Lu Hang also headed inside his home. It seems that the fish on the beach is even bigger. A whole Roadrunner association were all swept into the sea. A fishing association of several hundred people. One person to pull a 100 pounds can also pull up tens of thousands of pounds of big fish. Surprisingly, all were dragged into the water. It seems like the beach would be a good place to fish when I have the strength. Lu Hang, who was walking, suddenly thought of something, and then also tapped his head and turned around to walk towards the town again. The last fishing pumped fish are still in the system fish storage space inside the put, and then do not give to the fishing ground inside the follow-up instead of good to put. Mainly this time the number of powerful anglers coming is quite a lot. Lu Hang is going to put all those 1,000 plus pounds of fish inside the backpack as well, along the road, until he walked to a place where no one was. After confirming that there was no one around, Lu Hang summoned a medium-sized truck van, and then took out all the fish inside the direct system fish storage space. The fish drawn by the system were all fine and relatively regular, and after taking them out they were just swimming around. But on the contrary, it was the giant chub of 354 pounds that started flopping around as soon as it came out. Damn fishing guy, let me out and we won't rest until we're dead. You killed the murderer of our Chub clan's elders. You Chub clan elders are okay, so be good and don't make a scene. However, Lu Hang forgot one thing. He has a fish language so he can understand fish words, but this giant chub has no human language to understand Lu Hang's words. On the contrary, Lu Hang's words reach the ears of the giant chub as laugh it up. Can't understand it at all. The chub patriarch thought that Lu Hang was mocking him after hearing his words, and directly made more noise. In the end, it was the red-tailed koi on the side that couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to the giant chub and smacked it right in the tail. After seeing the chub not move, Lu Hang is also afraid of the giant chub died. This can be their own working fish. Dead everyone is a loss. After receiving the giant chub inside the system fish storage space and checking the status of the chub, and realizing that it was directly stunned, Lu Hang was also relieved to release the chub. Loss, next time I come out I must bring out that warbler. Otherwise I'll eat the old loss when I encounter this situation. And if it wasn't for the red-tailed chub that the system drew, I might even have to have a fight with the giant chub myself. Taking advantage of the chub's dizziness, Lu Hang also grabbed all the fish and transported them to the fishing ground. The car drove directly to the edge of the second fishing ground, and after temporarily dispersing the security personnel, Lu Hang once again called in the dislike Skywarp. After taking out a packet of all-purpose bait and feeding it to the warbler, he pulled the warbler straight out of the water with a direct hand grab. Boss, have a good conversation. Is it that I ate too much? Too much you just say. I'll change it is. Or where did I not do my job well? You say it I'll do it. You do not do it Don't argue. Just looking for you to be an interpreter. The fish are in the car and I don't dare put them in the water without talking to them afterward. Hearing Lu Hang's explanation, disliking Heavenly Warped Mouth was also all loose, and directly didn't struggle anymore either. Boss, you should have said so. Scared the hell out of Warped Mouth me. I thought you were going to hit me again. Come on. Your end is winning like hell. How idle I am to beat you. After putting the dislike Skywarp inside the carriage, Lu Hang also walked over to the giant chub and went up to slap it twice, waking the chub up directly. However, after receiving a tail from the red-tailed koi, the giant chub also quieted down and didn't make any more noise. And in the end, under the translation of the disliked Sky Warbler, the giant chub also finally recognized the fact that it was taking the chub's entire clan to work part-time. Chapter 97 Fishing Competition 3. Sure enough, it's still the system that gives the best fish. There's never that much to ask for. Just food and shelter. After the discussion, Lu Hang also started to put all the fish inside the second fish pond. 100 pounds of big fish Lu Hang directly carry. A trip of direct all thrown inside the pond. By the time he reached the 1,000-pound fish, Lu Hang hadn't even had a chance to get his hands on it when he saw the red-tailed koi carp directly from inside the wagon.
flopping around. It flew directly from the inside of the carriage to the inside of the second fish pond. After the giant chub saw the red-tailed koi's maneuver, it also directly followed the red-tailed koi's maneuver and poofed. Thud. The giant chub that flew out directly hit the roof of the wagon directly with its huge head. Boom. Coward. Do not have that strength, you learn others red-tailed koi what to do, said Lu Hang. Also walked up to the carriage, directly dragged out the giant chub that had fainted and directly threw it inside the second fish pond. As soon as it touched the water inside the fish pond, the fainted giant chub also woke up directly. Looking around and realizing that no fish had noticed his ugliness, he too dug into the water with a flick of his tail. Ding! Side quest 400-pound fish pond has been completed. The 100 pounds fish finder card has been added to the system shop. 100 pounds of universal bait making methods had been distributed. And then Lu Hang realized that there was an additional method of configuring bait inside his head. Find a cow with indigestion? Then mix corn into the feed and let the cow eat it in. Then let the cow poop it out. Sigma_angle. I then said, why is this bait yellow-green and smelly? Sigma_angle. Lu Hang dry heaved while directly sticking his hands inside the water and scrubbing them directly back and forth. Sigma_angle. When I think about it, every time I opened a bait I kneaded it up myself by hand after adding water. Lu Hang just felt a wave of nausea. Sigma_angle. The system exchanges a copy of the Inheritance Heavenly Book. Ding! 100,000 points consumed successfully. Remaining system points 222,8888 points. Picking up the Inheritance Heavenly Book, Lu Hang directly recorded the formula of the 100 pounds of 10,000-year-old bait. After recording, Lu Hang directly forgot the entire bait formula. Much better. If you really don't know, you're fine. Then Lu Hang also directly put this inherited heavenly book which recorded 100 pounds of universal bait directly into the far corner of the system backpack. Ding! Pond 2 red carp and green carp evolved successfully. The 150-pound red carp evolved into a successful red phoenix carp and grew to 999 pounds. The 150-pound green carp evolved into the successful green phoenix carp and grew to 999 pounds. The red and green carp have evolved. It won't be all over in the finals. My only 2 fish just out of 100 pounds. Good luck, fishing guys. Then Lu Hang is also happy to return home. Don't ask. Ask is to gloat. There is nothing more joyful than watching other fishing guys burst rod into the water. After the registration deadline, 3 days, not too long, not too short, 3 days, Su Zijiang called the decoration team directly to the entire fishing ground directly new. In particular, every location on the fishing grounds is equipped with a camera to ensure that it can be broadcast live in all directions. The cafeteria and parking lot are equipped with displays that allow anglers to easily watch each other's opponents. And the prize money for this one is huge. And the contest previews are being reposted all over the Shocktone platform. At the same time, Shocking Sound, Tiger Shark, and Cat's Claw have all expressed their desire to purchase the exclusive broadcasting rights for the game from Lu Hang. However, after considering that what he wants is heat rather than money, Lu Hang also rejected an exclusive broadcast proposal, but directly gave 3 platforms a broadcast access that is almost close to free. Inside 3 days' time, Su Zijiang are in the fishing field patrol, afraid of which point is not installed well in time to affect the reputation or beauty of the fishing field. And these days Lu Hang is also considering a way of this competition. Lu Hang did not expect Su Zijiang will put the Miracle Fishing Competition to short video platform to publicize. Originally, I thought it would be a good idea to invite some anglers in the fishing group to have a good time. But in Su Zijiang's wave of publicity, the number of enrollment directly up to 762 people. This wave directly disrupted land navigation before the preparation plan. Originally Lu Hang thought of 500 into 200, 200 into 80, 80 into 32, 32 final competition. As a result, the 500 people invited by Su Zijiang basically all came. In addition to the accident, the fishing group also came to several hundred people. The rest are all in the vibration of the sound above to see the tournament at their own expense to run over to participate in. Although it is self-funded, but Lu Hang or package all the accommodation problems. After all, people can be willing to come over to support is to give Lu Hang face. Then Lu Hang naturally also give people face work arranged. But this time the game also gave Lu Hang a wake-up call. It seems that they also want to build a hotel in the fishing ground. Otherwise, every time you have a competition, you need to charter the entire town's hotels and guest houses, which is troublesome and costly. And you also need to greet the local transportation department, or else it will easily cause local traffic jams. With the wide variety of fish species in the #1 fishing ground, it was easy to catch fish without much nesting. This is the best location in Lu Hang's mind for a finalist tournament. In the finalists, Lu Hang is ready to test the basic skills of the anglers, first eliminating all those with bad basic skills. Elimination round. Lu Hang is ready to take place inside the mackerel pond. which is full of mackerel, and the weight is basically more than 10 pounds, of which 70 or 80 pounds exist is not a minority. This game Lu Hang intends to test the fishing rod of the anglers. How can a good angler not be equipped with a good fishing rod? For anglers, a good fishing rod is like a warrior's gun. A rod that blows up on the first shot is like a gun that falls apart on the first shot. And anglers who even have problems with their own guns aren't fit to compete in the back of the pack. Inside this one, Lu Hang intends to eliminate 80% of the fishing guys. Elimination round 2. Lu Hang intends to put in the chub pond, which has more than 400 pounds of chub presence, directly eliminating all the fishing guys without the strength of 100 pounds. After this one, probably the only ones left will be Fish Alliance or some famous anchors. The final game of the elimination round, Lu Hang as usual intends to let them grab the spots. 3,200 pounds of catfish. Whoever catches them first advances. The competition is the hard power of the fishing guy to mix the bait. A fishing guy will not match the bait. Just like a soldier going to war with a gun without bullets. The final on the second fishing ground will be a battle of the gods, with all the fishing guys having to get on the water to cool off for a while. Since the evolution of the 2 carp of 150 pounds that Lu Hang originally left behind, Lu Hang was ready for the final to be a total loss. Chapter 98 Fishing Competition 4. The following day, Lu Hang also opened the interface of the system's fish ponds again after a long absence, and spent tens of thousands of points to raise all the fish ponds to level 10. Fish Pond 1 was successfully upgraded. Fish Pond level 10. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 100%. Currently boosting fish weight gain by 500%. 200% increase in current fish bite rate. Points required to upgrade to the next level, not upgradable. Mackerel-specific ponds were successfully upgraded. Fish Pond level 10. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 100%. Currently boosting fish weight gain by 500%. 200% increase in current fish bite rate. Points required to upgrade to the next level, not upgradable. Chub-specific pond upgrades were successful. Fish Pond level 10. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 100%. Currently boosting fish weight gain by 500%. 200% increase in current fish bite rate. Points required to upgrade to the next level, not upgradable. Catfish-specific pond upgrades were successful. Fish Pond level 10. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 100%. Currently boosting fish weight gain by 500%. 200% increase in current fish bite rate. Points required to upgrade to the next level, not upgradable. White Stripe's specialized pond upgrade successful. Fish Pond level 10. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 500%. Currently boosting fish weight gain by 1000%. 10,000% increase in current fish bite rate. Points required to upgrade to the next level. 1,000,000 system points. Fish Pond number 2 was successfully upgraded. Fish Pond level 10. Currently boosts fish pulling power by 100%. Currently boosting fish weight gain by 1000%. 100% increase in current fish bite rate. Points required to upgrade to the next level. 1,000,000 system points. Hey, fishing guys, go completely crazy. Why do I feel a bit like those villains in the novels I read in my past life? It's okay, I have a system. I'm definitely not the villain. I must be the protagonist. After upgrading the fishing grounds, Lu Hang also went to bed early. Tomorrow is the first day of the fishing competition. Said not nervous, that is certainly Lu Hang blow awesome. In the dream, Lu Hang also dreams about the official opening of the fishing tournament. Then the host invites Lu Hang up to talk after his opening remarks, but as a result, Lu Hang can't be found anywhere. And in the end, the fishing guys think that the tournament is a spoof. It was simply teasing them, and then one by one they all either walked or drove away. Then woke up Lu Hang as soon as he arrived at the fishing ground. Found that everyone was gone. Only a few decorators were cleaning up all kinds of props. Decorations. Lu Hang saw that no one's race site ended up being a direct jolt to wake up. Picked up my phone and looked at it X024 July 31st, 23:58 and 27 seconds. It's okay, it was just a dream. It scared the hell out of me. I thought I'd really screwed up the tournament. After realizing that what he just had was all a dream, Lu Hang also got up and drank a mouthful of water to suppress the shock, then went back to sleep, this time in a dream. Welcome to the XXTH Annual World Fishing Tournament presented by Miracle Big Fishing. Let's welcome our fishing contestants to the stage this time. The first to come out is known as the Guardian of the Waters of Kyushu, nicknamed Zhang Taigong with the Fishing Saint realm of XX, followed by a fishing maniac from Kyushu, a fishing man with the realm of a fishing saint, Triple X. Then there are the extreme fishing experts from John's Foreign that rival the fishing saints by sheer force of XXXXXX. an ally from the Great Bass Fishing League of the Bald Eagle Nation, who can easily catch million-pound walleye XXXXX under his hand of out-of-this-world American plunge netting. From the Gallic chicken country has the fishing king of XXXXXX early years to come to the country of Jojo to learn the fishing method. 37 years ago XXXXX with the learning of the holy fire god fishing certified saint of the realm, and now the strength is even more unfathomable. The winner of the last global tournament championship, known as the only one above and below the water, XX Seek Fishing, which is one of the most famous dark horses of this fishing tournament. The last appearance is with fishing diving little prince called Triple X. It is said that in the early years Triple X and the learning fishing method, this is weak he also want to take the master to the weight of the extremely sick fishing rod. Basically every day in the water in fishing in the constant conversion, and later by the fishing field of the fishing man called Diving Little Prince. We would like to welcome you to our quinquennial fishing tournament. Every year we actually have 3 purposes for our fishing tournament. First, it is for healthy competition, so that anglers all over the world have a chance to learn from each other, watch other anglers fishing, find their own shortcomings and learn from them. Second, it's also about resource allocation. Countries with more powerful anglers will have a greater responsibility for guarding the waters, and likewise, we'll get more of the rich underwater resources. Third, in memory of the fishing saint who spread the fishing method all over the world, the founder of the Miracle Big Game, the organizer of the global fishing tournament, and the guardian hero of the world, XX. Let us now pay the highest tribute to our heroes. I now declare the XXTH Annual Fishing Derby officially open. The next line of contestants will come forward to draw you our numbers as well as pit positions. Hey, 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 fishing contest, hey, hey. Lots of people. Hey, hey, lots of points. Hey, hey, boss is up. Who are you? I'm not watching a fishing tournament? Boss, wake up. We have 2 hours before our miracle fishing tournament starts. Oh, it's a race. 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 What fishing competition is about to start? Why didn't you call me earlier? Old Sue. After saying that, Lu Hang also jumped up directly and put on his clothes and pants directly in 3 times. Boss, here's your speech. Read it for a while and I'll get the makeup artist to come over and paint you. Today is the first fishing tournament you've held, boss, and boss must impress everyone with a bit of handsomeness. Good, good, good. Old Sue, you're very considerate. Then Lu Hang also picked up the speech and read it. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. ZZZZ. Manager Sue, this boss is asleep again. Do you need me to wake up the boss? Hey, forget it, you just draw it. Wake up the boss when you're done. The boss has been quite busy these past 2 days, let him rest a little longer. Remember to wake up the boss when you're done painting and bring him over to this side of the stage while I go keep order for the fishing guys to get in. Chapter 99 Fishing Contest, 5. Boss, the makeup is done so I can go to the track. Oh well, let's go. Near the catfish-specific pond, a piece of ground that had been cleared out early by Su Zhejiang had already set up a huge stage. At the time Lu was brought to the arena, Lu was a bit dumbfounded. Old Su, when did you put up such a big stage with a display screen and a viewing gallery? Boss, the day after you said you wanted me to prepare for the tournament. You said you were going to have a tournament. So I did it all to tournament specifications. Back when we were digging the catfish gun pond earlier, we had this whole site organized. And when you instructed us to have a tournament, boss, we just converted this cleared area into a temporary lectern. Yes, Old Sue, when this event is over and you're free, find a special place over here where we can directly build a stadium that belongs to our Miracle Great Fishing Stadium, and later put all the tournament opening ceremonies inside the stadium. Okay, boss. By the way, boss, you read the speech again. It starts in 10 minutes. Line. Old Sue, you have been in front of me in the morning, read dozens of times to see the speech. In fact, here are all the fishing men. There is no need to engage in these vain, brief point on the line. Welcome to Miracle Big Fishing for the Miracle Fishing Tournament presented by Miracle Big Fishing. This side of the pond also appreciates all the anglers who went out of their way to come to the Miracle Great Fishing Grounds to compete. Over here, let's start by giving a grand welcome to the anglers competing in the tournament. There are anglers from the Fish League. There are also Roadrunner Association anglers who are injured who are also traveling from the beach to compete. The little-known fishing anchors of the major platforms, as well as all of you anglers who traveled from far and wide to come out and support the Miracle of Fishing Tournament. Here's the owner of our Miracle Big Fishing Farm, Mr. Lu Hang Lu, to announce the official start of the tournament for us. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Hang. I'm the owner of the Miracle Big Fishing Farm and the initiator of this Miracle Fishing Contest. I'd like to thank you all for coming to the Miracle Fishing Tournament held at the Miracle Grand Fishing Grounds. Even though everyone came to the tournament with their own agenda, it could be for the money, It could be for the fame. It could be for the big mystery gift. Or it could be to catch the big fish of the giant. I declare the miracle fishing contest now open. After speaking, Lu Hang also returned the microphone and stage to the host. The first round will start in an hour's time inside our number 1 fishing ground, which has a variety of fish such as bluegill, carp, crucian carp, catfish, bream, whitebait, chub and so on. The first round will be played in groups of 50 and will last 1 hour. The rules of fishing in this round are to match the total number of fish caught. No changing of fishing gear midway through the round. And any rod blowouts or line cuts during the tournament will be considered elimination. Only the top 1,000 people with the most total number of fish will advance to the next round. The number plates that you all got when you signed up at that time are the numbers of your anglers. So now let's start drawing our anglers for the first round. First game. Toothless did not expect the miracle of the big fishing ground for the first time fishing tournament, but will come to so many people. I thought it would only come dozens of hundreds of fishing guys will not be allowed to come. I also want to come to hold the scene. I didn't expect so many people. There are 2,000 or 3,000 people. That's for sure. Look at the lottery numbers on the top of the display. 2249 are out. It seems like there are at least 2,249 people. Luckily this first game, Boss Lu is comparing the total number of fishing. I still have a chance to make it to the second round. Toothless, you say this first round is not Lu boss intentionally give us often come to the fishing ground fishing friends let water. We often come to the fish preferences are more clear. This first round of often come to the fishing ground fishing friends to advance a better chance. Lao Lu You're underestimating this group of fishing guys a little bit. After the host introduced the species of fish that are available inside the number 1 fishing ground, this group of fishing guys have already started to prepare their own bait. But Lao Lu, people like us who often come to the fishing grounds actually still have a bit of an advantage. That is, we know the proportional number of fish species inside the fish pond, and we can mix the bait specifically for the fish that have a high number. Toothless, you mean? Well, shoo, old Lu, don't say it, just know it in your own heart. Wavy dash. I would like to ask the anglers whose numbers were drawn on the display to get ready in fishing area 1. The miracle fishing contest officially begins. As we can see, number 496 started casting straight away, without even nesting, and proceeded directly to casting. So it seems that our number 496 is planning to make the first move. 249 has also cast, so it looks like our 249 is planning to do the same as our 496. It seems that there are still smart people, the group of idiots, but also think of nesting. Did not hear the beginning of the host said this is a mixed pond. Well, inside what fish are there? Nesting is no sense. Direct casting on the end. We saw that all the other competitors were still opening their baits and nesting, while both our 496 and 249 already had fish on the hook. Number 249 has taken the lead with the first fish, and although it was just a bream of less than a pound, in the first round we were competing on numbers, and this is something that has opened the door for us 249 to take a direct lead over all the anglers. It looks like our 249's catch got the other anglers on edge as well, with 646 even abandoning that half-opened bait of his to just throw the rod as well. 493, 1846, 1999, all started at 646, all gave up on continuing to bait the nest and all just hung up the bait and started casting. As you can see by now, all but a few of the individual anglers are still continuing to open bait or just starting to cast in fish. Our number 496 seems to be a bit out of sorts. It's been almost half an hour and that one fish of number 496 hasn't been caught yet? I don't know whether our number 496 player is lucky or unlucky. At the beginning of the direct on a big fish, which had once wasted a large part of our number 496 player's time off. Number 496 player, if you can't catch again, may end up because of this fish caused a zero number of the closing Chapter 100 Fishing Contest 6. The first match is coming to an end in the last 5 minutes. And you can see on the display that our 249 is currently in first place for now with 16 fish. Second place went to our number 493, he caught a total of 11 fish. Third place goes to number 2249, who is clinging to our second place by only 1 strip. And our first to cast and first to fish number 496 is still having a tug of war with that fish of his. It looks like our number 496 might end up getting worn out by this big fish until the end of time. Nope, our 496 is starting to make a desperate push. And it looks like 496 has decided to let go of the wave as well when he sees that time is running out. Damn it, why did I meet a big fish right from the start? This one is at least 150 pounds from the feel of it. If it wasn't for the rules of the tournament where cutting the line counts as elimination, I would have cut the line already. Damn it, there's no time left. No way, at the very least I'm going to catch a fish. As you can see, we are 496 is completely desperate. 490's XS rod is completely in a full moon bent bow. Boo. Oh ho. Our 496er's rod exploded right out of the water. With it we can only regretfully announce the early elimination of contestant number 496. It seems that luck is also very crucial for anglers. Otherwise, even if you have strong strength and good judgment, bad luck may end up in a basket of water. It's the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Game 1 is over and the judges have gone up to count the total number of fish caught by all the anglers. While the referee counts the number of fish each angler has, let's draw the contestants for the second match. Number 666. Lao Lu is on my turn. I'll go first. Help me cheer. Alright, go Toothless. We'll see you in the second round. Yes. The referee has now tallied all the fish. And it is still our number 249. With a count of 18 that puts number 249 firmly in first place by a margin of 6 fish well ahead of second place. And now the players for our second match have begun to enter the playing field. Hey, it's a good thing I come to fish inside Mr. Lu's fishing ground so often. Look at the bream bait I mixed up in the first match just now. Our contestant number 666, surprisingly, didn't just cast like the other contestants, but chose to bait the nest instead? I wonder how number 660's say XS bait is. 5 days later, the first round of the Miracle Fishing Tournament is all but over. So let's take a look at the current fish count standings. First place number 1, Chu Yen, with a fish count of 66. Second place 888, Lu Sheng, with 36 fish on the count. Third place number 666, Toothless, with 35 fish on the count. Fourth place 999, Dwayne Ann, with 35 fish on the count. Fifth place, 1888, Striper, with 35 fish on the board. 999, 250th place, Ji Wushu, with a fish count of 19. 1000th place, number 249, Wu Xia, with a fish count of 18. The second round of the Miracle Fishing Tournament will begin tomorrow, so all you fishing guys can go back and get some rest. Old Lu, you're great. You even took second in the first round. Even to the point of catching is more number of fish than me. This is all because of Toothless you bait mixing good If not, I am a little more lucky 3 minutes in a row on 6 fish. The second place is definitely you. Hey, Lao Lu, you're overstating it. In fact, I just took an advantage of going out first. Look at that 4th to 36th place. All of them have 35 stripes. There are not a few great anglers in this tournament. By the way, Toothless was invited. Do you know where the second round is? Hearing Lu Shang's words, Toothless also waved his hand helplessly. I'm not sure about that. It wasn't even mentioned when I was invited by the fishing community. And the only thing I know about it is that the finals take place in Fish Pond 2. Although there are many fish ponds opened in the back of the fishing ground, but they are all cannon ponds, and the employees inside the fishing ground are also called specialized ponds, so only the giant pit that manager Sue dug for many days is most likely to be the second fishing ground. I came over just to see how big the fish would be for a giant pit that big to put in. Alright, we're off today Toothless, do you have any plans? Is it going back to rest or say go around? None of them. I'm going to the cafeteria. Oh, I can't believe you sneaked off to dry rice. I'll go too. Ha 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 ha. There is no way that the meal at the fishing ground is too good. I really don't know if Boss Lou is losing money by opening such a cafeteria. I'm embarrassed to eat this meal for $25. Haha, if you wanna know, you can just ask Boss Lou directly. Hey, you guys have something to ask me. Asterisk 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 who? Boss Lou, why are you scaring people? What kind of person drills out from behind someone's back? LV, this is obviously because you two were so focused on chatting that you walked past me on your own without noticing me. Lou boss, congratulations congratulations fishing inside the Chewy Yen with 30 fish difference high first place Hey, it's just a fluke. Taking advantage of the fact that he's a keeper inside the fishing grounds, and no one knows more about the preferences of the fish inside each pond than he does. It's not worth mentioning. Although Lu Hang said on his lips that it was not worth mentioning, but the corners of his mouth curled up harder than an AK to suppress it. By the way, Louie, you guys just said you had something to ask me. Oh, boss Lou, you're talking about this. Just now I was discussing with Toothless whether you'll lose money if you sell so cheaply when your cafeteria cooks so well. Ha ha ha. This is fine. This is a benefit for the fishing guys who come to the fishing grounds. My canteen minus the cost of materials minus the labor cost of the chef. It just doesn't make any money. But it's not so bad that it loses money. Lou, you don't know how many repeat customers this cafeteria has helped me keep. Ha ha ha. I believe in what Boss Lou said. Originally my wife didn't even like me fishing, since I packed meals from Boss Lou's side and brought them back to her. This time when Boss Lou held a tournament, she, who doesn't know how to fish, even ran to compete. What? Lou's sister-in-law also came to the fishing ground. So why don't you bring her here for everyone to get to know her? Oh, don't tell me.
The first female angler who fell in the water in the 5th match is the one who has been exercising since she was dragged down by the fish that day, and she said that she would catch all the fish in your fishing ground. Ha ha ha, that's good. Then I'll wait for my sister-in-law to come over and fish. Chapter 101 Fishing Contest 7. Welcome, everyone, to the second round of the Miracle Fishing Tournament Elimination Round. This one we will be starting inside the mackerel-specific ponds, which are full of small fish ranging from over 100 pounds down to a few pounds. For this round, there will still be groups of 50 people. Each match has 3 hours in which everyone can fish as much as they want, and when the time is up the results will record the biggest fish you caught in the 3 hours. You can't change your fishing gear on the way to the tournament, and you're expected to have a good rod ready if you get a popped rod or cut line during the tournament to settle your score directly. Only the top 500 in weight will be selected for this round to advance to the next round. So all you anglers, do your own thing inside the 3 hours. The draw for the first match of the second round will now begin. Toothless. It seems that I am hanging this round. Like me who can only catch a few dozen pounds of fish to here are because the first round as long as the number do not want to amount. Lao Lu words are not so. 1000 into 500 half the probability. And who can guarantee that they come with a good fishing rod? We have come to the fishing field of fishing guys rod are more advanced. As long as you can catch more than 70 pounds of fish, absolutely can be promoted. Alright, Toothless, don't comfort me. Look at that group of anchors and that group of fish alliances over there who have fish rods that are low-leveled. I feel like the key point is still not to pop the rod or cut the line. Popping the rod and cutting the line settles the score straight away. So as long as I can fish to the end I feel like I can advance. The screen now cuts to the tournament site, and you can see that the anglers from the first game of the second round have begun to enter. As you can see our 2194th contestant Joe has already changed to a larger hook and casted straight away. There was plenty of time in this round. Player Joe Yang's choice for this wave wasn't very wise. You can see the other competitors adjusting their hooks, and one by one, they're switching their hooks to larger ones. It seems like all the players are planning to go straight for the big fish in this one. This match was very intense to begin with. Number 2195 one-armed angler Zhao Hua has also started casting, and he is also not nesting, so it can be seen that both anglers are very confident in their lures. No, the 2195 fishing friendly like there is already a fish hooked. Look at the bending degree of this fishing rod is definitely a big fish not less than 50 pounds. So our Zhao Hua fishing is not going to use his left hand? 50 pounds right off the bat? It seems like the anglers who came this time are not easy. It's only been a short time since a 50-pound walleye bit. Only 50 pounds? That kind of small fish doesn't guarantee advancement. 50 pounds of minnows? Catch a 50-pound one up here if you can and I'll see. It seems like you don't pay attention to the Fish Alliance rankings. You don't even know who I am. What's the Fish Alliance? And who are you? Okay, I'll tell you since you're a redneck. The Fish Alliance is an alliance of fishing guys formed by a live streaming platform in conjunction with offline fishing guys. And anyone who wants to be on the list has to catch a big enough giant in a live streaming situation. And this is the 18th place on the Fish Alliance list, with the record being a 412-pound bluefin tuna caught in the waters of the North Sea. The fishing guys who know me call me Dr. Fishing. Without further ado, I'm hooked. Boom thunk, asterisk. Fly straight over 100 pounds of mackerel. Oh, are all the people inside this Fish Alliance so perverted? I suddenly want to join the Fish Alliance too. Pull back. You make it through this elimination. I'm on the fish too. Phew. Asterisk. What the hell is in this water? Why is there so much pull? Put. Grunt. It's a shame. Our number 946 landed a big fish, but unfortunately he wasn't able to catch this fish being dragged down by it. As you can see our rescuers have pulled down to 946. Unfortunately 946's rod has been dragged away by the fish and he will have to retire sadly. Boo. Worthy of being a one-armed angler, catching a 70 to 80 pounds big fish with just one. It seems that this Zhao Hua contestant will also be a strong chaser for the championship. This one-armed strength is really extraordinary. Still a bit unskilled. Wasted so much time to pull up this mackerel of about 80 pounds. Looks like we need to go back and keep training. Wazzy your back casting ones are catching fish. Then I can't continue to be silent like this. Boom. We've got a fish on 2194 as well. And look at this one. It's no less than 100 pounds. Wazzy. Have you noticed that the pull of the fish on Xiaolu's side are all very abnormal? Well, I also noticed that the pull of the fish on Xiaolu's side is twice as big as the normal fish of the same size. And looking at that size, Xiaolu has done a great job of keeping all of these fish. Xiaolu really isn't simple. Before we only knew that Xiaolu was good at fishing, but we didn't realize that raising fish was even better. It seems that I kinda believe Xiaolu when he said before that he had a way to cure your arm. Difficult.
Ayo, have you noticed? A lot of the fishing guys that came to Xiaolu's tournament this time are some masters, like the one just across the street. Number 1466. Dakuro Dragon. Flew more than 100 pounds directly. These guys are much stronger than all of us. It's fine. We'll just do our best. This time it really doesn't work. We can wait for Xiaolu's next competition on. Go back and train for a while. We can definitely win the championship next time. Well, I can definitely get more comfortable with one-handedness in the next tournament, and we'll definitely win the title then. Pang, pung. Everyone can. A lot of anglers have already caught fish. Even there are already individual anglers who have already caught 7 or 8 fish, but there are still individual anglers who don't even have a single mouth. There's still the last half minute. So I wonder if this don't fish guy can get a bite. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, boom, boo, time's up. And the judges will now begin to take the scales and tally the weights. Let's look at the results of the first game for all you anglers. Well, we can see that the judge for contestant 2195 has weighed in 2195. Zhao Hua scored 84.8 pounds. Chapter 102 Fishing Competition, 8. The results of 2194 are also out. Number 2194, Zhou Yang, with a final score of 143.2 pounds. Player Zhou Yang is temporarily in first place on the scoreboard. The results are in for 1466 as well. Zhou Yang player just sat on the first was taken away. 1466 Dakuro long score of 192.4 pounds. Directly over our second place Zhou Yang player 49 pounds. The list of players for our second match is out. Please enter. Toothless, I'm going to go to the game first. Remember to cheer me on. Yes. Hey, Louie, you're in this one too. Xiao Chu, you are also in this game. Right, Xiao Chu, you researched that. What the universal bait? Lend me a bit. LV, next time to come to the fishing ground to help you introduce girlfriend, degree. Louie, you're cheating, _. How can this be considered cheating? The rules of the tournament does not prohibit anglers from borrowing bait from each other. What's more, I'm still the one who fishes, and I can't catch the ones that don't match my strength. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. LV, you seem to have a point. Okay, nah, give you some. Remember to introduce me to my girlfriend. Don't worry, Brother Lou will definitely help you introduce a beautiful girlfriend. Why do I feel as if something is wrong? The contestants are now all in, and with 1 minute to prepare, the contest is officially underway. Player number 1 is still using one of his rebar rods. Look at number 1's confidence. He has a lot of confidence in this match as well. Look at our dark horse number 1. He's throwing the first shot. I didn't realize that such a heavy rod could be used so easily by our number 1. You can see that 888 is also casting right after number 1. The first and second place in the last round. I wonder what kind of results they can achieve in this round. The other competitors have been casting their rods, and I wonder who will be the first to take the top spot in this one. Contestant 888 has a fish on the hook. But looking at the expression on our 888's face and the bending of the rod, this fish can't be less than 150 pounds. Boo! No good, our 888 was dragged straight into the water. The rescue team has rushed over in time. Another contestant who underestimated the strength of the bluegill in this pond. Within this tournament, the weight of the fish caught is secondary to the focus on catching your limit. There have been several greedy anglers trying to covet the big one who have been dragged right into the water these past 2 tournaments. Look quickly, our number 1 player seems to be on the fish as well. Number 1 doesn't know what the reason is. He doesn't even launch. He just stands in a strange position. I wonder if this position is with any special intention. Player number 1 has been in this position for almost 10 minutes. It can't be that player number 1 fell asleep. The match ends in 5 minutes and our number 1 is still in a strange position. Is number 1 going to be eliminated like this? No, player number 1. He's moving. He's spinning the spinning wheel quickly. So fast hand speed. Through the screen I seem to see the black smoke produced when the spinning wheel is spinning at high speed. Boo. Dang. The number 1 player also managed to land a fish inside the last 5 minutes. Looking at the size of this mackerel, it's at least 200 pounds. It seems that the number 1 player might be the first in the second round as well. And I wonder if any of the players will be able to surpass him. Tournament time. The judges are starting to weigh the fish. I'm sure everyone, like me, should be wondering most of all right now about our number 1 contestant and just how much that one fish he caught weighed. As you can see, the referee on our number 1 player's side couldn't move that fish at all and is now seeking help from other referees. As we can see now, this walleye was very much alive. 4 judges just barely managed to lift this walleye. 245.6 pounds. 245.6 pounds. This big bluegill caught by contestant number 1 weighs a full 245.6 pounds. As you can see, our number 1 player has once again taken the top spot on the leaderboard. After 5 days of competition, our second round of elimination is also completely finished.
and the statistics of the players' scores in the last game have been completed, so you can check the advancement list by yourselves. Our third round will be held inside the Chub specialty pond, and the number of people in each match will remain in groups of 50. Inside the third match venue there is a 400+ pound giant mouth chub, and if any contestant can catch this one they will be able to advance directly to the finals. This round will last 4 hours, and the 5 players who catch the highest total weight of fish in 4 hours will successfully advance to the fourth round. During the tournament, all pop-ups and tangents count as outright eliminations. Direct qualifiers do not take up advancement slots, so all fishing competitors can get ready ahead of time. Our third round will begin in 2 days, and all you fishing guys have 2 days to find a rod tough enough to hold up. Brother Lou, I'm the one who harmed you. If I hadn't shared the bait, you could have advanced to the third round as well. Who knows? The 500th place was only 30 pounds. Everyone went after the big fish to avoid being eliminated by the other contestants because of their weight. The result is that one by one they all fell into the water. On the contrary, this number 791 player was able to steal the chicken directly into the third round with a weight of 30 pounds. It's fine. Just think of it as me coming to the fishing grounds for a free game of fish. This little half a month down the road, the food inside the cafeteria back to the capital early. I'll be above the audience in the third round to help Chewy and Toothless cheer you guys on. Don't worry, Brother Lumi and Brother Toothless can definitely advance to the fourth round. Master has taught me so much. If I can't even make it to the finals then I would be too sorry to Master. By the way, Xiao Chu, you say master every day. Who is your master? Yeah Chu, I'm curious who your master is too. My master. You all know Brother Lou and Brother Toothless, but I'm not in a position to say much. But you should know after this competition, old Lou and I both know each other. And the strength of a fishing guy who can teach an apprentice as powerful as you must be very high. But I don't seem to have anyone within the people old Lou and I both know that matches what you're talking about as far as I can remember. Chapter 103 Fishing Competition 9. The Miracle Fishing Tournament. The third round of eliminations now officially begins. Hu Shua, will continue to explain the tournament rules for this round to all anglers. This round will continue to challenge the chub gun ponds in groups of 50. With the top 5 total weights in each group within 4 hours advancing to the next round. One of the chubs inside the chub gun pond is a huge mouth chub weighing up to over 400 pounds. And of course if the angler has the strength to catch this 400-pound huge mouth chub, then the person who gets on the fish will directly skip the elimination rounds and advance directly to the finals. A 400+ pound chub? Looks like this is for me, Dokoroku Dragon. And the ticket to the finals is mine. Xiaolong steady point. You know this time the Miracle Fishing Competition our Fish Alliance invited people inside 98% have come. In addition to the ranking of the 4th LV Han accident all over to come. TSK, a group of lucky guys. Not just a little better luck than me encountered a bigger fish. If I can meet the first place would have been mine. Xiaolong I have told you how many times. The world where there is so much good luck. Bait is also a part of the strength. There is a good bait big fish naturally around you. There is no such thing as luck. Wake up sis. Stop chattering. Every time you chatter so many sentences, I can almost memorize them. What did you say? Say it again. I didn't hear you. Turning back to see Daku-chin's blackened face, Daku Longchamp felt a coolness in his back, and then there seemed to be an extra hand on his head. After feeling the atmosphere of the legacy, Dakuro replied from the bottom of his heart as well. Sis, I said I know. I will definitely learn humility, and this time when I go back I will go and study the bait properly. Well, good boy. That's right. Said Duguchin is also put on Ouyang long head of the hand to take down. Just still can be reflected from the light. Vaguely see Dugu long head with 5 faint handprints. Give a person the feeling as if the steamed bread was pinched with 5 fingers. This beautiful girl get to know each other. I'm from the Cat's Paw live broadcast platform. My name is Ermao. I don't know what the beautiful girl's name is. Fish Alliance. Dawkin. You are the 10th place in the Fish League. The ruthless man who once hand-pulled 467 pounds of tuna. And then after the rod broke because of its poor quality, still relied on half a rod to catch the fish. Dawkin. Not as God as advertised. It's just that the rod has been used for a long time, and the rod is covered with scars, and then the con subsidy breaks, and I'm also borrowing the rod to pull it. It's just that half of the rod pulling will be twisted. In fact, it's no different from any other fishing rod. Just like the rumors, Duguchin is a cold and lonely woman. Really I'll want to be friends with her. Only 2 kinds of also want their own strength is stronger than him. Or fishing technology is stronger than him. Then I'll leave first. Dakuro Beauty. Tisk. Sister, you are also really, obviously so beautiful a person. Why to pretend so high and cold? You are almost 30. When will you bring me a brother-in-law back? Che, what's worth bringing in this bunch of losers? They can't even catch a fish. They put on a show day in and day out. But sis,
Do you think this organizer is serious?
400 pounds of freshwater fish can be caught to advance to the finals. Won't there be dozens or hundreds of participants in this final?
It's been so many days since the Little Dragon tournament. Haven't you noticed the difference in this fishing ground?
All the fish inside this fishery are going to have at least twice as much pull as the same size fish outside.
And those with strange colors will have even more pull.
Hearing Dokurokum's words, Dokurokurong also scratched his head awkwardly.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. I was chatting with the anglers on the sidelines during the tournament.
Looking at this younger brother who didn't take the competition seriously at all,
Duguchin also felt a headache.
This younger brother of his own hard power was definitely higher than himself.
It's just that people are a little bit, to put it nicely, called a big grin. To put it bluntly, heartless. The game is so long then. As a result, even a little bit of the situation is not grasped.
Xiaolong, you now know why the organizers dared to put out the word that the one who caught that 400-pound giant mouth chub could go straight to the finals.
An 800-pound pulling fish put into any tournament is a favorite to win.
And this organizer is just using it as a ticket to the finals. So watch closely. These guys who can catch it will end up being our tough opponents in the finals. Getting good intel on them is what will allow us to win the finals. And with $5 million in prize money,
taking down Dad's medical bills will have a way to go.
Oh,
well, don't worry, sister. The final champion is definitely mine.
We can see that all of our players from the first match of the third round have entered the field.
Our number 1 seeded player, Chu Yi-yen, surprisingly didn't choose to cast directly this time, but was mixing up the bait. It's well known that our number 1 contestant is bait capable,
finishing second in the first round of eliminations by nearly double the margin all on his own configured bait.
This round our number 1 is mixing up his baits all over again.
It looks like number 1 is planning to win this round by changing quality with quantity. It's amazing that our contestants number 2194 and number 2195 are still casting straight up, and they're still using large hooks, so it looks like the two contestants are planning on catching that 400+ pound largemouth chub.
Huazi, according to the presenter.
That one fish inside this chub gun pond seems to be the one that Xiaolu caught away from the reservoir at that time.
Why Ao, are you scared?
Xiaolu was great at flying hundreds of pounds of fish all by himself.
But there are 2 of us.
Yes,
Huazi, there are 2 of us, but there is only one fish. If we both catch it together, then one of us is doomed to be eliminated. It's okay, Ao. Up to here is already my limit.
I can't exert myself with my left hand. Relying on one hand alone, even if I advance this time, I'll be eliminated in the next. This time I'll assist you and take that giant mouth chub straight away.
The finals will depend on you then. Get lo, Huazi. Look well when the final.
I will surely take the championship to you.
And after your arm recovered, we will go fishing together.
Yes. Still familiar flavor.
That smell. It's the fishing guys. I didn't expect.
I've arrived at my new home and still met you fishing guys.
Let the 6th elder come and see if you've grown up. 6th elder, me. I feel ridiculously strong right now. The 2 of you can come together.
Chapter 104 Fishing Competition, 10. We can see both 2194 and 2195 have fish on the hook at the same time. After the fish drift sank, Zhou Yang directly lifted the rod vigorously, and the one-handed Zhao Hua also lifted the rod right after him, only because he only had one hand. Zhao Hua's way of lifting the rod was a little different. After lifting the rod a little, he backed it straight up, putting it directly over his shoulder, then deadening it with his right hand, and then backing it harder and harder toward the bank.
Phew! 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 The 2 men's rods rang out straight away.
The sound of wind lines ringing out as the line twitched rapidly. It looks as if contestants 2194 and 2195 are on the same fish, and with both rods so bent it seems likely that they are catching the big prize in our chub cannon pond, a largemouth chub. I just don't know if the 2 anglers will be able to catch us a largemouth chub.
Ao, you take care of the return line. I'll help you control the fish.
Good. You can now see that our players 2194 and 2195 have matched up. Our number 2195 is still not using his left hand but is still using his right hand with one hand holding down the rod. It looks like our number 2195 may have a problem with his left hand temporarily preventing him from exerting any force. I just wonder how long number 2195,
who can only use one hand, will be able to hold out.
2194 has made his move as well.
He's making his way back to the line quickly now. It looks like the 2 have a good understanding. No, something's not right. The line on 2194 doesn't seem to be coming back. Is it 2194 spinning wheel that's stuck?
Huazi, this power is not right. This fish is definitely more than 400 pounds.
I cannot get back this line. How can that be?
Ao, you see if it's your spinning wheel stuck.
400 pounds of fish we have fished in the reservoir before. A person may not be able to catch it, but someone to assist or casually catch it.
Huazi still doesn't work.
It's not that the spinning wheel is stuck. The spinning wheel is normal, it just won't spin.
It's that the fish is pulling too hard.
Looks like these two aren't those fishing guys. Why don't they have any strength at all? Forget it, you guys come down. The two punk fishing guys. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss doesn't allow cannibalism right now, you two punks would have dared to come and fish for me, and I would have eaten you long ago. Then, with a fierce effort, he went straight for the other side. Boom! Boom! It's too bad that our Dark Horse contestants number 2194 and number 2195 were both dragged straight into the water by the fish. It's a shame that both contestants were eliminated. Did Xiao Long notice that? These two fishing guys obviously showed great strength in the second round, but both of them joined hands surprisingly without a bit of leeway, and were directly killed by that one fish in the water. Aha! So what do you have in mind? This giant mouth chub is so strong that only I can reel it in. Pop. Dumbass. There's obviously something wrong with this giant mouth chub. It's not even for the average angler. I had my eye on the two anglers that just went in the water. The second round with you, especially with 2194, which is about as strong as you are. The fact that two people working together now can't pull up this huge mouth chub means that we don't have much of a chance of bringing this fish in. Remember later not to use a large hook. Always use a medium. We win with volume. And if you really want to catch a giant weight for the finals, it's only the third round of the elimination round and there's a 400-pound walleye. And there's bound to be more in the finals. Okay, sis, I'll do as you say. Remember, we are aiming for the prize this time. And a steady hand is what we are aiming for. It's a pity our players number 2194 and number 2195 misjudged their strength. As a result, they could only leave the field early with regret. At the same time, both players are using themselves as a wake-up call for the anglers behind them. Huazi, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the fish inside this fishing ground of Shaolu to have so much power. This pull is almost catching up to 800 pounds of fish. It's okay, AO. Maybe this is fate. If we don't go greedy for a ticket directly into the finals, maybe we won't be eliminated so early. Yeah, if we don't get greedy, we can definitely make it to the finals step by step. And it's really hard to say who's the winner when we get there. Forget it. Elimination is elimination. It's just a shame we didn't make it to the finals, but I still want to see what the Shaolu final will be like. I want to stay a few more days to watch this match. This may not work. After we are eliminated, there is no way to reimburse the subsequent food and lodging. We didn't bring that much money with us when we came out this time. If we stayed to watch the tournament until then. Alright, let's go back. Let's go watch the platform broadcasts then. If you want to watch it, stay and watch it. The platform broadcast is not as interesting as watching it now. Lu Hong. Ha ha ha, Xiaolu let you see the joke. But indeed there is no way this time when we went out we did not bring so much money. A short period of time to see a few days is still possible. But Xiaolu, you cannot end this game for a short period of time. Yeah, why don't we go back and watch the broadcast? And we'll come back over and watch it when we see what happens at the final. That's fine. It just might not be as friendly to the healing of Wa's arm as it could be. What? Wa's arm treatment? We didn't fail to win the championship. If you don't win the championship, you don't win the championship. And you were supposed to find a reason for you to come to the tournament. I've watched all of your matches. Hua! You're good enough to beat 80% of the players in this tournament even with just one hand. Although one hand and then you are not good at power. But your experience is still high. This round if you two do not want to soldier on to catch 400 pounds of giant mouth chub. Hua is not sure but Zhou Yang is surely able to enter the final. Lu, you're kind of holding us up. A loss is a loss. An elimination is an elimination. An excellent judgment and observation is one of the most important abilities of an angler. Okay, I'm relieved to see that you thought about it. Brother Hua, I was afraid that you'd get inside the bullseye again like you did last time in the hospital. Zhou Yang, you go ahead and watch the match. I'll show Hua the arms. You guys stay at the fishing grounds in the meantime. It's just a matter of 2 bites and a room. If you're really sorry, just wait until you're free to come to my fishing grounds more often. Or else just bring me the money the next time you come over. Chapter 105 Fishing Competition, 11. After separating from Zhou Yang, Lu Hang also came directly to Zhao Hua all the way to the cafeteria, where there are several private rooms on the second floor of the cafeteria. This canteen box is also early in the morning when Su Zijian led a person in the second floor decoration. In order to be in the future fishing field inside the big shot or in other bosses talk about cooperation or, there is a good environment for deliberations. Build yourself into a few private rooms is cheap and convenient. Their own bosses and hired top chefs. In addition to the exterior does not have a 5-star hotel look so lofty, but inside the inner 7-star cannot be compared. Boss Lu, why did you bring me to the cafeteria? Shouldn't you go to the hospital to treat your arm? You're not putting a hospital or a medical department in the cafeteria. Hua, I realized for the first time that you have quite a rich imagination. Why don't you go write a novel? Ha 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 ha. What are we doing in the cafeteria if we don't have a hospital? Do we? Did what? Could it be that you're hungry from watching the game and eating before taking me over to the doctor to have my arm looked at? Come on, I think you're not going to see your arm but your brain. Who told you that your arm could be treated by those quacky Western doctors? What else are they going to do but put a couple of steel spikes and a couple of steel frames in your arm? And your arm will be ruined after that. On weekdays, your hand cannot be lifted at all. And every wind and rain will cause severe pain. And when you are old and hunched over like a shrunken body, your left hand will even affect your other limbs. In the light of the situation, it is a paraplegia. And in the heavy of the situation, it becomes directly similar to the existence of a vegetable. After Lu Hang's explanation, Zhao Hua was also in awe. Zhao Hua then also took a deep breath and asked his question. Then how should I treat this left arm of mine? That's why I brought you to the cafeteria. Hearing Lu Hang's answer, Zhao Hua was also directly confused. And his heart also thought of an old saying without thinking. Eat what you want to make up for what you want to eat. Lu Hang wouldn't be bringing me to the cafeteria to eat pig's feet to make up for the next door. Looking at Zhao Hua's odd face, Lu Hang also guessed that Zhao Hua was starting to have wild thoughts. However, Lu Hang did not rush to explain, but secretly touched out his cell phone and clicked a photo at Zhao Hua. It was a pity that Lu Hang forgot to turn off the flash, and that light directly flashed Zhao Hua back to his senses. Lu, what are you doing? Delete the picture for me. Zhao Hua's entire body directly stood up, and then chased after Lu Hang as a chase. The momentum to snatch the phone and delete their own ugly photos. After the two messed around for a while, Lu Hang also took out his cell phone, and then deleted the photos inside the phone in front of Zhao Hua's face. And even recently deleted the photos inside the phone were also emptied together. Only strange. Lu Hang has long been under the backhand. This is the use of super letter chat inside the photo shoot. And chatting with the object is their own trumpet. And so Zhao Hua left their own in the log on trumpet to save the photo back. Hey, 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 hey. It's all deleted. It's all deleted. Look, it's all gone. Alright, Lu, you haven't said how you're going to treat my arm. This goes back to the wisdom of our ancients. Lu Hang has not even finished a sentence. Directly by the monkey Zhao Hua again interrupted the speech. But for this Lu Hang is still very understandable. After all, whose arm who cares? If replaced by their own self may not be much better than him is. Xiao Lu, is it possible that you still have an old Chinese doctor inside your fishing ground? You didn't let the old Chinese doctor boil up medicine for me, did you? That's why you came to the cafeteria. After hearing Lu Hang's helpless reprimand, Zhao Hua also quieted down. He did seem to be a bit agitated and didn't let Lu Hang finish his sentence every time. But after all, it's his arm. And after his arm gets better he can fish again. Okay, Xiao Lu, you go first. I definitely won't say another word now. After saying that, Zhao Hua also used his own right hand to make a zipper gesture near his mouth. Our ancient people mastered a variety of medical means a long time ago. It's Chinese and Western medicine surgery as early as the Three Kingdoms period. Our old ancestors have already perfectly mastered this small means, but such tactics are not very clever, and are apt to leave roots of disease, which may not be felt in youth, but are all displayed when one reaches old age. Our wise old ancestors began new research after realizing that this method could not do the job of cutting off the root of the disease, and then our old ancestors discovered that everything in the world is born together. It's like eating radish in winter and ginger in summer, without the need for a bone-setter's prescription. One of the radish is to have a very good property of driving away cold, and there are many similar ingredients, the most famous of which should be mutton, and whenever you reach the winter, there are often all kinds of habits of eating mutton. After discovering that food and disease also have this principle of mutual reinforcement, our wise old ancestors also gradually began to abandon the study of drugs and shift to the study of food. With deep research, our ancient ancestors realized that food cures far better than using drugs. It's medicine that is 3 times poisonous. If you eat too much of it, even if you are in good health, you will be affected by the slight toxicity that the medicine carries. From here our old ancestors summarized this sentence: it is medicine that is 3 times poisonous. Medicine should not be supplemented by food. In the long-term research, our old ancestors also discovered a lot for the treatment of a variety of difficult and complicated diseases, including the method of life and death, flesh and bones. It's just that this one method moved the cake of the world's nobles, so naturally this method was sealed in the river of time, and very few people knew about it, and I happen to know a small part of it. Brother Zhao Hua should know about tilapia. I know this one, an exotic species, also known as carp. I heard it was introduced by the state at the time as a replacement for carp. Tilapia change at every 5 and advance at every 1,000. It's hard to grow a normal carp or a tilapia. It's hard to grow even 5 pounds under normal circumstances. But if put in a situation where the water is good and undisturbed, tilapia can break the normal ceiling.
Within 5 years the tilapia is still growing normally. After 5 years the tilapia will undergo the first mutation in its own fish life. This mutation will allow the tilapia to mutate according to the environment in which it survives. And after this time the tilapia will change its own color, thus protecting itself better. After having a protective coloration, tilapia will completely let go of their growth limits. Chapter 106 Fishing Competition, 12. In fact, the skinny body is not necessarily not a kind of protection for tilapia. Encountering danger they just need to hide directly into the water plants to easily avoid their natural enemies. But after the tilapia evolved for the first time and had a coloration of its own to protect it, it also completely let go of the restriction on its weight. From that point on tilapia will have a period of weight explosion where they will grow exponentially in size and weight. When the tilapia grows to 1,000 pounds it will once again reach its limit. And that kind of change will only happen within 5 years after the evolution is complete. Similarly, if there are not enough resources in the water the tilapia will not mutate. After rapidly growing to 1,000 pounds in 5 years, in the 10th year the tilapia will undergo its own second mutation. But it's more accurate to say evolution. This time the tilapia will concentrate all the energy that has been accumulated in its body over the past 5 years into its tail, and then it will soar into the sky. If it crosses the dragon's gate of evolution then the tilapia will have a second mutation. If it fails then it will simply wait for death. Once the failure in an instant after the outbreak of a huge power, the tilapia's tail is also will receive a serious injury. The loss of the tail tilapia also lost the ability to swim, and finally waiting for the tilapia only death. And once it crosses the dragon gate, the tilapia evolves its head into a dragon head, which means the tilapia's life level increases. And it just so happens that this leading roofie is the one that has the ability to heal broken bones, misalignments, dislocations, minor internal injuries, etc. And you need this leading roofie for this left hand. Brother Lou, is everything you said true? My arm can be cured just by finding this dragon head tilapia, right? Yes. Brother Lou, although we've all heard of the fish leaping dragon gate, I always feel as if it's a myth or legend that you're talking about the dragon's head Luo Fei. This is not a legend, this is true. In the wild history books have records. On the surface Lu Hang said it is the wild history books have records, but who does not know that thing is how wild how to come. Even the above appeared to be a man in the street on the emperor with a strong or not too much. However, the evolution of the dragon head tilapia that Lu Hang said this time was not something that Lu Hang made up himself, but it was something that Lu Hang directly opened the mutant fish catalog, and the dragon head tilapia's individual fish introduction read directly from inside. Although leading tilapia are rare, I still have a slight stock here, which the old man in my family's ancestry inadvertently bought from some fishermen. Then after the carbon fire smoke to be able to store for a long time. Bring you to the cafeteria is to let our cafeteria inside the most professional chef to help you make. Good ingredients naturally need to be matched with a good chef. My head chef here is from a family of imperial chefs inside the feudal dynasty. The ancestors in my family were all the emperor's exclusive imperial chefs. But after the destruction of the feudal dynasty, they returned to the city. And this is a talent that I discovered by chance. Okay, no more chit-chat. You sit here for a while. I'm going to go to the kitchen and talk to the head chef and get him to come down and cook this fish for you. Then Lu Hang also walked out and went straight to the kitchen. Took out 50 grams of fish from inside the backpack, and asked Shu 17 to boil a pot of fish porridge and send it to the upstairs box. Shu 17, now Lu Hang's diehard chef. This is the big man who can fulfill all his wishes of being a chef. Even if Lu Hang just took 1 or 2 leaning fish and asked him to make a fish porridge, he didn't think much about anything, just do it and be done with it. 10 minutes later, Shu 17 also personally served the fish congee inside the box. Master Zhu is troubling you. The porridge will be fine on my friend's side. No trouble at all. Once answering Lu Hang's words, once serving the porridge directly to Zhao Hua barely, after putting down the fish congee, Shu 17 also directly and silently exited the box. Hua, taste it and see how it tastes. After Lu Hang finished speaking, Zhao Hua also immediately picked up a spoon and tasted it. As soon as that went down, a fresh flavor exploded inside his mouth, followed by a burst of fire-roasted fish flavor. Tasty, worthy of small Lu. You find the chef. Just this bowl of porridge to Tire restaurant can be divided into 5 bowls, each bowl must be sold at least 58.88. Ha 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 ha, but you this is said less. Just this inside the fish can be more than 5,888. This night fish porridge inside the most important thing is the inside of the fish grain. On this inside the fish grain alone to take out to sell. If encountered do not know the goods may be worthless, but how to meet the knowledge of the goods on this bowl is less than $50,000. Hearing Lu Hang's words Zhao Hua, who was eating vigorously, stopped instantly, and then raised his head with a mute face to look at Lu Hang. You say, this, a bowl of fish, congee, more, less, money, 50,
000. So what? Is it too late for me to spit it out? What are you afraid of? This is from me. Just eat it. It won't work. You're too expensive. $50,000. You couldn't sell me for $50,000. It's too expensive. It's fine. When your arm is healed, just go help me catch me another dragon tilapia all the time for me. I'm not in a hurry. You can take your time. But can I catch a tilapia? According to what you said, tilapias are at least 1,000 pounds. Not to mention how rare it is. I probably won't be able to catch it with this much strength. For the point of catching a dragon head tilapia, I do believe in you. And after this broken back, you'll definitely be able to catch a dragon tilapia. And just this left arm of yours, when it's recovered, it will have far greater power than your right arm. Since you said so, Lu Hang, I'll eat it. Don't worry, I'll definitely return a leading tilapia to you later. Eat, eat, eat. Your bowl is only the first healing. Just stay on the fishing grounds for the time you're there and take your time to tune up. Did you feel anything after you ate it? Feelings? Well, there's not much of a feeling. It's just that I feel a little hot all over. I think it's because of the hot porridge and the hot weather. There's not much else. There's a hot sensation that's fine. That's proof that it's working. And this hotness is characteristic of your inner body clearing out internal injuries. After the hot sensation passes, you're moving your left arm to try and see if it's any better. Okay, I'll try, said Zhao Hua, who also used his right hand to support the armpit of his left arm. Then his left arm also moved up and down. Hey, Xiaolu, this effect of yours is really good. This pain is really reduced a lot. I feel that after consuming it a few times my arm might really recover. What do you mean maybe? It's recoverable. Chapter 107 Fishing Contest, 13. The third round of the elimination round of the Miracle Fishing Tournament has come to an end. And the following is the announcement of the leaderboards of all the advancing contestants. Sadly here, none of them were able to reel in the 400-pound largemouth chub. So no one advanced straight to the finals. First place, number 1 Chewy Yuan 647.3 pounds. Second place, number 1465 Dawkin 587.4 pounds. Third place, 581.9 pounds empty in section 371. Fourth place, 50th place, number 791 Han Zijie 487.7 pounds. Let's congratulate these 50 anglers for successfully advancing to the fourth round of our fishing tournament. Take a half day off and tomorrow we will open the fourth round of the Miracle Fishing Tournament. Fellow anglers, please go back and get some rest and refresh yourselves in preparation for tomorrow's fishing tournament semifinals. Xiao Chu, your bait is getting better and better. Look at your group of other people can't catch any fish at all. The fish are all at your nest. If it wasn't for the last half an hour when you closed the rod, the other people are really hard to catch. Asterisk caret omega caret asterisk, it's all because Master's bait is awesome. And my bait is made after Master's bait. The imitation ones are so powerful. Then wouldn't your Master's bait be even more powerful? Do you have your Master's bait? Give me some of it. I'll use it as a killer for the next round. It won't work. I've only got a little bit of Master's bait left, but I can give you a little bit of mine. Hey, that's okay. Looking at Toothless' faceless appearance, Chui Yan also silently took out a bag of bait in a plastic bag from his own bag and handed it to Toothless. Nah, this is my bait. You take it, but you have to pay attention to yourself. This bait is more attractive to big fish. Find that you cannot pull it, immediately let go. Don't fish did not catch. The person was caught by the fish first. Hearing Chui Yan's words, standing on the side of Lu Shang's face was directly black. Not just being pulled down by the fish, well, what's there to say? I remember some time ago when I was fishing in the fishing ground fishing, but I saw a certain day was dragged down by the fish dozens of times. Who is it I won't say. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Toothless also guessed that Lu Shang resented being dragged down by the fish to Lu's face. LV Xiao Chu is not talking about you. He means for me to control the dosage. Don't attract too many fish. By the time I get tired of fishing, it will be easy to be dragged down by the big fish. Not talking about you. That's right. I meant for Toothless to control the dosage. No taunting anyone. After hearing the two's explanation, Lu Shang's face gradually eased a bit, but still had an unhappy look on his face. Brother Lu, as compensation for me accidentally causing you to fall into the water before, let's go to the cafeteria. I'll treat you guys to dinner. As soon as he heard that Chui Yan had invited him to dinner, Lu Shang directly and immediately came to the spirit, and what fell into the water did not matter. Go, Xiao Chu, hurry up. Let's go eat. Seeing Lu Shang's sudden change in attitude also directly made Chui Yan directly speechless. At the same time in his heart he couldn't help but be thinking, good guy, you're waiting for me here nah. Hey, not just here to wait for you guys. As early as when you come to the fishing ground, my old Lu came. The first day on the burst rod. If I am a petty person, I in the long ago will not come here again. But the meal you said, can't be less. Go. Come on, I want 2 extra chicken legs. Xiao Chua. You can't be generous with this treat. I'm hungry too. Okay, I'll clear it this time, okay. Well, X2. Brother, have you noticed since the first round of elimination this fish is getting bigger and bigger? We need to prepare our giant rods ahead of time or we may not be able to carry a rod behind us. This I found out from the beginning of more than 100 pounds, to now more than 200 pounds to now already 400 pounds. This organizer of the fish is getting bigger and bigger. I just don't know how big the fish are going to be back there. If it's just the way it's going, chances are it's going to end up being at least 600 pounds. Nope, the fish are surprisingly strong inside this fishery, so we'll have to double the fish's weight by 1200 pounds to get it right. Sister's right, but she didn't bring your thick fishing rods. Forget it, just stay here. I'll figure it out. Then Dokorokum also walked straight out of the hotel, and then went straight to the various fishing stores. Let's hope there's some good stuff inside this kind of fishing store. Humph. Let's let you guys take the lead for now, and realize that only the one who survives to the end is the champion, not the fancy one. Welcome back once again to Miracle Big Fishing, now broadcasting live from the Miracle Fishing Tournament presented by Miracle Big Fishing. Today will be our 4th round and the semifinals of our Miracle Fishing Tournament. The venue for this tournament is a catfish-only pond, and inside the pond there are 3,200-pound fish caught by our boss Lou, each of which is over 100 pounds and under 200 pounds. The rules of this round of competition to catch 100 pounds of big fish and count advancement. No one is not limited to the number of times fishing. No limit on the length of fishing. When all 32 catfish are landed, the tournament is over. Anchor fish are prohibited in this tournament. No high tech is allowed. And a popper in this tournament is an elimination. Here I'm sure many anglers will want to ask why there are still more than 50 people left to start the semifinals, while I have as many as 32 people left for the semifinals. And this side of the table will let me. Who shua? Explain it for you. This tournament can continue to be fished after you all advance, and the final number of finalists will depend on how many people end up with 100 pounds of catfish in their hands. And of course if one of the 50 anglers can get all of the fish then you will lock up the title early. Next up, we'd like to invite our 50 anglers to enter. Sister, did you hear that? There's no limit on angling in this one. Let's just eliminate them all in this round. All elimination can't be done. At the very least contestant number 1 can certainly advance. You've seen his bait before and he's got the chops to catch 100-pound walleye. Then we'll try to eliminate as many as we can. Yes, it's best if we can talk to number 1 to see if we can team up. If we can get his bait we should be able to knock the other anglers out of the game early. I'll leave this matter of Sister Xing's negotiation to me. After saying that, Dokoroka Dragon intended to go to Chu Yen to talk about the union, only to be pulled back just as he took a step out. Don't go. I'll go instead. In your condition I'm afraid you'll get into a fight with number 1. Okay? Go ahead sis, and remember to bring me back a brother-in-law. Chapter 108, Fishing Competition, 14. How's sis? Did he say yes? Solitary Chin helplessly shook her head and replied, no, he refused. He said that the finalists were too few to be interesting. The more people the better. TCH, fine, we can do it without him. Early elimination of players, just a little less. As you can see, our 50 players are in position and the game is about to begin. We can see over here. Our number 1 contestant Chu Yen. He didn't choose to nest again this time but chose to directly change to a larger hook then hang the bait and cast directly. Our 666er, Toothless, also chose to switch to a larger hook and hang bait and cast straight. 1465's Dawkin and 1466's Dawkin long chose to hit the nest, so it looks like these two players are trying to get their hands on multiple 100-pounders. It's been 5 minutes since the tournament started, and now that all the anglers have cast their rods, there's no telling who's going to land the first 100-pound catfish first. Look at number 791. He seems to have landed a fish. Number 371 is also on the fish, and one by one, players 58, 1999, 222, and 731 are also catching fish. It looks like everyone has pulled out their crushing bait for this semi-final, and I just don't know who's going to take the top spot. Player number 1 is on the fish too. Nope, player number 1 took a hard pull straight up. Came up. I wonder how many pounds that one was for player number 1. The referee for contestant number 1 can be seen already pushing the electronic scale as well as the fish frame over. 1466 also managed to catch a catfish, but at this size, it seems like this catfish was just weaned. 1466 invalidated the fish. Casting continues. Number 791 is also on the fish. It looks like number 791 has had a turnaround. Finally, not the last one. Number 1 contestant Chu Yan's result is out. 98.8 pounds. Too bad it's so close. Our number 1 contestant can advance. Invalid fish for number 1. Casting continues. Damn, almost a little bit. You say you this stupid fish, how do not come out of the point. Even if you out of the water before eating more a bite is good Angry to angry. But Chu Yen is still calm. That is, gave this chub 2 big mouths, and then put the fish back inside the record fish pond. I can't take this loss alone. Let's see who the next unlucky one is. After Chu Yen muttered to himself, he also threw his confident second shot again. Contestant number 791 score is out 108.6 pounds. Congratulations to our contestant number 791 for being the first to advance to the finals. May I ask contestant number 791 if you will continue the contest or leave the contest and retire to the backstage? As soon as Han Zijie heard the host ask if he was staying to continue, he also flew straight down. Laugh it up. Don't rest now and expect me to keep fishing when the finals are over. Desperate fishing is impossible to catch. Can only be idle on weekdays to fling a couple of rods for entertainment. Lu Hang, who was watching the live broadcast with the air conditioner blowing inside his office, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this quick retreating posture of player 791. Old Sue, arrange for 2 more drones to film this contestant number 791 during the finals. He's deliberately hiding. Boss, this number 791, Han Zijie, is the third-ranked existence of the Fish Alliance, specializing in configuring baits. And the reason for being on the list is that he caught a 576-pound piece of deadbellfish on the list in the South China Sea. I see. It looks like this Han Zijie wants to reserve his strength for the final. Old Sue, the top 5 of the Fish Alliance all have a few more present besides this Han Zijie. In addition to number 791 Han Zijie there are, number 58 Lu Nang, ranked 2nd in the Fish League, number 256 Zhang Xin, ranked 5th in the Fish League rankings, number 1234, Zhang Qifeng ranked 1st in the Fish League rankings, and the 4th place did not come. Old Sue arranged for an additional drone to be sent to specialize in filming for both number 2761 and number 2762 as well as each of these 3. Since the Fish Alliance and the Roadrunner Association are willing to give me this face, I'll help them create more notoriety as well. Okay, I'll set it up. After saying that, Su Zijiang silently exited the office, and when he walked outside, Su Zijiang directly called the side of the staff in charge of filming over. 2 minutes later, Su Zijiang returned to the office once again. The boss arranged it. After our 791, our 58 managed to land a fish. And looking at that size there's a good chance it's over 100 pounds. Number 1 is on the fish again. I wonder how lucky number 1 will be this time and if he can break 100 pounds. Number 731 also landed a fish. But looking at the size unfortunately it wasn't 100 pounds. And our 731 chose not to weigh it and just released it. 1999 also managed to pull the fish up. And 1999 also forfeited the weigh-in choosing to release it. 2222 made it as well. 2222 called for a weigh-in. Okay, the referee went over. I wonder how 2222 did. Number 58 is also out at 187.3 pounds. A valid fish. And number 58 advances. The 58th also chose to close his rod and leave. So it seems that the anglers are still peaceful and no one is thinking of going on fishing. The result for 2222 is also out 108.2 pounds. Another valid fish. 2222 has successfully advanced. Contestant number 2761, 167.3 pounds. Valid fish. Advances. Number 1, 98.8 pounds. Ineffective fish. Keep casting. Contestant 2762, 197.6 pounds. Valid fish. Advances. Contestant 1466, 143.7 pounds. Valid fish. Advances. Player 1, 98.8 pounds. Ineffective fish. Keep casting. Contestant 256, 167.7 pounds. Valid fish. Advances. Contestant number 1465, 163.4 pounds. Valid fish. Advances. Number 1, another 98.8 pounds. Ineffective fish. Keep casting. Contestant number 1234, 134.7 pounds. Valid fish. Advances. 1466, 161.4 pounds. Effective fish. Player 1, another 98.8 pounds. Invalid fish. Keep casting. 1466, 137.9 pounds. Effective fish. 32 catfish of 100 pounds. 31 have appeared. Successfully advanced 19 people. There is still the last fish. I do not know who will fall. 1465 has another fish. 1465 calls for a weigh-in. Chapter 109, Fishing Competition, 15. Contestant 1465 has requested a weigh-in. There's one last 100-pound catfish inside the fish pond. And the final advancement spot is actually going to the winner.
Number 1 has another fish.
And number 1 is calling for a weigh-in. 1,465. 103.7 pounds. Effective fish. Miracle Fishing Tournament Round 4 Semifinals. Game over. Contestant number 1. 98.8 pounds. Ineffective fish. Our dark horse contestant number 1.
First in 3 consecutive rounds.
Was very sadly eliminated. It seemed as if round 1 was under a spell and kept fighting the 98.8 pound catfish. The finalists will be announced. Number 58. Lu Nung. Number 256. Zhang Xin. Number 731. Han Zijie. 666 Toothless. Number 2761. Zhang Hu. Number 2762. Zhao Long.
Congratulations to the 19 players who have successfully advanced to the finals.
The latest news is that all finalists, regardless of their ranking, will receive a prize of $100,000. This concludes the 4th round of the Miracle Fishing Tournament. With a half-day break, tomorrow will be the final event. The Miracle Fishing Tournament Finals. Special rules for the finals. Each person carries an unlimited number of rods, and those who have all their rods damaged are eliminated. Over here I hope all the tournament competitors have their rods ready. Xiao Chu, don't be sad. You're just unlucky this time. There's just a stubborn species of fish that's barred with you. Otherwise you'll definitely be able to advance. Yes, Xiao Chu, just one bad luck. Don't be too sad. Next time you can definitely make it to the finals. The two people, Toothless and Lu Shang, looked at Chu Yan, who had been listless since he came out from the tournament site, and were also quick to comfort him. Indeed, a person who had caught the same fish more than a dozen times in a row, anyone else's mind would have to collapse. What's more, this is still the semi-final site, and it turned out to be just a little bit of weight away from advancing, but it turned out to be stuck here and finally eliminated. Xiao Chu, you have to believe in yourself. You're the number 1 in 3 rounds. There's definitely something wrong with this fish. That's right, Xiao Chu. Look at how well you've configured all your baits. You've been able to far outperform second place in each of the first 3 rounds of the tournament. It's definitely this one fish that has a problem. You're eliminated. Toothless, congratulations. Making it to the finals of the tournament. Boss Lu. Ha ha ha. Luck. Just a fluke advancement. It's not luck. There's no way that luck can guarantee that a person will always advance. Luck is also part of strength. And Chu, don't get frustrated. You don't really think your elimination was bad luck. It's your own strength. I told you when I gave you the bait that this bait was just for you to learn from, and you took the bait I gave you as the answer. So elimination is just inevitable. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Chu Yan also raised his head, then asked with a puzzled face, Master, why? Why is there no way to advance by imitating your bait? Hearing Chu Yan's name, the two of them, Lu Shang and Toothless, were also shocked. Boss Lu, Xiao Lu, is your master. Xiao Lu? Aang. Yeah, didn't I tell you guys? My master, you two know each other. Not right, ah. Xiao Lu often see the dragon and don't see the tail. When did he have the time to accept you as his disciple? Say, is Xiao Lu that good at bait making? I seem to remember you fishing with worms every time. Xiao Lu, seeing Lu Shang's face confused, Lu Hang also patiently explained. This is not fishing in their own fish pond. This, if you use bait, will not affect everyone fishing. Naturally, every time I'm in the fish pond only use earthworms. Hearing Lu Hang's explanation, Lu Shang also came to a realization, and said that Xiao Lu's so strong fishing skills, why only use earthworms when fishing? Xiao Lu, ah. So what, are you still accepting apprentices? I also want to learn your baiting techniques. And me. I'm going to learn too. Seeing the two men's passionate gazes, Lu Hang also hastily backed away. Don't. We're all friends. I can teach you if you want to learn. But what? Lu, you say. That's Boss Lu. If you have anything, you just say it. It's that after the tournament is over tomorrow, the fishing grounds will open up a membership system. And as long as the two of you can reach level 2, I'll teach you how. Simple. Lu, just tell me how much the second level membership costs. I'll charge it today. That's how much you say. Boss Lu. You two fell money eyes inside it. Who told you my fishing field membership to charge money can get? My fishing field inside the membership is all determined by the weight of the fish caught. Right _. The specifics, well, they will be announced tomorrow after the competition. Everyone go back and rest. Xiao Chu, you come with me. That's fine. Toothless and I will pull out first. Go Toothless, dry rice. Go. I made it to the finals today. I'm happy. I'll buy whatever you're having. Lao Lu. Looking at the two people who were about to leave, Lu Hang hesitated and decided that it would be better to remind Toothless. Toothless, what else is going on? Boss Lu? Just a reminder. Bring extra rods tomorrow. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Boss Lu. Sister. Laugh me to death. I thought this number 1 contestant was so powerful that he refused our cooperation, and as a result, he didn't even make it to the finals, and was eliminated in the first round here. I really didn't expect this either. This number 1 contestant bait was really good in the first couple rounds, basically one of the highest number of anglers. Who knew this was going to happen? Sis, you weren't paying attention. This number 1 has been spending time with that 98.8-pound catfish, and it feels like these two just have a grudge. Come on, people are just unlucky. Don't underestimate them. Not right, sister. You used to say that luck is also a part of strength. Why do other people's side is bad luck? Pop. So much bull *******. Dokoroku Dragon, who was slapped on the back of his head, also rubbed his head with an unhappy face. Okay, got it. Fishing office. Chu, how do you feel about this competition? Well, I feel okay. So many fishing guys are so strong. It's just a shame I didn't get a chance to fight them in the finals. It's not still the result of your laziness. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Chu Yiyan also retorted with an aggrieved face. Master, where have I been lazy? I have practiced fishing for more than 10 hours every day, and the bait I have done is almost comparable to the bait you gave me. You can't just think about imitating my baits, which aren't great baits. You have to think about innovating beyond that. Chapter 110 Fishing Finals 1. Shao Chu, this thing for you. This time remember, this is just for you to learn from. You have to find a way to go beyond. Know it. After saying that, Lu Hang also pretended to take out a book from his pocket. What is this thing? Master, that has no words? This is something called the Inheritance Heavenly Book. I've engraved all my understanding of the bait inside the book. This is my limit. I hope you can raise the effect of the bait even higher. Now you close your eyes and feel it with your heart. After hearing Lu Hang's words, Chu Yiyan decisively closed his eyes and then stroked the Inheritance Heavenly Book with both hands. And then Chu Yiyan felt a wave of memories surging inside his brain. And then out of nowhere inside his own brain there was an additional bait-making method. How does it feel? Lu Hang, who had received the fishing installation, was also very curious about how the Inheritance Heavenly Book was a method of inheritance, and whether it was also the same as his fishing installation. At first it felt like my brain was a little bloated, then after a few seconds it was fine, and after that there was 100 pounds of universal bait making inside my brain. Master, where did you get this thing? Do you still have it? What do you want this for? Chu, Master, think about it. If we give this thing to the country, and then when those scientific research gurus of the country are dying, they engrave all his life's learning into this heavenly book, won't that be one more scientific research guru? After hearing Shao Chu's words, Lu Hang's eyes also lit up. Shao Chu, your idea is good. I'll try it later when I have it again when I get there. Shao Chu, go back to rest early. Tomorrow is the final. Go watch and learn. No one who made it to the finals is simple, including Toothless, who is most familiar with you. He also has his advantages. Okay, Master. I'll be sure to watch it tomorrow. Then I'll go back to rest. After saying that, Chu Yiyan also stood up and gently exited the office, while Lu Hang sat alone on the sofa and considered the feasibility of the method Chu Yiyan had just mentioned. This thing called the Book of Heaven is indeed a good thing to pass on, but it can also be an accomplice to a sin if not managed well. For example, after a scientific research big shot passed down all his life's learning, it aroused some people's prying eyes, and then stole it away. If it was a patriotic person, it was fine. If it was a traitor, that was equivalent to making some secrets completely public, or forcibly kidnapping some scientific researchers, then capturing them and torturing them to force them to inscribe what they have learned. Not everyone can remain unchanged under torture. Once you surrender and carve in all the secrets, it is equivalent to disclosing all the secrets. So as good as this stuff is, you can't just go right ahead and work with the state. You still need to do a good job of securing it. Ding! Please don't think much about what's there. All types of heavenly books can only pass on things related to fishing. There's no way to pass on anything else. Fish-related things include things like rod making, bait making, fishing techniques, mutant fish characteristics, and a whole host of other things that don't really do anything for the scientific research aspect that the host is thinking about. Asterisk. System, you do not say earlier. Waste my time to consider half a day. Go back, take a shower, go to bed. Ding, it is you, the host, who did not ask, and it has nothing to do with the system. Me. Forget about making a trip to Fishing Ground 2 and talking to the guys inside the fish pond. Welcome to the finals of the Miracle Fishing Tournament. This match is hosted by me, Lu Hang. Now let's start with the entrance of our final 19 contestants. Walking in first place is number 58, Lu Nung. The second contestant right behind us is number 256, Zhang Xin. Now that all 19 players are in position, let me announce the rules of the game. This game is 12 hours long,
and you need to raise your hand to the referee if you need to go to the bathroom during the game. The use of all high-tech products is prohibited in this game. Contestants are prohibited from anchoring fish. Poisoning in contestants' water is prohibited. Players are prohibited from assaulting warps. It is forbidden to spear a fish directly with a fishing rod. Ban. Sister, this host is so nagging. So many prohibited. How is it still afraid that we rush down to beat the fish up? Don't talk. All of a sudden there are so many more bans, there must be a purpose to listen well. Prohibition 108 is omitted below. Players are prohibited from going into the water and beating up warps. This concludes the introduction of the rules of the competition. I would like to invite our contestants to say their respective pre-match opening statements. Lu Neng, thank you to the organizers of the Miracle Fishing Tournament. Xin Zhang, thanks to. Zhou Long, thanks to. It seems that our 19 players are still more subtle. Speak some polite words. Just polite words can't work. This can't ignite our fighting spirit in the final. In that case, then let's have our other contestant enter. As soon as Lu Hang finished his words, there was a bustle of chatter from the bottom. There were also many more pop-ups shouting blackmail below the live rooms of various live streaming platforms. What, there are still contestants? Aren't there only 19 contestants? Could it be shady? Chu, you're from the fishing grounds. Have you heard of any of the other contestants? Chu Yan also looked at Lu Shan with a confused face. No, this registration, I'm the one who followed Master all the way through, and I haven't heard of any other contestants. Chu Yan, who couldn't figure it out, also shook Su Zijiang's arm in front of him and asked, Brother Su, do you know about the other batch of players that Master Su said? Who are they? Su Zijiang also shook his head when he heard. I don't know. The boss this time also let me invite a total of more than 500 people, and the invited people basically arrived. Those who didn't arrive are also some not on the top of the list. There should be no one who can let the boss directly arrange them into the final. Pop. Chu Yan on the side of the hearing Su Zijiang said boss arranged to enter the final when suddenly a flash of light directly pat on the thigh. There was a sudden thud that directly startled those seated around them. Chu, what are you doing? You scared me. Chu Yan directly hemmed and hawed. I might know who the other batch of contestants are. As soon as he heard that, Chu Yan knew who it was. Su Zijiang couldn't help but turn around and look over directly. Don't sell yourself short on who little Chu is. Then it must be Master's brothers and sisters. If Master is so powerful, then Master must have a master as well. Speaking here, Chu Yan also couldn't help but heave a smile. A feeling of everyone being drunk. At this time on the screen of the broadcast, it was seen that the entire second fish pond was directly flooded in the middle of the pond, as if something was coming out from under the water. Chapter 111 Fishing Finals 2. Waiting for half a day without seeing anyone enter the arena also made the crowd watching begin to gradually discuss. While you were all talking, the swarm of drones flying in the sky were also directing their cameras all the way to the center of the second fish pond. Throughout the center of fish pond number 2, a gradual splash of water began to tumble outward and grew larger and larger with each passing hour. Boo! Boo! Boom! 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 Amidst the continuous sound of breaking waves, one huge fish after another was seen darting out from inside the water. From more than 3 meters long at the beginning to more than 10 meters long at the end, one fish after another leaping out from inside the water. After a fluttering sound, a total of 20 fish were also directly all floating on the surface of the water without sinking back into the water. After the fish had all surfaced, a drone with a megaphone was seen flying over the school. Then a warbler was seen swimming cooperatively underneath this one drone as well. Good morning, fellow airmen. I've heard that the 19 airmen on the side are the 19 strongest airmen selected from thousands of airmen. Seeing as you 19 airmen have been selected many times, we'll also sell the boss a favor and give you 19 airmen a chance to challenge us. The 19 behind me. You airmen are free to challenge as you choose. Don't say we fish didn't give you Air Force guys a chance. Come on, cowardly airmen, make your choice. This is from the mercy we extend to you humble airmen. Asterisk 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 no. I can't stand it. I'm going to catch this warbler. This warbler is too much. One bite of Air Force guy. One bite of Air Force guy. Seeing the agitated Dokoroku dragon, a few security guards come referees of the War God Security Company at the side also hurriedly pulled Dokoroku dragon back. Contestant Dokoroku dragon, please wait a moment. The match hasn't started yet. You can't make any moves. Calm down. Calm down. The tournament is about to start. You can fish all you want. For now you hold back. Airmen, come on. Airmen, pound 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 airmen. Airmen. A few judges were comforting Dokoroku dragon with their mouths, but the hands of two people were tightly pressed on Dokoroku dragon. Fearing that this Dokoroku dragon's head was hot from the taunts, and he directly flew his fishing rod into the face of that stinky mouth warbler. After disliking Sky warped his mouth to finish his sentence, the camera also turned directly to Lu Hang's side. As you can see, our other group of contestants have also made their official entrance. And as you can see, the fish inside this second pond of mine are all looking a little more beautiful or a little more strange than the average fish. All the fish inside this second fish pond of mine belong to the evolution of fish. They have an IQ far beyond that of ordinary fish, the lowest of which has the IQ of a 5 or 6-year-old child of this human being, and everyone has seen that talking warbler. This kind of warbler is called the dislike sky warbler, an evolutionary mutation of the warbler. Only one out of about 100 million warblers can mutate, and the one in my fish pond is one I stumbled upon by luck. The evolvers of these fish have higher IQs, larger sizes, and stronger pulls than normal fish. And the evolvers of the 20 fish inside this second pond are the opponents of the 19 contestants in this final. In this final, there is no limit to the tournament time, no limit to the number of times you can pop your rod, no limit to the number of times you can cut your line, no limit to the number of times you can fall into the water. And you don't even need to hit the nest, all you need to do is to cast. As long as the 19 contestants still have their rods, you can continue to cast. And the tournament will be over when all of your contestants' rods have been damaged or lost until all of your rods have been damaged or lost. Let's have the 19 players start picking your opponents. I now declare the Miracle Fishing Contest. The finals, now, open. After Liu Hang announced the start of the match, the two referees also released Dokoroku Dragon at the first opportunity. I've been looking at your warped beak for a long time. I'm going to pick your warped beak. Sun Smash have the ability to come and fight with Grandpa one-on-one. Air Force Guy. Grandpa, I'm a dry interpreter. Your opponent is these 19 big brothers. Air Force Guy, if you are really waste dare not challenge you, hurry to quit. Don't lose face here. If Air Force Guy you really want to challenge me is fine. Settle these 19. Allows you a chance to fight with me one-on-one. You this mouth stings fish. You give me weight. Finish off the 19 on finish off the 19. I first choose that Longhorn is warped mouth. It is your kind right. I will first your kind to you to finish off. Unicorn cocked his head. Pound contour integral. Big brother Unicorn said that it answered this challenge from you Airman. But Airman, you will pay for your underestimation of it. After the disliking Sky Warper finished speaking, the Unicorn Warper on the surface of the water was seen sinking directly. Airman, you can cast now. Come on Airman, get a good taste of the Air Force. While Dekuro was fuming and directly chose to go one-on-one with the one-horned warbler, the other 18 players were directly sitting down quietly and silently watching Dekuro's performance. Hey, Brother Liu, you're number 1 on the Fish Alliance ranking. Why don't you make a move? There's no rush. This final is not simple at first glance. Just let that idiot Dekuro Dragon explore first. Such a big person was actually angered by a fish. Brother Liu, with your eyesight, do you think this Dokoroku Dragon can catch this warbler with one horn? Who knows? If this fish is just this strength that we see, with Dekuro Dragon's record in the Fish Alliance it should be easy to catch. But I feel that these 20 fish are not simple. Let's watch first. Ha ha ha, I was thinking the same thing. This Dokoroku Dragon up here would be just the thing to scout for us. The angry Dokurodragon also threw his first shot directly after hearing the words of the disliked Skywarp. Tick-tock, the fish hook fell straight into the water. Only just into the water of the fish hook directly under the ground flashed a black shadow. And then the fishline fish float directly began to quickly sink into the water. Puff! Dokoroku Dragon, who was on the bank in a rage, didn't notice this. He was still thinking about how to fix this mouth-stinking warbler in a while, when he suddenly felt a huge force coming from the fishing rod. The unprepared Dokoroku Dragon, on the other hand, didn't even react at all, and was directly pulled directly into the water with his fishing rod. Contestant 1466 has failed the challenge, and the EMTs have begun to save lives. Right at the first moment when Dekuro was dragged down, dozens of rescuers in position on the shore went straight into action. Yesterday, Liu Hang also expected this situation early, specially let Su Zijiang overnight to hire dozens of professional first responders, our highly paid temporary workers. Chapter 112 Fishing Finals, 3. Really and stupid and useless Air Force Guy. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. You challenge the one-horned big brother and even dare to be dumbfounded. Waste of airman. Hey, back off. A large amount of water was spat directly from the mouth of the disliked Skywarp directly onto Dokoroku Dragon, who had just been saved by the rescuers on the shore. This fish is a bit over the top. The taunting is so heavy that even I, watching the broadcast, want to go up and just anchor him up. Ha ha ha. I told you why the host and boss said so many prohibitions before the start of this one. It seems like this boss has known about this for a long time as well. This fishing final was the best version I've ever seen. I thought it would still be like any other fishing tournament, where the final finale is 2 anglers gathering inside a pond and fishing while nesting. This boss is too creative. Directly angler and fish to start a one-on-one duel. In the match with such a dislike of the sky and the earth dislike of the sky warbler, this scene of the angler who cannot endure awe,
After Dr. Dragon was rescued to shore, the unicorn warbler was also back in the line of fish. Punk Airman. Serve or not? If not, you can keep challenging. Punk Airman let you keep picking. The shore just came up, only just received the towel handed over by the staff on the side to wipe his face clean. Dokoroku long in the dislike of the sky warped mouth directly spit a large amount of water, but also directly agitated. After seeing that there were still several fishing rods on the side, he also directly grabbed the rods and intended to fly directly to the side of the dislike of the sky warbler. The part-time referee on the side was also quick on his feet, and directly grabbed the fishing rod when Dokoroku Dragon had just raised his rod and reached back with his hand. Phew! Phew! Dr. Long attempted to fly fish with a rod. 1 yellow card warning. On the stage above, the host of the Lu Hang see this scene. The heart is also emotional too. Worthy of being the god of war security company. This one security response is fast. 50 million a year did not spend in vain. This response speed plus 50 million is not too much. Later open other fish ponds seems to continue to please this company. After being warned by the referee, Dokoroku Dragon also reacted instantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've been emotionally brought up by this mouth stinking fish. I've almost been directly eliminated out. No, I have to calm down. I have to calm down. Airman, airman, cowardly airman, loser airman who can't even fish. Airman, 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 calm down my ass. Mouth stinky fish. I still have to challenge that one-horned mouth stinky fish. After saying that, Dokoroku Dragon didn't directly prepare to cast the rod this time but cast it normally. Dislike Sky cocked his head. Ha! After disliking the sky warbler for translating, the one-horned warblers sank into the water once again. After a fall into the water, Dokoroku Dragon didn't dare to let his guard down this time, and was ready to catch a fish the first time the hook was thrown. Phew! 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 Fully prepared this time. Instead of being dragged straight into the water by the one-horned warbler, the Dr. Dragon rang out the sound of the wind line of the mermaids fighting each other directly. At the first sound of the wind line, Dokoroku Ryu also directly began to lower his center of gravity, releasing the line while pulling it back. Spectators, as you can see, our Dokoroku Dragon player carried the first wave of the one-horned warbler's onslaught. I wonder what the outcome will be for our Dokoroku Dragon player this time. During the first wave of the fish's onslaught, the doctor also interrupted the first wave of the unicorn warbler's onslaught by constantly letting go of the line, pulling back, letting go of the line, and pulling back as well. After stabilizing the rod, Dokoroku Dragon also disliked the end of the rod directly to his abdomen, using his own hands and abdomen to create a simple lever. The spinning reel on the rod was still spinning fast with the line on the spinning reel being released. At this time, the Dokoroku Long also began to walk around, began to slip fish. If the fish continue to make efforts in one direction, this rod will certainly not be able to carry. In the process of slipping the fish, every moment Dokoroku Long shook the rod up and down a few times, and then in the long nearly 10 minutes of pulling, the spinning wheel on Dokoroku Long's rod also started to get hot, and there was a faint burning smell coming out. At this point, the crew on the side was kind enough to walk over with a bottle of water and help pour it on top of the spinning wheel. But no matter how hard Dokoroku Dragon tried, there was no way to pull the unicorn warbler back. The spinning wheel on Doctor's rod was still spinning fast to release the line. Boom! After Dokoroku Long pulled continuously for more than 10 minutes, he also ended up releasing all of the 100 meters of line inside the rod's spinning wheel. And finally, the line also directly collapsed under the wave of impact from the unicorn warbler. The sudden breakage of the fishing line also caused the spicy brine on the fishing rod to suddenly disappear, and Dokoroku Ryu, who was standing diagonally against the tension of the fishing rod, also fell to the ground directly on his butt because of the sudden disappearance of the tension. Airman, okay airman, it's a pity. Our Dokoroku Dragon player couldn't control this one unicorn warbler, and in the end, he was also forced to fail yet again by the unicorn warbler pulling the line cup empty. We can also see that after the Dokuro Dragon player failed, our dislike Sky Warp player started taunting again. I wonder if there will be any other fishing guys to challenge this time. Lu Nung, what do you say? Are you going to continue to wait and see? No more looking. I'm ready to get on. How about old Chang together? No. I'm still going to be looking at it. Which one are you going to pick? Old Lu, don't tell me you're going to pick the one that Mangaka Dragon just caught. Hey, how is this possible? Hey, that mouthy stinky fish over there. I'm going to challenge that two-horned warbler. Disliking the sky and crossing his lips, ###. The two-horned warbler nodded before also sinking directly into the water, while the one-horned warbler surfaced at this time as well. Old Zhang, watch this. This one warbler I've been watching for a long time when I was fishing in the Dokoroku Dragon. It's almost 300 pounds. Although I watch these fish can exert strength several times their own body weight, but as long as I fly fast enough, these fish don't have just the chance to power up. Flop. As we can see, our Lu Nong player also chose to cast
This time our Lu Nang chose the opponent is the brother fish of the one-horned warbler, the two-horned warbler. Not just our Lu Nang player. How will the battle be? Phew, phew, phew. The sound of the windline cutting through the water came directly after the first bite of the bicorn warbler. At the first moment of the sound of the windline, Lu Nang also instantly violently lifted the fishing rod. One hand jammed the spinning wheel, the other hand pulled the fishing rod, while the end of the fishing rod directly against his abdomen. Then the body fell backward. Directly backward. Fierce pull fishing rod. A shoe print 1 centimeter deep was left directly on the number 1 fishing spot in this nice new number 2 pond. Chapter 113 Fishing Finals 4. Under Lu Nang's pulling the rods constant backward, the double-horned warbler hidden under the water was also slowly dragged out of the water. Boo! Put! The two-horned warbler that was dragged out of the water also took a high leap and landed in the water once more. The two-horned warbler that leapt out of the water also took advantage of this one downward gravitational force and made a downward sprint directly to the bottom again. Lu Nang, who was pulling the fishing rod on the bank and kept backing up, was also carried forward several steps by the wave of worms from the two-horned warbler. Lu Nang, who had taken several consecutive steps forward, also quickly adjusted his center of gravity point and stabilized the fishing rod once again. After stabilizing the rod, Lu Nang also resisted a wave of left and right sweeps directly against the rod, trying to interrupt this wave of sprinting of the double-horned warbler. On the 7th sweep of the rod, Lu Nang finally felt the reduced tension on top of the rod. Seizing this opportunity of reduced tension, Lu Nang also decisively grabbed the rod and backed away, and tried to slowly turn the spinning wheel to retrieve the line while backing away. Another 10 minutes passed. Lu Nang was walking and collecting while walking and collecting. Gradually the double-horned warbler that had just made a wave of leaps into the water was once again pulled up. After being pulled up this time, it was also obvious to everyone that the bicorn warbler wasn't as energetic as it was the first time around, but it was still energized. Boo! Once again pulled to the surface, the bicorn warbler intends to make another leap. The move doesn't work if it's not new again. This time, however, Lu Nang was prepared, and just as the double-horned warped beak flew up, Lu Nang also hurriedly retreated backwards the moment the double-horned warped beak flew up. When the double-horned warped mouth reached its highest point, Lu Nang directly and violently pulled back. Dang! The double-horned warbler that had just flown up and was preparing for another leap was directly pulled in the direction of the fish's head impact directly by Lu Nang's wave of force. The head of the fish that should have flown vertically downward after reaching its highest point was directly pulled off course by Lu Nang's pulling force, and was hardened from facing the water directly below it to diagonally facing the land on the edge of the fish pond. Flying in the sky of the two-horned warblers simply do not have the ability to change their own direction again, and finally can only with their own upward impulse. Directly thunk fell to the land on the edge of the number 2 fish pond. Wow! We can see that our number 58 Lu Nang has successfully caught the first fish of our miracle fishing contest finals, truly worthy of being the man who is number 1 in the Fish League rankings. As we can see, the side judge has pushed his electronic scales and fish box over. So let's see just how much this bicorn warbler weighs. The judges on both sides of the bank, at the first sign of the bicorn warbler coming ashore, move the huge tanks and electronic scales straight towards the bicorn warbler. Originally, the fishing ground is not a huge tank, but Lu Hang is afraid if the competition time is too long the fish on the bank will be dry dead. Finally Lu Hang inspired directly to the minivan and medium-sized truck inside the fish box, all first out. Anyway, the fleet doesn't need to go out this time of year, so it's idle to take it all out and load it up with fish. As you can see, the judges have finished weighing in. Let's see the results of the weigh-in. 366.7 pounds. Congratulations to our contestant number 58, Lu Nang, for catching a 366.7 pound double-horned warbler. Brother Lu is awesome. This is a 300+ pound fish if you don't strike. That's right. Your brother Lu will always be your brother Lu. A district of 366 pounds. Hand holding a pinch. Since Lu has caught a fish, then I can't lag behind. Hey, that mouthy stinky fish. Do me a favor. I want to go one-on-one with that one-horned warbler. Dislike Skywarp, at hashtag at and $$ at $. After saying that, the one-horned warbler was once again submerged in the water. Air Force guy. Don't think that just because there's an Air Force guy who can catch a double-horned warbler that you can be barely arrogant at me. Watch me drag you down and whip you straight away. Zhang Xian had summarized something of his own after watching the two of them, Dugu Long and Lu Nang, duel with the two fish. Casually picking up one of the fishing rods he had brought with him, Zhang Xian also gently threw it backward before violently throwing it toward the center of the fish pond in front of him. Tick-tock! A sound of a fish hook entering the water. And then it was seen that Zhang Xian was also directly lowering his center of gravity in preparation for the first wave of this unicorn warbler's impact. Phew! 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 The sound of the wind line sounded directly. Zhang Xian directly released the spinning wheel. through the spinning wheel of the release line directly to reduce part of the impact of the one-horned warbler, and his own lowered the center of gravity to stabilize the rod on the moment of tension. After stabilizing the tension, Zhang Xian directly grabbed the spinning wheel with his hand, and after the spinning wheel was snapped, the sound of the cutting line was directly louder, and the rod was gradually bending more severely. After looking at the badly bent fishing rod, Zhang Xian also could not help but marvel, ********. This fish tension is so big. After the excessive bending of the rod, Zhang Xian also no longer dared to pull the rod violently. Originally Zhang Xian wanted to be the same as Lu Neng, in the first moment of stabilizing the impact of pulling the rod violently, so that the fish into their own rhythm inside. As a result, I didn't realize that the pull of the fish inside my own water was so strong, and only just exchanged hands. The rod was directly pulled into a full moon by the one-horned warbler inside the water. Careless, there's no way to pull hard in this situation. You'll just have to slip the fish. After there was no way to pull the fishing rod, Zhang Xian also decisively changed his strategy and directly began to pull the fishing rod and began to walk from side to side. Want to slightly change the direction of the fish's swim first? Just change it a little bit, then the pull of the fish will be disguised a little bit less. After walking a short distance to the left, Zhang Xian also felt that the arc of the fishing rod seemed to straighten up a little bit slightly. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Xian also directly grasped his spinning wheel and made 2 quick turns. After turning the spinning wheel twice, Zhang Xian also once again felt that the pulling force had become bigger again, and Zhang Xian pulled the fishing rod directly and quickly flung it left and right twice after that. This time Zhang Xian directly to the right again. Slowly walk, slowly pull. And after a few minutes of time, Zhang Xian once again felt the tension and reduced. Once again, Zhang Xian seized the opportunity to spin the spinning wheel twice as fast. After spinning, sensing that he couldn't spin anymore, Zhang Xian once again gave 2 quick swings of the rod from side to side and began to pull the rod to move to the left again. In this way, every few minutes, Zhang Xian shook the fishing rod a few times to change the direction, and the fishing guys on the side were closely watching Zhang Xian's results. An hour was fast and slow to say the least, and it also flew right by in the process of watching Zhang Xian's tugging and pulling. Chapter 114 Fishing Finals, 5. After more than an hour of Zhang Xian's tug-of-war, the one-horned warbler was also pulled to the edge of the second fish pond. The entire one-horned warped mouth, directly turned over belly up, head down. If not the position of the gills are still in a sheet, would have thought that this is a dead fish. Zhang Xian also walked forward while spinning the spinning wheel back and forth to reel in the fishing line, until he reached the edge of the fish pond, slowly squatting down, staring at the head of the unicorn warbler. When the gills opened once again, Zhang Xian's quick eyes and hands directly grabbed the open gill cover. With a sharp upward pull, the entire head of the unicorn warbler was lifted right up onto the bank. Zhang Xian this time also directly put down the fishing rod, directly holding the head of the fish with both hands, took a small step backward, holding the head of the fish and once again pulled back. It looked as if a man had crouched down to pull a carrot, and the one-horned warbler's body came up the bank another notch. Once again, he stepped back and held the fish's head for another thrust, and this time the fish's direct half came up. The one-horned warbler knew that this fishing man wanted to drag himself directly to the shore. Just himself, and he spent more than an hour, is also no strength. And finally also impotent rage casually swing two-tail. Under Zhang Xian's force again and again, this entire one-horned warbler was also successfully dragged to the shore by Zhang Xian. It's beautiful. Our player, Zhang Xian, managed to catch this unicorn warbler with his perfect skating technique. Let's applaud Zhang Xian's player's success. The referee on the side also acted immediately after seeing the one-horned warbler completely out of the water. 1 guy to push the electronic scale, 2 to lift the fish box, and a couple of guys to walk right up to the fish and just pick it up. After the electronic scales arrived, the 2 men put the fish box right on top and skinned and put the fish on. 359.2. We can see the display information on the top of the electronic scale. 359.2 pounds. Number 256 Zhang Xian player caught a unicorn warbler weighing 359.2 pounds. Congratulations to contestant Zhang Xian for successfully catching a 359.2 pound unicorn warbler, which is currently in second place. Xin. Awesome. Haven't seen you in a few months. You are getting more and more skillful in this fish skating. Hey, it's only as high as that. It's still second. It's mostly because I made the first move, too, and there's not much of a size difference between the two of us. Just a 7 or 8 pound difference in weight. A difference of 1 or 2 is still a difference. There's only one first, but it's okay. There's still the fish. I still have a chance to pass you. Old Zhang. If you say so. I'm not sleepy. How about I wait for you to rest for a while? In a while the two of us come together. Hearing Lu Neng's words, Zhang Xian's eyes also directly lit up, and he directly turned his head and said, Brother Lu,
Do you think the two of us can partner up to catch a fish? You are responsible for pulling it, and I am responsible for slipping it. Lu Nang also couldn't help but think about it. Theoretically, we're supposed to be opponents who can't work together, but there doesn't seem to be anything in the rules that says we can't work together. It just says a variety of things about not being able to hit that warbler in the water, and that it's over when the rod is consumed. So, the two of us should be able to work together. We can see our Lu Nang player raising his right hand. I wonder if our Lu Nang player has any questions? After a referee on the side saw Lu Nang raise his right hand, he also ran directly and quickly to Lu Nang's side and asked, "Number 58 Lu Nang, do you have any questions?" Seeing that the referee had arrived, Lu Nang also asked his question. "May I ask if it is possible for two contestants to cooperate in catching a fish?" After hearing Lu Nang's question, the referee was also confused. It seems that the boss didn't talk about this question last night. The referee was then seen to take out his little notebook and start turning pages one by one. This notebook was what Lu Hang called all the War God security personnel over after giving the mutant fish a meeting last night, and then spoke to them. There is no way for the average person to be a good referee for this second fishing ground, so what Lu Hang hopes they can referee part-time tomorrow. Then Lu Hang gave all the security personnel half an hour to talk about the rules of the game. Everyone cannot remember, also all took out their own small notebook, one after another to write down. After rummaging through all the rules of the tournament, no rules prohibiting cooperation were found either. There is no prohibition of cooperation within the rules. After answering, the referee also quickly retreated to his original position. "Hey, old Zhang herd, can cooperate, how about it? Do we want to cooperate? A person choose a fish. Cooperate to pull the fish up. Who choose the fish after pulling up to who? If the choice of too big no way to pull up then even deserve it. How about it? Old Zhang wants to come and try. Yeah. Let me rest for a while. Brother Lu, you pick the fish first. I'll pick first. I'll just pick that big slab of carp that's covered in golden color." Hearing Lu Nang's words, Zhang Xin also looked around in the group of fish, and at a glance, he saw the big plank carp that Lu Nang said, covered with golden color, just as if the scales on the body were all made of gold. "I'll take the big head chub on the far left edge if you pick that big golden colored slab. Old Zhang, you don't have a good eye. That chub of yours doesn't look as good as this big trigger carp of mine at first glance. So far only 1466, 58, and 256 have fished, and the rest of the anglers are still choosing to round up. It seems that our contestants can't muster up much fighting spirit even in the face of such a huge fish. If this is going to wear out, this tournament might not end. In that case, why don't we let our fish participate in the selection as well? Now start the second fish pond. Inside the fish can also pick our fishing guy. The fish picked which fishing guy. Which fishing guy has to cast. Do not cast the contestant. The first warning, the second directly eliminated. Hey, Air Force guys, can you do it? Or go home early and go to bed. What's a bunch of Air Force guys doing around Grandpa? They've been watching us for how long and all of them haven't made a move. Since the boss has now given the word for us to pick the Air Force guys, get ready you Air Force guys. Let's help wash the inside and get cleaned up and get the hell out of here and go home to bed. Akatsuki Koi, $%, and an asterisk $% hashtag. Dislike Skywarp, our big brother Akio said. Air Force guys, you're too inked. If we continue to consume the day we cannot get off work. Big brother Akio said. Just did not cast the rod of the 16 Air Force guys. You come together. I'm going to hit 16. Chapter 115 Fishing Finals, 6. Cowardly Airman. I'm going to hit 16. Well, as we can see, the red-tailed koi inside Pond 2 has picked its opponent. The 16 competitors who have not cast so far. The dislike of the Sky Warbler directly blew up the entire fishing community. Maybe we're not very strong and it's hard for one guy to fish you guys out alone. But how much you look down on us fishing guys when you're going to beat 16 of us in one sentence. Not only did the fishing guys at the fishing grounds blow up, but even the major live streaming platforms blew up. In the old days, Ip Man fought 10 times. But today, koi fights 16 anglers. I, Uchiha Fishing, would like to call you the strongest koi. True to form. It's clear at first glance that this fish has no brains and dares to directly challenge 16 anglers. It is that the anglers who can make it to the finals are the existence of at least 100 pounds of fish. 16 people together is 1,600 pounds. This one koi carp by what singles out 16-inch. Upstairs, this you don't understand. The fish is not big in the brain. It should just think that 16 people did not cast the rod as garbage, so deliberately choose these 16 people to pretend to be. The analysis makes sense. But if this what's-her-name red-tailed koi had some real skill, she would have challenged all of them long ago, and wouldn't have challenged only 16 of them. Upstairs, don't be too outrageous. People koi are just slow in turning their brains around, and not stupid. In addition to Dokoroka Dragon, the other two can each catch a 350 pounds of big fish up. adding up to 700 pounds. It's just that if it's all together, no fish will come up. After the red-tailed koi made the dislike sky warbler cry out for 16, the side judges all moved in and the referees took the selected 16 anglers and brought them straight to the same side of the fishing field. Just after arriving together, Toothless, who belonged to the human spirit, took the lead in opening his mouth to ask about the others. Fellow bigwigs in the fishing world, how do you catch this koi? The others were basically in a daze as well, and to be honest, they hadn't fished together before. So if you let them fish individually, they might even be able to show off their skills. You get them together and they don't know how to fish. Looking at the group of people who were all wide-eyed, Zhao Long on the side couldn't help but open his mouth. So what? If we can't, we'll just fling the hook together, and when it bites we'll just pull hard together. And since this fish said it's going to hit 16, it's definitely going to bite all 16 of us. We just need to let the line out a little longer so that it bites all 16 of our hooks, and then we'll just push it straight together. I don't believe that 16 of us together with at least 600 pounds of power will not be able to catch a single koi. Hearing Zhao Long's words, everyone is also directly all hit the chicken blood. 16 people how to fish also caught this koi. By the way, everyone must change to a better fishing rod. Don't be fishing half of the rod breaks when the time comes to harm everyone. That's right. Let's all just take out our respective best rods and let's just with this koi. Good. The 16 men, after discussing their strategy for the matchup, also returned to their respective tackle, and one by one, they picked out what they each thought was the best rod from a pile of rods. After Zhang, who took the lead in casting, Toothless, Zhao Long and the others followed suit and directly threw out their respective hooks. The red-tailed koi carp in the center of the fish pond also sank directly after seeing Zhao Long, Zhang Hu and the others all throw out their fishing rods. Phew! 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 Appeal! It wasn't long after the red-tailed koi sank that the sound of panting wind lines came from someone's rod. At first it was one rod, then two, then three, then four. Finally all of the rods rang with the sound of panting wind lines. After everyone's rods had rattled with the sound of wind lines, there was also a sudden huge pull on the rods. Put. There were two sounds of falling water in quick succession, and two anglers who hadn't stood still were dragged straight into the water, and the other 14 anglers had varying degrees of forward sliding. The 14 anglers had no one to direct them, and went straight to their respective methods of fishing. Zhao Long, Zhang Hu both were pulling the lever backward together. Toothless, on the other hand, simply lowered his weighted heart trying to fight a war of attrition with the red-tailed koi. Others were trying to fight hard, some were trying to skate, and others were trying to fight attrition. Put. A moment later 3 more were dragged down again. At this time, Zhao Long, who was at the side, immediately saw the problem with the people on his side. Before they LUIA association fishing are together. Fishing habit everyone basically have a tacit understanding. Pull together pull, release together release. So Zhao Long didn't notice the situation over here at first, and at the beginning of the fall too Zhao Long also thought that it was because he wasn't prepared. However, after being dragged down 3 more consecutively behind him, Zhao Long was able to watch his teammates attentively before realizing that everyone was each making a move in their own direction. Those who want to pull fish and those who want to control fish are in direct conflict with each other, and those who want to slip fish are in conflict with each other on their own because each is going in a different direction. After realizing the situation on his side, Zhao Long also couldn't help but open his mouth and shout, "Brothers and sisters, everyone listen to me? We can't continue to make our own strength. Everyone's strength is canceling each other out. If we continue like this all of us will be dragged down. This side, if everyone is okay with it, all listen to my command and we'll exert ourselves together." However, the world is never short of backbones. Just as Zhao Long's words were just spoken, a voice came through. "By what right do you listen to your Zhao Long's command? I, Lu Qian, would also like to command. It's you, a Roadrunner Association, who still wants to command us fish alliances. You can't even catch a fish with the little tie rods you guys play with every day. This fish taunts you Air Force guys. There's nothing wrong with that at all. If I want to see to command is also by our fish alliances to command. See just those 2 on the fish. That is our fish alliance ranked first and second existence." Seeing this, Zhao Long was also instantly helpless. How is it that there are such people everywhere? But now he had no way to argue with him, because if he didn't unify his efforts, his side might be going all the way down. Put. Another 3 people were dragged into the water. Looking at another fishing guy was dragged into the water. Zhao Long was also too late to think of a way, and finally also helplessly shouted, "That's fine. You Lu Qian want to command, it will be commanded by you Lu Qian. If we don't unify our forces, in a little while there won't be anyone left to unify even if we want to." Chapter 116 Fishing Finals, 7. Put. After Zhao Long finished his words, He didn't get a response from Lu Qian for half a day. Lu Qian speak ah. The right to command to you. You again began not to speak. What do you want in the end? Put.
Looking at the decreasing number of people, Zhao Long also could not help but turn his head to look at Lu Qian's side, wanting to see what this Lu Qian really wants to do. Then Zhao Long saw that Lu Qian, who couldn't swim, was rising and falling inside the fish pond, and one hand was constantly slapping the water. The two rescuers on the side also jumped directly into the water trying to pull Lu Qian up. However, Lu Qian's other hand is dead set on not letting go of the fishing rod, which may be where the spirit of the fishing man lies, or it may be pure fear of unconsciously grasping at everything he can. Then Lu Qian was pulled further and further past the center of the pond by the red-tailed koi, and the rescue personnel see the situation is also helpless. Drowning people are no time to listen to people talk, but also can only coochie to Lu Qian's side of the swim up. After seeing Lu Qian fall into the water, Zhao Long also immediately changed his strategy.
Fellow anglers, our commander Lu Qian accidentally fell into the water. Now I, Zhao Long, will temporarily command everyone. I hope everyone cooperates. If there are any problems, we'll wait until after the fishing. Toothless, who was still struggling to hold on before being dragged down by the red-tailed koi, also hurriedly shouted when he heard Zhao Long's words. Brother Long, it's good that you're in command. Quickly tell me what to do. I can't hold on any longer.
No problem, Zhao Long, just take command.
Alright, Zhao Long, you command. After receiving the answer from the crowd,
Zhao Long also directly started the command.
Anglers, now this fish is still speeding up his stroke. Let's break his stroke. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3 and we're going to pull back together and break this fish's stroke. Good. Act 7. 3, put, 2, put, 1, put, harder, put.
Spectators, we can see that our combination of 16 contestants seems to have failed and all 16 anglers are in the water. It's too bad that the 16 anglers didn't cooperate at all and were directly broken by the red-tailed koi one by one.
Wow, this can't be a script. These 16 anglers can't catch a 10-meter-long walleye. That is, not to mention 16 people.
Even 16 dogs won't be solved so simply. I seriously doubt that there were shady practices in the last round. The number 1 player who was so powerful couldn't make it to the final. But this group of losers made it. That's right, everyone caught a 100-pound fish last round. How can you not be taken out by a fish in this round? Shady, nakedly shady. We could see all the anglers who fell in the water swimming up on their own or being rescued one after another.
What? I just received a notification from the on-site referee that there is another fishing guy in the water.
Lu Qian player really deserves to be a professional fishing guy. Lu Qian player's fishing spirit is very worthwhile for us to come to learn. Even if he is dragged into the water by the fish, Lu Qian player still hasn't made a move yet. Then this round of red-tailed koi is not considered a successful challenge.
The game goes on.
I just don't know if there's any way for our Lu Qian player to get back to shore.
Save, grunt, life, grunt, ah, grunt, me, grunt, no, grunt, swim, grunt. Now that our drone's view has been directed at our player Lu Qian, he seems to be saying something inside his mouth. Our Lu Qian player seems to be saying, I will not let go even if I die.
Our contestant Qian Lu really touched us with his fishing spirit.
Go Lu Qian player NB. Go Lu Qian, you are the best. After another bout of misinterpretation by Lu Hang,
all of the viewers were all taken off course by Lu Hang as well.
In fact, Lu Hang does not know what Lu Qian is talking about.
But he said some chicken blood words quasi-right.
No, why isn't this airman letting go? Pulling for a while longer, this airman won't die in the water. Never mind. Since this Air Force guy doesn't want to do it, I'll give him a ride,
said the red-tailed koi carp and directly turned around and swam back. Swim to Lu Qian's side directly, a tail snapped. The one time directly to Lu Qian threw back to the shore.
Thud.
Spectators, we can see that the red-tailed koi inside the water is also starting to be afraid of our Lu Qian contestant.
And in the end,
this koi is also relying on its weight advantage to physically knock our Lu Qian contestant back to the shore.
Doctor,
come over and take a look at player Lu Qian's condition.
After Lu Qian was pumped back to the shore,
the doctor who had been waiting at the side early on also immediately dashed over with a stretcher cart.
These doctors are also Lu Hang let Su Zijiang to find.
He was fishing when there was too much force. Strained muscles have also had a fracture. This time to invite the doctor is also afraid of what happens to the accident. As you can see, our doctor has also finished his examination. I wonder how our Lu Qian player is doing.
Lu Hang's side just finished.
The bottom of the Su Zijiang received a phone call from the doctor.
After hearing the situation of Lu Qian,
Su Zijiang also sneaked out of the audience,
came to the side of Lu Hang.
In Lu Hang's ear gently said a couple of words.
Audience, the latest news. Our Lu Qian player is not seriously injured. just choked on 2 mouthfuls of water because he was dragged into the water during the tugging with the fish. Physically there is no serious harm. Hey, you Air Force guys, you can't even catch one of 16 for 5 minutes. So you're really Air Force guys. Air Force guys, you'd better go home to nurse your children. How presumptuous to come out to fish. Can't even catch a fish. 19 people, 17 people are still in the Air Force. Say you are the Air Force guys, have no problem at all. Air Force guys, you cannot be early dry quickly scattered. Fishing rods directly all thrown into the water. We also good off. And I don't know what's gotten into the boss. This lord playing house with you Air Force guys here. If the boss hadn't told us, just you Air Force guys would have been dragged down and drowned by us a long time ago. If the Air Force guys can't do it, just yell out that I can't do it and just quit. Airman. Asterisk. You this mouth stinky fish. You have no end, is it? A mouth of an Air Force man. A mouth of you cannot. You give me weight. I will definitely catch you today to beat up. Che. No way Air Force guys. Just shore talkers. Air Force guys who can't even throw a pole. Chapter 117 Fishing Finals, 8. Airman. At hashtag dollar at hashtag percent at hashtag dollar asterisk dollar. And percent. Yen. Grandpa. Yen. Hashtag yen. Percent at hashtag dollar. One of the anglers, who had just landed a short time ago, had just cushioned his breath for a couple of minutes when he heard a greeting from the disliked warbler inside the water. I put up with you calling me Air Force, I haven't caught a fish so far and you're calling me no good. Listening to disliking Heavenly Warp's more and more dirty words, even the best-tempered people couldn't help themselves. And finally, under the output of disliking Heavenly Warp, Dokoroko Dragon on the side was the first to explode. Stinky warped mouth, proud of what is not just rely on the back of the few fish it, capable of you come out to fight alone you come out and fight one-on-one. Come here. Air Force guy is Air Force guy. Air Force has to make excuses for itself. It seems that not only you are not good but also your mouth is hard. I love it when you can't look at me and still can't get me to die. Air Force guy at hashtag dollar at hashtag dollar you can't at hashtag percent at an asterisk hashtag at dollar dot. MD. I can't catch a fish by myself. Can't a group of us catch a fish like you? Asterisk. Dead warped mouth. You give me to wait. Lousy, this will be behind your umbrella all for you to fish. All after fishing. Lousy, then fish you up. Have to give you 2 of your favorite big mouth. Any of you anglers out there with me to do this red-tailed koi again? I've got to dish it out to this foul-mouthed warbler today. Hearing Dokoroko Dragon's cursing, some of the fishing guys on the shore also slowed down. Originally dragged down the water was angry. This is just a translation of the small warble mouth even mocked on. This who can endure? Zhao Long and Zhang, who were also the first 2 to step forward and shouted, Dokuro Dragon counts me in. After seeing someone shout out first, Toothless, who was carrying dry clothes, also opened his mouth and added, count me in. I'm in. And me. Add me 1. In an instant, all the anglers who had just fallen down, except for Lu Qian who was still resting on the side, were all involved. So many people. Why don't you take me 1 too? Hearing this voice, the crowd couldn't help but look to the side and saw that Lu Chang, who was already firmly in the first fishing position, had joined them. Brother Lu, your behavior of abandoning your brother at the drop of a hat to participate in group activities on your own is not desirable. So what, also take me 1? The crowd took a look at the fact that these 2 strongest people so far had also joined in, and in an instant, their morale was boosted. Although it's humiliating for so many anglers to challenge a fish, it's even more humiliating for so many people to be afraid to challenge a fish. And today it's already been broadcast out anyway. Air Force guy. At a dollar at hashtag. After saying that 18 people also directly gathered together and began to discuss the tactics, just now when others may not pay much attention. That is because the authorities are lost. But Lu Chang and Zhang Xian were 2 people who could see it clearly. Zhang Xian and I have just watched the situation. I'll say on my side about the problems you guys just had. And then we'll discuss how we must catch that fish this time. Brother Lu, you say, just now we all have what problems? But let's avoid these problems directly. A handful of that koi fish up. As soon as he heard Lu Chang say that he could see the problems in the match just now, Zhao Long was also the first to reply, because Zhao Long also wanted to know how many problems the 16 of them had just now in total. Okay, then I'll talk about it. First, all of you are fighting on your own. Your strength is not used together. It's all scattered. Secondly, the people who slipped the fish had their own ideas, and also there was a lack of unity of direction. And directly their own people cancelled out the power. Thirdly, it is surprising that the back clearly found out what the problem is, but also not the first time to join, still discussing who is in command. Airman. Hashtag at dollar hashtag at percent hashtag at a dollar at hashtag dollar at. Airman. Airman hashtag at dollar hashtag at percent at dollar dot. That's all the questions. Jiang Xin, see if there's anything else you need to add. Hearing Lu Chang's question, Jiang Xin also directly picked up. In fact, the problems Lu said are basically the same problems I found. Lu has already made it very clear. Here it is, I won't talk about it. But then, here's my question. The ones who usually fish with tricks to get on the fish are the ones who do. After the crowd heard Jiang Xin's inquiry, there were also 6 or 7 people who directly raised their hands and stood out. And among them, the first ones to stand out were Toothless, Zhao Long, Zhang Hu and the others. Seeing the few people who stood out, Jiang Xin also continued. Then in addition to these few people, the rest should be some strength to match some simple skills to forcefully pull the fish. Then in a while I will be in command. Toothless, Zhang Hu, Zhao Long and others. Then the rest of us will be commanded by our brother Lu Chang. How do you all feel about it? If there are any problems we will directly talk about it ahead of time, and stop arguing on the way to fishing. I have no opinion. Toothless, who knew his strength well, was also the first to stand out in support of Jiang Xin. Since he didn't have the strength, then he would quietly be a laborer. I don't have a problem with that. I'm fine with that. Zhao Long, Zhang Hu, 2 people also followed directly expressed their attitude. For Zhao Long and Zhang Hu, 2 people, who commanded is not important at all. As long as the fish can be caught, even if it comes to a dog command, 2 people can be happy to accept. Airman, at hashtag at dollar at percent at dollar. Grandpa at $% hashtag $% at dollar hashtag. No way at hashtag dollar at. Airman. Agreed. Agree XN. Since all of you are fine with it, then in a moment, we'll go by what we've discussed now. In a moment, Brother Lu Chang will first lead the power group to start interrupting the first wave of this koi sprint together. Then I'll take all the guys in the trick team to change the direction of this koi to power up on the fish. And when it's pretty much consumed, we'll all power up together to pull the fish up. Good, XN. Dokoroku Dragon. You're the one who gathered the people. So come and declare war with that foul-mouthed warbler, which has been cursing for more than 10 minutes within this moment of our discussion. Got it. After hearing Jiang Xin's arrangement, Dokoroku Dragon also dejectedly ran to the side and warbled and shouted with dislike, Sky. Mouth stinky fish. You are not behind, the fish is powerful. This time 18 of us challenged that red-tailed koi carp. Dislike Skywarp, at hashtag dollar at percent at hashtag dollar at hashtag. Air Force guys, how come if 16 of you couldn't make it, you need 18 to come this time? Mouth stinking fish. How just so arrogant. Now just add 2 people will not dare to agree to it. It seems that you fish also just bully soft and afraid of hard. Chapter 118 Fishing Finals, 9. However, the nervous Dokoroku Dragon didn't even realize that he had just directly offended all 15 people with his own words. 15 people's faces directly blackened, while Dugyukin directly walked up with big strides, lifting his right hand clenched into a fist, in which the index finger slightly protruded. Thud. Ouch. Who knocked me on the head? Just saw Dugyukin directly with his right hand directly carry Dugalong's ear and asked, who are you calling soft? And whose old man are you? Why are you bold? Powerful. Heavenly. Even your sister I look down on. Ouch. It hurts. Ouch. Sis. Let go. The ear is about to fall off. Hearing Dokoroku Dragon's words, Dokoroku Chin increased her force a little more. Yo, brother Long, you still no pain? Just now you are not very hard. Now how also no pain? Sis, I'm wrong. Just now it was a slip of the tongue. I apologize. Sis, let go. My ears are about to fall off. After hearing Dokoroku Dragon's apology, Dokoroku Chin also let go of Dokoroku Dragon's ear, and then also retreated back with a helpless sigh. This brother, to put it nicely, called optimistic. To put it badly, is heartless. Talking never through the brain. Think of what to say. He went up to beat him is also good to give so many people here an explanation. Otherwise, just this Dokoroku Dragon kid. 2 more words would pretty much offend everyone. Alright you kid, go on. Watch what you say. And don't blame me for giving you the other ear too if you talk nonsense again. Covering his right ear, Dokoroku Dragon, after hearing his sister's words, also couldn't help but shake a little. This sister was too ruthless. Every time he fought with his sister he didn't win once. It felt as if a mouse had met a cat. Obviously all of his body's abilities were stronger than his sister's, but he just met his sister and was pressed to the ground every time, rubbing his ears, which were raw from being carried. Dokoroku Dragon ran to the water's edge again and began to warble and shout with dislike, Sky. Mouth stinking fish. Honestly, is that red-tailed koi of yours scared? If you're scared, just say so. It's not like we can't cut down on the number of people. Akatsuki koi, hashtag at dollar at percent at hashtag dollar at. Hey Air Force guy, what are you talking about? What our red tail boss means is that if you guys lose this time you'll have to call someone else then.
Our red tail boss is too much of a pain in the ass, and means that you guys should call that one over there as well, and come along. Our boss Akio said that you Air Force guys are just like a dog skin. As long as you don't settle it once and for all, you'll keep on stalking. I, Boss Akio, am asking to beat up all 19 of you Air Force guys this time. Hearing the words of disliking Heaven's warped mouth, Dokoroko Dragon also looked back at the crowd, and after seeing Zhang Xian and Lu Chang nodding their heads, Dokoroko Dragon also replied directly, "You fish are just arrogant. Since you want to challenge 19, we'll promise you to challenge 19. You asked for it. Don't look for excuses when you come up here. Che, Air Force guys are Air Force guys. We fish are the ones who say what's right. We're not like you Air Force guys. People die with a stiff upper lip. I always hear you humans talk about dead ducks. I think you Air Force guys are the ones with the toughest mouths." After finishing with the dislike sky warp, Dokoroko Dragon also returned to the crowd. Dugyukin took a look at the dozen or so big old men here, and couldn't help but sigh, and then saw Dugyukin walking straight toward the place where Lu Qian's players were resting. After communicating with Lu Qian player for a while, it was seen that Lu Qian player also picked up his fishing rod and once again walked into the crowd. I heard from Dakochin that I also fish with brute force, so I followed behind player Lu Chang. This time back, Lu Qian did not have a moment ago when the fishing that a wave of arrogance, all of a sudden directly to all the whole frozen for a moment, especially Zhao Long. Zhao Long was all ready for Lu Qian to come with a couple of other words, but as a result, Lu Qian came over this time only to talk about his situation and then he was gone. After seeing the crowd in place, Zhang Xian also clapped his hands, pulling everyone's attention over. Since player Lu Qian is also here, let's get started. We've already disgraced the fishing guys once. This time it's all of us. If we lose face again this time, we'll be nailed to the pillar of shame by all the fishing guys by then. Even if we get the championship. Come on, let's shout a cheer together as well, said Zhang Xian, who also directly stretched out his right hand. Zhao Long and Zhang Hu on the side saw this and were also the first to react, then also extended their two right hands. The crowd also extended their hands after seeing Zhao Long and Zhang Hu's behavior as well. 1, 2, 3, come on X19. After shouting the slogan, Zhang Xian was also directly taking the lead and directly casting his hook. Lu Chang also followed suit by casting his own hook. Then Toothless, Duo Long, and Zhao Long, and the red-tailed koi that was chatting in the middle of the school of fish sank once more after seeing all the anglers casting their hooks. Zhang Xian also hurriedly shouted after seeing the fish enter the water. Everyone get ready. The koi is entering the water. It's coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard the sound of panting wind lines resonating in priority from the side of Zhao Long's fishing rod. Then it was 1, 2, 3, and finally everyone's rods all rattled with wind lines. After seeing that everyone's rods began to resound with the sound of panting wind lines, Lu Chang also immediately shouted, "Strength group, listen to my command. Prepare to interrupt the first wave of koi's power. 3, 2, 1, harder." The crowd was also after hearing Lu Chang's slogan of exerting himself. All of them began to pull back hard on their rods. Even the people in the skill group, although a few of them didn't have a lot of strength, they were also pulling back hard on their rods. For a moment there was a brief interruption in the sound of the wind line that had been panting. After hearing the sound of the wind line interrupt for a moment, Zhang Xian also shouted at the right time, "Skill group, pull to the right with me and lead the hook in the direction of the power group." Just as the crowd began to drag to the right, the sound of the wind line, which had disappeared, once again sounded. "Strength group, push, don't let this fish punch up again." After hearing Lu Chang's command, the crowd also pulled back with renewed force. It also made the sound of the already panting wind line sound even louder, a ringing sound that was directly and faintly audible to those in the audience watching the drone video feed. Worthy of being the first and second place on the Fish Alliance ranking, with this outburst, even the red-tailed koi that had fought 16 times had to concede, and this time none of them were dragged down.